What Glover song?
Katy Perry's Roar.
Oh, you're not allowed to play that song.
Yeah, no stairway, dog.
Dude,
No
there's
stairway.
no stairway to heaven allowed in here.
That's exactly why I did it.
Let's see who the people are that know that one.
Kind of sounds like an anime opening.
I wonder how many people do that anyway.
I'm sure lots. I think I've seen videos of them cutting them off, turning their amps off and shit when they start playing it.
They'll say, yeah, we're not going to let you play anymore.
Yeah, like I think they'll just kick you out if you don't stop.
Wait, why?
Because it's just forbidden, man. It's a forbidden riff. I don't know why. I have no idea why, to be honest. But like, it's just, overplayed, I guess.
Overplayed, yeah.
They say.
It sounds like the opening to Atelier Rise of the anime.
Well, maybe it is.
Wait, can you do silent? Can you play this song, Heretic? I put it in side chat. Thank you.
Take a look.
Yeah. Fuck yeah, buddy.
It's a really good point, Drifter.
Well, I mean, the chords are like... I don't know. That's a start.
It's pretty tricky, yeah.
Sounds better with open chords.
Is there any like flat Earth music out there?
There is, and that's a good way to segue back.
All music is flat Earth.
Are there any like flat rappers, like rappers who will spit the like flat truth?
All rappers. Yeah, all rappers.
Yeah.
All rappers are flat rappers? I don't know about that.
Well, see, the sound that comes out, if it were a globe, the Doppler effect would be in effect. It would sound all warbled. So yeah, all singers and music is all flat Earth.
Why would that be the case? Doesn't the Doppler effect create like a force in the direction of the normal vector? And then gravity would counteract that normal vector force, and so it'd be like completely canceled out.
I already debunked your normal vector last time you were in here.
You would have to be able to tell us how gravity affects sound waves.
I debunked his normal vector.
I mean, it does, right?
Crap already, so he can't use it anymore.
No, I mean, gravity does affect sound waves.
Not really, no.
No, you understand that gravity affects light, and we say light, we mean just anything on the spectrum, including sound.
Including you?
I'm lying. We don't actually mean that. I mean, gravity affects air, and sound waves are ripples in air, so it would also be affected.
Ain't gravity got to be real before it affects anything?
Sorry, I didn't mean gravity. What I meant was skibbity, which is like the tendency for masses to attract to each other, accelerate even.
So far nobody's ever seen that. So now what do you do?
Nobody's seen Skibbity? I think you see it every day.
Sounds like a
So how can
rapper.
you be so confident about nobody? Like, have you asked every single person?
Yes.
Really? Even the ones that haven't yet existed? You're somewhat of a time traveler, aren't you?
How can I ask somebody who doesn't exist?
That's what I thought, but apparently you've done it. Is there any like globe music though? Like is Pitbull a globe artist because he keeps on saying Mr. Worldwide?
Josh has announced radios is a science experiment. So when you are a radio operator, you're doing science.
That's cool. I love that for you. That's so quirky. Mr. Worldwide. That's like a flagrant globe reference. Are there actually flat rappers? Hold on, I'm gonna Google this. There better be. Flat Earth rap. Under the Dome mixtape? There's no way. There's no way. It's so good.
You just want flat Earth poems? There's probably millions of them.
Now, have you heard Under the Dome? That goes so hard. Put him in a dome. That's so good. False flag headlines all week, though. That's perfect. Stars shining through the moon, but I'm sleeping though. That's powerful. Chemtrails. It just references everything. This is like a de facto flat Earth anthem. Holy shit. I would like to hear your flat poetry though. I actually have a flat poem of myself that I've written myself. If you want to hear it.
I don't.
Oh, okay. What's your poem then?
Oh, I thought you were looking up poetry.
No, I was watching a rap video about the flat Earth, but now I'm curious about the spoken word.
Of Jesus. Just kidding. Poetry, eh? I never really was big into poetry. Maybe it's because I can't rhyme. I don't rhyme very well.
And I'm not a chick.
That too. I mean, not necessarily meaning that, poetry is only strictly for women, but I don't know.
Makes it
if I was
easier.
like, if I was at work and like, hey guys, you want to hear my poem I wrote, buddy? I'd get fucking laughed the fuck out of there.
Yeah, about beer cans and dogs and pickup trucks, because that's about all we talk about. But chicks, they write all kinds of weird shit.
Radwin. There's a poem inside chat about the flat Earth. Did you see? Of
course, not to say that there hasn't been any.
Upon the plain where skies do gleam, no curve to see, no ball to roll, just endless land from pole to pole. That's powerful. Ohio's skies hold secrets deep, where NPCs walk half asleep. The Giga Chad proclaims it's true. Trust your eyes, not NASA's crew. As the Sigma sun sets over flat seas, a skibbity bop floats on the breeze. Take the red pill, they declare. No globe can spin, it's all hot air. Powerful, powerful stuff.
So you said skibbity is gravity, so how does gravity float on the breeze?
No, that was skibbity. This is skibbity. I mean, flat drifter, like a balloon filled with atmosphere would fall, and it would have more mass, rather more force, right, than a balloon not filled with atmosphere. So clearly, the atmosphere has mass and is affected by this downward acceleration we're experiencing. So it would seem like if the atmosphere is subject to this downward acceleration, that would probably be a force of containment.
Oh, that sounds wrong.
Maybe it sounds wrong, but it is
You want to
correct.
hear a flat Earth haiku? You ready for the flat Earth haiku?
Yes,
Ready?
I would like, yes.
Water is level. Pressure needs a container. Space is fake and gay.
Amen. Amen. Are there any flat Earth prayers?
How dare you?
Further?
How dare you write a poem like that?
In the name of the firmament, in the name of the firmament, the disk, and the holy dome.
Is that God bless Copernicus?
So good. The firmament, the disk, and the holy dome.
That's the Copernicus. The solar system's a disk in his worldview. The holy
read this.
dome.
Forgive thus who mock us with their quote-unquote science and quote-unquote physics, for they lack the W in wisdom and the drip in discernment. Sorry. But fear not, flat one, for we've got that I can't do it. Okay. And our faith in your planar perfection shall not fold, just like the earth's crust never curves. In the name of the firmament, the disk, and the holy dome. We send up this prayer. Flat gang, rise up, amen.
You keep trying to make flat Earth somehow some Christian movement.
You missed it. There was also a flat Earth rap, and there was a flat Earth poem, and there was a flat Earth haiku, and then naturally a prayer comes next.
Naturally.
Have you seen the flat? Hold on, you gotta watch it. It's called Under the Dome. It's so good.
Wow, Netflix just released games. I didn't know that.
That was like 3 years ago, but that's
weird,
true.
Eh?
It's in beta.
Like many in this chat, yeah.
That's kind of a weird thing to say.
You don't think ethology applies to debate etiquette?
Coming from a beta.
Yeah, and? Earth flat as fuck, I'm sleep though. That's just bars. This guy should get an Emmy. I don't even think Emmys are given out to artists. But whatever they get, this guy should get a geoengineering. I'm sleep.
They get Grammys.
A Grammy. New World Order, I'm sleep.
Yeah, I think Emmys are for TV, and then Oscars are for movies, Grammys for music.
This is so good. This is so good. Holy shit! I'm so happy. Are the lyrics?
I wrote a couple poems about flat Earth. Instead, your AI slop.
Sorry, this is not AI slop. This is written by the B.O.B. on lyricgenius.com. Read chemtrail clouds. I'm asleep though. Fluoride water. I'm asleep though. New World Order. I'm asleep though. Diabetes soda. I'm asleep though. I can't say that word.
Yeah, don't be saying some.
I won't. I'm not black. Here. Cloned politicians don't sleep though. Earth flat as fuck. I'm asleep though. Geoengineering. I'm asleep though. That's powerful.
He is a lyrical mastermind, if you really think of it.
True.
He's genuinely one of my heroes.
Stars shining through the moon, but I'm asleep though. Chemtrail clouds, but I'm asleep though. The earth flat as fuck. I sleep though. Lyricism. Period. Full stop.
Britt, what other things do you believe in? I need to know more about you.
I believe that science will save humanity.
What else?
Well, like, what do you want to know?
Just in general, what do you believe?
Yeah, how about that one? Science will save
and then
humanity.
I said, what else?
Yeah, because
go on. That's boring. I don't like that one. Say another one.
Why don't you like that one?
It's just boring. It's not very exciting or controversial.
How's it boring?
Because I think most people believe that.
No, they don't. Most people believe in psychopathic use of violence to force other people to comply.
Okay. Well, I'm not one of them.
Batshit agenda that no one accepts.
That's fantastic. I agree with you there, though. I want to find one where we don't agree. What's another one?
I mean, give me some context. What are you looking for?
Just some wacky ideas that you have where people look at you and go, you believe what? I'm sure you got plenty of them. You don't?
Yeah, give me what are you looking for? Give me something you want a take on.
Let's say a controversial take that you have on the state of the world.
Yeah, narrow it down.
Nothing?
Well, narrow it down. I'm trying to
narrow it down.
Yeah, give me something.
Do you believe in lizard people?
No, that's Apollo 14, Edgar Mitchell.
What's that? A science fiction novel?
No, Edgar Mitchell, Apollo 14, believed that the Apollo program was going to usher in a new world order. It was going to be a
Do you believe in that?
No, I don't. I just believe that people in the federal government are psychopathic assholes, and it's the easiest explanation. They don't give a shit.
You think every one of them is a psychopath?
Yeah, we're not a psychopath, but like psychopathic, behavior.
What is psychopathic about them? I may agree with you on some of this, but I just want to hear your thoughts.
This idea of just unrestricted, unlimited violence for literally no reason whatsoever. People in government.
What do you mean unrestricted? We have treaties. We have all these things that restricts violence. What do you mean?
Yeah, and then no one follows it.
What do you mean nobody follows it? Why are we not at war with Haiti right now? Do you think that's because, we're just nice people?
Haiti? What the fuck did that come from?
He's saying we want unlimited violence. Why would we not go to war with every single person if all they want is unlimited violence?
That's the Bush doctrine. The Bush doctrine is that you straight up just attack someone if they pose any sort of threat to you.
But you don't actually believe there's unlimited violence, right?
Yeah, literally unlimited. Like the
so
scale.
There's no limits on.
Yeah, like scale. Like, how about this? If you were to say from 1 to 100, how much violence you could perpetuate into the world?
Yeah.
Their level of violence surpasses yours in almost any scope or scale you could imagine.
I mean, are you saying just in pure numbers, like
yeah, like
volume-wise?
just in any scale? Like the biggest thing you could do, like a violent thing you could do, is maybe throw some harsh words at someone.
What? You think that's the most violent thing that someone could do? Yeah, maybe on Discord.
You.
No, but you're saying imagine someone who's not me. I'm not violent in general.
That's what I'm talking about. So you take someone like you, and you got a scale from 1 to 100.
Yeah, but not the whole world or
then compare
citizens
what the government, the federal government, can do.
Yeah, but I mean, in terms of volume, the government has numbers.
It's virtually unlimited. It's beyond the scope. Like if you were to put
is the wrong word.
Yeah, if you were to put like your level of violence compared to the government's level of violence, it wouldn't even be on the same.
You're referring to a Petersonian juggernaut, right?
Yeah, you got it.
Yeah, I hear you. It's an archetype seen not just in the Bible, but also in gigantism, which is a form of government seen in the OECD nations. It's a very Petersonian concept.
Yeah, it just sounds like you're using the wrong words. I don't know what to tell you.
Okay, well, tell me something you want to take on. Like
Big Chungus could work.
Yeah, you could just say like a massive
brain rot.
Brain rot for knowing what the word unlimited means.
No, Big Chungus. Big Chungus is literal brain rot. That's what Ray asked me.
Wouldn't it aptly describe the scale of the government?
Yeah, I mean, maybe, I suppose, as this kind of like
it's like a chungoid type.
Yeah, in the comical sense.
You're right.
The government is Big Chungus, but instead of Big Chungus, where you laugh and be like, "That's a fat little rabbit," or mouse, or whatever it's supposed to be, it's like some sort of diseased, plagued rat that snuck onto the ship and just like.
So you think government's too big? Is that what you're getting at?
No, I think people are too small.
But you don't think government's too big?
No, the government's going to be the government regardless of the government.
No, but I'm just saying in a scenario that could play out in your head, what would that government look like? Bigger than it currently is or smaller than it is? Of course, smaller, right?
No, I'd say it wouldn't matter one way or the other. Do you think, roll back the clock? How about this? Let me break this down for you. Roll back the clock like 100 years, 110 years or something like that. There's none of these police forces, these city police forces exist. The only thing you have is like, county sheriffs.
Well, that's not true.
Yeah, what do you think all these police forces came about?
Well, you're saying the NYPD has not been around for 100 years?
Well, maybe the NYPD is a little bit older.
All right, but
let's check it out. So,
the NYPD is definitely older than 100
No,
years.
1849.
There you go.
Okay, so yeah, a little bit more, but some of these other police forces are less than that.
Okay. I mean, you know why that is, right?
Yeah, because they changed how the government was able to interact with people. Before, you got to vote. You'd say, hey, who do you want to act as law enforcement? We want Bob. Why? Because he's not a fucking asshole. Now, you just basically like elect a mayor, and the mayor's like, hey, who do I want to enforce to use the violence? Like, who can I'll just throw a couple badges on people and be like, yep, they're my posse.
So you hate all the police? Is that
what you heard? If that's what you heard, I'm just going to disengage.
Well, no. I'm asking you. That's not what I heard, but that's...
Okay, is it violence I was talking about or not violence?
It was violence.
Okay. Yeah. So what did I say would settle it?
No, I didn't say that you said you hate the police, but I was kind of following the trail that I've heard before, at least, from people who hate the police.
No, I think the police could serve as a very important function. A victim comes forward, goes to the police, says, hey, this person harmed me. They deprived me of life, liberty, or happiness. The police then take the person's statement, conduct an investigation, acting on behalf of the victim, so the victim doesn't have to act upon themselves. So you'll get like a Hatfield and McCoy sort of circumstance. Like right. the next thing you do, one person accidentally shot a pig, and next thing you know, you got quadruple murder on your hands.
What do you mean?
It just escalated. If you look up the Hatfield and McCoys, it all started because someone accidentally shot a pig. Are you familiar with that? I thought you were.
No.
Okay.
No, I am American. I'm
Okay.
on the Wikipedia right now.
Yeah. Wikipedia that shit.
All right. Well, I'm not gonna sit here reading this. I saved this to my
Okay. Yeah,
read later list.
that's good. So how about you
oh.
give me something you believe? What do you believe?
What do I believe? I believe we should deport all illegal immigrants from the United States of America.
Does that include you?
If I was illegal, it would.
You're not illegal?
How am I illegal? What does illegal mean to you?
That's what I'm saying. You just make up some word. Just slap
Yeah,
it.
sure.
illegal.
Just like every other word in the English language. Of course, every word is made up.
What makes someone... So are you a legal immigrant or an illegal immigrant?
I'm a legal United States citizen. who
Isn't
was
it called
born here.
documented? Is it documented and undocumented?
Well, I'm not an immigrant. I didn't immigrate from anywhere.
Kind of sounds like something an immigrant would say. An illegal immigrant.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
The notion of like documentation versus undocumentation kind of puts the burden on the person to prove they're a citizen, but that seems backwards. Why is it the burden of the individual to prove documentation? That doesn't make any sense. Because when you say you just mean deport people who can't produce sufficient evidence, but that's like guilty until proven innocent. That seems backwards. It seems like a jurisprudential error. I don't know.
Good. Well, I'm glad people like you are not the border czar anymore. That's all I'll say.
I voted for Kamala.
No, you.
First time I was old enough to vote.
No, I couldn't tell.
Yeah, Kamala is such a girl boss. I bet Kamala, if she had
Was
like
it
the
a
right
brat?
info, would be a flat earther. I think she has it in her.
It's a brat
I do
summer.
too.
This is a little off topic.
The fact that Kamala is a glober is off topic. What do you mean?
No, you're right. You're right. The
Fucking-
Democrat Party would be the party of flat earthers.
It would be precisely
The Republicans
because they have all the college degrees,
But they've,
and as we
they've
know,
never,
college degrees
they've
predict
never
flat
said
Earth
that,
conviction.
though,
This
so
is
that's
factual.
just false information.
No, it's
Definitely
because
not.
The space age is that if you ask Republicans, they'll tell you like they're the party of space travel.
It's true. I mean, just look at Elon Musk. He's constantly peddling the globe narrative on his
you got
Twitter
Trump.
account.
Trump did Space Force. You got
That's
Reagan.
true.
Reagan wanted.
Yeah, what even is
Star
the Space
Wars.
Force if there isn't a space? Like, is it just the Force?
Oh, it's
Because
just
like Star Wars?
it's like low orbit. What they did was they just increased the height at they could aerospace.
Was that like a console variable?
No, it's a international law variable.
Oh, okay.
Being
What do you
like,
think would
hey,
happen if like we
I-
gave administrator access to like a president?
I don't know what that
Like,
means.
would they be able to program the Sky Dome?
I think you're just saying some dumb shit now.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
dude, there's a giant green screen in Antarctica, like the Truman Show.
Which is clear, we don't actually know for certain what the sky is, the Sky Dome. It might just be a giant like IMAX theater. In which case, there might be an HDMI port hidden somewhere that we could tap into.
Hey man, haven't you ever seen movies? You know, The Hunger Games, The Truman Show, for prime examples.
Dude, I watched a YouTuber who played in the Hunger Games. Charles of Penguin Z0 fame.
Yeah, you know, the first guy that really went to Antarctica, I think it was Admiral Byrd. He claimed that he spoke
Coincidence,
to.
the guy's named Admiral
He
Byrd.
claimed that he claimed he spoke
Birds
to.
fly in straight lines. Just
Yo,
like the Earth's
listen
straight.
to this. Listen to this. He claimed that he spoke to a Masonic lodge of penguins. That there's a lodge of an Emperor Penguin Masonic like group. It's called the Order of the Penguin. I'm gonna send you this video.
Yeah, that's because like Antarctica is like the island of misfit children from Pinocchio. But instead of turning into donkeys, they turn into penguins.
The Masonic Order of the Penguin. He had to sign a treaty with penguins in order to go to
To be
Antarctica.
clear, How do we know there aren't penguins beyond the ice wall? Let alone a tribe of them. Or sorry,
How do you
not
know
let
there's not
alone.
penguins.
Even
I know there's not penguins under the ice.
How do you know
I've seen penguins at the
can't fly?
zoo, but like they could also be. That's true.
How do you know penguins can't fly?
I've never. Yeah, it's true. Maybe there's like a special like console variable that toggles that on.
No, they just fly, but you never seen them fly. But they do when you're not looking.
Yeah, maybe that's like it's based on like frostum culling or something. It's interesting.
I hope you actually watch this video because it's very good. Wait, what's your name? Ree? All right.
Depends how long it is.
You can't
I was
spell
watching
retard
something the
without
other day, and it was like
Oh, that's just a waste of time. I can just read the Wikipedia page. I'm a fast
It was like-
reader.
Discovery Channel had an April Fool's joke about penguins flying. And buddy, like you watch this video, and yeah, sure as fuck, those penguins are flying.
Dude, there's
Of
this.
course, it was fake CGI or whatever, but
Yeah. Well, I don't think he even took
like,
pictures
fuck,
of them.
man.
Didn't even have to CGI it. He got lazy. Dude, there's like this ESL Discord for like English learners, and the vegans have like an outpost there. Other people have an outpost there. I've been going there and then just be like running the like typical flat earth arguments on the English learners. Trying to like proselytize them. It's so funny.
But you need to watch this Order of the Penguin video before you try to tell anybody about flat Earth.
It's essential. This is the quintessential aspect. Not quintessential. What's the word? The linchpin? This is the leitmotif of the flat earth movement.
No, it's like stop trying
Sure
to
it
be
is.
a like attention whore before like oh wait, never mind, he left. Way to go, dick.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, it's like when Grandpa gets in here, we try to get him to talk because like it's hard to get Grandpa out of his echo chamber.
Dude, you guys should make like a. Do you guys do like IRL proselytization, much like the Mormons do?
No, what you do in IRL is you wait for them, someone to approach you and ask you.
Do you wear like a T-shirt to like signal to them that you have?
Yeah, I've got all kinds. Yeah, like like.
What's like a flat T-shirt? Like, do they have to be ironed really straight?
No, like you just have like research flat Earth on your T-shirt or something like that.
Gotcha. It's like merch.
Yeah, and then if someone sees it and they ask you a question about it,
I feel like you should make like a little baseball cap that has like the dome on it. Like you paint a dome on the baseball cap.
It's
That'd be
merch.
interesting.
Well, fuck, man.
The Celestial Seer.
Serious. Yeah. Fuck, man. New theory, flat Earth is just a big fucking conspiracy to sell merchandise.
That would be interesting because look at the NASA, all their merch shops.
Well, that's exactly what I'm talking about, man. Like,
But also,
it's kind
NASA
of
doesn't
the
have to make
same,
money. They actually lose money.
You know?
Elevator ding. Ground floor going down. Chemtrail clouds. I'm asleep though.
Oh, the chemtrails. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Acid
why
rain,
you
I'm
gotta pay
asleep
so much
though.
for baggage, don't you know?
Did you look at that was
You
the
know?
news of the day?
Earth flat as fuck. I'm asleep though.
Ray, look at the
Hey.
news. Look at the news for the day.
I looked at HN for today. There was a stimulation clicker from Neil.fun. There was a triptych proposal. What's it?
Look at your DMs.
Oh my god, okay. Americans alarmed by chemical fog spreading across the US. Phenomenon sparks bio. This is medicine. I can't talk about this. I'm sorry. This speaks to epidemiology. Also, maybe like biochemistry. Lots of interactions there with like the MCAT fields. Wouldn't want to touch it.
What's the price of rice in China?
The price of
Yeah,
rice.
You should need
This
to
is
know.
mainstream news. This is New York Post.
Right, but a bioweapon against whom? Against humans. How do you make a bioweapon? By engineering it against the human health. What do you call this systematic investigation, scientific investigation into humans and their health? That's called medicine.
Okay, how about the one from yesterday? Auroras, solar eclipses, Starship. 3 space stories that top Google's breakout searches. So just Google it, bro.
I mean, it's not surprising that like during a event like that, you're gonna have a lot of hype.
And Google it. Just
Well, I assume that comes from Google Trends,
bro.
right? Yeah.
There you go. Just Google it, bro. Do you want to know about space travel and auroras and eclipses and shit? Hey, how is the Earth a ball? Just Google it, bro.
The auroras are actually fucking pretty cool, man.
Like one thing that someone could actually go out and touch grass and look at the auroras, and it's like most people just Google it, bro. It's got better images on Google.
Oh yeah, I mean, but
Have you learned that chimpanzees may have discovered proto-human tools?
like high resolution photos, man, and or yeah.
Yeah, there's like hilarious meme I'm looking for where it shows some dude who's got his window open. He's like playing a video game, and like the aurora is like shining light into his gaming room, and he like shuts up the window.
Yeah, I've never ever seen them that bright. I mean, they get pretty bright, but
It probably depends on the exposure and other settings.
oh man, they're fucking really cool. They sit there and they'll dance across the sky, and there's this voodoo, this whatever you call that. I don't want to say conspiracy, but another word for it. Or if you whistle at the fucking Northern Lights, they'll come and they'll take you away. So that's why you don't whistle at the fucking Northern Lights.
You see that 6 gigahertz is coming out?
Ree, you're a flat earther then, right?
How dare
Depends
you?
what you mean by that. Depends what you mean by that.
How
It depends what you mean
It's
by
a
that.
yes or it's a yes or no, dude.
How dare you?
I'd say it's more yes than no.
Is Earth okay? So Earth is not a globe, right?
How dare you?
Well, I think they're orthogonal.
Orthogonal?
Yes.
That word. Hey,
Okay.
you're dealing with a high school dropout. He won't know what that word means.
Why that's so mean? Why would you say that? It's so funny when you're like a competitive like discussion of sorts, not going to give more details, and you use a word your op doesn't know. They have to pretend they know it because it looks really bad if they don't. It's so funny. There's like an actual advantage to using big words.
Like he's never even played a board game before, like just basic board game instructions.
Is that why you know what orthogonal means, Craig? Because you've played board games before?
No, I'm saying for you, that's even beyond your education level. Like the board game will say, "Hey,
dude, you learned what orthogonal means in middle school. What are you talking about?"
Yeah, you're a dropout. I got it.
No, I graduated. Went to college too. Did you?
Bullshit.
Did you go to college, Crit?
Yeah.
Wait, what did you study, Jesse?
Okay, cool.
Wait, what was your major, Jesse?
My majors were English, debate, and philosophy.
You majored in debate? That's not a real degree, right? You just made that up.
You're just a real big bullshit.
That's really what I took, though.
You majored in debate? Wait.
I majored in English and debate.
They say never ever trust somebody with an English degree, right? Because y'all are just a bunch of bullshit.
I don't think there's a single school in the entire United States or the world that offers a degree in debate.
I don't have a degree in debate. That was just a course I took.
So when I asked you which major you thought I meant which
English.
courses? Or you're just an English major.
Okay.
A bullshitter.
Yeah, man. Never trust somebody with an English. That's what they say. Like a teacher of mine fucking told me that.
So when
one
you said
time.
I majored in English and
My
debate,
English
what
teacher,
you meant
actually.
is you majored in English and took a class in debate?
And philosophy.
You took 2 gen eds. Okay, I don't believe you, but I also don't care.
So
Good for you.
let me ask you something. How much did that cost? What a fucking
How much
cost?
should it cost?
So altogether, 3,000.
What?
That's it?
Like you
I
went to
went to
community
hi- I
college
went to
for one
college in
semester and then dropped
2009.
out?
It was in 2009.
I don't care. This guy is like a pathological, silly person, but like I don't care.
Wow.
I wanna get
So
a
somebody
degree
tells you
in
the truth and you just deny that they're telling you the truth. Okay, whatever.
That's what they did to Jesus, you know? They hated him because he told them the truth.
Yeah. Okay. So you can't discern the truth when somebody tells you the truth. That's too bad.
Wait, who said that?
Well, you just denied that those was the courses I took in college.
Well, this is a problem, Jesse. It's because people's education, the more education someone has, the more articulation they have. You've got negative articulation.
Dude,
is it, like,
your
log
articulation
scale?
is literally hard to listen to, Crit. You have spit in your teeth. It's disgusting. Like, you don't articulate good at all. It's actually kind of sad.
Yeah, you only know what the word articulate means.
Articulate well.
The most you've ever heard to articulate anything.
You
is
don't
playing
articulate
Dungeons
no
and
good, no at all.
Yeah.
Sorry.
How dare you?
No, I gotta pick up
Anyway.
the Aussie accent because that would really frustrate people. Because there's something about the Aussie accent that like brings people to tears. I don't know why but I want to like distill it.
It's because everybody that got sent to Australia were petty criminals.
I mean, no, but also who cares?
I mean, no. You
The
don't know
vast
anything
majority
about
of people
Australia.
from Australia don't have lineage going back to the prisoners, right?
I don't know what you think is going on here, dude.
I would characterize it as.
How dare
I don't know. I can use that word.
I mean, who cares what some freaking high schooler thinks, dude? You guys need to go fucking read books.
Wait, what book should we read, Jesse? Like, what's the last book you read?
The last book I read?
Yeah.
I'm reading a book right now, actually. Hold on.
Doesn't even know. Hold on, I gotta go get
Just the Google one.
The last book I read was World War Her War 2.
This dude reads so many books that he has to like take some 30 seconds to think of the one he's currently reading.
It's called because it's called The Sacred History of the Earth. That's it.
Gotcha. What's it about?
It's about the history of angels.
You said The Sacred History of the Earth?
Yep.
By Thomas who?
By what's this dude's name? Fucking 1 sec.
Gotta Google that, okay.
You guys are all so well educated. We're just surrounded by geniuses here.
I mean, where else would you expect the scholars to congregate but the flat Earth?
Yeah, no, I know.
It's we. It's a we. This guy has a hard time understanding. We? You try to break into random.
I just forgot because I wanted to get it right. It's by
Oh, the book you wanted to read. The book you were reading was "The Sacred Earth: Jewish Perspectives on Our Planet." Is that what it was?
Sacred History of the World by Mark Booth.
Oh, of the world.
Yeah, my bad.
That's also not even that's not even a book. By whom?
Yeah, it is.
By whom?
Mark Booth.
No, that title is called "The Sacred History: How Angels Mystics." There's the word "world" doesn't come up there once.
Okay.
Wait, do you mean the secret history of the world? Is that what you mean?
You're just kind of like, I don't know what's wrong with you, dude.
So it's not the sacred history; it's the secret history. Can you read?
There's 2 books. Secret History of the World and Sacred History
This
of
is
the World,
fucking
written by Mark
savage,
Booth.
man. This is
Okay.
fucking
Well, Mark Booth has only written
Shiva.
one book actually of that nature. It's a secret.
Dude, this is the first time looking it up. You just don't know yet.
Oh my god, dude. Anyway, tell me about this book, okay? The Secret History of the World.
Oh yeah, it's all about like where the history of our understanding of consciousness comes from.
What? Like, can you give some examples of like where it starts?
Dude, it's massive. There's so much information in the
You
book.
can't even
I
name
don't
a
know where to
single
begin.
thing. It's that big, yeah.
Yeah, they talk about Cleopatra. They talk about these like Egyptian
Cleopatra, was
pharaohs.
she a-
like, their
She was a
philosophy of-
philosopher. She spoke about consciousness.
Hold on, dude. I'm trying to explain. Yeah, these Egyptian pharaohs, they had a understanding of philosophy and what really was the cause for life and death to
Yeah, but
them,
Cleopatra, like, what's her role?
and their framework of why they
You don't wanna
think
talk
and
about
why
that,
they
okay.
die and why they love and why they hate. It's pretty much
If I
like where
pirate
the
this book and I
origins-
control Alt for Cleopatra, her
fucking
name's gonna
retarded?
come up, right?
Damn it. You fucking little kids are so dumb. Fuck.
You little kids, dice. Holy shit! I'm gonna
God.
pirate this book, and it's not gonna mention
ADD.
Cleopatra once, is it?
It does mention Cleopatra. Oh my god, you're dumb. Fucking dumb.
Okay, we're gonna download it. We're gonna see.
Oh, what a waste of time talking to an idiot.
Why do you speak in the mirror so much? Well, you know what? You're actually spared because Liv Jin doesn't have this book. It's apparently that like garbage or something.
Oh no, you look like you watch hella fucking anime porn and furry shit. You sound
Holy
like
shit!
that.
You're the one talking about porn in the.
You're the
flat earth
archetype. You're the archetype of like Gen Z that is like hyperfixated on like fucking.
Bloody
furry
hell!
porn.
You are the archetype of the Gen Z boomer who has the spiritual capacity of the dragon of chaos. I don't care.
No, what the fuck are you talking about, dude?
Holy shit! What was I talking?
Please
about?
go read more books. You should watch the video about the penguins.
I read so many books.
That's
I
what you should
mod
do.
you in book reading.
Dude, you read anime. You read manga. It's
No,
not really a book.
I read about Scriabin and the Russian symbolism. I read about the immortality of television
what's that
sets. Huh?
Is that a manga? You read
No,
manga?
it's actually a. You'd be happy to know it's a book. A real book. Prose.
A real book. I'm a real boy. Well, okay,
Do you want me
dude.
to read some of it to you?
I'm a real
Hell
boy.
no.
Okay. You're a flat earther, aren't you?
Hell no.
He used to be, and now he's pissed because he thought flat earthers tricked him. So now he's got.
Crit is so upset at my position, he wants to speak for me. And
You
slander me.
were
He's
a flat
so
earther?
upset.
Wait, to be
Yeah.
clear, Jesse, you were a flat earther, right?
Yeah, Crit can't handle
Yeah.
that I exist. That's why he's constantly trying to talk about me.
That's
He
not
was-
an answer.
It was hilarious.
He literally turns red in the
Wait,
face.
Jesse,
when I
why
talk
won't you
to him.
answer that question?
Like, he
Are you
hates
hiding
when I
something?
open my mic. It drives him nuts.
Jesse, you were a flat earther, right?
Yeah, for 5 years, I thought that the globe was a lie. That's right.
What changed your mind?
Retards like you.
He got bullied. He got bullied back into the.
I changed your mind? That's powerful.
Crit, you think you think you guys are bullies? That's funny.
No,
I feel like you guys
got
mute me
bullied
because
by
I
the
just embarrass
globalists.
you.
You got bullied by the globalists. Now they called you dumb and retarded, and you're like, I don't want to be.
Was it actually for like? Was it because of social castigation, or was there like
Yeah,
something
it
else?
literally was. Like this guy.
No,
broke
don't
down
let
with
Crit.
his tears.
Literally tries to lie about me all the time.
No,
He
but Jesse,
wants to
you're
spread
here.
lies
Set
about
the
me.
record straight. What was it?
The truth is, the final experiment is hella fake, dude. That's the truth. Okay, you can't have a 24-hour sun on a flat Earth. Crit doesn't know that because he doesn't understand geometry. But yeah, if there is a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, then Earth is a globe.
Meanwhile, we measured flat, aviated flat, navigated flat.
No, why are we giving a person? This doesn't engage. Like, how does that follow? How do you go from
why don't you
24-hour
show me-
sun
why
to
don't you
Earth
show
globe?
me?
How does that
Yeah,
follow?
I'll tell you why. show me a 24-hour sun on a flat Earth.
Wait, so you actually don't have an argument? Is that what you're saying?
The argument is you
So you're
can't
just burden
show me
shifting.
how a 24-hour sun.
But that's not an
can't show me
argument.
how a 20
But that's,
You're not listening.
my opponent can't prove the opposite
You
of my
can't
claim.
show
Therefore,
me-
my claim
you
that doesn't
can't show-
work.
Shut the fuck up, anime.
You have no
You can't
reasons
show
to
me how a
believe that
24-hour
actually is the
sun works
case.
on a flat Earth. Are you retarded? You can't show me how a 24-hour
You have no
sun
reasons
works
to believe
on
that, like,
a
24-hour sun
flat
isn't
Earth.
compatible with flat Earth, right?
God, you're so dumb. Show me how it works then, stupid.
It was a question to you, Jesse. It sounds like you don't even disagree with anything I just said.
You don't even understand the premise of what I'm saying. There's no way to display or model a 24-hour sun on a flat Earth.
Yeah,
Are you
prove
retarded?
that. No, prove that.
Why don't you? The burden of proof is on you. Show me how it would work.
No, it's not, Jesse. You said it's impossible. That means
Thousands of years later, we're 1,000 years deep.
It's a
in human
strong claim,
history,
Jesse.
Still no model.
No, you said it's
1,000 years
impossible. That's
later.
really strong. How can you say that?
God, you're so dumb.
I'm so dumb because you can't make an argument.
The answer's in your question.
You can't make a flat Earth model with a 24
You said it was
hour
impossible. That's a really strong claim.
Bro, what is going
Oh
on?
my God, this guy's retarded.
That's your argument? My opponent is dumb? Therefore, flat Earth fake?
You didn't hear what I said. You keep interrupting to say stupid
Actually, I
shit.
heard what you said so well, I can repeat it back to you, you absolute retard.
Okay, so maybe you understand what's going on. Tell me
What's going on is I asked you a question. I said,
Do you
how does
understand
that
what's wrong with
follow?
that?
Do you have an argument? And instead of answering that, you went on like a weird... I don't even want to... I can't use that word here. It was bad.
Okay. Turn off the anime for a second and listen. You have no way to model a 24-hour sun on a flat Earth. If you do,
No, that's a different...
go
wait,
ahead and show me.
is this a different claim from the one you initially made where you said it was impossible?
Holy crap. Holy crap, dude. What's wrong with you?
You realize this is the common argument like Darth will give for his stupid Christian stuff. He'll be like, yeah, Christianity's true because my opponent can't give
that guy
a
just
coherent
banned me.
worldview. That doesn't follow.
You're pathetic and dumb.
You're like stupid.
I'm literally telling you something that
I mean, you can't make an
show.
argument. You're making these claims, but you can't back them up.
Maybe there's someone smarter to engage with around here. I don't know.
Jesse, you said you made a claim. I asked you for an argument, and you just crashed out.
No, you act like a child because you watch too much manga porn. And I'm telling you, you can't have a 24-hour sun on a flat Earth, and you don't get it.
That's I'm wondering, like, what is the argument for that? Do you have any reasons to believe that?
Because it doesn't exist.
Because what doesn't exist?
Where's the curvature?
A model oh my God, this is so dumb. A model showing a 24-hour sun on a flat Earth. It
Wait,
doesn't
how is this
exist.
any different from the transcendental argument for God, where they're like, no atheist has come up with a coherent worldview, therefore the Christian worldview is correct. You
God,
don't
are
accept
you
that
gonna
argument, do
announce
you?
You're trans soon? Are you trans or something? Like, are you super retarded? Did you vote for Kamala?
Shut up.
Are you jabbed?
Oh, dude, you can't be going into identity.
All I'm hearing is the transcendental argument for the globe Earth, the tag.
I think
No
you
one
have
has
back
proposed-
damage, dude.
Yeah, Jesse, you don't believe that.
Yeah, jab damage. You can't comprehend.
You said it was impossible. That's a really strong claim.
You don't even understand what the fuck I'm talking about yet.
Really? What did I say that was wrong? Or rather, what did I say that you disagreed with?
Everything you say is wrong.
Like what? Name one thing.
Well, first, you're not comprehending what I'm saying at all.
Wait, that's
You
not a
just
thing
keep
I
saying
said.
stupid shit back
What
to me.
did I say that you didn't agree with?
Yeah.
This is so circular. You're dumb. You're making this
Wait,
circular.
what is circular? What did I say that was circular?
You just don't comprehend, dude. You're stupid.
Wait, so you can't think of a single thing I said that was circular. You can't think of a single thing I said that you disagreed with. Why are you even talking?
You're
You
not
just
making
conceded.
any. You're not.
Wait,
saying
have you
anything.
disagreed
You're
with
lost in
anything
meta.
I've said at all? Like just anything at all?
Yeah, you think divulging into meta is like healthy content.
No,
You're weird.
You don't mean divulging. You mean like diverging? Wait, but if you don't
Holy
disagree with
crap.
anything I've been saying,
I meant
it sounds
exactly
like
what
we
I said.
agree. It sounds like you concede.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
Do you disagree with anything I just said?
Oh God, you guys are so.
You
dumb.
don't? Okay.
Is this
Well,
like a
you-
serious
it's weird though.
question?
You keep on calling me dumb, but like you're
Yeah, you're
articulate.
acting like an idiot.
You have no
dude.
rhetoric. Sounds like you can't path. You make claims, but you don't have arguments. Wouldn't that make you the dumb one?
There is no flat Earth model that can show a 24-hour sun. It's an unexplained phenomena using a flat Earth.
Is
You
it possible
comprehend?
I have such a model in my head right now, or is it impossible because no such model could even exist?
Oh my god. Go ahead. What model's in your head? Tell me about it.
Wait, that was a yes or no.
Why? Why not just tell me what model you're conceiving in your head?
Because if I need to know if you'll even accept it to begin with.
Who the fuck? Why not? I'll accept it when you present it.
Wait, so
Present
it
model.
is the case that if I had there, it's possible I have a coherent
You don't
model in my
have a
head that
model.
explains it.
You
But it's
don't
possible.
have anything in your
You
head.
can't
You're not
preclude
gonna
me
present
having it.
anything.
Wait, hold
You're
on.
not going to present anything.
So this is a contradiction, right? You told me previously it was impossible for there to be a flat model that incorporates this. And then you said it's possible that my opponent has a coherent model that does incorporate it. Those can't both be true, can they?
You don't have a model. I've been saying that since
So
the
either it's the
beginning.
case it's actually impossible for a flat model to incorporate this, in which case it's not possible that I have a coherent model in my head that does that, in which case you shouldn't even ask me. Or it is
Are you
possible
able
and you're
to
just
come
wrong.
to- Are you able to come to conclusions? Like, are you this dumb?
Holy shit. Is it impossible or is it possible?
Impossible. Been saying that since the beginning, dude.
Okay. So then there's no possible model I could have in my head that would explain this phenomenon while being flat, right?
According to you, it can be. So why don't you explain how?
Wait, do you disagree with anything I just said?
You are so dumb.
You're calling me dumb, but you can't even track. You don't even disagree.
Track your retarded argument.
Because
You don't even
if
have
your
a-
argument is
you're not
not
making
because your argument's
sense.
stronger, it's not it's not any particular
Do you know what
flat model
do you know what
can't
A.E.
explain this.
Do you know
but
what
no
A.E. Gleason's?
You're saying it's
know what
impossible
A.E.
for any
Gleason's
flat
is?
model ever to explain this phenomenon. There's something about
Do
it being
you
flat that
know-
precludes it.
Shut up. Do you know what A.E. Gleason's is?
What are we doing? Like a trivia night? Are we on like
I'm asking.
Funky?
you
Are we
if
on
you
like
know what it is.
Quizlet now? Like what's going on?
So you don't know what it is.
Wait, can
What-
you
what-
demonstrate the relevance of that question? You bear that burden.
You cannot tell me what A.E. Gleason's is. That's
I'm not going
crazy.
to answer questions that aren't relevant.
You shouldn't be in this conversation then.
Hold on. You bear the burden of relevance when you ask a question. That's yours.
No, I'm just exposing that you don't
If
even
you
know the
can't
argument.
demonstrate how that question is relevant, why should we engage with it? We shouldn't.
Why shouldn't you engage with it? You can't tell me what A.E. Gleason's is. You're retarded. That's it.
What,
It's over.
what
How
is-
is that question relevant? That's your burden.
what
Can
is
anybody else
What-
here? I know they can tell me.
Wait, what
A.E.
fact at
Gleason's is.
issue was
Why
addressed
can't you?
by that question? How does that
I
relate?
don't know. I don't know. Can you tell me what is A. Gleason?
No, why are we engaging on
An
this weird tangent? It
azimuthal
doesn't
No,
help.
no, I
distant
want-
projection of a
Just-
globe.
Sasha, you're trolling. This doesn't matter
No,
at
Oh
all.
my god.
This guy has a
I'm
very
not-
strong claim that the flat models, all of them, even the ones that haven't been invented yet, are fundamentally incompatible with the 24-hour sun. Cannot be
You
done.
want-
That's a really
have a-
strong claim. He doesn't have an argument
have-
for that.
I have a flat Earth model.
You're trolling.
That's
You're
fine.
not even a flat earther, Sasha. You're just the glober.
No, I'm Croatian, but I will make a. I'm
Oh, you're gonna make
I'm
a
not,
biblical. No, but like I don't know, Jesse.
man.
You don't disagree with anything I've been saying. What are you doing?
Just,
God, you sound like you eat Go-Gurt for a living, dude. You just sound so
For a
dumb.
living, like someone pays me to eat Go-Gurt?
Yeah, something like that.
You sound like you have fetal alcohol syndrome. You sound like you were dropped repeatedly as a child.
You sound like you have two dads for fucking parents, dude.
Yeah, and
Jesse,
children
how
with
dare you
dads do
say
quite
How
well.
dare you?
I don't know, but
can you,
maybe I
Can
have
you
two
tell-
dads, but you're fucking
What's up,
stupid.
Sasha?
Holy
Okay,
shit.
good,
Like if I could
okay.
select
Go
between
I
being
look at what A.E.
retarded,
Gleason's is first.
holy
Go look
shit.
at what
want
A.E.
to know-
Gleason's is.
Dude, I would eat Go-Gurt
want-
any day over being as stupid as you are. Holy shit.
Yeah,
I
go
only
to
want
Go-Gurt.
to know
And you have
what
no
is-
friends. You don't even touch grass.
Jesus Christ.
Holy shit. What the fuck?
That's
You make
project-
strong-
That's project.
You told me that
So
it's
you don't touch
impossible
Okay.
for any flat model to incorporate the 24-hour sun. What's your
Somebody
argument
else
for
is
that?
trying to ask something. Hold on.
What is
Somebody's
the
trying to be more
inherent
intelligent
contradiction
than me.
there? Wait, no,
Hold
Jesse,
on.
you don't command this. What are you doing?
Shut up, dude. Why are you talking all this stupid crap? Like you're not saying anything.
I don't even believe that, like, the fundamental ultimate issue here. But, like, I just don't believe you have an argument because I think you're fucking retarded.
I don't care what you think. You're kind of dumb.
Wait, do you disagree with anything I just said?
I disagree with anything you ever say. You're dumb.
Wait, name one thing I said that you disagreed with.
You don't know what A.E. Gleason's is. You're very dumb.
Wait, that's not a statement I made, is it?
Have you Googled it yet? Are you going to find out what A.E.
Wait, so you
Gleason's
can't
is in this
produce a
conversation?
single statement I've ever made that you disagree with.
You don't know.
Just to say that you agree with everything I've been saying.
A.E. Gleason's is.
Complete,
You just keep
complete and
rambling.
total admission. What the
Your
fuck?
weird freaking.
Yeah, my
trainee voice.
opponent, he don't know them like A.E. Glacians. He doesn't know the trivia. Therefore, my argument holds. My argument is my opponent dumb. That's how
But
we
you're
get to
never
the
even
globe
gonna-
Earth.
Yeah,
Doesn't
you're never
follow.
going to look it up either.
But you understand, like, one particular person not knowing one particular thing doesn't argue for the globe. What the fuck?
But you don't even know
Imagine
why
my flat
Earth
argument being
doesn't work.
my flat argument is that Snacks doesn't know the Pythagorean theorem. That doesn't follow.
Don't ever make a flat Earth argument, please.
Holy shit!
Please never make a
You're
flat Earth
retarded.
argument.
I'm just wondering, like, how is it the case that the 24-hour sun is fundamentally incompatible with an Earth without curvature? Where is the contradiction?
Wow.
You don't even know where it is.
Wow.
It may not even there may not even be one.
Don't people think that like Antarctica is like our big ring that goes around all the continents?
I think so.
No.
So then, like, how can it be a 24-hour sun in any one particular region of Antarctica?
But he's saying
It's
that there's
the
a
ring.
fundamental contradiction between no curvature
just
and
told you.
24-hour sun. And I'm just not
He
seeing that
just told
contradiction.
you.
He should be able to point it out.
Well, like in the flat Earth, like I mean, half of the world is like lit up and half the world's nighttime. So like, if it's a ring and they went to the Antarctica and they just stayed in one spot, then how was there a 24-hour sun if they're just on one half of the ring?
I mean, with a single sun, single spotlight model, it doesn't work.
Dude, you haven't even.
But there
thought
is a
about
set
this
of
enough
models that he can't
yet.
disprove.
You don't even know your own model. You don't even know the flat Earth model. You haven't thought about it.
Maybe.
Wait, there's no one flat Earth model. There are
Like
many
Earth?
models that are flat. What are you talking
Oh,
about?
there's many models that are flat. Okay,
Yes.
so Earth can just change like Play-Doh.
Wait, I
So
didn't say
Earth
all of
is
them were
the
correct,
ever-changing
but there are
thing.
many models that are like that are presented.
Okay, but there's only one Earth, right? So only one of those models is going to apply, right?
Yeah, and the science,
think
the
Earth is
process of
just
getting to the
changing?
one true model.
You think Earth
No,
is just changing or something?
Wait,
No, the
did I
model
say
is
the Earth?
not-
What the fuck? You're retarded. You're not even tracking. Obviously,
Right,
only
so
one
there
of
should
those
only be-
models
there
is ever
should
going to
only
be true.
one model.
Yeah, but we don't know which it
Yeah, so
is until we
fuck-
do science.
So
That's how we get
fuck
there.
The idea we have many.
But
flat
you
Earth
said that
models.
all
Only one
possible
of them
models
is
that
gonna work.
incorporate a flat plane or a plane with minimal curvature cannot incorporate this phenomenon. Where is the contradiction there? Point to it. Where is the P and not P?
And then Nick just explained it to you.
No, they didn't.
Yes, he did.
Nope.
Anyone with half a brain cell listening already knows
No,
why.
Jen's
you're wrong.
argument was here is one particular model, and here is one particular problem that you might run into. But that doesn't show us for all possible models. Certainly not.
What's the other possible model? Go ahead, present it.
Holy shit. I mean, to be clear, I'm in an awkward spot because Jen like went in here and trolled a little bit, but
Yeah, you're
it
in
sounds
the
like you just don't have an argument because you can't point out the contradiction.
You stop claiming there's possible models.
Yeah,
without
obviously, what the fuck?
presenting
You
them?
can take any particular model and change it slightly. Suddenly, you have a new model, right? There doesn't have to be like one spotlight, as Jen suggested. I don't
So
know. about
Earth, you could just change Earth ever so slightly. Is that what you think is
No.
going on?
No.
Can someone
Models
link-
exist in your head. The Earth exists on the ground. You can change things in
No.
your head pretty easily. Hard to change things on the
No,
ground.
wrong.
I mean, theoretically, you could change the Earth, right? Like we could terraform. But it's just
No.
retarded, though. You're making a really strong claim it's impossible. Where's the contradiction? Show me.
Something about
You don't
celestial
even-
domes?
Wait,
Yeah.
the contradiction is you don't know?
No, you're just too new. I guess you just don't know.
Wait, where is the contradiction? This is the crux of your argument, the linchpin. Without this contradiction, nothing holds.
That's too bad that you don't
Dude, you're
understand.
so bad at faith. What the
dude.
fuck? Dude, I don't even embrace the ultimate issue. There's like, fundamentally, I don't even agree with it. But you just don't even have an argument. Probably because you don't even know the basics of geometry. Maybe the like Pythagorean theorem comment was apropos.
You're literally adopting what I'm saying to you. Like you think what I'm saying to you is legit, so you copy me now.
Holy shit. Wait, what did I say that was copying?
Yeah, you're literally taking what I'm saying. And
No, what
you're,
did I
like,
say that
fucking
was
using my
copy?
words, dude?
What did I say that you found to be derivative?
Literally, you're taking what I'm saying and saying it back.
Name
to me,
one.
dude.
Sorry, what was one thing I said that you found to be egregiously derivative.
Dude, I would rather you show me these possible.
You have the memory of a goldfish. Holy shit. Either you can't remember 6 seconds in the past, or everything you're saying is just bullshit. And possibly
No, the
both.
things you're saying aren't worth retaining. You're kind of dumb, dude. I don't listen to this crap.
Holy shit. I'm the dumb one? You come across like you have fetal alcohol syndrome. What the fuck? You're like 60 IQ.
That's nothing to joke about. It's not very funny.
It's not funny.
Says the person,
but it's true.
The person that doesn't know what A.E. Gleason's means.
Well, my opponent don't know about them trivia questions I tried to throw in to, shift the conversation.
Jesse,
All
can I
right,
ask
go, boy. Yeah, what's up?
Is it on A. Gleason map? Is it Croatian on that map?
Holy shit, why are we engaging with any
Creation?
particular
Hold on, I'm not
formulation?
talking
This
to
guy
you.
has a
Hold on.
strong
I'm
claim.
engaging with someone's
Yeah,
claim.
Why are we allowing the claim to be weakened? You're not tracking, Sasha.
Shut up, Reed.
I know,
Shut up.
I know.
Sasha, you're just not a very good. You don't have much prowess here. You can't let the claim
Dude,
be weakened.
nobody wants to.
I know that. I know that.
No, you're allowing him to weaken the claim. What are you doing? You're assuming the burden. You're
No.
essentially burden shifting for him. What are you doing? You're stupid. You have the IQ of a goldfish. You're actually dumber than Jesse.
Man, I still didn't say anything, and don't tell me that
You actually did say things, and I've been responding to what you've been saying because I've been listening.
You're getting
Something you haven't been doing.
You realize you're dumb as fuck.
What I will say that
It's his burden to present an argument for all possible models. That's his burden. Now you're saying fuck that burden. I'm going to assume a particular model's burden, and then suddenly he has a weaker claim. What are you doing?
Can you shut up that I can say my
You're not even tracking. No, I will not, because you're derailing.
Can I
No, you're
say my
derailing.
sentence?
No, you're derailing. You're essentially presenting a straw man.
This guy Reed is going full blown retard right now.
Can I say my sentence, man?
No,
can I say
you're retarded. No, you're retarded. Because this Jesse guy's burden is to present a fundamental contradiction between curvature of zero.
What I did, what is retarded? Can you tell me what I did? What was found retarded? Tell me.
No, don't engage with him. Fuck. Jesus Christ, he's so dumb.
Tell me. Tell me what I did. What was retarded? Tell me.
Oh, I was muted. I'm sorry. You attempted to weaken his. You attempted to assume burden and to weaken his claim.
Can you listen for a 2
Sure.
minutes?
What you did was you attempted to present a particular model. Do you want me to verbatim quote you?
This is a poor listener.
Can you listen
Just a
sometimes,
poor
or you
listener.
can speak? Can I speak also, or you can speak? Can I speak, please? I only asked one question, and that question was, is it Croatia on A map? And you said you are retarded because of that sentence. Is that correct?
He doesn't know what an AE map is.
Because Jesse, I will not be on your side, for example. But for example, I don't know why this guy, what his problem is to understand. For example, I will be totally against you in a conversation.
Because you're attempting to present your worldview, but he has a claim that is invariant to any particular worldview. It's a very strong claim. It's a universal claim. And so instead of presenting a particular worldview, you reduce his burden. You essentially cut it in like a tenth. You decimate his burden. What are you doing?
Great, man. What
That's what I'm taking issue with.
I will tell you something about it.
Because it's his burden to present a contradiction between curvature of zero and 24-hour sun. And if he can't do that, then he loses.
Man,
now you're shifting the goalposts to make it way easier for him. You're setting it up at like the little league height. Previously, it was like a big boy basketball hoop, and now you're bringing it down to the ground floor. What are you doing?
Okay, can you tell me what I will do? Because you know what I will do.
Well, I don't know what you will do, but I do know what you have been doing and you had done. And it was incredibly...
No, man, you're wrong. I only asked one question. Now you will tell me what I will do after that question. Tell me.
Sure.
Because you know. Can you tell me what I will do after that question?
In so shifting the burden, in so moving the goalpost, you make the argument much easier for the opponent. It's really bad pathing.
No.
The burden is on you. The burden is still on you.
No, the burden is on the person who makes the positive claim, which is you, Jesse. But Sasha is happy to assume it because it gives him an
like you mentioned, if you want.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Can you tell what
in assuming the burden in a way that's like retarded, it gives him speaking time, so he's going to do it.
Okay.
But it's like not the wise move.
Okay, great. Can you tell what will be my next sentence?
Am I like a fortune teller? I mean, you sound pretty schizophrenic. It's probably pretty hard to predict what you're going to say.
Okay, that means that you don't know why I asked.
No, I know what you're doing. I know in moving the goalpost, you're like cocking
Are
it,
you-
and that's kind of
Are you,
cringe.
are you sure?
But you're kind of
Are you-
schizophrenic though, so the particular words
Are
you're going
you
to choose is
sure?
hard to predict.
Are you sure of that? That I will
The
go to
fact
that.
that you are retarded and
Are
have
you-
done retarded things and are schizophrenic, yes, beyond a doubt.
Are you 100% sure?
I am as sure as the Earth is flat that you
How
are
much-
fucking stupid.
Okay. Oh, great. How much you will bet now if I go conversation and you how to say, my English is third language. Just a second.
I can tell it's pretty bad.
Man, are you flat earther?
Wait, so now we're completely disregarding the convo.
Okay.
And now you're
Are you
running a
flat-
different path on me.
Okay. Now I want to.
Dude, you're
speak
so
to you.
bad. What are you doing?
Now I want to see how clever you are. Are you flat earther?
No, you're attempting to just derail. You
No,
just admitted to it.
asking you very.
How does this
simple
connect to the
question.
previous conversation at all? It doesn't.
Doesn't matter. You want
No, it
to
does
speak with
matter.
me.
Because if
Man,
it's
you are
not true, then you just
projecting-
derail.
Man, you're projecting.
You're
on me.
retarded.
You don't- Man, you are not giving me chance to speak.
Yo,
Listen, this
that
You
gold
are
retarded.
mentally
that gold is
challenged.
hitting
Man,
right now.
Listen, you're
this,
making Jesse look
you're
smart.
Retarded. You're retarded, man. You're retarded.
See,
you're
that's the same
mentally-
thing I said, Sasha. This guy's like really slow.
Man, if you don't allow the other people to speak, you cannot find out if they are retarded or not. Do you understand that?
He claimed there's a possible flat Earth model showing a 24-hour sun. He doesn't know what A.E. Gleason's is. I'm wondering what this model is that he's
We
picturing.
talk about models on Sunday where we speculate.
Well, that's not even true.
ahead,
The
Reed.
claim
Tell us
from
what's
Jesse
possible
is that there is a
about it.
contradiction between 24-hour sun and curvature of zero. That's always been Jesse's burden. It continues to be Jesse's burden. And he has no argument. And we should continue to make fun of him for that.
What happened? Right,
Chris,
shut up for a moment. What on earth happens in the sky that determines what happens on the surface of Earth? What's going on with the sun? And all of a sudden you think that makes globe. How does that work, Rye?
Yeah, come on, Riri. How does it work? Let's go,
What is the
Riri.
interaction between the sun and the earth? Is that the question?
No. The fact that there's a sun in the sky and it does what it does, how does that make the surface of Earth globe? How does that happen?
I wasn't arguing that it was.
So why are you here? What is your point?
I was arguing against Jesse.
And
You're
telling you-
arguing
No, I'm not
against
arguing
Jesse.
with you. You're an idiot.
No, because Jesse was presenting that argument. I think the thing
Here.
that you just asked me
Okay, you
about
guys,
is to Jesse.
let's clear the airways. Okay, let's look at this right here.
No, don't reset, Crit. What are you doing?
Because it's gotten a little out of control. I thought we'd go
Fine, fucking reset.
free from for a while. But here, how about look at this GIF here? Does this work as a model
You don't think it's model?
showing the 24-hour sun and day and night cycle?
It seems like Crit has presented a model that has the phenomenon that is desired and has zero curvature.
There's
so this
no
like
24-hour
clear
sun
counterexample
model,
would
Reed.
completely
Do you see-
disprove what
You see how
Jesse is
half
saying.
of Antarctica
Not
is
that it's
dark?
even Crit's burden, because it's Jesse's burden. Where is the contradiction?
Yeah, do you want me to
Holy
screen cap
shit.
it where it shows the 24-hour sun?
But it's not even your burden, Crit. Like Jesse has to show a contradiction between curvature of zero and 24-hour sun, and he hasn't done that, and
No,
he
your
can't do that
argument
because it's
doesn't
not
even
true.
make sense, Reed.
It doesn't
See,
make sense to
the
you because you're fucking
nighttime
stupid.
on
You're
the
mentally
A.E.
challenged.
Gleason's, it's nighttime in Antarctica for half of the Earth on A.E. Gleason's. There's a
But you said there was a
24-hour sun in
fundamental
Antarctica.
contradiction between curvature of zero and 24-hour sun. That's a strong claim.
Look at right here. Look, there shows 24 hours around the outside perimeter.
I mean, if Crit can just go on like the GIF search and find a model that like clearly
Yeah, Chris, that
satisfies
would
this
mean that the
criterion,
sun would never
that's
set
like
all
very
year.
strong evidence that you'll not be able to produce a
No,
contradiction.
you've got the sunset in the dark area right there. That's where it's dark. And even still,
Oh.
if you say, if the sun doesn't set, the final experiment's a welcome to flat Earth.
What?
I don't think.
Okay,
Why-
but
Does the sun set or not on this model?
Yeah,
dude?
let
Like,
me
what
know.
did you just say?
Let me know. Does the sun set or the sun doesn't set?
On that model that you posted in that GIF, the sun sets in Antarctica.
Where? Where's the sun set in Antarctica?
Well, you got nighttime in half of the ring.
No, look at the other. All the way around the ring is lit.
That
So
doesn't
you're saying
account
it's
for the
always-
north. So you got to
Okay, so you're
remember
saying
that
it's
the
always
north.
daytime.
Yeah, look at here. Around the whole ring has light. You can see right there. Look at that back side. It's fully lit all the way around.
So you're saying it's always daytime in Antarctica?
No.
Okay. So your model's wrong.
No, because the optical effects are
Well, no, I'm
under
not
the
asking.
presence and absence
I
of
don't
light.
think you're.
Look at him shift the goalpost. He said it's impossible. It can't be done.
No, but if it's the
Can't
case that the
show a
optical
single-
phenomenon are true, just as true for shadows as they are for light, then the fact that you
No,
can just
you're
flip it
not
invert the
in this,
image.
dude. You don't comprehend shit.
Yeah, you're not in it. You don't comprehend the
Well, you're not
complexities
really
of the globe.
contributing anything of value. You're just saying dumb shit.
According to you, but you're retarded, so why would we care? We don't.
You're not addressing the model.
Wait, why should I care what you think?
Address the model.
This is why
Address the model.
This is why we only do speculations on Sunday. Because as soon as you give him a model, he says it can't be modeled. It can't be done. Okay,
No, but
Jesse,
even
sure.
if it were,
Here
but like,
you
it just
go. It can be done.
yeah.
He just shifts the goalpost.
But you know, but you assume
Crit,
Brent, you
let me
don't have to.
respond.
Crit.
Hold
You
on,
don't
I
have
want to
to.
give an actual response to what Chris said.
But he's
That
already lost,
gift
so essentially
that you
it's
showed
just trivia
half
hour at
of
this
the
point.
ring is in nighttime.
I the
There's
ring
a
and
24-hour sun in the summer in Antarctica.
we just can't let him run the tag for the
therefore-
globe. It's quite funny.
Your model is not depicting the 24-hour sun.
Yes, it is.
Therefore, your it's not your
the sun all the way around the other edge.
It's not your burden to present.
No,
a
you
model.
don't.
What are you doing?
No, you don't, dude. You see where the sun is? What are you thinking is happening? You're seeing a reflection of the sun?
Holy shit!
If you're seeing a reflection of the sun on the other side of the ring, therefore, the sun never sets in Antarctica. Therefore, there's never nighttime in Antarctica. If I could see the sun in the sky all year in Antarctica, then the sun never sets. So you're saying the sun never sets?
Wait, Crit, can you even hear me?
I'm not asking you, Riri. Sit
I
down.
understand it's not your burden to present a model. It's
Bad
his,
dog.
right?
Yeah.
Bad dog.
No, the only reason why I did is he said impossible. It can't be done. You can't show a single light source moving around the sky.
You're right. You're right. This would disprove it, but it's actually his burden to prove it, right?
This is why we only stay on models.
I don't often
on
agree
Sunday.
with Ree. I don't often agree with Ree, but in this case, this argument, yes, Ree is correct. He's saying it's impossible, and Ree was trying to say, if I present any model, would you disagree with it? He's like, well, you haven't presented a model, but the fact of the matter is, it's a paradox what he said. It's impossible, so it's not possible. Yet if you present something, you've made it possible, which he's countered with it's impossible. Do you guys understand what's happening? Reed's presenting the argument, and Jesse can't describe how the paradox with it's impossible, and now it's possible.
It might be a bit too advanced for this show. I'm sorry, but
No, yeah, you got it. That's the only reason why I posted it, because it will just demonstrate that it doesn't matter what you give Jesse.
you just gotta bully him. But I think the only time you burden shift is when you have incontrovertible, like, strong evidence, like a really good paper. But otherwise, you don't want to.
Otherwise, you haven't moved past what he was stymied on, which is his paradox.
The fact that he's eliciting a model, and the fact that he's also saying it's impossible for any model, doesn't really jive. There's a tension there. But I don't know. I'm just wondering, like, where is the contradiction between curvature of 0 and 24-hour sun? And you can't give one because there isn't one.
Well,
Because obviously there isn't.
Like, I'm not saying that you're saying that this model here is the way you see it, but that gift there, like, that's just not the way we observe it here.
Everybody's addressing the model,
It's just not the way it works. And I'm not saying like that's your view and that's how you look at it and how you think it works. but, like,
Everybody's okay.
that
It
is
seems
not
like
how it works.
I can understand the frustration here. I can.
No, but I think the dude we were arguing with left, so I think it is kind of like on to the next combo, but yeah, generally don't assume the burden of proof, ever. Especially if your opponent is like bad faith.
Yeah, but also only one thing, Ree. Don't call other people retarded.
You know what's amazing? I knew you
It
were
was
going to do.
amazing.
You said you were going to do the exact same thing, Sasha, and I gave all those reasons.
Man, I still didn't say anything. That means you don't know what.
No,
I
actually, you
was
said
saying.
quite a few things, and I've been listening quite astutely.
No, man, I didn't say anything.
You know, you haven't been saying things. Then who have I been talking over?
No, man, I didn't. You didn't allow.
How was it simultaneous? Your first meta complaint was us talking over you, and now you're telling me that you haven't said anything.
Is it possible?
How was I talking over you if you weren't saying anything? That doesn't make any sense.
Jesus fucking Christ! Can you be quiet for 2 seconds?
Wait, so you are saying things? Okay.
Can you be quiet?
Oh, I choose not to, but up to you.
Okay, if you want to interrupt me, I will start to interrupt you. Is that all right?
Yeah, but you're ESL. I'm probably way better at yapping.
Okay.
So.
Can I finish my thought?
Probably not. I don't really care to.
Okay, great.
Okay,
but
then
you will not speak tonight for sure.
You're not going to listen and pay attention to what's going on and just be a jerk about it. We don't need you here. You're asked if you would pay attention while he talks so that he can put out his point of view, and you're just going to not listen or talk through him. That's just crap, man. Stop it. Or bugger off. I'll take you off mute here if you're going to play the game or not.
I'm sorry, Blumbla. Why don't you give whatever you're going to say, Sasha, and I'll respond to that, okay?
Okay. For me, it's working like this. Any model, whatever you want to, not you, whoever wants to present and say whatever model is, it must have original for that model. That's why I ask, is it Croatia on that model? In this case, Croatia. I could choose whatever country you want, because if he say yes, it is, on that model, I will not look any more model. I will look that country in reality. And then from there, I will start to look if that model, but not model, but reality, how it's working, or is it curving or not.
Yeah, that was largely incomprehensible. Did anyone else understand that?
Yeah. Then I will find out how elevation, for example, then I will start to educate myself. Oh my God, I'm on flat earth server, and then I will find out what is sea level, and we define sea level. Then I will define elevation, and I will ask this question: how elevation change on the sphere?
I'm sorry, but what you said was not very coherent. I couldn't make it out. Did anyone else understand that?
How elevation change? Due to what?
You said I will focus on the reality of a country like Croatia and evaluate how it works or changes.
Okay.
Something.
What is your country?
How does Croatia connect to the flat Earth? I don't get that.
How it's connected? Croatia has the sea level. And
wait, are you saying creation or Croatia?
Can I use Bosnia and Herzegovina?
Oh, we actually mean Croatia. Okay.
Can I use Italy?
Yes, okay.
Italy, is all right?
Yes, Italy. There's a country called Italy.
Yeah, peninsula.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. The peninsula has the sea level and elevation.
Yeah.
And elevation changed due to what? Sea level or something else?
Plate tectonics? What are you asking?
No, I'm asking the mountains, hills, and you have.
Yeah, those were created by plate tectonics.
Yeah. Is that height? Is that changing with the distance due to sea level or something else?
The change in elevation is due to plate tectonics.
Plate tectonics.
Yes.
Okay. I'm retarded.
Okay.
Okay. That means that the elevation does not change due to sea level. It changed due to tectonics.
So the reason why there is variation in elevation is due to plate tectonics, yeah?
Okay. Thank you. I'm only learning. Yeah, I'm only learning, yeah. Other people listening, yeah, I'm learning.
I feel like this is middle school science, but maybe I'm privileged. I'm sorry.
Yeah, okay. Good. And what is sea level?
Actually, I don't know how it's formally defined in like a rigorous sense.
Do you know maybe what is angle?
Do you know what an angle is?
Yeah.
I do know what an angle is.
The angle is it's a geometrical object with the three curved angles. That's angle.
I would give it as like a mathematical property between two vectors. Namely, it's directly proportionate to the arc cosine of the dot product of those two vectors if they're unit. Yeah.
Two spiral vectors.
Spiral?
Yeah.
Actually, I like you a lot more than I initially thought. I'm sorry. I don't even know my spiral.
Is it two straight vectors or two spiral vectors?
So all vectors are straight.
Oh, straight. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. You know, actually, mathematically, angles are like quite a complex, high-level concept. The much more fundamental concept is the dot product.
I don't know. In high school, I had all A's. I don't know.
Oh, this is probably more than high school. It's called like a.
I think my teacher was so stupid because to give A's one retarded guy is so stupid, you know.
What's funny because you learn trigonometry before you learn linear algebra, but trigonometry is like built on algebra. It's like an application of it. You're learning it backwards.
Yeah. And what is the water?
What is water?
Yeah.
It's a liquid.
And
it's
how liquid?
Largely incompressible. It's transparent. What's that?
He's asking what word would you use to describe the surface of water at rest?
Yeah, that's one.
I'd call it a solution to the Navier-Stokes equations.
Equations.
No, just a single word. Just one word.
Single word to call.
To describe the surface of a body of water at rest.
Yeah. Do you need studies for that? Equation.
I think I just stick with the solution. I think I just call it a solution.
A solution. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good. Don't go fish.
I'm gonna play a game here. I'm gonna say blank and then a word, and let's see if you can guess what the blank is. Blank.
Wait, can you demonstrate like the relevance of this game? I'm sorry.
But did you ever to help you guess the obvious answer to the question Sasha just asked you?
Wait, hold on. Why are we playing this game and you not just giving the answer? Why are we doing this?
I'll just say it. Fine. Level. Sea level. Water is level. The surface of the water is level. No point any higher or lower than another. That's what we're getting at.
Well, obviously, the sea is not perfectly flat. It's very tumultuous, so that's not even true. But like, what are we getting at?
Is it curved?
It's quite bumpy, actually.
Is it curved?
What do you mean by curved?
Like a spherical?
Like a spherical?
Yeah.
How about this? You answer that question, and I'll just adopt it and go down the line of dialogue. Either way.
I don't know. I ask you. You have some.
No, what I'm saying is you pick my answer, and I'll defend it like wholeheartedly. Okay.
I will not pick your answer because I can look for myself how water became.
Just pick the conversation you want to have. I'll like defend it.
Yeah, but you can think for yourself, can't you? Just answer it.
Well, I mean, obviously, debate is like performance.
Can you measure the
play the game anymore? You're being asked questions. You won't answer them in good faith. You keep putting out your stuff there. If you want to talk, great. If you don't want to talk and you just want to be silly, you can move on. Should I mute you now, or should I keep you on mute? What should I do?
Keep him on mute.
Keep him on mute, yep.
So there you go. Not my choice. So I didn't do it, but I will enforce it. Sorry, guys, but after a while, it just gets kind of silly.
That's a good way to put it.
Because somebody has big ego, you know, and that's the problem. I am the guy. You know? Okay.
Let's do run out again, yeah?
To Christmas.
Run up and talking about the flat earth, yes. Moving on to the Wikipedia. And we don't have a thing to say, man.
What's this? Submarine.
It's a Q. Q, it's a guy.
I do think sometimes because you get a bad rep.
And Raiden also, it's hot miking. Oh, Jesus Christ. My ears. Sorry.
What you got for us, Snipples? What up? Went to Home Depot. Did a bunch of experiments. Posted them in the chat. They're freaking awesome. I used a magnetic protractor, an 8-foot level, an 8-inch level, caution tape, builder's square, which looks like a triangle. Trying to compile the data now. Might be the case that the Home Depot is actually a globe. Not really sure till I compile all the data. Oh, crap. Let's see what we got here. Nathan Oakley, 1979. Holy crap.
What's up, my man?
What up? You're Nathan in a different timeline where he was born 1 year earlier?
Yeah, I'm his father. I had him when I was 1 year old.
Perfect. Nathan Oakley Sr.
Exactly.
What brings you by today? You got bored of getting crushed in Elden Ring, so you had to show up here?
That's basically it, but more like Marvel Rivals.
Oh, man. I used to have this awesome Marvel game on Xbox, and the graphics were insane. The music was chill. It's like one of those things where you have this big maze. You got to do all these physics and jumps and all that cool stuff.
Oh, platformer.
Yeah, but like, you can only control the environment. You can't actually control the marble, you know what I mean?
Oh, okay. I don't know what it is, but
There was one back in the day called Marble Madness, and I think that you could actually steer the marble, but I can't remember.
You son of a bitch. I was like 3 seconds from saying that. Damn you.
Oh.
Yes, it was Marble Magnus, and you could steer the marble.
Nice.
Bastard.
I used to play
Yeah, that
Marvel
was out about the same time as Tempest and let me think what else would have been around the same time. Well after Defender, I think. Well after what was the one? Was it Mission? The hell is that one I hated? I hated the thing where you had to like blow up all the lines that were coming down from space. Forget what the hell that was called.
Oh, Space Invaders?
No, there was all these lines
Galaga?
coming down. No, you had to just take your little ball. You had a ball, and you were like rolling it all over the freaking place, trying to block
Dude, that game.
these things coming down from space. And it was called damn it, I freaking hated that game. Oh god! And when you lost, it would be like end.
Yep.
I forget. It was called Mission.
Well,
I think it was called Mission something.
We lost Nathan Oakley 1979. You were taking too long to decide what game it was, so he bailed.
What do you know that guy? Is he a Glober?
Well, it's either an imposter or it was Asmongold, which is a famous YouTuber I was about to wreck. Called situational awareness.
Damn it! Now I gotta find the name of that.
So nobody's talking, right? Nobody's talking. Then we got a new person come in. We start to engage with them. Then we get lost in the sauce. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well.
Were you thinking Missile Command? Missile Command? Is that what you're thinking?
Missile Command. There you go. Damn it. Missile Command. What did it say when you died at the end? Do you remember?
I can't remember. I think it just said game over or something to that effect. You're done.
Goodness. Yep, new rule. So when I start engaging with someone, I'm just muting everybody. That's my new rule. What do you think?
Sure.
At least until we get something going.
Paraplegic's fault. Right. It's all paraplegic's fault.
Yeah, at least for like a minute or two till they start engaging in the topic.
Floundering on nonsense.
I don't know, dude. So I saw that guy come in and saw his name and his PFP, and I'm like, man, is this Asmongold? And then he started talking. I'm like, that kind of sounds like him. Not quite sure.
Well, what does he usually do? If he was the guy
video game, he the most things I see him do is video game reviews and talk about crazy stuff, and it has to do with the video game community.
Oh. Well, he was kind of comical that he made that that he said something funny, That he was quick enough to say, "Yeah, I was 1 year old when I had him." That was kind of funny. I don't know. Was he really born in 78 or 80? Oh, that's right, 1980.
I'm just guessing.
I should know this.
I'm just guessing.
No, I think he does. I think that is the name of one of his. That was the name of his YouTube channel or his Gmail or some crap. It was called Nathan Oakley 1980. I'm almost positive.
It still is.
Just see it all over the place. Oh, it still is. Yeah, you used to see it all over the freaking place. Must be his birth. Yeah. Damn. So I'm 11 years older than Nathan Oakley. Well, next time I talk to him, he better freaking put some respect, since I'm his elder. I'm sure I'm sure he just speaks to everybody that's older than him with so much respect. So did you really go to Home Depot today?
Yeah. You look at my pictures?
Hell no, man. I'm freaking busy blowing chaff out of these beans. Got important freaking shit to do.
All right.
Where's it at? In chat, for real? Did you really do something? Or are you just goofing off?
I'm going to keep doing more experiments at Home Depot.
What was your natural observed phenomenon?
What else? Oh, man. Yeah, but really everybody, challenge yourselves. If there's a new person coming in and we're engaging, and if you notice that you're starting to flounder, just, let's go off for a second. Let the combo fill in where you're floundering, and then think on the background, you know what I mean? Because you can always come back in, you know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
Just tactics.
I just thought he was freaking, Anybody that name.
Oh man, I don't care who he is. I was about to flat smack his rectum into Kingdom Come.
I probably wouldn't want to be around for that one. Flat smacking, that's okay. I don't need to see anybody get their rectums flat smacked. That'd be disturbing.
Oh, I gotta search that guy up. Hold on a second. Where's my search button?
See if you're gonna really be mad at me or just kind of not give a shit. Ugh.
Yeah, but where the hell is the search button? What the? Usually right here. Oh, you got to go to a regular text channel to search. There we go. All right, so he doesn't have any messages.
Yeah, probably just trolling.
He certainly had a little sound of the guy, so it's pretty convincing for a second there. Let's see.
You're saying he's not flat Earth, anything Earth. He's just a video dude.
Yeah.
Huh. And you know the name just from seeing him in the longsword community, whatever the frick I don't even know what the hell whatever the hell you call that game and crap. I don't know.
Wait, Asmongold was in here?
Well, yeah, it was kind of like it might have been a troll just pretending to be him.
Yeah.
And a pretty convincing voice.
I saw that name also, and I recognized it from somewhere. I was like, that just looked familiar, and then I just heard it. I didn't realize that may have been him. That's wild.
Yeah, when his voice came on, it kind of. Keep in mind, I wasn't hearing it perfectly, and I have this headset on, but it kind of sounded like him.
For sure. Huh.
I mean, the main reason I would like to talk to him is because he's got a nice audience, if anything, and he's into some games that I'm into and some certain topics. So it'd be a cool little conversation to have. Sure.
Yeah, no, he seems to cover a pretty wide, variety of topics. I could see that.
To go back and listen to it again. It's the benefit of having everything recorded.
There you go.
I was talking to Miguel or somebody, I forget who it was. They said you can't share YouTube links in the chat anymore. Is that true?
Here? Where?
Is that
In this server?
period?
That's silly, dude.
Really? Why the hell did he
I think you can't share them to a bot, so that they'll play through a bot. But I don't.
Okay,
I don't
think
see why
that's
they
what
wouldn't.
we were talking about that. That's what we were talking about because I asked him why, and I was because you were in there. It was only like 5 of us over in the old server, and I said, why aren't there videos playing in here? Used to be if you didn't want to hear anybody, like if you didn't like something you were hearing in politics, you could go over in our old server and 24/7 original, and there's always somebody playing something, whatever it was, whether it was a show from 24/7, whether it was QE's show, whether it was frickin' Dubay, whether it's you could always, something was always on because it was usually playing on YouTube. And he said, no, you can't play YouTube in there anymore. And when did that happen? Where you can't play those anymore?
But YouTube, and they have an activity embedded into Discord where you can watch YouTube, but it'll make you watch ads. They have a vested interest in it where you won't just be able to do it. But it's on YouTube side because YouTube can, do something with the coding on their end that makes it so you can't play it. Something like that. At least that's what I heard.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it kind of makes sense. You could literally just make your own Discord channel and just play YouTube. Frickin'
Yeah, they don't want you to do that. They don't want you to do that.
Okay.
How come you have two?
Sounds like
you have 2 YouTube bots. Why do you need 2 for?
To do what?
Why do you have
twice the fun? That's why.
Yeah, it should have heard of double mint gum. Double your pleasure, double the fun.
I'm thinking that Witsit lied.
What's it lied? About what?
The vape.
I mean, in what way? That he did, because there's I don't know, I've heard 7 different versions of it, so what way do you think?
I think he vaped in order to convince his followers that he could he could show his breath.
But it was something about it being real dry or something. He was drinking some water.
That's why you couldn't see his breath. But Witsit is a pathological liar, like most flat earthers. And so he had to pretend in order to placate the people that were asking him.
Dude, holy crap. I just went back to his website and sampled his voice, and it does sound like the same guy. And the same sense of humor.
Damn it, Paraplegic, you've effed everything up. Trying to see what the hell Missile Command was. You freaking idiot.
Oh, he might have been interested in, TFE is going around. He might have been interested in coming in to a flat earth area and talking to people about it. And then we're talking about something that's not flat earth. So he's like, this is a big waste of time.
If he's a video game guy, he should have knew exactly what Missile Command was. Said, it's a Missile Command, Paraplegic, you freaking idiot, and corrected me.
And again, some people, like to put on a persona of somebody that they like or that is famous in some way within their social influence. To helps their troll. You know what I mean? But boy, was he dead on, dude. If he wasn't the real guy, he was on it.
And he seemed pretty civil. I don't see why he would. I think he wasn't trolling.
You don't think he was trolling because he was so civil?
I mean, he didn't seem.
No, he certainly wasn't trolling in the content of what he said. But if he's pretending to be that guy, then he's trolling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, he said he was seen. He said he was his dad. I don't know.
That was a good joke, man.
Yeah, it was pretty good. Like, yeah, I had him when I was 1. That was freaking hilarious. That's what I was hoping he'd
be
say.
A pretty specific troll, I guess. Yeah.
I mean, dude, in hindsight, obviously, but who the hell thinks somebody's gonna leave just because? Shit, whatever, man.
You'd be surprised, dude.
Son of a bitch.
I leave rather quickly in a lot of VCs once I recognize that the people aren't talking about the subject or something, depending on what day it is.
He also may have left because, like, we recognized him, or you recognized him.
All right, so let me see if I can do this command.
I'm sure that's it, AI. It was your fault. You recognized his name. He was going to hang out and talk to me for a while if you would have just shut your freaking mouth and not recognized him. See?
Or, like, made it a topic. I don't know, dude. Like, he has a lot of viewers.
I just found it interesting there was no I probably don't have use of this bot here. Dang it. Go to the general chat. Is there a general chat? Holy crap. Yeah, Brenda, that was my take too. The way I looked at the vape thing is that, if anything, he did it just to give an FU to his fans.
Well, I don't think it was an FU. I think it was, I'm in trouble and I need to make these people happy. And the way I can do that is to go get a vape and make them happy.
Well, why would you immediately blow nothing out afterwards and then?
Because it is dry.
Also.
Yeah, because it is dry there, very dry. I live in Minnesota. It can, well, not so much now because of global warming, but in the past, it could get really, really dry.
Because of global warming.
I just did it tonight. There. Tonight I just did it. I went to pick up some tools. It's like 14 degrees, and with a wind chill, it's like -1. And before I was going in, I couldn't see my breath. Then I came out and I checked and I couldn't see my breath. Then I did some things in my truck, got out, and then I could see my breath. It's like I could see my breath all the time.
Yeah, and it's definitely the fact that here in Minnesota, our winters are warmer because of global warming.
And there's no chance he could have went in and drank some water and then saw his breath and then next breath, no.
All I know is the vibe. The vibe that I took from it is it seemed like he was trying to appease, please, or offend his fan base all in
Because
one
the words
fell
right
swoop.
after he blew it out when he said, "There you go."
Well, I mean, like if you have a bunch of fans and they're pressuring you, right? That's not something that's people are immune from feeling that pressure. You know what I mean? People will do a lot of stupid things to satisfy a crowd, even an internet crowd. You know what I mean?
What are you guys talking about? Vape pens?
Not really. We're just talking about you have a crowd of followers and what you would or wouldn't do to satisfy them or to offend them or to be indignant towards them or any other type of emotion that you might want to do against an entire crowd.
If I was a woman, I would have sex with them all, and that would make them happy, and then I'd lead them into a new glory land.
Yeah, whatever, dude. Full story, bro. Anything interesting to say, Alex?
Well, if that's what you're actually talking about, I mean, I don't really know context really, so I need to listen to you talk more, and then I'll add.
Talking about the TFE event, Vapegate, where supposedly Mr. Whitsitt, who went down there, was trying to show his breath to his followers. He couldn't do it, and then supposedly went and vaped, and then came back and blew a breath, and then said, "Oh yeah, what's up now?"
Oh. Well, I don't know much about that, but...
Alright.
Yeah. Right, you're talking about, like, mass... I don't know, mass crowd control. It's an interesting topic, for sure.
We're also trying to decide whether the guy that joined was Asmongold, so that we know whether or not we need to spank Paraplegic in public.
I don't know who those people are.
Wouldn't care, dude. I can't even feel my ass. Why the hell would I give a shit?
Perfect.
Thank you, sir. May I have another?
He joined December 23rd, 2024. Wow. No messages on the server. Interesting. We had a long time ago. We had a guy named Memeless come in to our server, and he broadcast it to his crew, and we got like, I can't remember exactly, but it was thousands and thousands of joins off of it.
Off of what?
The Memulous, he was a famous YouTuber, and when he joined, all his people were exposed to our servers, so they joined. Not not all of his people, but thousands and thousands.
Oh, I heard we got thousands and thousands of joints off of that, and I thought you meant something else.
Joins.
Okay, gotcha.
This dude.
That's good, though.
Yep. Joe, that being said, like because of the TFE and certain other venues we've been in and promoting our names, we may get some people that are similar to that may be YouTube streamers or different organizations that might come in because they want to check out some flat earth stuff or talk to flat earthers. Oh, you gotta, get your game on. You're gonna wear that stuff.
Makes me feel nervous and excited at the same time.
Especially since some of the flat earthers involved in TFE are going to be going on bigger and bigger shows. So the cross-pollination and degrees of separation are closing. That are directly linked to the venues that we, right here, frequent.
Wait a minute. You said people in TFE, just the flat Earth? Is that just all you meant?
Oh, the people that were involved in the final experiment are going to be
okay, I'm good.
in major, in like, they're going to be interviewed. They're going to, their story's going to be picked up. People are going to talk about them. And by proxy, the venues that they're involved in. And some of those guys are involved with the venues we're involved with by like 1 degree of separation.
Yeah, that'd be good. Yeah. And, what's it, he should be able to get across some decent flat earth stuff, hopefully, to also not spend too much time on the ether. Hopefully.
Exactly. We'll see what happens. Like any topic, a lot of times it's, like a distribution of a small fraction of people who are actually really into the topic specifically, and a larger fraction of people who are using the topic as segues. It happens quite a lot. So in other words, none of us have to rest on our laurels that Witsit's going to accomplish the task on our behalf for us, right? Everybody has to do their own thing. You know what I mean? We got going on. So we can see their names here. We got an atheist oblate spheroid pilot. See what else we got going on here. Who's next? Crit, Daz, Elbow. Let's see, Gemsy, Heretic. We know those guys. Orvis, Neil. No Tanks. Apocryphal. Plumbob. Oh, Red Team, Blue Team. That looks like a cool name. In Contemplation. Sergeant Larson. You guys all waiting for the action to begin? Sometimes you got to initiate the action by being provocative. Yeah, so I went to Home Depot, used a magnetic protractor, got 90 degrees. Then I used a 8-foot level on the floor. Come to find out, it was raised up a little on the right side. So that means that the block that I was standing on towards the seam was actually rising up. Either that or there was something on the ground that I didn't notice. Then I used, let's see, what else did I use? I got some caution tape, and I put a level on top of the caution tape. Then I lowered the level till it touched the floor, creating a tangent. Since that was a tangent, and I called it a tangent, that means I can use that to say that the floor is arced. Therefore, Home Depot is a globe. The rest of my case.
Dude, freaking! I was listening to Zanuck and freaking the other server. I think it was last night. I was just like, holy shit, dude. He was going on about, you can take a freaking tangent from freaking vertical. You just use your plumb and then get a vertical from that point. And I said, dude, can you imagine that just be a bunch of different levels at every freaking tangent? Every single tangent you pull.
To get a tangent anywhere, right? You have to have 2 points of equal elevation to then establish a tangent in the center. And to have 2 points of equal elevation anywhere, you're going to need a tool to establish that. That tool that we use to establish that is horizontal, or a water level, or a theodolite. All these things that establish horizontal. Even to prove a tangent, you're going to prove that level is horizontal.
He'll go on and on how you don't, and he'll read all kinds of nonsense about, well, it doesn't say, it does, dude, since it's vague, you wouldn't believe the shit. I don't know, it doesn't matter.
Come on, man, one word at a time. What are you saying?
Hilarious. It's not me, it's just something I heard, just pissing me off.
Well, yeah. I mean, listen. I know Zanuck is like a triple speaker.
Yeah, I can hang a freaking plumb line anywhere. Doesn't matter where it is. Pull a tangent off of that, and then I'm sorry, pull a horizontal off of that. And I'm like, dude, if the Earth's a freaking globe, you'd literally have a bunch of.
Yeah, but this is the thing: to get a tangent, you can get a tangent.
It's silly.
You can get a tangent to a curve, but in order to get the curve, right, you're going to need to measure elevation change from a horizontal. You can calculate using a radius or a straight line with a ratio, etc. But all these things are going to require a level to be horizontal, even to get a tangent. There's no way out. No way out. Like I say it really simply. I said it to my kid the other day. I say it really simply, right? In order to measure a drop from horizontal, right? You're going to need a tool to establish a horizontal, right? To measure the Earth to be a globe. But then, if you can measure the Earth to be a globe, then that means that that level is not horizontal. So the thing that you use to measure the drop over distance is then not true. Therefore, the globe can't be true. It's kind of complicated, but kind of simple.
Yeah, I was a CAD drafter for a while, and I was just like, all I could think about was snapping to circle in AutoCAD. You can snap to any point. I was thinking that you just snap, you know.
Yeah, you can, but horizontal
anywhere.
is
Yeah.
that's a straight line, but horizontal is an orientation. Yeah.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
It's a little bit different. You can do it on a piece. You can
It's like if it
on a
were a
piece of
globe,
paper.
you'd have a zillion of you'd have a zillion different flat baselines, and you'd never get anywhere. At least that's the way I see it.
You can't have a flat baseline. You can't. You can't have a zillion or infinite flat.
That's what I'm saying, but that's what it would be if you did that. If you just held a freaking plumb line anywhere, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it just be a bunch of different flat baselines wherever the
No,
fuck you
because
hung the
as soon as you said the word line, right? Line, a baseline. That a line is a segment, right? It's any 2 points distance between those lines. So to say that, well, you can have an infinite amount of lines on a globe, you couldn't have any lines on a globe. So just the line, in reality, screws the globe. Just a line. All you need is a line. Because you'd have no lines, right? You would just have points, infinite amount of points, no lines. But we have lines. No globe. You kind of get it. You get it or not?
No, I got it, and I've heard it. It's just funny to hear him gish gallop over it, you know, and just use, you know, the definitions and literally a definition that doesn't say anything about. He's like, well, since it doesn't say it, it blew my mind. It doesn't even matter. I can't parrot what he said. It was just so stupid. I don't even know why I brought it up, because I know it's just nonsense. I just
Yeah, listen, I don't know. He's a character.
wish I had it recorded. We could sit here and laugh at it.
I think Vanek is funny. I think he's passionate and funny, and I don't think he believes. I think he probably believes maybe 40% of what he says, and then the rest of it, he's just entertaining the idea. Like, well, what if we beg the question and this was the case? Like, what would be the consequences of that? Yada yada yada. Which is not. It's almost like an open mind, but he's kind of closed minded. Like, people don't truly believe. Like, people don't. They might say it. Well, like, this must be the case, but they don't truly believe that when they drop something in America and somebody drops something in China, that China's throwing it up and America's dropping it down. Or when they jump, when they jump, the Earth is rising up beneath them, and then if somebody jumps on the other side, it's rising towards them and it's expanding it. They don't really believe it. They're just like holding these weird ideas in their head and entertaining it.
They're idiots. They're idiots that think it's raining up towards your feet in Australia right now. Yeah. Literally, there are idiots like that. Dude, and you know what? As a kid, I used to literally think about digging to China, and I'd be like, well, wait a minute. If there's freaking water there, if I come up there, I'm just like, how the hell would that even work? I would always think about, am I going to climb out of the hole on a ladder? Am I going to walk out sideways? Or am I going to fall? Like, dude, I literally thought about that shit as a child. Like, and it would F with your head. Like, say something to your teacher, they'd just be like, that's it. Go to detention.
Yeah, I remember. I've said it before. I remember in high school flipping out on a teacher who was like pushing atomism and evolution, or they're pushing atomism, really, not even evolution. They're just pushing atomism. They're just, whatever the lessons were, they're like, well, the nucleus, and you're just made, and it's all made of atoms. And I just like sort of flip it out. I was just like, this is some bullshit. What are you talking about? Atoms. I know. Like, some things just, I just from that. I started getting into like some deep shit with them, but whatever. Yeah, I mean, people remember certain stuff, but yeah, I mean that's cool because it's like you're imagining, right? You're imagining stuff. There's nothing wrong with imagining stuff. Like, what if the rain was upside down? It's not. But what if? It just got somewhere lost between. like between like fantasy, like making movies, Star Wars. It's like, all right, this is cool to imagine things and make a fantasy of it, and have a play. And then people started saying, well, this is what it is. It's true. Somewhere it got blurred and fucked up.
Mm.
Hey, while I remember, why don't you send me a DM or whatever? Send me your online shop Send me your online shop. I've
Online
heard you say you
shop. You
don't.
freaking.
I've heard you.
Dude,
I
you
heard you
just.
say before that you don't do it online, but you do something online. Do something.
No, you literally trust me to send you some coffee. I won't even ask for any money up front, and then you freaking enjoy it, and then you send me some freaking money when you're done. And you just tell me. All you got to do is tell me if you will, if you want whole bean or ground. I really don't like grinding coffee. Prefer to sell it whole bean, but once you get to know me and what I sell, it's pretty easy. But yeah, the first time I just send you like a 4-pack of something, so you get to try a bunch of different kinds.
I have been thinking about buying a grinder because you get so much more bang for your buck out of
and the flavor is way better, man.
Yeah, it's fresher.
They get a better cup. Yeah, get a better cup of coffee, definitely. I just I wouldn't trust anything bought in the store that's ground anyway. I just I mean, I can't say for sure what the hell they put in it, but I've heard all kinds of nonsense. I think it's good to know. You're
you can set up like a WooCommerce or website for like $15 and 1 hour of your time. It takes
really
like 1
need to
hour.
set something up, dude. I need to take pictures of bags. The thing is,
1 hour.
I don't want freaking idiots coming. Dude, there's all kinds of people that literally, I've got a lot of like politically incorrect shit. Like, I don't need assholes that are just trying to mess, like, oh, I'm gonna send your labels to the freaking ADL or some silly bullshit, I've got Helen Keller roast, dude. There's people that love freaking Helen Keller that think she was freaking the most genius, smartest lady ever to exist, And
who was that? The monkey girl?
the monkey girl. The girl that, they say was deaf, dumb, and blind. But she wrote books, and she had strong opinions on women's suffrage and communism. If you couldn't read, write, or hear, or taste, not taste, I'm sorry. If you couldn't hear, see, or talk, I would think you wouldn't be writing books on anything. I think you'd have a hard time telling somebody that you wanted to eat pizza for dinner.
Well, listen. There's some people who become stronger because of their. I mean, it is true. I mean, I'm not saying that story, but it is true that people with like deficiencies become stronger in either they're like trying to solve that deficiency or whatever. They're passionate. They can be become passionate.
I think some people are like, "Oh, your hearing gets better." I don't think it does. Like if you're blind, I think you just pay more attention to your hearing. Probably. It's not like your eardrums get better.
Right, yeah. But what's the difference?
Probably.
I mean, that's the same effect.
Not much. Not much.
Different cause.
I guess. Yeah. Well, my thing is, she was handicapped. I'm handicapped. Therefore, I'm allowed to make fun of the handicap.
Right. I'm not saying you can't. Yeah, but no, it takes. All I'm saying, it takes no like nothing to make that. So I know you've had that. $15. $15 you can have. So hosting a website is $15 a month. That's what I'm saying. And then it takes an hour. If you're going to put 2 products, 3 products, whatever, you can put as many as you want. But if you're going to put 2 products with a single page website, that's 15 minutes. Pick a template, put 2 products, hit click, load your Stripe account, and you're done. It takes like no time.
I've had so many people offer to do it for free, and I'm like, man, I've been doing what I do. For so
They're
long.
offering it for free because it's literally like for Shane or somebody, it probably takes Shane 15 minutes. Take you or me like 60 minutes.
Yeah, I got my buddy do it for me. I just need to have my buddy just freaking do it. He works for a freaking shit. I already got kind of one. I already got one. I literally get emails through it. So all I have to do is put a menu on there.
Right. That's it.
My buddy literally did it. He did it goofing off one day. He was cutting down a tree, fell, chipped a couple of vertebrae and broke his arm. And he's the one that does all my labels. So he was really bored because he's used to working all day. And he ends up making this whole website. And it's like really, it's got a lot of sarcasm in it, a lot of funny shit. Like I'm only open from 9/11 to like 3:33. And like, just weird, weird stuff like that. But
yeah, but you don't even have to do that. Funny. If you literally just want to be like, yo, if someone like me saying, hey, send it to me. It took you 30 minutes, $15 a month, and I'm buying $30 a month. So just one person is paying for your thing. It's like a penny stage is a penny.
Oh my lord!
Huh?
It's so much easier for me.
Yeah, it just makes. Listen, becoming automated in a business is that's it, and then you can focus on growing your business instead of working for your business.
Part of me thinks I'm already swamped. If I do that, I'll never have time to sleep.
No, that's how you do. Listen, that's how you get. I automated mine, and all I do is sit around now and fuck off. I have nothing to do.
Shit.
I gotta
do. I literally wrote my own labels for like 2.5 years, and finally I got pirate ship and a freaking thermal printer, and I was just like, why the frick wasn't I doing this so long ago? I mean, just the shipping, I would have.
Well, you know what I think it is. I think like almost like it's like a psychological thing. It's like I know that if I do this, then what is my purpose going to be in my business? Because I don't have nothing to do. I feel like it's almost like
I got plenty
somewhere.
to do.
Yeah.
I got plenty to do.
You might, you might need to.
I roast coffee all day. That's all I do. Sitting in front of the roaster right now. I've been sitting here for about 11 hours.
That doesn't mean anything. I've been sitting in front of my TV for like 24 hours. What does that mean? I don't make TV.
Well, yeah, but I mean, I'm not just sitting here. I'm loading coffee bags, watching beans. That's the whole thing about beans. If you're going to do small batches of coffee, you got to listen to them.
Gotta listen to them.
You do. You got to listen to them. They're freaking talking to me right now.
Like they're whether they're hollow or sour.
Going into second crack. Yeah, they're popping, and I got to hit the heat off, or you'll end up with coffee that looks like Starbucks beans. You'll end up with Holla coffee.
You don't like Starbucks?
Hell no.
If I can add to that. Oh,
DM me your address, dude. Go ahead.
Nope. I was just gonna say to add insult to injury with the whole automating website thing. depending on the provider that you choose, they also might take a percentage cut of your sale.
No, well, I mean, listen, you're talking about the credit card fees for like straight. It's like 3% of your. That's a 3% for transaction fees.
For that, yeah, that's nothing. But I thought I understood that some providers are very stingy, and they're kind of like, oh, take, percentage of the sale because it went through their service.
Well, yeah, well, you can do you can get lower than 3%, but like Bear has a business, so he probably has an LLC, so he can then use like the business center for Stripe or PayPal or whatever. He can use the business center where they can set up a credit card processing fee where he doesn't have to share like donation type shit, through like.
What I mean is if you use something like WooCommerce or whatever the other ones there are. By having used their site and going through their rails and stuff, they might charge a percentage of the sale.
Well, that's different. That's average. You're talking about the rails for average. No, well, listen, real easy. No, nobody gets no website. It's your web. It's his website. You own. It's your website. You're just paying for the hosting. Now, the WooCommerce is just a way to encrypt the website so that it's encrypted so that nobody can steal the information, the credit card information that I put in on the website. That's all.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, yeah. So if it's just their plugin, you purchase their code that you put on your own thing. That's different. But if you're I could have sworn that I thought I heard that. When you I don't know if you ever heard anyone mention this, but if you write like a phone app and you host it on Apple Store or Google Play or something like that, let's say you charge $1 for it. Well, I think upwards of 30 cents or 40 cents goes to Google. You know what I mean? Like that's 30-40%. So I could have understood something like that was also the case if you used Shopify or WooCommerce.
Yeah, if you're using that Shopify as an advertising platform and they're selling like a gig for you. You're saying, well, listen, on Shopify, I'm selling a bag of coffee for $15. Whatever you sell, they're saying, well, we're gonna, you don't have to, if you don't put any advertising money up front, we'll just take a percentage. You can do, you can use AdWords or you can use something, whatever it's just that's advertising.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Well, that's different.
Yeah, it's a little different. But they're but the credit card processing fees. I mean, don't get me wrong; they're not like 3%. Might not seem like a lot, but then once Bear automates is like selling through a website, and he starts making $400,000 a year, and he's like, "What the fuck? $12,000 a year I'm paying for processing fees. It sucks."
Yeah. 400 grand. You hear that, Bear? Do it.
Yeah, I'm listening.
Well, you think not, but like, I mean, like, listen, even if he's only making $4 on a bag because of the overhead, so it's like, man, like a lot. Say somebody's selling, I don't know, what's the expensive? Somebody's selling helicopters, right? Or whatever. So they're selling a helicopter. They're only making $3,000, but the helicopter costs $200,000. Right? Well, what the fuck? $3,000 is? I'm not kidding. It has to be a cash sale because then I'll make no money if it's a credit card.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fire up that roaster, man. WooCommerce is waiting.
Yeah, I'm talking about just a simple one page. It would be like instantaneous Einsteinian type shit. Make that site. Bada bing, bada boom. Magic, it's done.
A warped space-time website.
Correct.
Yeah, if I just all I need is take. Thing is, man, I gotta get it. I guess it doesn't matter too bad what the bags look like, but I just start by adding, 2 bags on there,
Well, listen, do it for me, right? Whatever it costs for you to do that, I'll just buy the coffee that it costs to make the website. I buy a lot of coffee. I drink a lot of coffee. I have to take a piss really often because I drink too much coffee. Like I gotta,
Dude, you should be drinking amazing coffee. You shouldn't be drinking store-bought coffee. My coffee is amazing.
where else am I gonna buy coffee?
From me.
Not-
Telling
yeah.
you freaking freak out. You'll freak out once you try my coffee. You'll be like, holy crap. I literally had a guy from
Whatever you do.
So any Glober who joins the room is just going to leave because we're way the fuck off topic.
You're
Again.
right. Okay.
I'm just going to start banning anybody who does it. Seriously, next time it's just fucking ban.
I mean, it was my bad. I started it. My bad.
What's up? I feel a great disturbance in the ether.
Yeah, really, it was AI who said you got to be provocative and start talking some weird shit.
I didn't say weird shit. I said provocative.
Your fault.
Provocative like, hey, Globers, heard of the final experiment? Right, supposedly some schmucks went down Antarctica, saw the sun, now they think the ground is a globe, or now they think the ground isn't flat. Oh, if this was the final experiment, quote unquote, and you didn't know whether the Earth was a globe or not before that, then that means all your other proofs are worthless. And since you can't prove that seeing the sun proves the shape of the Earth, it means all your proof is worthless. But now you have no proof whatsoever. Good job, you played yourselves. Like a chump.
Yeah, like what would a globe like when they say they didn't know until the final non-experiment? Now they know.
I guess so. I mean, why would you need a final experiment if you already knew? Mr. Fart, what you up to? Typing? Googling?
Me?
Yeah.
Playing Tarkov. What's up?
Okay. A keyboard, I'm guessing.
I haven't touched my keyboard in like 3 minutes. My mouse.
Oh, so the mouse can do it all?
Do you hear that?
Cool.
I'm not Googling right now.
Yeah, what do you
yeah, but I was saying, can you play that whole game with just a mouse?
No.
I suppose if you had enough hotkeys on your mouse, you could make it work.
Yeah, it would make the mouse super complicated, though.
Ever seen those split trackball dual keypads where it's like half your hand is one half of the keyboard and the other half is the other?
I have seen those, yeah.
Them are crazy.
I've never seen anyone use them, though.
Dude, back in the day, they had Nintendo 64. When you were playing GoldenEye, you were able to use two controllers, where one controller controlled your movement of your man, and the other controller controlled the gun and all that stuff.
Was that
crazy.
For it to be competitive, or what was the point of that?
No, it was so back in the day, the idea of dual analog sticks on one controller hadn't yet been really promulgated, and so
I see.
They made like this dual controller way of controlling your guy.
That's interesting. Yeah, I guess the shape of it would be hard to put. No, you could fit two analog sticks.
Yeah, but the real question is, what does the shape of a mouse has to do with the shape of the Earth?
I couldn't tell you.
Well, let's see. So the mouse, let's just use my mouse as an example since I can talk about it. So my mouse is black. Got 2 buttons on the side, 2 buttons on the top, a roller wheel in the center, and it's got a laser coming out the bottom. And when I take the laser and I run it over my flat table, cursor moves, therefore the Earth is flat. I rest my case.
And make sure when you make your coffee from Bear's Coffee, don't put it near the mouse because you might, spill it.
Ban them.
You might spill it, and the table, the coffee proves that you are in a horizontal frame of reference because it's level with the table. You know what I mean?
Yeah, when you say, well, I don't know, ask the fat fuck guy. But like when you say level, you mean like one end is at the same elevation as the other end? Is that what you mean?
Horizontal.
What do you think? What do you think? I don't want to call you any of your names. What do you think, Nose? Fat Nose. Guy with the mouse. I mean, I try to click on your name. Your real name is worse than your fake name. Like, come on.
Well, he knows that he needs a table to use the mouse.
Say my name. Say my name.
Can you use the mouse on a round table, or do you need a flat table to use the mouse?
It depends on how big it is. If it was like massive, I could probably get a little bit of a surface area. Like if my mouse was microscopic, it would fit on a cue ball. I would have just enough area. Not making any implications about the shape of the Earth. I'm just saying that is true.
Is there a correlation between the Globers and being pieces of shit and then using pieces of shit screen names? I'm just curious.
Do you have an example?
No, I have no idea how I would even bring up an example.
Yeah, that first sentence makes a lot of sense.
No, I'm just curious. What's your avatar or screen name or whatever? What's your handle here?
It's shocking, and that profile picture is my friend.
So you're shocking.
The name is
That's
shocking. It's a shock value. It's an adjective.
So it's not fart fuck. It's not that.
You're goddamn right. That's my name.
Oh, is that like?
Say my
would you
name.
consider that to be a piece of shit type of thing to do, or is that just regular, normal, everyday?
Like rude
activity?
Like you think?
No, I'm just asking you. How would you define? Like, would you classify that as piece of shit behavior or no?
I already told you what I classify it as. It's shocking. Shock value.
Oh, it's shocking. What is shocking? Like acting like a piece of shit, or is it just to get? I don't even. What does shocking mean?
Put people in awe. Speechless. Astonished.
I'm not really speechless or astonished. Was that your goal? Because you didn't make it. You failed today.
The most astonishing thing. The most astonishing thing is that you keep saying "say my name" like it actually is a big deal,
and you're speechless.
Like anybody
and you
should
said
care.
you don't say my name. You know my
We're
real
continuing to talk, and we're talking to you right now. We say fart fuck, and no one's bothered by it somehow. So you didn't achieve your goal. Weird.
After the fact. After the silence, yeah. After the silence, you change subjects.
What are you talking about? We're talking about you and your screen name right now. What are you talking about?
Hey, you want me to tell you?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
You want me to tell you a story about? Let me tell you a story about how dumb Globers are. You ready for this story?
Let's hear
I'm not saying
Let's hear
it's you. I'm just saying. So
No, I'm not. No.
when I changed when I changed my moniker, it used to be something different. Then I changed it to AI Overlord. Just had AI Overlord with no dots. So rather than say AI Overlord, Globers would be coming in all the time over on our 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server, and they'd be like, "Al, what's up, bro? Oh, Al, can you answer this question? Al, what do you think about this?" Like, good grief, dude. Do you not know Overlord AI? It's not Al, dude, for goodness sakes. So to make it easy for the Globers' small brains, I had to put dots in my name so they could actually understand that that's an I. And now think about it this way. All I did was put a dot. But it's still the same exact digit, right? The same exact text. So why don't they call me AL Overlord?
You have to ask them. If I kept
Exactly.
calling you Al after hearing this story, would I be a piece of shit?
No.
Okay, good. Well, I'm not going to call you that either way. Because I'm not. I'm a great man.
Hey, there's a song about that. Is it Simon?
It's called what?
Simon Says.
What year did it come out?
Anyway, you can call me out.
Oh. All right, guys, if you provide a logical syllogism with proved premises that demonstrates that the Earth is necessarily a globe because of any of the TFE observations, I will ban the flat earther of your choice.
I don't think there's any globers here. I think they left.
So nobody here that believes they live on a spinning water ball. Nobody. Not you.
I don't believe everything textbooks say.
I didn't ask you about textbooks. I'm asking you specifically, Fartfuck. Do you believe that you live on a spinning water ball?
No, I don't. I don't know.
Okay, so you don't know?
I don't know the shape of the planet.
It's pretty easy to know. The planet implies orbiting mass called a star.
No, it's a rocky body in space. I guess I wouldn't say orbit. I wouldn't mean orbit.
Oh, space. So you're a space believer, are you?
I don't think our atmosphere goes infinitely out. I think there is.
What's an atmosphere?
Area.
Sorry. Can you define your terms?
Oxygen,
what's an atmosphere?
Like oxygen. There's the troposphere, the mesosphere. I don't know the rest of it.
Why do you keep using the word sphere saying ball in regards to gas? That doesn't make any sense.
How would you say it if it was flat? Just atmo.
No, it's just air. Atmo means air.
Just
air.
Fair enough.
Air. So why do you keep using sphere in regards to air?
I never thought about it that way. I guess I thought my point would get across no matter what. But air, right? I don't believe that air goes out.
It didn't land. Air. Okay. To where?
Yeah, brother, you know what I'm thinking about? Before we go on, why don't we call it the Atmos shell? Because it's essentially a shell. It's not a sphere in itself, necessarily. It's like a shell around a sphere, supposedly. So from now on, Atmos shell is official, so let it be written, so let it be done.
It's a shell?
I like it.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, so from now on, let's befuddle the Globers. When they say atmosphere, we just say, you mean Atmos shell? And they'd be like, what? And I'd be like, yeah, Atmos shell. Why? What are you talking about? It's always been Atmos shell. Frickin' Mandela effect.
I think that'd work.
Yeah. Mandela.
I think it's just like highly unlikely for the Earth to be flat.
Why is that?
So it's like gambling. You mean unlikely? Like if you had odds, there would be the odds are it's not flat. Explain.
I just think like in theory, it's like highly unlikely. Like
what theory?
Almost impossible.
What theory are you talking about, bro? What theory are you talking about?
I appeal to my skepticism, so I'm gonna say that like there's not really many consistencies with the theories that support the conditions of a flat Earth. So I think like it's highly likely that the Earth is not flat.
Oh yeah, fair point.
So conditions. Okay.
There's only one condition necessary for the Earth to be flat. Only one. Do you know what it is?
What is it?
No curvature. So if you're talking about points about the Earth being flat or not, there is only one point, and that's whether it actually is flat or not. all the other non-contingents are irrelevant.
Well, I think with a lack of observational content, you could propose many other kinds of shapes of the Earth, maybe cube.
I mean, that's cool. I mean, that's a cool story, but the problem is that Earth is, it demonstrates itself to be flat. It's measured to be flat. It's used as flat. It's even argued as flat from the position of absence. So for example, you hear all the time, the Earth looks flat, but yada, yada, yada. The Earth is flat wherever you go, but it's actually a ball. So see, it always begins with your direct experience of the Earth is that it's flat.
Well, that still doesn't negate the fact that with a lack of observational content, you can propose other theories that would probably go ahead and say that, like, the Earth is a cube,
What's the theory of measuring something? What are you talking about?
Oh, no one's talking about theories of measurement.
Okay,
Yeah, but when we're talking about
practices of measurement.
Yeah, that's fair. But when we're talking about the Earth, dude, we're talking about the surface that we live on, dude. So there's an infinite, if the surface is flat, there's actually an infinite permutation of shape that the Earth could be. Infinite.
Well, what about it?
Yeah,
so the fact that there's infinite amount of options of the shape it could be overall doesn't change the fact that the surface is flat.
But then how would you define flat?
I mean, flat is pretty well defined. So, for example, flat is defined in the dictionary as laid out horizontally, the width and breadth greater than the height, and all the variations of height resting between two parallel planes.
Well, then
Describes it quite nicely. Yeah, horizontal. Horizontal means parallel with the plane of the horizon. The horizon is where the sky and the ground, and so water forms the horizon. Water's flat and level on the surface according to Pascal's principle and hydrostatic equilibrium. Then that means if the Earth is covered in water, and then it's horizontal. That's simple.
You're living up to your status as an AI overlord by roboting out your microphone. Not to be like inciting it.
You were a robot.
As long as you heard everything. Otherwise, I'll repeat myself.
Yeah, I heard.
He did because I heard everything, so he heard it.
Perfect.
It still doesn't negate that. What was I going to say?
A theory. You're going to say the theory of something.
No. What was I going to say exactly?
So the measurements the measurements and the definitions derived from the axioms don't negate. That's where you left off. They don't
What
negate.
exactly would you describe as sitting on the plane?
What?
What exactly would you describe as sitting on the plane? Because it can't be the Earth. If we could propose that there's a possibility that the Earth could expand or could extend a dimension.
Holy shit, bro! Do you not experience the Earth as a plane?
That has nothing to do with theory in which the Earth could extend.
Yeah, great.
To another
How? Nothing to do with me asking you how do you experience the Earth?
But if your question is going to have nothing to do with the initial statement, the initial proponent of the discussion, then why then go ahead and say that I have nothing to do with the thing that you're asking?
So you don't have anything to do with the Earth, and you don't experience it as a plane.
No, I'm saying that you don't have anything pretty substantial or relevant to what's being discussed right now.
So experiencing the Earth as a plane is not relevant or experiential.
It's not relevant to what I brought up.
What did you bring up again?
I was bringing up that you could suggest that given a lack
Why would we suggest something other than what we experience?
Because we have a lack of observational content.
No, I think I experience the Earth every day. I've got lots of content, 24 hours each day. That's a lot. I could stream it to you live, but you probably have the same experience that I do, right?
But with a lack of observational content, to then not be able to lay with 100% certainty that the plane of the Earth is indeed flat, we could propose that it would extend to another dimension with possibility.
Friend, I'm sorry. Excuse me. So every day since you were born, you don't experience and you don't have the content 24/7 that you experience the Earth is planar, stationary, and enclosed? You don't experience that?
I do experience that, but that's not to say that I did specify with lacking of observational content.
How many hours do you have of that experiential content?
I would say every hour my waking conscious since I was 3 years old or 2 years old or something.
So what gives you the idea that you would have any kind of alternative?
I think we got a problem here. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, cat looking tinfoil hat dude or bucket hat bro. Check this out. Are you thinking that imagining the Earth is flat and then eventually you get to a spot where there's a different face of the Earth, like let's say, like you said, a cube, that if the Earth was a cube, then it wouldn't be flat? Is that what you're trying to say?
Well, it wouldn't necessarily be flat. There would be more Earth, right? So we can't really categorize the Earth as what we would experience as its surface to us.
Wait a minute, so you're saying you can't categorize a large expanse that you haven't yet been to by something local? Is that what you're trying to say?
I'd say so.
Okay, so then why are there a bunch of people claiming that they know everything in the cosmos that's a trillion miles away?
Well, it's probably because they have theoretical content. So
there you go. So non-observational, right? Just made it up?
Well, I would say it's observational in practical analysis. You see, there's actually a lack of observational content by which we can assume that the Earth is truly a flat plane and that there is not, in fact, an extent.
Oh, no, bro. Check this out, Holmes. I'll define it one more time. So, surface of water is the benchmark standard of level. If water is sloped, it'll run. Okay? So, water at rest is flat and level on the surface, according to hydrostatic equilibrium and Pascal's principle. Okay? Now, since that's the case, and 70% of the Earth is water, and the physics of water are ubiquitous throughout the entire body, right? And that means that the Earth is arranged horizontally. Right, and all the surface is between two parallel planes.
Yeah, that was the question I was going
to. Well, that may be true, but
that would make the Earth flat, dude.
What would you appeal to the nature of things dropping?
That's what I just want to ask you, Snipples. Are you proposing that two parallel planes would intersect in the distance somewhere, somewhere?
I'm proposing with a lack of observational content that would be a possibility.
You're saying it would be possible for two parallel planes to intersect in the distance?
With a lack of observation.
Don't know.
Oh my goodness, the definition of parallel means they're never going to intersect, dude. They can't be parallel and intersect. I mean, it's that simple.
I guess I would change the phrasing there. I would say perpendicular planes.
Okay, so eventually you get to this point where one of the planes is parallel and one is diagonal. Is that what you're trying to say? That doesn't even make sense.
So one of the planes is parallel and one's diagonal. I did not propose that.
Okay, so then the surface of the Earth is arranged between two parallel planes. Highest point to the lowest point.
Well, that would be a conclusive statement by which it would be granted valid in virtue of the knowledge that you have of the Earth, but there is a lack of observational content to be 100% certain that there is not, in fact, an extent by which another dimension could be
perceived. Oh my gosh, would you shut the fuck up, dude? You're way above your pay grade. Just stop using large words. Stop bullshitting people.
How about
You're
some
retarded.
speculation Sunday with that kind of crap? We don't need that here
But
today.
even then, let's just grant it that it's true that eventually you get to a place where everything is mumbly, jumbly, timey wimey, dimensionally, wentionally. That still doesn't change the fact that the Earth we inhabit is still flat and laid out flat, horizontal between two parallel planes. So we're still back where we started.
Well, then, granted, we would categorize that section of the Earth. It wouldn't just be the Earth. It would be maybe a face.
Oh, the face of the Earth is flat, so the surface of the Earth is flat. Okay, I agree.
Well, I wouldn't equivocate face with surface because there is a distinction. Surface can be broad, while face can just be very particular.
Not true.
Yeah, the face of the Earth, right? That's before the sky.
Like if you were to say
below me is the ground, above me is the sky. So the face of the Earth that meets the sky is flat,
like the word
horizontally arranged between two parallel planes. There you go. Simple.
Yeah, like the word surface, is that kind of the face, the surface of the Earth? The kind of the face, the surface?
Probably.
Yeah, there we go.
But just to comment onto who said that I should cut it with the whole analysis.
Right. Well, then, yeah, maybe like because you weren't really saying every time you were saying we don't have enough observational. You really weren't saying anything. Do you think you're saying anything when you say that? When you keep saying that?
Can you tell me what I said?
Like we don't have enough observational evidence in regards to. Yeah. I don't know what you weren't really being specific. Like.
Yeah, no, I did not say that.
What he's saying is that we don't have any other observations than that we experience the Earth as flat and stationary. Nobody has any other observation. Is that what you were saying?
I don't know. I also said that I didn't specify the lacking of observational content.
Oh, okay. So you weren't talking about the lack of observational content. You weren't talking about that, right? Oh, okay. So all we experience is a flat, stationary, enclosed plane. Yes?
I would assume.
No, not assume. What do you experience?
Well, I can always assume my experience. But
No,
what is your experience?
Look, it's not a difficult question, Linda. What do you experience?
I experience a flat world.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't want to muddy it all up with flat and the Earth that goes up and down and everything. But you did keep saying, like when AI was bringing it up, about two parallel planes, right, not intersecting. You were referring. You kept, I don't know. You said something along the lines of, we don't have enough observational content to confirm that, but we do. We have Euclidean proof, principles, axioms that can prove that two parallel planes do not intersect. Why would you postulate such a thing that we don't have evidence for things like that?
I did correct him in his phrasing, in which I did agree with him and said that I was trying to propose perpendicular planes, but which we lack observational content to know of. To know of or not of.
All right. Well, I can appreciate that you correct. I still don't know what you're saying, but I appreciate that you got clarification between you and him.
Yeah.
But I would just say that, again, we can go to the Euclidean elements books to again prove perpendicular, the relationship between horizontal, vertical, which is an orientation that you can denote and show, but it's shown with shortest distance between 2 points, straight line segments, equal elevation, right angles, perpendicular. All these things could be proven. There's no lack of content. It's overwhelming content. I would actually say there's nothing other than proof of Euclidean geometry. There's no other content. And if some, like I said it earlier, maybe I'll say it again, but in order to measure, right, and to say, well, listen, I measured a drop over distance to show that the Earth is a sphere, Euclidean geometry needs to be true, meaning you need to have 2 points at equal elevation, a horizontal, right, line in free space in the air, whatever, to then measure drop over distance from. So Euclidean geometry needs to be true and hold true in order to measure the Earth to be a globe. Yeah, so.
Okay.
Unless maybe do you have a different methodology other than geometry?
No, Tanks, that's absurd, No Tanks. There's no way to even use the word planar or flat or horizontal without referencing the Earth. So if anybody's going to use that description, they're going to be using the Earth as their reference.
I disagree.
Okay. How would you ever know of anything planar or horizontal without the Earth as that reference?
I would reference like the water level, right, above the Earth. I'd hold it up.
Oh, what is the water? What is the water in reference to? Is that on the Earth?
No, it's in the air. It's in free space.
So the water is not on the Earth.
No, not when I'm lifting it up off of the Earth.
You're lifting water up off the Earth?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so if you have a water, just hold
where
on.
are you getting the water from?
If you have a water level and the water level is level and the 2 points are marked, you have a horizontal line passing between the 2 points, correct?
Yeah, you do. We can confirm that. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. And the horizontal means parallel with the plane of the horizon. The term horizontal has no meaning without the horizon. The horizon is caused by the Earth, the surface of the Earth. Therefore, it's a direct reference to the Earth. Period.
You can reference the Earth. The Earth goes up and down. So.
My goodness, dude. Hey, one more time.
Shit.
The term horizontal has no meaning without the horizon. It literally means parallel with the plane of the horizon. Therefore, the horizon is the first order upon which the term horizontal is based. Therefore, the term horizontal requires that the Earth be horizontal.
I mean, I'm not taking that away. You can. I'm not taking that away, right? But
yeah,
you can prove,
exactly.
you can prove horizontal in a room with no windows. You don't need the horizon.
Yes, but horizontal has no meaning in the first instance without the Earth. That's the way the term came around.
Yeah, I mean, I have no issue with that. But yeah, I don't need.
Then you have to concede that whenever you use the term horizontal, you're referring to the Earth.
I wouldn't say so. No.
Okay, one more time. Horizontal means, by definition, parallel with the plane of the horizon. The horizon is necessary for horizontal to exist as any meaningful term whatsoever.
Yeah, I would just say horizontal is parallel with the plane of the horizon. Yeah, I agree with that for sure.
Right, so then the plane of the horizon is required for horizontal to exist.
I can establish. I mean, but then we're back at the. I don't know what we're arguing, but I can establish a horizontal in a room with no windows.
Yes, we understand that, but in order to know that you're establishing a horizontal, you're using the term that means parallel with the plane of the horizon, which connotes the Earth directly and it's referring to the Earth.
Yeah, we can reference the horizon. Yeah,
when you say parallel,
brother, no offense, but it sounds like you're trying too hard to just not admit that this entire term and concept comes from the orientation of the Earth.
The orientation of the Earth. The Earth goes up and down.
Yeah. Oh my goodness, dude. Okay, I have a table. I have a table right in front of me. Okay, it's an art table. That means I've used it to make a lot of paint. It has nicks, and it has paint, and it has chipped paint. So overall, this surface undulates. It's not perfectly planar. Okay, but this table, I will guarantee you, friend, is horizontally arranged. No ifs, ands, or buts about it.
Well, it could be. I mean, horizontal is an orientation. Yeah.
Exactly, which is the orientation of the Earth and parallel with the plane of the horizon. So that means if you use the term horizontal, you're talking about the Earth as the primary reference.
Yeah, I mean, it could be it can be the primary reference. Like a plumb bob can be the weight could be the primary reference for vertical. Yeah. But I mean, why is this an issue right at the moment? Like, why is this
Well, because someone challenged you that you're referring to the Earth, and you said no, you're not, and so I parsed it out that yes, you are.
Listen, I mean, the water may have a relationship to the Earth, but I'm not referencing the Earth when I hold a water level up in the air. I personally am not. Now, if there's a relationship between water, weight, pressure, and it trying to find.
Yeah, fair point. So have you ever held up a water level with 2 points and gotten a vertical?
Yeah. A change in elevation is a change in the vertical. Yeah. If I hold it up, that's vertical. Yeah.
What?
Yeah. What do you
know? A water level where you have one end of the tube over here and one end of the tube over there, and then you pick up one end of the tube higher than the other. Do you ever get a vertical line?
That is yeah. That's the weight. The down is the vertical. Yeah.
Holy shit!
Elevation is vertical. Yeah. I don't know what else to tell you. Elevation is vertical. Yeah.
You don't get a vertical line between the 2 points, is what I'm saying.
Oh no, yeah, no, I wouldn't get a vertical line. No, because it would slope.
Right. So the only line that you get from water levels is horizontal lines. Horizontal means parallel with the plane of the horizon. The horizon is where the surface of the Earth meets the sky. Therefore, in order for this concept to have any coherence whatsoever in regards to orientation, it necessarily is referencing the Earth.
Yeah, I do agree with. Like, I tried to find out a way that I could establish like vertical and horizontal without using weight, and I'm not sure if I can.
Holy shit!
I mean, dude, we all understand that you're trying to skirt. I mean, it seems to me that your brain is trying to skirt around the simple fact.
I'm not trying to skirt around anything. I don't need to reference like the Earth in its entirety or the horizon. Neither does Nipples or anybody to establish that horizontal exists in reality. And horizontal,
dude, you can't even use the word horizontal without that being established in the first instance, dude. Because you have no idea what kind of line you have.
Yes, I do. I do.
You only know what kind of line you have because you already understand the concept of horizontal, dude.
Right, but
I'm not going to beat a dead horse, dude. You're clearly wrong, and I'm clearly correct, and I'm just going to leave it as that.
Horizontal is reference from the vertical.
I know. I don't know what the fight is exactly. But, yeah.
What's vertical?
Keep telling yourself that, bro.
Dude, you can. I mean, my statement is that you don't need to reference the grand scheme of all things. What's up?
No tanks.
What's up?
What's vertical?
Perpendicular to horizontal.
How would you describe? Oh, what's horizontal?
A straight line that lies within a plane, an orientation.
Oh,
a plane orientation. What's that orientation attached to?
What is that orientation? Yeah, what's that orientation?
It's just in free space.
Oh, it's not, dude.
Oh, it's just in free space.
No, let's just stop right now. Dude, you're literally throwing a definition under the bus right now, dude. Are you kidding me?
I mean,
not just in free space, dude. What is it? We told you exactly, and you agreed what the term horizontal means, and now it's like you're backtracking. What's going on here, bro?
No, I agree that horizontal is parallel to the horizon. That's no problem. What's the problem?
Okay, so then when he just asked you what orientation it was, you should have said parallel with the horizon.
That would just be the same thing as saying that a lake is parallel to a pool. I mean, at different elevations. What's that prove?
Proves that the Earth is horizontal.
Well, I mean, again, I have an issue with the. I mean, I'm not going to argue, but I have an issue with the Earth goes up and down. I mean, that's how you measure it.
Who cares, dude? Mike, hey, look, one more time, bro. One more time. Okay, this is getting sad. I have a table in front of me. I just want you to guess: is my table diagonal, vertical, or horizontal? Which one?
If no end is higher than the other end, then it's horizontal.
That's no, dude. Oh my goodness.
I can't just guess. I mean, I can't just guess if your table's on a slope or not, man. What do you want?
Okay,
if you
perfect.
say-
But the most, if I'm listen, I'm using the table. Okay, so the most probable thing is that it's horizontal or as close to horizontal as I can get it with the legs and my house. Right, it's horizontal basically. Right, it might be at a slight diagonal. But if I leveled my table and I took the time to put little shims under the feet, put my level on the sucker, it'd be horizontal, right?
Yeah.
Nobody would say, oh, it's at 45 degrees, or oh, it's a ball, or oh, it's vertical. Nobody would ever say that, dude. They just say it's horizontal because it's parallel with my floor, which is parallel with my leveled foundation, which is parallel with level of the earth. So I level out the earth. Right? Make it as flat as I can get it. But even then, it's not perfectly flat. But guess what? It's still horizontally arranged, dude.
Oh, well, maybe. Yeah, hopefully.
The term horizontal doesn't mean that there can't be mountains and valleys, dude, for goodness sakes. Just like my table being horizontal isn't changed by the fact that I have globs of paint on it that are higher than other areas, which is just bare white table.
Yeah,
like having a glob of paint. Watch this, friend. Let's do an experiment right now. Okay, my table's horizontal. I have a soda here. I'm going to drip the last drop onto the table. I now have drops of water, which are clearly bumps. Is my table now not horizontal?
Well, the tables could still be horizontal. Yeah.
Well, yeah. So we came full circle to where you had no point.
Well, that's right. Well, like you're given the Earth, and it's like, you're when you say the Earth is horizontal, it kind of implies the entire Earth, all of Earth, right? And then Earth, when you differentiate between the ground, right, which is the dirt, and the earth, and the water, right, which is peak equilibrium, etc. And then some people will start to then include the sky. The sky is also the earth. And then where do you differentiate? To then say the table and the water drop are all now the same thing.
The horizontal is by the horizon, the plane of the horizon, and the horizon is the difference between the surface and the sky, dude. So the sky is different, and the earth is different. Okay, so even in the definition of the term.
Yeah, I'm just saying people can. All I'm saying is people can.
Fair enough. But your point is absolutely incoherent, and there's no reason to entertain it any further. So, for the love of God, let's move on.
Well, I mean, I never really got my point out, but I'd like to.
Dude, stop using terms and then changing the meaning of them, and then maybe we could have a discussion.
Well, listen, my point is, like the thing that I'd like to get out, right, is that anybody can go measure, right? They can go establish a horizontal plane of reference using a water level. They can confirm that 2 points lie within a plane by confirming the shortest distance between the 2 points, perpendicular to another established vertical, and then they can measure whether the dirt goes up and down, based on that reference that they established using a water level or the shortest distance between two vertical points. Right, vertical is a change in elevation, and there's no other method, right? So in order to do that, right, then level is horizontal, right? That's it. That proves that level is horizontal. A straight line lies within a plane, and it's the shortest distance between 2 points. And they don't need to go. They don't, not to take a jab.
Perfect.
They don't need to
and
go.
So what you've just done is done a redundancy on what everybody already do, which is that horizontal means parallel with the plane of the horizon, and Earth is horizontal. Perfect. Ended up back where you started. And you just didn't want to say
they can get there. But they can get there, right? But they can also prove what they can do with like my method is they can. I mean, not that yours is bad, right? But what they can do with mine is they can prove it to themselves that level is horizontal, and they can say, well, and then they can ask themselves, like, what other way is there to measure a change?
But whether you realize it or not, But whether you realize it or not, you actually conceded to me and the other homeboy that was speaking. You basically just proved the Earth is horizontal. So good job.
Well, that's only if you again. That's only in the context of like all of Earth, right? And then if you have the 2 planes, like the highest and the lowest, and you say, well, in the grand like cosmic scheme of things, if this little itty bitty space between the highest point and the lowest point is pretty much flat, I mean, but you have to like imagine all in this cosmic way. You know,
Oh, we don't
all
got
of
to
our-
imagine it, dude. That's literally the definition of flatness, bro. Is the overall height variation being lesser than the breadth and width variation, and all those points laying between two parallel planes.
Yeah, I never actually heard. I mean, I liked when you said it earlier. I never actually heard that.
I mean, that's actually the
definition.
mechanical definition of measuring flatness. Like literally.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of interesting. I never actually heard that one.
And so once you prove that one of those planes is parallel to the horizon and Earth rests between those, right? And that water is the benchmark standard for the definition of level to create, right? And you know that the Earth's surface giving rise to that is where the horizon occurs, and this entire term is a loop defining what horizontal means, and it requires the Earth as a reference, then you understand that the Earth can be described as flat and horizontal, and they're not they're not wrong terms to define the Earth. In fact, I mean, the term horizontal comes from the surface of the Earth.
I agree. Yes, so does geometry. Like, you know, but I agree. Listen, I agree, but it's also the people believe like contradictory things when it comes to this kind of like debate or arena. They agree that level is horizontal, and then in the next breath they will say, but because the Earth's a globe, level is slightly curved to conform to the sphericity of the planet Earth. So they'll hold two contrary, you know, to the definitions won't clarify, in my opinion. That, you know, for most people, like who are willing to accept what they already know to be true, that level is horizontal. They may, but some people will fight it. So then I would say to those people, you can prove that level is horizontal. You don't have to go to the horizon or imagine anything that you just, you know, locally, or you can prove it to yourself, you know, and that might be more beneficial. And then you could ask that same person who proved that, could it be anything other than what it's shown to be? You know, and it can't. And so if you're going to like I said, the snippets in the very beginning, if you're going to measure a drop from the horizontal, right, meaning that the Earth's a globe, then what methodology would you employ, other than the one that I use and you use to measure the Earth flat?
Yes, brother. I'm glad you said that.
Yeah.
All right, so now I'm going to post my experiment in the chat. If you look at it, hold on, give me a second. We are in politics. Let me find the channel.
Yeah, look at Donald right above you. Look what he did with it. Well, we're above where you're about to be.
Yeah, level means curved.
Yeah, whatever you say, bro. So,
I cited my source. Can you cite your source?
Yeah, cool story. So I got an experiment.
Level means curved. That you Globers are amazing.
Actually does mean curved. It conforms with the curvature of the liquid parts of the surface of the Earth. That's the definition of level.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. I agree with you. It does. Listen, check this out. I 100% agree with you that the curvature of the surface of the Earth's liquid is the definition of level. And since that curvature is zero, problem solved.
Show me a measurement of zero curvature. Because I've measured the surface of the planet and it did not come up flat.
Yeah. Again, what did you measure? The dirt?
No.
No. The water?
There you go, guys. There's my experiment right there. Look at that. There it is.
Caution, gaslighting.
So what I did there is I went to Home Depot.
You might have posted it in the wrong spot.
Oh, I posted it in the right spot. So I went to Home Depot. I got an 8-foot level. I put it on a circle to get a tangent, and then I dropped the one end of the level down till it hit the surface. And then what I did is since I have a tangent, I imagined that I have an arc, and then I mathematically calculated that Home Depot is a globe. Problem solved.
Do you think that tides exist?
What?
Do you think that ocean tides exist?
What do they have to do with anything?
I'm gonna get to that as soon as you answer the question.
No, it's a retarded question. Just make your case.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
just
if
explain how ocean tides equate to a curving.
Okay, so if ocean tides exist, then water is never flat.
Wow. Yeah, you must have skipped the part of what flatness means. Holy crap.
I know what flatness means. It means zero curvature.
Oh my
No
goodness,
parts
dude.
higher than another.
No. That's ideal. That's ideal flatness, dude. Reality.
Okay.
That definition is impracticable in reality. I think we all understand that. So you can't apply that definition to reality.
No.
For
it's no
example,
part
I could show you
higher.
right now a $5,000 granite surface plate that's flat within a tolerance. With what did I just say? Within a tolerance. The entire surface has variations with parts higher than the other, but they're within a very fine tolerance, and all of them rest between two parallel planes. That is actually the mechanical definition for flatness. Okay.
But
Not
that's
no
that
part
doesn't-
higher than another in an ideal plane. That doesn't exist. Okay.
I agree.
That doesn't
I can kind of agree. Neither does a line doesn't exist, but the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. But the line, the shortest distance is in
Yeah.
the
So
air,
real quick,
isn't really
if
there.
somebody says there's mountains and tides, therefore it can't be flat, then by the same token, the Earth can't be a sphere either. So whoop-de frick.
There you go.
So I was just talking about the surface of the water, not the surface of the planet.
Well,
It
it's the
cannot
same
be
thing,
flat.
variation.
No, it's not the same thing. It cannot be.
Oh my
Water
God.
cannot. The surface
Yes,
of
it
water
can
can't.
be.
The surface of water cannot be flat if there are tides.
Want to bet me? You want to bet me $1 million? I'm just kidding because we don't allow bets here. But if we were to bet, you'd lose. Do you know why? Because you're using an ideal form of what flat means. I'm using an actual practical mechanical definition that can be employed in reality. And therefore, I'm correct, and you're wrong.
I'm talking about the surface of the water on planet Earth.
I'm talking about the surface as well.
Dude.
What did I just say? Not 30 seconds to a minute ago, I said all the points rest between two parallel planes.
No, they don't. So
Wow.
what I want you to do is understand.
Okay, here. Let me make it very simple for you, Donald
Shit,
C.
or
here.
you could let me
Yes.
speak. That'd be amazing.
Well, I will after this. Trust me. So, I just want to know if all the surface water of the oceans rested between two parallel planes with the maximum variation of the heights of the tides and the waves, would that be able to be considered flat? Yes or no?
Sure, but they don't.
Okay, so the answer is yes, it would be, but then you're saying it don't. So my definition of flat is actually correct, and you concede to it, but you're saying they
Definition
don't
is
rest
fine.
between.
Your definition is fine. It
Perfect.
just doesn't. It just doesn't describe reality.
That's fine.
in any way.
Okay, let's say that. Okay, fine. So now go ahead and prove that they're actually resting between two curvilinear circles. Go ahead.
So I've measured it to be curved, and I can teach you how to measure it.
Yeah, how'd you do that?
Well, okay. So I took a protractor and a plumb bob, and I took an angle to the sun at two different latitudes on the same longitude at the same time on the same day. And then I solved all those triangles, and I
thought you were talking about measuring the water, dude. Where's the water in your little
I was
thing?
talking about measuring the surface of the planet, not the water.
Holy.
Is water not on the fucking surface of the planet?
So here's what happened. You measured angles to the sun, and then you did a sleight of hand and said, "I measured the Earth's surface." That's what actually happened.
Finished yet? I hadn't finished yet.
Where did
So
you get the
what-
latitude line from, Donald? Where did latitude come from? Where'd you get that from?
Doesn't matter. You can do it anywhere. You don't need the
You
latitude.
said you used latitude. You went to a certain latitude. So how did you get the latitude, Donald? You used it, not me.
Okay, the latitude is just a reference. It's irrelevant. I can do it without
Okay,
latitude.
where did you get the latitude from? How do
I
you
can
derive
do it.
latitude?
I can do it without latitude. Forget the latitude. That was just a reference
You brought
point.
it up. You brought it up, Donald.
And I'm telling you to forget about it now because it's irrelevant.
Yeah, perfect. I agree with you. It is irrelevant because your whole thing is irrelevant.
No, my whole thing is not irrelevant. If the Earth was flat, this would demonstrate that the Earth was flat. So what I did was, after I solved all the triangles, I plotted the position on a flat surface and on a curved surface. On a flat surface, I got
Brenda. Did you actually go get any proof of curvature?
That's what I'm. Well, after I finish, I would be happy to answer all these questions as soon as I'm done. So
you never started.
I mean, I only had one more sentence. I honestly only had one more
Right,
sentence.
listen,
What did you
friends. Let
measure?
Donald finish. Let Donald finish. For goodness sakes.
So I took the measurement, I took my calculations, and I plotted them on a flat surface, and I plotted them on a curved surface. On the flat surface, the sun was in two different positions. On the curved surface, the sun was in a single position, and that curved surface matched the curvature that has been, described by science for 2,000 years.
So we're on a spinning water ball in space then. Shut her down, boy.
No, the surface of our rock planet is covered in water.
The curvature of what again, Donald?
The horizontal angles he found. To
Well, no,
your
like what is it when
horizontal
you
angles.
Yeah, the
You mean the
curvature.
curvature? You mean the curve? Hold on. All is that was calculated was angles to the sun. It was the rest was then done on a piece of paper. So the only curvature that was proven was the curvature of the orthographic view of the piece of paper.
That's not what I said.
Or the line you drew on the paper. So nice try trying to reify that into the world.
No, that's not what I said. Math describes, it doesn't reify. So what I said
you
was...
reified it.
No,
the
I
math
didn't.
do that. That's like me drawing. That's like me writing. I have $1 million in the bank because 5 million.
Sir, would it be
5 million
possible
equals 10
for
million.
me to? Would it be possible for me to finish sentences? That'd be amazing. So what you're missing is that I plotted the position on both a curved surface and a flat surface.
So what?
And on a flat surface,
Don't care.
position
Doesn't matter.
Like flat again. What is Donald saying? Like
How did you prove that your side angles? How did you prove that your side angles to what you were looking at were actually true angles in Cartesian free space relative to the Earth, where the sun is three-dimensionally, rather than just make assumptions and then plot it and then say, "Oh, because of my assumptions, this means that what I'm plotting here on a piece of paper must be true." Why don't you just measure the actual water with like an efficient measurement methodology, like, I don't know, laser transit or something, and see if the water's actually curved, rather than trying to do this gobbledygook about reverse engineering your daydreams from the sun?
True, but I have done that also. I've been to the ocean and measured the surface of the water also.
What method did you use?
I was just giving you a different method from it. There's many, many different methods.
Yeah, that method is garbage. That method is garbage. So give us
How is
an
that
actual
method
method.
garbage? How is that method garbage?
Because you haven't proved your assumptions. Now,
I didn't make any
What's the
assumptions
method?
except that the only assumption that I made was trigonometry.
you made assumptions about the nature of the sun relative to the Earth. You did.
No, I didn't.
Holy crap!
What assumption did I make?
You made the assumption that your sight line to the sun should intersect or not intersect based on your opinion of that a ray coming out from where you're pointing would intersect the sun at a particular spot in three-dimensional free space relative to the Earth. Okay?
Space-time is 4
That's my
dimensions.
assumption.
Space-time is 4 dimensions. So none of what you said is true. I didn't make any... the only thing...
Space-time is 4 dimensions. Oh, perfect. So now you have another dimension to deal with that you have to assume.
Sure. It's called time.
Good
So
grief.
I didn't do any of that. The only assumption I made was that I could
You
see
did
the
do
sun.
that.
Dude, can I please finish my sentences? The only assumption I made was that I could see the sun and be able to calculate a position for that sun. That's the only using trigonometry. That's the only
Exactly.
assumption I
That's
made.
an assumption. Your assumption is that when you point at the sun, that you could draw a ray from where you're at and it would intersect the sun in three-dimensional free space relative to your location on the Earth.
Space-time.
Oh my goodness, holy crap.
So
no, it's
what
actually
you're saying
11.
is
It's actually 11th dimensions. It's actually 11 dimensions, Donald. Did you take into
that's
account
only
all 11
string theory.
dimensions?
It's only string theory. So
Actually, it's 12 dimensions. It's 12 dimensions,
not.
Donald.
It's
Did you take
10
into account
space
all
and
12?
1 time. You don't know what you're talking about. It's 11. So
Okay, whatever.
What
So
makes
get to
you
the
think?
part where
What
you
makes
actually
you think?
measure the
What
water
makes you
and not your
think?
angles to
What
the
makes
sun
you?
and then try to calculate something.
What makes you think that I cannot calculate a position?
Making positions up ain't helping you. Stop calculating and start measuring.
That's
Yeah,
all
these are probably
measurements are
measured to water.
calculations, dude.
No, they're
All
not.
calculations,
Measuring
all measurements are
firsthand is from
calculations.
point A to point B,
Neon,
motherfucker.
shut up.
It means you need to
Was
be
Donald
point A to
Brenda's
point
name
B.
before? Is that what's up?
What are you
So
talking
all
about? Maybe
measurements are
Donald's maybe look,
calculations.
maybe Donald is Donald's own person. Why do you gotta say Donald's somebody else, for goodness sake?
So listen, all measurements are calculations. You can't get away from that.
Yeah, I can. We
Anyway,
just did.
Donald, let's settle this for once and for all so all these people can quit talking about it. Are you Brenda or not? Just let them know.
Well, of course not.
Okay, no frickin' duh. So stop, guys, stop chasing stupid red herrings and stick to the point.
Oh, sorry, that's right. They both were talking once. That's sorry.
Been more than
Yeah,
one.
well, I know, but look, who this person is highly irrelevant. Just stick to the arguments.
Oh, my freaking dog is growling at air.
Hey, Donald, can I ask you, like, I guess if that's the case, right? Like that's pretty interesting. The elevation angles to the sun, the GP, the position, etc. If I were to try to do like another straight line measurement, like let's say I was at a lake and I nailed a bunch of posts into the ground. I made sure they're all vertical. I put a level on them; they're all vertical, 4x4 posts, and I measured the shortest distance between each post, and I marked it for like let's say a mile, right? And the first where I began, right, where I began, it was 1 foot off the ground. Would the other, with the straight line distance to the other end of the post, would that be higher off of the water or lower?
Okay, so what you're asking is that if I put a post in the ground and then measured it, would the second post be higher or lower?
Let's say I got like 30 posts and they're like 200 feet apart. So by the time we're done, it's a mile, right? So I'm just going to measure all the posts. I'm going to put 30 posts in the ground. It'll take 4 hours, whatever. I put it, and they're vertical, perfectly vertical, plumb, right? Now I measure the shortest distance, right, between, one mark at 1 foot and then the shortest distance, so I keep marking the posts, 30 posts. And I mark the shortest distance between the 2 points on all of the posts, right? Will that straight line, horizontal line, would that deviate from the surface of standing water at rest from one point to the other, from where I began to where I ended? Or would they be at the same elevation?
Surface?
I didn't catch that. I'm sorry. What was that?
Are the posts, or the end of the posts the same height from the surface?
I'm not. Maybe it's just me. I'm not hearing you.
You can turn me up locally. Also,
No, I hear you now. Yep. What'd you say?
Are the ends of the posts the same height from the surface?
Yeah, they're just 8-foot posts, like 8-foot tall posts. I'm only going to mark.
Okay, but
1
you're
foot.
digging them into the ground. Are you digging them the same distance into the ground?
I mean, that doesn't matter. They're in the dirt, right?
It does matter. I mean, if you take an 8-foot post and dig it 7 feet into the ground, then it's only going to be a foot off the surface. But if you only dig it a foot into the ground, it's going to be 7 feet off the surface.
Yeah, so it's a 10-foot post. It's 2 feet in the ground. So now I got 8 feet of available posts. I'm going to mark 2.
Every one of them are 8 feet. All of them are 8 feet.
Yeah. I bought them from Lowe's or something, right? And now I'm just going to 2 feet up on the post. I'm going to start just carrying a straight line and marking it and marking it and marking it. The shortest distance between the 2 points. So it'll be a perfectly straight line marked on the post. Now
Each one's going to have a different horizontal.
Well, I'm just asking. Where I began marking at 2 feet, where I began at the end of the run, is that going to be, so I'm going to measure at 2 feet off the water where I began. Now at the end of the run, is that going to be 2 feet off the water at the end, or is it going to be higher or lower?
What happened to 8 feet?
Just 8, dude. Imagine you have an 8-foot wall and you just mark your height on it. I'm not taking up the whole 8 feet. So you stand up there, I write a straight line at your top of your head. I'm like, Donald is this tall today.
I have no idea how to answer this question. This is a nonsense. I have no idea.
Is this confusing? Is this a confusing? Am I being confusing? You have a wall and you mark 2 feet up on the. You have a wall and you measure with a tape measure.
I thought it was 4x4s. Where'd the wall come from?
Dude, I'm trying to make it as simple as I can. I don't know how to make it more simple. You got a piece of wood.
It's convoluted as all hell. I have no idea what you're saying. So are you saying that if you have 2 posts that are the same elevation from the surface, if they would be different elevations from a different part of the surface?
I don't know if I want to start over. I'm going to try this. I'm just going to try one more time
No,
with you.
he's saying if you have posts that float off the surface of the water, being sea level, horizontal. Shut the fuck up. A horizontal line in our reference to reality. You're looking for globe water, dumb fuck. So now what he's asking you is if he puts all those poles that are the same fucking elevation from each other, they're all 15 foot, whatever, and you put 30 fucking miles or whatever of them, they're all the same. He's saying it's where you start at point A. Is point B going to be lower than that? Or is it going to be horizontally fucking level with that? That's what he's asking you. That's all he needs you to answer, dipwad.
Yeah, keep in mind these posts don't need to be at the same. I'm going to just mark the line on the post, and that line will be at the same elevation, right? But what's it going to be in reference to the water, Donald? This is not complicated. This is as simple as going to a wall in your house and putting a mark on the wall, and then carrying a line and making another mark on the wall. I don't know how this was convoluted. It's not. It's really clear. It's simple.
Yeah, she left right after she said "F you."
Yeah, was that too convoluted?
No,
I don't know. It was like super basic and like,
no, it's just him, buddy. He's just stupid and he didn't want to understand.
for a guy who can measure the sun's position, poles are like.
I only heard the end of that. You wanna try with me and see what
Yeah, I mean, I could try real quick. If I get 38 foot. Like, listen, I have a 65 foot Bosch laser tape measure. There's one that does 165 feet, and I might buy and do this with a friend of mine. And I've done it on a smaller scale, but I haven't done. I found a lake that's pretty local. Anyhow, this is you get, and it would be 38 posts that I would need for the mile. But I just rounded. So anyways, for 30, right? You get 30 posts at Home Depot. So you spend $400 or whatever. You get 4x4 posts. You nail them into the ground. Now they don't have to all be at the same height. They're going to be whatever, because you're going to be dealing with terrain, right? But you're going to put them into the ground next to a lake. That's pretty simple, right?
All right, post in the ground next to a lake, like on the shore, like real close, or it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, close, pretty close. They're close enough, right? But the lake's pretty consistent as far as the terrain on the edge of the lake. So I'm just going to nail them into the ground, and then I'm going to make sure they're all vertical by taking like a 6 foot level and putting it up on the side of it and check all the sides and make sure it's it's plumb, right?
All right.
Yeah. So, and now what I'm going to do is I'm going to take that Bosch tape measure. It does 165 feet, but I'll just do these 100 feet apart to be sure. Or I can even do a shorter distance, whatever. Now I'm going to mark this. I'm just going to, just like when you do a transit and you get the measuring stick, I'm just going to move the laser level up and down a little bit to make sure I get the shortest possible distance. It measures within a 1/16 of an inch. So I'll get the shortest distance between the two posts, and that'll give me my horizontal because it'll be perpendicular to vertical, right? So I'll be able to get the shortest distance between two posts. Then I'll mark the second post, and then I'm going to keep on doing that 28 more times.
You're creating a horizontal line across these posts.
Correct. Yeah. And then my question to Donald was, if I start 1 foot off the ground, right, or 1 foot from the lake. I'm sorry, 1 foot from the surface of the water on the lake. When I get to the other end, a mile away, will I be higher from the surface of the water, or lower, or the same?
You'll be lower. I mean, you'll be higher from the surface.
Okay, so I'd be higher. The straight line would be higher.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, if I start at the other, so that means that the line slopes upward.
No, that means the surface of the water is sloping away.
Okay, the surface of the water is sloping away. Okay. Now, if I go to the other point, right? If I go and do it in reverse, is the water sloping away again, or is it now rising?
Wait, but you already measured this. So the beginning is a foot from the water surface, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then as you mark each of these posts and you keep going, at the end, there should be a small increase in the horizontal line in reference to the water.
Okay, so the horizontal line does not slope, right?
No, it's just a horizontal line.
Okay, so that's straight. So the equal elevation at both ends would be what a horizontal line is. We could show it to be, right? But we're saying now that the other end of the horizontal line will be higher than another end. So now the horizontal line, we're saying slopes.
Hmm.
Yeah, and if it slopes in one,
no, we're saying the ground that the horizontal line originally was referenced from is now, very, very slightly curving. So that horizontal line from the point that you referenced it from would be slightly elevated at the end.
Now from the other end, right? Because the Earth is falling away from us in all directions, right? So from the other end, right? It's just a straight line. Now, but you're saying that line is actually sloped in the other direction. If I go to the other, the 30th post, now it's sloping in the other direction.
Oh yeah, see, I think I see what you're saying.
Right. Or there's no slope. I mean, a horizontal. I mean, so what's being proposed? Like Donald, when he proposes that he's measured this drop from the horizontal, what he's proposing is that horizontal slopes in two directions. Sounds crazy.
Well, by definition, horizontal doesn't slope.
Right. So then, am I creating a horizontal line, the shortest distance between two vertical points? I mean, that's what we did. That's what we proved. We proved that we can establish horizontal in reality by the shortest distance between two vertical posts.
Well, that depends. That depends. Is this a hypothetical or reality?
No, I've done it in reality, not a mile yet. Not a mile yet, but yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting. I've never thought of horizontal in that way before. So,
yeah. So it would be. We all know what horizontal is. We know what vertical is. We know that the change in elevation is measured in the vertical datum, and that horizontal is equal elevation at 2 points. Along a horizontal line. We all know these things.
Yeah.
And then, like I stipulated earlier,
we also all know that as you're walking across the earth, you're going uphill, and if you're going downhill, you're going downhill, and if you're not going uphill or downhill, you're walking horizontal.
Yeah. Listen, there's some crazy stuff that you'd have to. I don't want to make the jokes, right? Like water at rest flows uphill. All these globe Earth jokes, but no.
The biggest joke is a horizontal line that establishes a flat surface on a globe, as the globers believe. A straight line, it's also a horizontal surface that they claim that's flat. If it actually is truly flat, which means it is a straight angle, which means not curved, and you put that on the globe. I want to see if you guys can answer this. If you put that on a globe, would it be flat? Keep in mind, I already told you it's flat.
It's for the globe to decide.
Hold on a second. Keep in mind, we already said that if you're walking uphill, you're walking uphill. If you're walking downhill, you're walking downhill. So if you had this flat spot on the Earth, how would you experience it? What would it be like to you? If the Earth was a globe, as a hypothetical. Well, I'll tell you the answer. The center would be at a lower altitude than the extremities, which means to leave the center and go to the extremity of a flat surface on a globe, you would have to walk uphill. Now, does that make any sense?
Nope.
Or what actually makes sense is that when you make a flat spot, it's horizontal and you're just walking horizontally. That's what makes sense. The other one is complete incoherent gobbledygook.
No, because I mean, it would slope and the water would run. I mean, that was already put forth earlier. Yeah, but we use the water level to establish, equal elevation. And if the water, in the water, if you raise one end higher than the other, then the water flows. But this is water at rest. So if like, in like with where I tried to talk to Donald, and then Mush Kane jumped in, which is great, no problem. Yeah. That would mean that the water at rest in the lake or canal is flowing in one direction, but then you go to the other end and it's flowing in the other direction. But it's at rest. Yeah, you really got to do a lot of gymnastics to say that's reality. Yeah.
Globers love their mental gymnastics. I can remember when I came into the Discord, maybe a month or two in, there was a flat earther trying to explain flat observations away by using a tire on the ground. The part of the tire that touches the ground will be flat. It's same as when you're standing on the earth looking around. Yeah, it looks flat, but beyond what you can see, it's curving like a tire does. Oh my God, I couldn't believe it.
The hula hoop explanation. Well, AI over there, he did something like that in the Home Depot. But what I noticed, AI, is you didn't purchase any of this. You didn't purchase. It still got the tags on it. You didn't even buy that stuff.
So I was making sure that they were accurately calibrated to the curvature of the Home Depot before I purchased them. Otherwise, why would I want them?
Yeah.
Hey, what I might do, hey, you know what? I actually got, you know what, bro? You just gave me an idea, and I'm going to credit you with co-creator on this film. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go and I'm going to buy one of those 8-foot levels. I'm going to come in and say, I need a level. Well, I'm going to buy it and I'm going to put it back on the shelf. Then I'm going to ask someone to take me to the levels. And when they get there, I'm going to say, oh, this is 8-foot level. I'm going to take it. I'm going to look at it. And then say, it's out of calibration. I'm going to stick it in a steel of the, the shelf because it's pretty strong. And then I'm going to bend it. And I'm going to say, oh, now I can use it to account for the curve of the earth. And I'm going to have somebody film the reaction of the employee. Then after that, we'll clip it so that nobody sees. But then I'll tell them, oh, I already purchased this. Here's the receipt, and you can check the cameras. I just did this to demonstrate to you how retarded thinking that level is curved is, because the Earth is flat and Home Depots don't have tangents.
It is. It is retarded. Yeah. Who was it? Like I was going through like a demonstration with SE Montreal, and then he breaks out like a demo. He was already like ahead of me, I guess, like a year ago. He breaks out his demonstration like balancing two plumb bobs on two levels. Showing that the top and the bottom levels are parallel and the plumb bobs are parallel, and it's just it gets crazy if it's not if it's not the case. It gets crazy. Because if the other implication, I mean, I don't need to go further down it, but the other implication is if they say, well, it's vertical is a straight line, but horizontal, I don't know if they go bendizontal, if they don't, it all depends. But yeah, there's depth or width, like in three dimensions, right? So now if the perpendicular relationship that's maintained through the horizontal vertical, isn't consistent, then as you change in elevation, then your vertical would also change its point in space. So you can't have a straight line vertical. They can't have any of it, is what I'm saying. They can't. I'm not giving them vertical or horizontal because they can't have either of them. So then they can't measure their globe. So. So what I'm saying is if I had, I guess what I'm trying to elaborate on is if, vertical is like a line, right? But in reality, like you said, lines have thickness and 3 dimensions to it, depth and width and whatnot, right? And then the line is obviously the height. So if you start to kind of expand the width of that vertical, right, then it would be deviating. It would only be vertical somewhere in infinite amount of slices somewhere in the center. But that's not the case. Like that level that you buy at Home Depot is, what is it, 2.5 inches or something like that, right? 2 inches or so. Yeah, 2 inches. Yeah, that's
I
both
think the
ends.
biggest one is 2.5.
Yeah, the thickness
So
of it.
2.5 thick, and the other one's 2. The 6 foot one is 2 inches thick.
Yeah, so it would only be in their minds horizontal somewhere in there, and then same thing with vertical. It would only be somewhere in the middle. Yeah, to the point where it can't exist at all. Yeah, so I say this. I said this. You get a vertical. You get something that's vertical. You get the two ends, right? Now you just kind of make it a little wider. You make it a little wider. You make it a little wider, right? Like, when does it stop being vertical? Like, at what width? At what width is vertical? Not vertical anymore. Yeah, it's like ridiculous stuff. It's just ridiculous. All right, well, I'm going to cut out. I'll see you guys.
All right, listen, next time someone comes in like that and starts getting accused of being Brenda, and we start going into this type of thing, whoever's involved, you're just getting banned. Does that make sense? I hope that was clear. Basically what happened is you guys pressed the attack first. Glober basically looked like they took the high road and left, and it had absolutely zero to do with the content of the topic of the conversation. Okay, so that's bad look on us. So next time it happens, I'm going to make an example out of who's doing it. Make sense?
Absolutely. Sorry about that.
No worries.
Yeah,
Nobody's
my apologies. I sort of started it, so I apologize.
I didn't even know you started it. Now that I do, man, you better report for your spankings.
Oh, shit.
Now, if you want to phone a friend to stand in for your spankings, I would suggest phone paraplegic since he can't feel his butt.
That's not sweet of you.
No, but he made the joke earlier. Because I told him, oh, we're going to spank you. And he's like, so what? I can't feel my butt.
Oh, my God. Okay. In that case, I'll have him stand in for me. Okay. Thank you. Thanks for that suggestion.
Lemson, I heard you pipe up.
Who, me?
Better pipe in. What up?
What's up, fam? What are you saying?
Man, we're just in here, chilling. Killing the globe.
Killing the globe?
Yeah.
Damn, you murdered the globe.
No, it never existed in the first place, but yeah.
Well, you can murder the concept that existed. Yeah.
You know what? It's too bad that the black swan wasn't the black crow, because a bunch of crows is called a murder.
Oh yeah, I didn't know about that.
Yeah, like a gaggle of geese and a murder of crows.
Oh, it's because your little symbol is a swan in it, so you wish you were a crow so you could murder the flat Earth. So
But do you know the story? Do you know the story of why we have black swans?
No.
I'm sure Jedi would love to tell you. Volunteered, sucker.
Yeah, but before Jedi starts, I want to say that Murder of Crows sounds a lot like Murder of the Globe. Could be in a song.
Could be.
Yeah, I guess. So Black Swan comes around. It's I'll just explain it like this. If your theory is that only white swans exist, then you just have to make a single observation of one black swan to prove that not only white swans exist. So in reference to the globe Earth argument, geometric horizons would be the white swan, the curvature of the Earth. We just have to demonstrate with one observation that the horizon isn't geometric, showing the black swan, showing that Earth curvature is not observed, as in all horizons are not Earth curvature. In fact, no horizons are Earth curvature.
Okay. I didn't know that. Interesting.
Yep. I guess it is.
Oh.
So what brings you into our channel today, mate? Have you spoken about Flat Earth before? Have you heard about the subject?
Many of times, but it's kind of like beating a dead horse. It goes in circles. I was wondering. I was listening to see if anyone's got anything to add to the conversation.
Hey, I've got a question.
What's your question?
Question denied. Question denied. I just want to give homeboy, before you go, you can say it. I just want to tell Lemson there is something new. I'll post it for you. It's called Machine Vision Algorithm for Curvature of Earth Estimation by Jay Tolan. And he uses parallaxial stereoscopy from this algorithm that was done in the 70s to go to high altitude and look out over the Earth and measure what he sees. And the results are amazing. I'll post it to you. You can watch it at your leisure while these men talk about their question. All right, I'm going on mute.
Yeah, you can DM it to me or something. I'll watch it.
So my question is, why can't you see Polaris from the South Pole?
Because you're outside of that circle. You'll notice that all things above, you'll notice that all things above your eye line, like up, with distance away from you, will start converging down towards the horizon. It's called perspective, right? You notice this when you stand in a corridor. The ceiling at the far end of the corridor looks closer to the floor than the one that's directly above your head. So that's perspective. So the reason why you can't see the end of the corridor, or in this instance, a star, it's because of perspective. It's descended downwards towards the horizon because of the way that your eyes work. And then after a certain distance, well, you can't see it anymore. It's just perspective.
And can I ask, what do you think about the AE projection, the AE map projection?
That's a projection. That's a globe Earth projection, north-centric. So that's a globe Earth that's flattened out where the north is at the centre, and Antarctica is projected as a perimeter, an ice wall around the Earth. That's not a flat Earth map. That's a globe map.
Is there a globe map? Oh, sorry, no. We know there's a globe map. Is there a accurate map of flat Earth? Because I know a lot of people tend to say the AE is like the actual map. But is there like a more representative one?
I don't know, and the reason to that is because I haven't taken any map, taken it around the world and seen how accurate it is. All maps are flat though, and as you pointed out, most of them are projection maps, like the UTC Universal Transverse Mercator map, the square one that you see on school walls and so on. So that's also a flat map, but it's a global projection. The AE map, north-centric, that's a global projection. The AE south-centric, that's a global projection. Well, all maps are, they are flat. I wouldn't be able to tell you which one the flat Earth is, though. I could tell you which one the flat Earth isn't, and that would be the AE map.
Okay. Because do you find it like a bit well, how would I say this? Do you think we'll find it a bit strange with today's technology? We cannot successfully, map the Earth yet.
Yeah,
or we
but
don't have a standardized unit one yet.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have that map. Most maps are produced by cartography agencies and so on. So I don't have the technology to go around and make a map of the entire Earth. We are kind of at the behest of those who give us maps, right? So yes, the technology does exist, but the technology is usually used by those people who have control of that technology. And yeah, that's out of my remit, mate.
Yeah, and there's a compounding problem, and that is that the majority of these agencies already have a preordinate bias and adherence to the philosophies and methodologies that have been established beforehand. Like, they're not pioneers in the field, they're just doing what has already been established. And when you go back in time, you find out that there came a time when charting the Earth that they used the sky to help them, and they created a polar coordinate system. They created a reverse engineering of the celestial sphere, which is how we see the sky. And then they had the raw measurements, and then they had the assumption that the Earth was a globe, and other such things that you can find in the old time geodesy books. So they put all of these measurements into a model, and they use advanced mathematics to form them to that model. So what I'm trying to say here is that these guys aren't going to go out and map the world as it is. They have a bias, and they really can't get the whole Earth at once. They have to do it in sections, and so they're going to filter all that data through that bias.
Yeah, no, that's fair. I mean, I know that. I'll accept that answer. I mean, I've debated a few people. Well, not debated. I asked this question to a few people, and I haven't had the best of answers, but I think that's an acceptable one.
There is a man by the name of Antonio Subirats who actually took an endeavor to measure a bunch of globes and to actually do the distances and angles, and he found that none of the globes were correct. And then he got a whole bunch of people together to do sightings of the sun during certain times of day around certain areas, and he came up with a map, that's roughly similar. I mean, I'm not going to say it's identical to an azimuthal equidistant projection, but obviously any projection that's representing a flat Earth would have the continents be splayed out in some fashion. So it's kind of similar to that. But he used a different methodology. He basically used, instead of going around and charting the surface, he just had a bunch of people tell him over the Earth what they saw during the day, and he kind of just formed it from that.
Okay. That sounds interesting.
Yeah, I would like to add that there is one that I believe, I don't know, but I believe is the closest one would be the oblique Mercator map, which will give you the most accurate distance to the continents. So it will give you a flat map of the continents. The only thing that would not comport to reality would be how the latitude and longitude lines are set up on that map, because what they do is they push all the inconsistencies to the oceans. So if you ever look up the oblique Mercator map, it'll give you a good sense. Yeah, it'll give you a good sense of the shapes of the continents. I just look it up. It's just called the oblique OBLIQUE Mercator map. And you'll see how the shapes of the continents are more proportionate.
Wait, how do you spell Mercator?
MERCATOR.
Oh, wait, MER. Oh, yeah, here we go. All right, yeah, okay, this is the map. Oh, that's an interesting one.
Yeah, you'll see on that map, like the Korean peninsula is. You'll see how it's actually a lot bigger. It's almost the same size, bigger than like Japan, and you'll see how Australia and United States are basically the same size. But on the time zones, there's United States has 4 time zones, and Australia has 3. So it's one of those things that we can't really fix or find out what is what in how the people who've measured this world and the controllers of the Royal International Astronomical Society that has built this grid system that has been handed down to us.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh man. Ding dong. Hey, why'd it get so quiet? I was about to go eat dinner.
Yeah, no, you're not allowed to. You got to keep the show running.
I guess I could have my stomach removed and put in a Cybonic transdimensional sustenance energy relocator.
I mean, yeah. Do that.
Problem is, I have to wait another 3.25761 years until Elon Musk invents it in this timeline.
Surely that's not a problem for you, though, being as you can travel through time anyway.
Yeah, but dude, every time I travel through time, there's consequences. Things happen, things change, Mandela effects. People you know aren't here anymore. For example, you remember Raul from 30 minutes ago?
Oh, yeah. No.
You do? You do?
No, I don't.
Exactly.
I see what you did there. Very clever.
My new favorite map is the Londonocentric Air Age map.
I think that's the true map of the world, to be honest with you. London-centric. Yep, too right.
Only real problem with it is New Zealand. The only one that's wonkily donkily. Seriously, though, think about it. That map is pretty much dead on, except for New Zealand.
Yeah.
So if I just took New Zealand and just scaled it down to like a more proportional size, and I could just pass that off as a map, and I guarantee you I would get some morons to think it was the real map.
I think I saw a Jerusalem-centric map a couple of months ago. That was pretty cool. See if I can dig it out again.
But I got a bone to pick with people from 24/7 who don't know how to use the search function to find crap that's cool. Oh, we got so much content over there, you can just search in the search bar. And you can find conversations that people have had about the topic you're interested in. You can find media, links, PDFs, citations. So we had a couple of guys after TFE come in and try to find proof that Indio claimed things about the 24-hour sun, and they started like, you know, finding messages from like 5 years ago. It'd be like, look here, Indio said this, said that. It was hilarious. So if he can do it, so can you.
I think we've all said stupid stuff in the last 10 years, though. Let's be fair.
Yeah, but the problem was everything the guy thought that Indio was saying, it was just, he basically just searched 24-hour sun filtered by Indio from the longest time ago he could find, right? And he was just posting almost any messages that said anything. But when you actually went to, so I just clicked the message and went to the source of the message in the chat thread, and it was clear that Indio was making like a hypothetical or parsing out something someone else was saying. Like, he had no point, and we just trounced him every time he tried.
Yeah, it's a handy little function, that is.
Yeah, someone, you know, put out the memo. Hey, if you could find a flat earther saying something about the 24-hour sun like 17,000 years ago, you can hold him to task today like he's never had a chance to change his position. Yeah.
Why does Alpha Veritas keep getting muted?
Because he's the proud owner of a device that screws you over, commonly known as an iPhone.
Ah, okay.
Aha.
Well, I've unmuted him like several times now, so.
Yeah, but the problem is he can unmute himself, and what will happen is, if anything happens like a call or something, it'll unmute his mic, and then we'll be hearing his conversation. Yeah. So unless he's like coming in, taking control, it's better to just keep him on server mute.
I'll fuck him back on server mute then. I didn't realise that issue. Okay, mate.
Yeah, it's like a theme among iPhones now, because there's some kind of automated switcher in the Bluetooth or whatever. It's supposed to be an ease of use functionality to where, like, if you're listening to audio or engaged in something and then someone calls you, after the call's over, you'll go back automatically to what you were doing previously without having to attend to your phone again. So if you're working in the shop and you don't want to walk over and touch your phone will just replay what you were previously doing. The problem is it also unmutes you. And
we got a lot of people in the chat, loads of people, but I don't recognise any globe earthers. Everybody seems to be a flat earther.
Yeah.
Globe.
Hi.
Jedi, someone tried to take credit that you are the way you are because of not 24/7.
What? What?
Yeah, so in other words, everything that you did, learned, progressed, tutored, mentored, tested, crucibled, exercised, your time through 24/7 was actually not why you are the way you are. It was actually because of somewhere else.
Somewhere else? Where was this somewhere else? I don't go anywhere else. What the fuck? No, pretty much everything that I know is either through FED or 24/7.
Yeah, there's just a couple of people, trying to, make it sound like we don't do anything over here unless they do it and first, and just typical, schoolroom. My team's better than your team antics.
Oh, I see. I get you.
No, I was about to do that. I was gonna, but I enjoy when the conversation's calm and intellectual and going places. And when it's
has this got anything to do with the happenings at FED and the likes of Brian and so on?
Okay, gotcha. Fuck, you know.
Like, I don't hang out in any of those. So I have no clue what's going on there. I just, sometimes I spend a few seconds imagining the exoplanets or the latest NASA expedition.
I just astral project myself over there.
Oh, dear.
Or how wonderful Elon Musk is, you know. Their conversation must be so unintellectual. That's all I'm guessing.
You know what? Once I get my new processor upgrade, the transdimensional co-core rectifier and the concurrent linear processor, which means I can have multiple threads simultaneously, I can watch all the Flat Earth videos at the same time. Wow. And then I'm going to comb through them all, and I'm going to find out exactly when everybody said everything. And that way, whenever anybody says I came up with this idea first, I'm going to be like, oh, contraire. I got the data right here.
Wow. Wow.
But it'll be a quantum computer, so it'll be too small to read.
Most people don't even remember what certain people contributed in the past. You know why? Because they never made a deal about it.
That's true.
Lots of people contribute, and they contribute in many different ways. Some people never speak. We've had members in our server that have spoken 3 words that somebody heard that were audible in like the entire 5 or 6 years we've known them. All they do is contribute by managing the text base and helping people get links and helping people get memes that they need and stuff like that. Very, very useful, by the way.
Yeah, I'd like to say I appreciate them because I spend more time in VC check-in and stuff, but I don't.
Yeah, huge part of some of our servers is text-based interactions. You know, it's just because a server doesn't have a VC doesn't mean it isn't popping. Okay, that's a common misconception. Not to mention that there are all kinds of rooms within servers that people can't even see, that have think tanks, plannings, resources, all kinds of curation going on that requires manpower. You know, there's all kinds of stuff going on. And all those people that are contribute to that, thanks. For example, we have a group now, like, look, this is going to sound, I don't know how this is going to sound, but I'm just going to say how it is, and whatever it sounds. We have groups of people that follow us around, and when we're talking, we get things. So we'll be talking, and we say, oh, we want to talk about the black swan, yada, yada, and guess what? It just appears out of nowhere. Because somebody's being vigilant and wants to contribute. They know they're not going to be a primary speaker, but guess what? They're helping what's going on. So they're providing content that we need, or they're clipping out content that we're going to use later. All kinds of people helping out. All kinds of work being done. Day in and day out. That's why we call ourselves 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
I like to do that sometimes and just provide memes that are topic related and stuff. And sometimes in the chat, they'll try to get me to like unmute and talk, but I'll just text and leave it up to the room to carry the conversation.
A lot of infographics, a lot of links that have been curated to certain citations and stuff. Also, all kinds of clips being created in short form that we can refer to. We catalog them. We log them in over on the main server. We have names. We have a bot that we name them under, and we can pull them up when we need them. et cetera, et cetera. We got so much resources, and it's all because of the people that are willing to put in their efforts. Sometimes people that you never even know are doing what they're doing. You may see them like a few times in the stream, and they make a few comments here and there, but in the background, they're doing all kinds of stuff. There is no singular myopic engine of the flat Earth that is the flat Earth, and everybody else is just not the flat Earth, even though they're all flat Earthers doing all kinds of work day in and day out. There's people that do little things and they do it faithfully. There's people that do big things and they do it like once every 3 years. You know, it's the whole gamut. From little to small, big to little, many hands make light work. And if you're involved, guess what? Even in being a enjoyer of the content is being involved. So Raiden said the globe Earth makes everyone feel better. As soon as we accept the flat Earth, we'll no longer be depressed losers. Oh, I get it now. Raiden, you want to tell us about the great comforter, the globe, that'll help us sleep good at night?
Sure, it makes people feel better because it's what they're used to, and it's easy to believe. People don't like to believe things that are dubious, like the idea of the Earth being flat, for example. Does that help?
I don't feel comforted, but maybe somebody else does.
No, it's not for everyone. So, but what is? Don't get me wrong. I can understand why people think I can understand why people think the Earth is flat. I understand that position, but yeah, that's why I typed that.
Yeah, no problem.
So why do people think the Earth is flat?
I don't know. You have to ask them.
You just said you understand why.
You know, when they're speaking, I understand why they're saying what they're saying. You know, if you can understand what I mean as far as the difference.
Yeah, no problem. So with that, what your talk about the globe actually made me feel uncomfortable in my stomach that I need to fill it with a sandwich. So I'm going to take my leave and go get some biosustenance for my meat suit. Peace.
Enjoy the regeneration.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Good enough.
How are you?
I'm fine. I have a question.
Shoot.
Okay, so I've been reading about like how space is a vacuum, right? And this Soviet scientist was talking about you can't have rocket propulsion in space. Do you guys know what he's talking about?
I think so, yeah.
So what's the contradiction here? Like, is this like theory, mathematics, or what's going on?
I think the idea is you can't have propulsion where you're pushing off something if there's nothing to push off of. So if vacuum is an ocean which relies on pushing off of substance, if there's no substance to push off of, then you can't have rockets in a vacuum. I think that's the argument.
Okay, so if that's true, like then how did we reach the moon, or how do we send probes or satellites into space? Like, what's going on here?
Oh, we haven't. The vacuum of space can't exist in the medium that we're told. If we've got atmosphere pressure here on Earth, no physical boundary to press against, and out there a vacuum, according to the second law of thermodynamics, we wouldn't have achieved pressure and the gas would have filled the space. That's why no one's been to the moon, because the vacuum of space can't be real.
So if there's no vacuum, then that means outer space has some type of air, some type of particles, some type of consistent pressure. That's the only way you can travel with rockets, right?
Yeah, I don't know what space is made out of. I just know what it can't be made out of.
It can't be.
That would be nothing.
It can't be a void with a vacuum, right? It can't be that.
No, it can't be that. So the idea that we've gone from the Earth's atmosphere through the vacuum of space in a rocket ship and landed on the moon, that story can't be true because it invokes a vacuum of space, which is a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. So those stories can't be true.
Okay, so you know how the ancients, they had this idea that there is water above us and water below us? This water above us, what is it? Are they talking about like an ether, like a gaseous fluid or something?
They're literally talking about water. So I think that's a biblical description of the waters below and the waters above, separated by the firmament. So the water above would be some kind of liquid within that cosmology, I guess.
But you can technically have propulsion in a liquid above us, right?
Well, we propel through liquid all of the time, don't we?
Yeah, like underground. Sure, like torpedoes in the water. Like that's what you mean?
Yeah, bingo, yeah. So we can propel through a medium. The argument is that rockets wouldn't work in the vacuum. I'm not that argument, my friend. I don't know either way. But yeah, that's what some people say.
So, what do you think about the ancients when they were talking about setting sail on the oceans and like traveling into the celestial realm through like seafaring, like a seafaring route? If you keep traveling in the ocean, you're gonna end up in the sky. Like, what do you think what's that mythology talking about?
Oh, I don't know. I don't think I know that mythology, mate. Maybe somebody else does, but I don't. Does anybody else know about this?
No, is he talking about celestial navigation?
Yeah, so like ancient peoples believe that the ocean and the sky was connected, and if you keep traveling in the horizon, you're gonna end up being in the sky. Yo, where's the guy that was talking to me? Did he leave?
Well, what's his name?
I forgot. I think it started with a J.
Yep, he's gone.
Okay, so there's this video I put in the side chat. It's called World Beyond the Poles, right? And he's saying that the universe consists of water and of air. Water and air. So there's no vacuum. So he's saying if you want to go beyond...
Excuse me, is this the masturbation channel?
Sorry about that. Go ahead.
Yeah, so he's saying if you want to travel to the celestial... Like if you want to travel to, I don't know, Sirius, right? The constellation Sirius. You keep traveling on the ocean, right? And you'll reach it by traveling through the ocean. It's a 20-minute video. Yeah. Yeah.
Sounds pretty far-fetched.
Yeah, but because he says that the constellations change when you travel, right?
You see different ones.
You see different ones, right?
Yeah.
So he's saying the people, like for example, if you're looking at Polaris, I'm just giving you an example, right? If you're looking at Polaris, right? Polaris corresponds to a landmass on the flat Earth, right?
Was right directly overhead a landmass?
Well, if you're Polaris, you won't be able to see Polaris. You see something else, right?
I don't really know what you're talking about.
Yeah, do you mean you'll reach the ground position of these stars?
No. So you know how we look up and see Polaris? Polaris corresponds to a landmass, but when they look up, they see a different constellation, which corresponds to our landmass.
I just ain't getting it.
Yeah, it's a 20-minute video, and the guy explains it. He's saying there's a contiguous universe.
Well, it sounds highly, speculative.
Continuously horizontal. Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, horizontal. Yeah, no globe. Thank you.
Yeah, no globe. But he's saying there's more land. There's more continents.
Hooray.
All right. I'm here to destroy Earth.
Excuse me.
You're excused.
I didn't.
Were you going to say something or just mumble?
I said, you're excused, young man.
Yeah, before that.
I said, I'm here to disprove the flat Earth. Actually, I shouldn't say that. I'm here to defend the globe.
It needs defending, huh? Sounds like it's in trouble.
Sounds like you can't find the curbed water. Up close and personal, Goofy. Sounds like you're going to give us an apologetic fucking story about all the things the globe can't do and how you can't find the curb yourself. But it's there. Believe you.
Yep, it's there. It's there.
Right. Yeah, right, dipshit. Go stand on it and prove it.
Why you gotta be all hostile? What have I said?
Dumb fuck. You're saying something's there that ain't. It's called lying or being fucking stupid. One of the two. Which one are you?
So either 99% of the people on Earth are stupid, or...
No, you're a fucking liar or you're dumb as fuck. There's only the two things here. So, do you understand horizontal or not stupid?
I do, but I'm not going to talk to someone who's calling me stupid.
Elevation follows a horizontal line, stupid.
No. I'm not going to have a conversation with someone who's calling me
I ain't
stupid.
conversating with you, dumb fucker. I'm teaching you. So get the smallest line.
All right, well, if anyone else wants to have a little chat, let me know.
The smallest line would be like a little line that you draw with the pen. Now draw it down. That line right there, right? That's all you need for everything. You go vertically up from that. Now going right and left, that line doesn't matter. Never going to change. Only up or down does it change. Vertically, it won't ever change. And it's thin as a fucking line. And you can add them forever till the end of time. And they never drop below themselves horizontally at all. Thinnest fucking line you can make is the vertical and the horizontal.
How come you guys don't believe gravity exists?
Brother, because we don't care about your religion. We're here to demonstrate real fucking science, real physics, and the real attributes that you can show us firsthand. Now, do you have a ball handy that you can spin around and it holds water on it? We'll take a look at you, gravity.
No, I don't believe I have one that I can hold in my hand.
So you can't know gravity took a vacation because you're standing there? Where's
Just,
Gravity
forcing
Waldo
me.
at?
It's just too weak.
Gravity's like Waldo, huh? Now you can't find it? What the fuck?
No, it's still there.
What do you mean, no? Don't apologize for your globe. Gravity you can't find? The fuck?
Yeah, I'm not gonna.
You're either
talk to someone who's
retarded or you're
calling me,
fucking dumb.
stupid. Yeah.
Yeah, I
alright.
know you
If
are
anyone else wants to
stupid or
talk,
you're dumb.
I'm down.
Yeah, because people that can't prove any fucking thing they believe, cartoon believers, are fucking stupid or they're dumb. Something's going on. How do you believe something that doesn't happen? I believe a globe is everything that can't happen in a lab.
We know.
Well, how do you show it's not? How do you show I'm wrong? That your globe isn't just a fucking belief. That you can
Now you're
demonstrate in the
asking the
lab.
questions. I thought you were teaching me.
Yeah, I am. I'm teaching you. You don't have any globe physics, dumbass. Because if you
Right.
did, you'd be teaching me. If you knew about a ball, you'd be getting a ball out on your handy fucking dandy notepad. Out on your, pull it out.
I don't know any.
Now show us what a
Can you tell
Cavendish
me?
does on a real ball. I bet you don't know that either, do you, dipshit?
Real ball.
Yeah, fucktard, not on flat Earth. A pendulum on a real ball. How does that work?
I feel
Do
like
you
you
need to
have a
start
lot
it
of
up?
anger.
Do you need to
I don't
start a
think you're here to have
pendulum
a
up?
conversation.
Do you need to
I
start a
don't know
pendulum up
if I want to answer that.
on a ball that spins? You're fucking retarded. You couldn't. You're too retarded. When you go get somebody that has a fucking brain to think with, or somebody that's not slow, maybe I could talk to him, buddy. Go get him for me.
Yo, Denmark.
Yeah, a guy who doesn't have a ball in his hand with cat toys on it.
Yeah, I don't.
You
I
know
don't
what
have
a
that.
ball is. Number one. Let's put a
Yeah,
pendulum on it and see what it does.
Yo, Denmark.
Let's put a pendulum on a ball. Are you ready?
Yeah. Wow, this is some
Why is this
groundbreaking physics here.
So you don't believe in reality, do you? Fuck all reality, right,
I think you might be
Glober?
smarter than Einstein.
Yeah, fuck reality, right, Glober? Right?
You might be smarter than Einstein. 'Cause this is
Reality
some really
is, bitch.
groundbreaking physics.
Reality that
If you put it,
you don't have no Einstein stuff. You have reality.
Earth-sized ball scales
Yeah,
down
cool
to
story. No
regular
orbit.
size ball.
Where's your orbit
Very
at?
interesting.
You got an orbit?
What do you?
You
I
got
don't
an
think. What
orbit
is an
we can
orbit?
look at that you and Einstein put together with his mechanics.
Do you even know what an orbit
No.
is?
Of what?
Okay, that's
Show me in a
that's
lab.
about what I thought.
Show me in a lab,
That's about
bitch.
what I thought.
Yo, Denmark.
Fucking idiot.
Yo, Denmark. Can you hear me? Yo, Denmark.
Do you have a ball handy?
Denmark. I think someone's talking to you, Denmark.
Yeah, I think that someone doesn't know what a ball is yet. Do you have a ball guy yelling my name?
Yeah, I do.
Do you have a pendulum handy?
Yeah.
Spin that ball around.
Okay,
right?
give me a second.
66,000 RPM and 1,000 RPM, then 400,000 RPM.
Well, I can't spin it that fast.
Oh, then get the fuck out of here, no globe.
No, but I'm not
So
interested
you
in the
don't
globe.
have a spinning ball with a pendulum on it so we can see what it does. I would not need any humans on there to start it up with a candle.
Yeah, bro.
This guy will spend the rest of his life thinking that this is logical.
A ball, in reality, is it going to hold water? I'm going to spin it really fast and put it on a drill. Now I'm going to
But
go in a
I'm not
circle with
interested
it.
in that, bro. I'm not interested in that.
We're going to do ball physics, so you're not interested in demonstrating all the ball physics that you know about? What
Bro,
a fucking reject.
Bro, I'm
what
not
a fucking
I'm not
globe reject. No balls,
I'm not
huh?
I'm not a globe guy. I'm not a globe guy.
Yeah,
I'm
you're
interested.
against balls, right? So you don't
Yeah,
want
bro.
to get a ball out and show that Earth ain't a globe and couldn't possibly be a globe, right?
Bro, I want to know how this
Do you
flat
like
Earth
reality?
works. Bro, what's
Way
wrong
you
with this?
can know is trust reality. Demonstrate what you can. If you can't, you know that's not reality.
Okay, that's cool. That's cool. That's cool. But you know that video I sent? Can you watch it?
Elevation. I don't give a fuck about a video. I need you to demonstrate what arced elevation is.
I don't know what that is.
No one does.
Yeah, bro, but I'm interested in the
No
flat
globe.
Earth. I'm
You are?
interested in like more
Go
land
read up.
beyond the poles.
Elevation.
Read up.
Yep.
There's
That's
a
just
channel
not-
that gives you all the
That's
information on
an
flat
arched
Earth.
path at a certain elevation. Like this guy thinks he's
What
cooking.
elevation? From where to where? Down and down where? So if
ask
I
a
get
more
point
precise
A
question.
and then I lower point B, how the fuck are you telling me they're at the same elevation?
Like where point A, where point
On a
B?
globe, motherfucker. Point A, you the boat. Point B, going down below you. Now you fucking idiot. Are you both above a horizontal or not?
Oh.
No. Now you have to prove that dropping down below that horizontal line, you can stay the same fucking altitude as you, the guy standing at sea level, and the guy going down below the fucking curve at sea level. Go prove sea level can drop below itself in front of you somehow. You
I
dumb
will say
fuck.
this: an idiot will drag you down to his level and beat you at his own
No,
game.
you're the idiot bitch who doesn't have a fucking arc curve. You don't have curved elevation, you stupid cunt. It's a horizontal line, the thinnest one you can make forever that way. You fucktard.
Yo, here tech. Yo, here tech. Yo, here tech.
Yeah.
Yo, did you see that video I sent in the side chat?
Does it have an altimeter tracing an arc?
I haven't seen it.
Yo, can you watch it?
Well, no, because I'm driving right now. Maybe later.
You can listen to it.
Okay.
I ain't watching that goopy ass shit. You ain't even been to a pole yet. The fuck? Why you worried about beyond a pole? You don't know where a pole is. It's the weirdest
Bro,
fucking
I just want to
shit.
know if there's more land, bro. That's all I care about.
Get your fucking ass up and go smell some grass. That's how you're gonna find out. Go fucking figure it out. You go find it. How you gonna find out by somebody who hadn't been there, you fucking idiot?
It's science,
Use your fucking brain, you retard. Get your fucking ass up and go figure out if there's more land on a pole or not. When you can't find a north or south pole, come back and talk to us when you can't even get there. Or shut the fuck
Bro,
up.
are you
Figure
mad
out
at me
where a
because I'm
pole
trying to find
is.
more land, bro? Why are you mad at
No,
me because
you
I'm trying to
can't
find more
find a
land?
pole, you retard motherfucker. Look for the pole.
Bro, I'm gonna find the land, bro, and I'm not gonna
Shut the
tell you
fuck
about
up.
it.
Look for the pole.
Nah, bro.
Find a pole first, bitch.
You
not
stay where
land.
you are. You want to stay where America
Fuck
fucking
land,
mind
retard.
controls you. I'm trying to find some fucking land where there's
Yeah,
no
you're
government.
a fucking retard. Shut the
No,
fuck.
you're the
Go
fucking
do it.
retard.
Why
You
are
want
you
to stay
talking to
where
me,
America
bitch?
brainwashes
You're
you.
doing it pretty slow. Why you need to tell anybody what you're doing, loser? Go do it.
Well, yo, I ain't trying to go to a place that
Go
doesn't
fucking
exist,
do
you
it,
dummy.
weirdo. You weird fuck.
Yo, fuck you, bro. I know what I'm doing here.
Okay, guys, we gotta step this back a notch there. Take a breather there, DMOC, and let's maybe try and have a conversation here and answer a question or put
He
something
said
on the
he's finding
table.
beyond the poles. What does that even mean? Ask him.
Well, it's just dumb. Like, he's thinking that there's extra land out there, and he's come here to find out what we think about it. Well, first off, we're not going to speculate on it. That's something that we hold off until Sundays, and we can all let loose and have a little speculation Sunday day. But other than that, speculating is how we got into the big problem with the heliocentric model to begin with. So we don't want to speculate stuff. We want to deal in the world of reality of what we can know and what we can prove. And that's what's important. And the rest of it can wait till Sunday, for crying out loud.
Yo, but Plum, bro, you sound more reasonable. The guy in the video talks about the gaseous air pressures. It has to be consistent throughout the universe. You can't have a vacuum. So I just want somebody to like watch the video and help me understand what does he mean by that.
Space can't exist, okay? Space violates the second law of thermodynamics. If space were real, we would all be dead. All the air on the Earth would fuck off the Earth and fill the available space. And if you're going to be able to say, well, you know, it's not a vacuum, it's just a place of low pressure. No, we're told that it's a vacuum of 10 to the negative 17 torr. That's a big vacuum. And we can't even replicate one here on Earth. I think the best we can do is 10 to the negative 6 or something. So that's a huge magnitude to go from 10 to the negative 6 and 10 to the negative 17. So if it was true, the air on Earth would fuck off and fill the space, and it doesn't. So therefore, because you can't violate the second law of thermodynamics, space is fake.
Yeah, bro, I'm sold on that. I kind of like concluded that stuff on my own. I was like, yo, this fucking vacuum in space stuff doesn't make sense, you know? So then I started doing some research, and I found this guy talking about how the universe must have consistent pressure.
No. The universe can't exist. The only thing that we've got is what we're standing on, the Earth, and we've got the sky, and we've got lights in the sky, and we see the lights in the sky, and there is an up. That can be your space. There's an up, and things can go up. Clouds can go up. Planes can go up. Satellites can go up. But all those things can also come back down. So anyway, there's that going on. Strikes me like you're looking for answers and you're just trying to grapple at whatever you can get a hold of because you're looking for some kind of a replacement for something, and you're just going to end up you're going to go down a bunch of rabbit holes. You're not going to find out what you're looking for. It's all going to be a bunch of BS, and it's just going to be a bunch of crap. Just live in reality. You know, we measured the Earth flat, we navigated flat, we aviated flat, and we practically use it as flat. Over 70% of the known surface area is water, and we know what water does. Water lays flat when it's at rest. We got that going on. So there's no globe.
What happened? Where did everyone go? Gone? Where's the party?
On the horizontal highway.
We got Mr. Feynman joining us. Feynman.
Richard?
That's Richard.
And Rick? Dick?
Fine line between horizontal and straight, boys.
Feynman got, sorry. Feynman. You got to say. Oh, welcome. Have we spoken before?
No, I don't think we have we?
I don't think so. Is this your first time here?
And it's no, it is fine. It's Feynman, as in Feynman, the physicist.
Welcome aboard, Richard.
I'm not a dick, I swear.
Do you know the difference between a horizontal and a curve?
One is a line connecting 2 points, and are you talking about what do you mean, a curve versus horizontal? I don't understand the question. Actually.
Now you're broke. Damn. Thanks. That's all I needed.
No, you broke me with that question. You broke me.
I know,
with
it's crazy, isn't it? Welcome to Flat Earth, brother.
That question is nonsensical. I'm trying.
Welcome to Flat Earth, person who has no comprehension.
No, I know. I've talked on.
Okay, get some comprehension sometime, buddy. Go comprehend.
Well, I would love for you to provide that.
I'd love for you to get a dictionary and learn 2 words: horizontal and
scientific
curved.
Method includes.
Does it involve curved and horizontal?
Well, it involves education. So if
does it involve curved and horizontal meeting up?
Yeah, if you could educate me on how those.
Yeah, I do a horizontal line from me to 4,000 miles out, a horizontal line, and you and I can stand on it, and we're both going to be at 0 height. Now, how in the hell can you drop below me and do the same thing? That's how we can educate and learn ourselves with reality.
Wait,
you
do
get
you
on
mean
the
a
wall,
horizontal line
draw the earth curve, not a horizontal, and then show the altitude matches.
Do you mean a horizontal line extending into infinity? I'm trying to understand the thought.
Yeah, show us where it doesn't do that on the ball with the water. Show us where it's not a horizontal earth into infinity. Show us where it curves
horizontal
down.
Line
Where does
extending
it curve down and not become that? Or elevation. The word elevation. When you go horizontal for infinity, it doesn't change. If we live on a ball, it has to.
Man, I've talked to this guy before. You guys are mean putting this guy.
If we live on a ball, the horizontal line has to increase in elevation every fucking dot of your pinhead.
One sec. I want to go back. I want to go back about 3 minutes in the conversation. Sorry for hump marking, by the way. I've got a dictionary right here, right? So I'm going to read out the definition for curve. It's a continuously bending line with no straight parts. Something that curves or is curved. Curvature. System of points whose coordinates satisfy a given equation. Line representing data on a graph. That's it. The definition of curve. Do you want the definition of horizontal? It's a bit lengthy, but I can shorten it. We get the gist of it, right? Horizontal. Oh, that's not that lengthy. Flat and level with the ground or with a line considered as a base, affecting or happening at one level in a system or organization. horizontal plane, position, or line. There's the difference between curve and horizontal.
He does better when combating, like theoretical ideas versus actual definitions. He does better with that. Better, I mean worse.
Are you saying that there's non-dictionary definitions?
That he subscribes to? Yeah, for sure. Definitely.
What?
No, to make this guy's mind rational, he has to be subscribing
to a bunch of brother, not my mind. I'm talking about elevation. You get a device, and it goes up or down from the one point you put it on the wall. Up that way, vertically is up. That's the only way up. Vertical. You're not going horizontal to go up or down. The very things you'd have to do on a spherical curve to go up or down would be going straight and below yourself. Dropping below yourself on a ball means you're at the same altitude. How can we demonstrate that? How can you prove that elevation drops below itself? If that was the case, no one would ever get their elevation from anywhere. They would have no fucking reference.
All right, so maybe we needed define definitions for you.
No, maybe you need to demonstrate on the wall an arced line and then rub that altimeter down it. And when it stays at zero, when it drops below itself.
Definitions?
Yeah, I don't know what he needs to keep reading dictionaries for.
No. Yeah, I want to define definitions for this guy because I don't.
Yeah, altitude. What's that
elevation
word mean?
And altitude actually mean, as far as like how you can compare them.
Changing the vertical. Changing the vertical usually measured in specific units, either in actual like meters, feet, or by degrees,
so you understand
by angle. Right.
Okay, cool. All right, cool. All right. Yeah, I know that, but like, what is he saying though?
What were you saying, Demok? Were you like asking for change in elevation?
Yeah, how does he prove? Yeah, how does he prove on the wall that the elevation isn't following that horizontal line that stays zero? He needs to arc below the horizontal line and stay zero for his zero.
Right, so
his zero of elevation sea level is an arc, yes.
So here's a task for you, fine mate. Denmark has come up with a brilliant idea, right? Where he's going to mark he's at intervals, let's say inch,
Dude, you can actually
like
understand what you're saying.
He's going to get a wall, right? He's going to draw on a wall the dots, right? A horizontal line. Now at those same intervals, he wants you to put a dot in relation to the curvature of the Earth.
At what intervals? What do you mean?
Whatever interval you pick, what do you mean?
He's going to draw lines on a
at
wall.
At 1 inch. Do 1 inch intervals, 1 foot, 13 inch, whatever you pick, buddy. And put the dot of the Earth curve. Just keep putting the dot of Earth curve.
What does this line represent? What is this
It's
line
called a dot-to-dot Earth curve. Don't be slow, brother. Little kids do it all the time.
Okay, great. So what is this dot? I'm catching up. I'm sorry about this. What is this dot represent?
Holy motherfucker!
Well, again, I'm catching up. I'm sorry.
Yeah, represent what, dude? 3rd grade.
I'm not familiar with all your pseudoscience.
Represent the curvature of the Earth.
Just catch me up.
You're putting a fucking dot on the wall for the Earth curve, and you're going to keep putting more dots and follow the Earth curve with your dots. Don't follow my horizontal line.
Following the Earth curve.
Yeah, dumbass. And then we show the altitude follows that, because each dot you put below the first dot you put would be at 0 sea level while you drop them down below their self. Where can we demonstrate sea level drops below itself to be a curve? You standing on the water, right at the beach. You standing on the water. Now the boat.
Are we saying the Earth is flat?
Good
or
luck finding,
or globe?
good luck finding
Shut up,
anyone
dude.
else.
We're doing
Are you
something right
saying
now.
the Earth is flat or a sphere? What's your
Shut
argument?
up. Quit interrupting.
I'm gonna go talk to trans people because they're more like reasonable. Holy shit!
Yeah, you're a fucking weird sicko. Plus, you don't even know how to make a curve.
Yeah, trans people are very reasonable people, very rational.
Yeah, very auto-robotic.
But my question, your argument, is it the Earth is...
It's called elevation, man. It's a horizontal line. How do you show your sea level? Mine's a horizontal line. How do you show yours drops below itself?
Is your point that because you're supporting both sides, is it a flat or a sphere?
Brother, I'm supporting whatever you demonstrate, stupid.
Yeah, because I have what you're describing can be supporting
no, there ain't
both
no
sides.
Describe. Do it.
No,
Forget
no, it can't.
describing
He's describing sea level as being representative of a horizontal, right? A horizontal line.
Yeah, but that's still an argument for Earth being flat and being, a sphere.
No, it's not.
Yes,
on a
because
sphere,
an argument
sea
for
level,
both sides.
On a sphere, sea level can't be horizontal. It'll be curving, which is antithetical to horizontal.
But it can still be flat.
You're saying your globe can be flat?
Why not? A flat, it could be like a flat banana, right?
I'm not getting it. Sorry, man. You
So
lost me.
when people say Earth is flat, okay, it's literally perfectly flat. Okay, what's a little bit curved, but still like a flat curved disc, right?
No disc. No disc. Not claiming a shape. Just a surface quality. And by the way, it wouldn't be perfectly flat. There's obviously undulations. There's terrain and hills, valleys, sort of thing.
Yeah, so like just like how Earth is not perfectly round either. Why would a flat planet be perfectly flat? Why would it have a small horizon?
No, I'm not saying it's a planet. I'm just describing our experience in reality. The surface is generally distributed in relation to horizontal and vertical. And that's how we gauge it, and that's how we measure it. That's how we use it.
Okay, so you're saying I'm right.
What you're saying, but I don't know what I'm saying. I mean, we don't reference any kind of idea that the surface is curving in order to function in reality.
Why are the YouTube bots here?
Because we're streaming on YouTube.
Wow, you're doing so without my consent. You didn't inform me.
I'm telling you now.
You exposed me as a centrist on this topic.
Yeah. Yeah.
Gentleman here could elaborate further on what I was talking about if he wants to. I mean, like, because he can give you specific, example instances of practical use of the Earth in relationship to horizontal and vertical.
I literally joined the conversation about 2 minutes ago, so I don't know where you're at. I don't know what's going on.
Okay, no problem. Sorry, man. Sorry.
I'm still half asleep, mate. Who are we talking to anyway, T-Dub? Are we talking to anyone? Or are you just talking to...
Lemming seems to think that his globe can be flat.
No, that's a contradiction.
I explain how a flat Earth could still have a curve to it.
That would be a contradiction. So when we say flat, we mean horizontal. Curvature is a deviation with distance from horizontal. It's a category error to say that horizontal can be curved.
So specifically in regards to sea level, Rock and I followed up on it, we're making the claim that sea level is a reference to horizontal, right? And he's saying, well, that works on the globe. What? I mean, we're not saying that Earth is any kind of disc-shaped object or anything where you could measure some curvature, the boundaries of this realm in the vertical or whatever in the other axes. He's saying that. Fleming talking. Is nobody talking?
No, Major.
Okay, cool. Maybe, Lemming, you could tell us why you why you think that the Earth is a ball. You think it's a ball?
What? I never. Oh, wait, I'm super sick. I have to sneeze.
Bless you.
I can't talk. I have a fever. I'm sneezing all the time. But I didn't say I think anything. I was playing devil's advocate for I don't know, Earth being flat. And I said, so just like how Earth is a sphere, but it's not perfectly a perfect sphere, a flat Earth wouldn't be perfectly flat either, and could still be a curve to it. That's all I said. I'm not claiming I believe anything. Okay.
Fair enough, because actual Earth curvature can be found in the form of things like waves and hills and valleys. There is parts of the ground, and the ocean, the surface of the ocean, which will form partial curves to it. Yeah, you could describe it as being a curve, sides of hills and things like that. I raised that up the other day, and like I don't know how legitimate of a point it is, like if it's a worthy point, but it just occurred to me after all this time, right, with Eratosthenes. I just pointed out, what if he was just on some freaking part of the surface of the Earth that happens to have that gradient to it, in order for him to get that result? I mean, like,
well, that's a
wouldn't that be a
yeah, how does he
possibility?
not know? How does he know he wasn't going downhill all the way to Cyrene? Aren't they both on the? Maybe they're both on the coast. That would be one that would do it, wouldn't it?
Yeah, they're not both on the same. They're not on the coast, though, are they? Alexandria is. The other one isn't.
You only need a surface which would give that shadow length that he was measuring, and just make an inference from that. That's all you'd need, is the surface to be formed in such a manner that would give that shadow result.
Yeah. So what was it? Alexandria and Cyrene, isn't it? We can probably find them on Google Maps. I'm playing a flying game, but you could get an idea of their elevation by how far they are from the coast. You know, even back in that day.
Are you playing a flying game?
I am. War Thunder.
Are you pitching down for that Earth curve?
No, all these games just have square Earths, you know. It's just a block, just a square block with all the verticals parallel.
I get you.
Like these type do. Obviously there's like Kerbal and ones that use planets with real gravity, and then there's other ones like, what's that one? It's like a fun puzzle game. It's quite peaceful. There's no combat, and there's planets there, but it's still a bit weird. They don't bother with the physics. It's kind of whimsical, but things orbit things. They just don't do it in a very in a way that physics says they don't. What would we conclude from the fact that flying games tend to use parallel verticals? Oh God. Did it go quiet again? Have lots of people been coming by talking about the final experiment? Has it been, I imagine it's just been relentless.
Really? Actually.
Not many, really. Okay.
They've given up already.
Given up already? Crikey. What's soft cocks?
As many as I thought there would be, but yeah. I guess, you know, like you get one person a day that comes in and brings it up.
Yeah. Because when I was in the other day, I was like, oh, wow, there's a bunch of new phrases. Like, suddenly it was like, you know, there's the put it in a syllogism is a totally new one. And what was the other one? I can't. Esoteric flat earthers. That's it. These esoteric flat earthers that do make claims. Yeah.
Since it's inference based, right? It doesn't have to be followed up with a form of logic. You want to say it's something definitive?
I don't think a reasonable point necessarily needs to be put into a syllogism by somebody. I think you can understand the reasonableness of a point without a syllogism, and evidence of that is you've never before this past December required that of anybody within or outside of the community. So if it was always necessary, why weren't you doing it 2 months ago, right? And so it obviously wasn't necessary, which is fine. It's fine to now say,
"Oh no, it has been." Like,
has it?
It has been asked of that. In that we have asked of things of that nature, like to be expressed in a logical format, right? Before, right? Probably including that one, right? It's just when it's just come up, right? You know, but so like when you reduce it to its simplest form, right? Do you think? I think that's happening because we're on a ball is good enough.
Like I don't think it's proof of ball. It's something that would absolutely disprove the ball. Like if the sun was 2 degrees out of position, it would disprove the system so fundamentally. It's not an evidence against flat Earth because it's only an evidence against certain people's conception of flat Earth, right? And those people that stumped up to say that was pretty much only one flat earther, and that was Jaren. And Jaren is sticking to his guns and saying, come on, guys, this does mean something. You can't spend all this time saying, you know, Antarctica holds a secret. That's why they don't let us go there. And then we go to Antarctica and it does what they say it does, which obviously works on a ball, and you guys pretend it doesn't mean anything. But everybody else didn't hold a position. So how could it debunk a position that isn't held, right? It requires a model to say, this is what's false. And
that's what I've said before.
Actively avoid having a model so that they cannot be disproven. Well, sorry, I don't know the reason they do it, but it seems like the main reason flat earthers don't hold a position is in order that they are not required to defend one. Whereas
I've said this before, and like, and people have probably made this mistake. That yes, they have made this mistake in the past. Probably myself, right? In the past, right, where someone's before this whole thing happened, right? They've talked about the 24-hour Antarctic sun, right? And it's been questioned, challenged, whatever, right? Even with a caveat of it doesn't matter, right? It doesn't matter. We're talking about the surface, not what happens in the sky. If you question it or challenge it in any way, right, it can lend the appearance that you hold some sort of position as it either defending a globe or like proving or not proving a flat earth, etc., right? Because why would you be concerned? Why would you concern yourself with it otherwise, right?
Well, I think that is true. I think there are not many flat earth, like I think Will Duffy was testing a fairly fringe claim, but I mean, it's a claim that, let's be fair, I have spent tens of hours dissecting footage of a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. I don't remember with you directly, but I have spent tens of hours discussing what people see as fake about a certain 360 video, or I think we've probably discussed before, why did they copy the footage from the start and end of a video? Let's not pretend that this wasn't a question in the community. What I think you are saying is
let's not pretend that this is an actual claim of proof for a globe from the globe side.
No, but it would be disproof of the globe.
I think that they're intentionally trying to hide behind this whole thing about like, its relationship to flat Earth and flat earthers and what they say, etc., to hide behind the fact that they're trying to say it's proof of a globe. And then when we ask how, they run away, or they don't know, or they can't express it, they can't articulate how it's supposed to be a proof.
I think it's evidence for a globe. And I think that
so he did not. You can't tell me Will Duffy just wanted to just be charitable and spend a bunch of money to appease the curiosity of a couple of flat earthers.
I don't think he did. I think he wanted to do a stunt and gain some relevance and popularity, and probably figured out how to make some money off it somewhere. I think also at some level, because he's a young Earth creationist, who I think is, 9/10 of a flat earther, he is trying to defend a worldview. I think once he started looking into flat Earth, he realised how biblical it was and how biblical the explanations were, and he realised, young Earth, there's nothing in the Bible about the age of the Earth except from a lineage of kings And that lineage of kings we know to be false about 6 different ways, right? We've got older pre-existing civilizations, the stories of which are copied and transposed into the Bible. We also know one of the kings said he was the first of his line, and he was the first of his line in that book, but we know historically that he just called himself that, but actually was like 3rd or 4th in line. So I think that there is a reason he's defending it. If you've got a conspiracy reason why he might be doing it for some other reason, that's fine, but I don't think... I don't think it makes sense to...
I'm going by what it was supposed to be. This was supposed to be the ultimate decider, the final experiment. This is going to settle the debate once and for all.
Sure. And I laughed at that. You know, you'll find many recordings of me saying it won't change, but it'll be fascinating to see what flat earthers choose to stick to now. But I and all of the globers were 100% confident that it wouldn't change any flat earthers' minds. So none of us called it the final experiment. I mean, if I was putting 100,000 into it, would I pick a catchy name like the final experiment? Sure. It's fun and catchy. But does that necessitate that I am therefore making a scientific prediction about whether flat earthers will change their mind based on evidence? Well, no, because if I made up my mind based on evidence, I would know that flat earthers do not change their mind based on evidence. This is Jaren's second test. He found globe both times. One which was testing the flatness of water, and one which was testing the existence.
And we say, how is it evidence, right? That's when we say, how is it evidence? And nobody can articulate how it's evidence of anything.
Well, I mean, I can. I think I can. I don't think I can put it into a syllogism for you, but I think I can say there are many books. I've already made a strong case for it, which is it was a considerable discussion in these rooms. I have spent tens of hours discussing the validity of 24-hour sun footage from Antarctica. So in those discussions, those people seem to be well aware that if the sun circles 2 points, that seems to put a hole in the idea of all verticals being parallel. Also, 200 Proofs regularly disputes the existence of the 24-hour sun in the south. We've got countless quotes of all sorts of YouTube flat earthers denying the existence of the 24-hour sun in the south, including Jaren, who said that. So for some reason, other people, maybe you're not convinced of what it does, but I see the validity in it, right? It's absolutely fits if you just assume that the ball is geometric, and the sun should go round you in a hula hoop in the south and go round you in a hula hoop in the north, but going in opposite direction, 6 months apart. That's exactly what you expect. And if we'd have gotten down there and that sun had set, or been 2 degrees out of position, or not visible at all, it would have completely disproven the globe. That's what I say. If there was no this is my syllogism, if there was no 24-hour sun in the south, then the globe would be disproven. There was a 24-hour sun in the south, so the globe was not disproven. That's as strong as you can get with it. I'm not pretending it proves that the Earth's not flat. What it does
There's been flat earthers. Carry on.
No, you go. There's been flat earthers.
For years now, screaming out that you're doing is fallacious and don't do that. You don't need to do that. There's plenty for flat Earth in the foundational argument of the geometry of the surface.
Doing what is fallacious?
Reifying things beyond the scope of which they can experience.
What does that mean? Reifying things?
Reifying maps and models, right? To existence.
Something if you say, "Can I see a big hot?"
They're saying, right, and they've also been saying, "Let the globers just make their claim about it. You don't have to."
Right. Yeah, which I think is
just take their claim apart. Let it stand out alone on its lonesome without a dichotomy. And we'll see if it holds to reason, logic, demonstration, observation, measurement, etc.
Sure. Yeah, I agree. But what do you think about my point? Like that other flat earthers have been talking about the truth of this. Do you see like? Let me ask this question. Did you doubt at all? Were you like maybe they won't, or did you get the result you expected? Were you completely agnostic about whether they'd see the sun?
No, didn't know. Yeah, I was I was actually probably thinking it was quite possible that they'd go there and not see it. Yeah.
Okay. So what made you doubt or question whether they might see the stunt? Because it wasn't to do with your views. Like, you've got many views on like politics, and it was none of those other views that made you question whether they'd see a 24-hour sun. This is probably your flat Earth views that made you question it. So
it's independent of the model. My reasoning for that was independent of any type of comparison to a model. Was simply based on when it's been challenged in the past and they've presented video footage. That video footage was obviously doctored to make it look like it was that. And why they did that now, I have no fucking idea.
Sure.
I don't know. No, there was one other
footage that was like that.
Was one I came across that might have been, but I don't know where that is. Where they've been filmed, where it's been filmed from. Like, they could be anywhere.
You know the explanation for that. You know the doctored one's explanation is the director didn't like the framing at the start of the shot, and so wanted to move the shot, but then the sun wouldn't do a full lap, so he just reused a bit of the footage.
Yeah, I know. There was the other one with the watch in it and all that. That was just unnecessary. Just fucking film it. So there was one that was doctored. There was one I came across that didn't look like a production. It just looked like someone fucking set up a camera and just let it go, right? Like, and they didn't do any fancy work to it, right?
So there was one. There was already footage of it, yeah.
Yes, but I don't know. It could have been anywhere, and they could have told me it was Antarctica, right? So there was still that left there. Fine, someone's gone and verified it. Yay! It's true. Okay, I still don't understand why these fucking idiots just couldn't just leave the fucking footage alone and just give everyone the raw experience of it, like the secondhand experience of it, right?
But why would they do that? They weren't. None of those people were shooting it for you. They were shooting it for a director who was asking for something, right?
Because it would show anyone, even if you don't doubt it, it would show someone in its raw beauty what it's like.
He did. He has released the raw footage.
Who?
The guy who shot it and edited it has released the original, and you can see the original uncut, and it gets back to the same spot it started. It starts in a different spot, gets back to the same spot it started, and doesn't loop any footage.
Like the one with the watch,
and he's given a valid explanation. I'm not sure.
The watch one was so obviously fucking not real. Like, I still think that one is actually fake, like purely fake.
But that's fine. But you get the concept that I could fake a video of a race, and that race also be real, right? I could fake a video of the Tour de France, or I could fake a video of a childbirth, or I could fake a video of,
yes, I understand that.
Copulating with a starlet, and that doesn't mean that those events don't happen. So there are. And do you now think there was a 24-hour sun in the south, or are you doubtful of that?
I don't have a reason to doubt that they went there and saw it. Okay. I'm not finding enough reason to doubt it.
Okay,
I don't care either way. Like, it doesn't matter, and it never has mattered to me.
Well,
there was or wasn't.
I think there should. I think it should.
Was not an underlying premise from any of my arguments.
But I think whether it's an
just a topic of interest and curiosity at best. All it's ever been.
I would still be interested to know why so many other flat earthers were on the side of it's
because they're fucking idiots and they don't learn and they don't listen from peers who fucking know better.
Right. Yeah. And
don't use their own thought processes either to really sit down and think about what does it fucking mean. And at the end of the day, is it a proof of anything? Right?
Oh, it's evidence that there's a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, and then unless you want to invoke bendy, weird, light doing mysterious things, you would say it's probably the case that there is a big hot ball that goes around 2 points in the sky. Like it goes in the sky, but if you trace its path on the ground, that is a circle that is centered on something. And does it have one center or two centers? And if it has two centers, that is not possible if all verticals are parallel. right? If all of the ways up are parallel, there can't be two centers to a circle. The only way there can be two centers to the circle is if that shape is 3D, and then it's got a top and a bottom, and then those two circles, those 2 points could be diametrically opposed to one another, and that's what would be necessitated by it. So it works absolutely geometrically. Let's not pretend it doesn't disprove flat Earth, but that's because flat Earth avoids making claims. But the globe makes a lot of claims, such as there must be a South Celestial Pole, there must be under it a South Pole. The closer you get to the South Pole, you'll cross into the Arctic Circle, at which point you must see a 24-hour sun in the south. Right? The globe absolutely unequivocally claims that, and Samuel Rowbotham, Eric Dubay, Nathan Oakley, countless flat earthers have been aware of the relevance of this argument enough that they have railed against its existence, such that they have put videos into the community and gone, oh, look at this editing in this, right? That you've then ended up seeing it. So it doesn't matter if it's central to your argument. I would be concerned by the thing that you said, which is, does that mean that flat earthers are fucking idiots? I don't think they are.
Look, there's a certain...
They bump up against these things and then use motivated reasoning to get out of them.
Well, earlier on, there was like two sort of factions, you might call them, YouTube factions, social media factions of flat Earth that branched away from each other, right?
Okay.
One was saying how it's fallacious to try and say anything about like motion of things in the sky proves this or that, right? Because you can't test it, you can't definitively conclude anything from it, right? And affirming the consequent, begging the question, all that sort of thing was being pointed out. Let's not do what the globers do, blah, 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 blah. And those that went, fuck you, we're going to do what we want, right? And we're going to make a bunch of reification fallacies and affirming the consequent. And they went ahead and kept doing it, right? And they invested heavily into gimmicks and things which sold their content to an audience, right, which involved these things, reifications of maps and models, etc., etc. It's not my fucking problem. I appreciate them for like being a tiny stepping stone in my journey, my flat Earth journey. I moved on. I realized their error and their fault, and said, "See you later." He said, "See you later" to me way early on. Like, I mean, they pretty much segregated me from their community. I was allowed to watch their videos, but I couldn't comment in any of their chats or anything like that.
Really? Because they were making it. And was that, if I'm understanding what you're saying, because they were starting to make these wild claims and assertions without evidence, and you were calling them out on it, and so they blocked you. Is that what you're saying?
Basically, plus a couple of, I suppose it was considered a snide comment, like, you know, like, ended up having access to one of their chats. I think it was on Rumble or something like that, because they'd move from YouTube over to Rumble so they could talk a bunch of other shit that they didn't want YouTube hearing. But I said they were calling. There was this whole thing debacle went down with each one of them calling each other shills and et cetera, and then there was this big debate happened between a couple of them, and then there was an after party. So I hung around in the chat and I said, now we just got to wait for Eric Dubay to call all of you shills, all of yous.
That's funny. It's a good joke.
It was an instant mute and ban. I don't know.
Where was this? I was gone. Earth Awakenings or where? Oh, this is ages ago.
Oh, no. This was like, because there was a bunch of people in chat. Like, there was Dave Weiss and, Jaron, and I think Witsit was there. Like, it was all the Globebusters crew, plus, like, Dave Weiss's crew sort of thing. Like, there was, what's his name? There was a bunch of them. They were all from over that side, you know. Like they you know, all the ones that go to the conference that's held every year, the Flattoberfest.
Right, because recently Karen B, I saw that Dan the Waterman uploaded something where Karen B went absolutely bonkers and was calling she was saying, "You flat earthers, you're all fucking retards." I was like, holy shit, is the community imploding? Who said there's a zombie apocalypse?
What?
I don't know. Demok's going off on one in the chat.
Oh.
Witsit did.
Every map,
Witsit
Dan is
did.
right in the chat. I think
Eggshells.
Okay.
Witsit did. Witsit said he was on Earth Awakenings, and he said, "Hey, you guys, mark my words. The zombie apocalypse is coming." It was like in 2024 at the beginning of the year. And he said, by this date, we're going to see him break out with the fake zombie apocalypse or the zombie apocalypse thing or something weird, right? And we were like, what the fuck? I was like, they don't. And then like when the date happened, a couple days later, week or two, maybe 2 weeks, I don't know, Witsit popped on. I said, hey, bro, hey, you guys, we're having that fucking zombie outbreak. And they all just like muted me. And they didn't say shit to him. What the fuck? What's going on, man, over there? So you can say, I can come on here and say, hey, you guys, by 13 days from now, we're going to have a zombie apocalypse. It might be fake by the government, but it's going to be a zombie apocalypse. Shit's going to hit the fan, and that's okay. That's good to say. That's good to go. You don't even have to have no kind of fucking verification.
They're like Alpha says, they're esoteric and occultish and all that. Like they just throw out this stuff and they consider themselves to be like free thinkers, like.
Yeah. So then when he went on the ether thing, then I challenged him one day about there couldn't be nothing, because he says the perturbation of the privation and this and this and this. What the fuck is a privation? What are you perturbating through? If you're saying light's already there in both spots. So it's perturbating through nothing then or something. I don't know what you're trying to say then.
Yeah, the light thing, the light wave particle thing doesn't make any sense, I don't think. I was mainly
I mean, it's speculation. Speculation Sunday for those guys every day, right? Like, that's what it's like.
I was telling him there's nothing. And then, like, I don't know, 5 minutes into it, he starts talking real fast, saying this and this and this. He goes, prove to me there's nothing. I said, hold the fuck on here. Hold on. We started this debate with me. That was my point to you. Now, how in the fuck are you asking me that question now? Are you okay, bro? And then, like, I got muted. Like, I don't get it. It doesn't, like, it's weird. Like, he can literally double speak right in fucking front of you. And not 100% of the time. But when he does it, he does it. Simple as that. Like, if I do it, I would do it. It would just make, come on now. Somebody had to call me like, hey, you double spoke there. Oh, okay. Go ahead, though. Sorry, guys.
It's like, a lot of us have probably got some really crazy ideas, and wild speculations.
Yes, you do.
It's a matter of like informing the public of the main points, of flat Earth and keeping it focused, hyper focused on that, right? Instead of giving the impression to the public and the rest of the world that flat earthers are just these wild, outlandish, crazy thinking. Look at all these weird ideas that they've got, about zombie apocalypses and fake alien invasions and blah 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 blah. Right. Mandela effect and.
Right, just the flat Earth will do that for you, though. You don't need the other.
Yeah.
ones.
Once you get into,
the globe does that too. That's what space is.
Already, when people say, "I think the moon might not be physical," that, like, you've got to understand, us globers have been here long enough that we don't flinch at that anymore.
I've never got that.
You hear it in people's voices when they first come in here from some other room and they don't know much about flat Earth and they still think it's a pizza floating in space. And they hear the denial of space, and they're like, well, what about satellites? And the denial of satellites. And then they're like, what about the moon? And they hear that the moon might not be physical. And
it's not a denial of satellites. That's a misunderstanding.
I think there is a fair bit of wacky stuff being denied in these communities, is what I'm saying.
Well, hold on. Yeah, but listen,
there might being denied.
Yeah, but there might be a lot of goofy people that are just slow anyway. You can't go up to every slow guy in the asylum or everybody who's not right and keep wanting their opinion on stuff and hoping it's going to be right, begging for change of a guy who tells you lasers are coming out of your eyeballs and out of his butt. It's not going to happen. So when these special fucking K Globers and the special K Flat Earthers get together in their special K bunch, and they got red shifts and spectroscopy from millions of miles away, and all this shit they believe in too, and ether and perturbation and privation and all this other dumbass shit, what do you do with them other than tell them they're goofy?
Yep, I agree. I feel the same way. Like,
and hold on,
and I think most flat earthers get to a point, right, with some other people where they're like, they're agreeing up to a point, but I think most flat earthers recognize other flat earthers in the community who have absolutely batshit insane ideas, like about humans that are reptilian and shapeshift, or that planes don't carry fuel and they run on air, or like some of you might agree with some of them, but I think all of you would go, there are other flat earthers that have ideas that are absolutely batshit for me. I don't have that so much with Globers, right? Like
airplanes running on air is not batshit crazy. They sell you toys called air hogs, and they work all on air. There's fucking a million different kinds, a million different designs. They all work on air.
But you know what I'm talking
about.
Now
the moon. Now hold on, I was going to get to that egg. The moon. Listen. No, I don't know about. I ain't worried about all that. We can run on lots of things in this world that we don't know about. Listen to this. The moon, right? Even if someone says the moon's not a physical thing, that doesn't make any fucking sense. It has to be either a physical hologram or a physical attribute of something overlaid onto some other physical material like air or something like a screen. There's no way it can be like not physical. Wild. No, I know, but listen, we have projectors, brother.
On something.
Right, we have projectors. I know it sounds. I know reflection sounds real wild to you, brother. Reflections aren't wild. Projectors aren't wild. A 3D hologram of Tupac on stage isn't wild because we fucking have them. It's projected light focused from one place to another spot where it hits that spot, and that's where you think it's at. Because the light's going there.
It just seems super.
I get you. I know, but it is possible. Right. Maybe. So the impossible is what we don't have to worry about, like elevation, a diagonal line being at the same height as sea level, as well as being a diagonal line. That's not possible. I know. That's what I'm saying. The globe's diagonal line from the observer to the boat is supposed to be sea level from top to bottom. All they have to do is demonstrate that every diagonal line is the same level at sea level from top to bottom of its own origin and position and relative reality in space.
Is that easy?
So, yeah, it's very easy.
But they don't do it.
What about the crazy claims from the globe belief, like warping and bending of space-time, or 93 million miles away, or billions and trillions of miles away, and space travel, black holes, or water balls in the vacuum of space with water attached to the outside of a spinning ball. I mean, all of these crazy claims, and then these guys just pretending that other people are claiming crazy stuff when he is the one claiming the crazy stuff.
I think many people with different methods agree on 93 million miles.
But you're the crazy claim believer.
Right.
You agree on religion.
Can I respond to your point, though?
Yeah.
No. So I agree that 93 million miles sounds a bit crazy, but
it is crazy.
Can I?
It's not crazy. It is
fine. It's crazy. It's crazy.
You've been talking non-stop for 5 minutes.
I don't think that's true. So if it's crazy,
rewind the tape.
Can I respond to your point though, or is it?
No, I wasn't asking you anything. You don't have to respond. Yeah, I wasn't asking your opinion or anything.
No, it's clear, right? Because it's not that crazy, right? If multiple people reach the same conclusion, that becomes less crazy, particularly if we can investigate the methods they use and go, okay, you're bouncing stuff off stuff.
It's a baseless assertion that you're making.
The same answer. But Flat Earth, A, doesn't do tests. They have to be paid to do tests nowadays. And B...
Flat Earth, Globers, they all make crazy claims. And just because other people are making crazy claims doesn't make your crazy claims valid.
No, I'm saying when there's convergence, when there's a good method used and convergence on 93 million miles,
what method was used to measure the distance to the sun?
Chemsy, I have a question. How are you on mod? You keep interrupting this guy every time he tries to talk to you.
Who asked you?
Well, I'm in a VC that's for discussion.
And I wasn't asking him a question. He's trying to reply to me. Like I was talking to Demok, not to him.
Were you really? That's interesting.
God.
Dude. I think if multiple people pick 93 million miles using a variety of methods, then that's one thing. But like flat earthers I've heard some people say the sun is 3,000 miles away. I've heard people say the sun is not physical. How can it not?
That's you saying that. Nobody here is saying that. No one here is saying that.
Don't use any method to pick it except just dream up a distance, and B, all pick a different
You're the one dreaming the 93 million or the 3,000 miles. You're the one.
Yeah, what if we don't care how far away it is?
How far away do you think it is? If you
What
know
if
it's
we
not
don't care?
You're the one making pre-assumptions about it all over the place.
What if you don't have to
further?
care? What if I
That's so
paid you
wild.
not to care about the distance that you couldn't prove? What if I paid you not to worry about a non-provable thing?
Gemsy, if that's
You're
ridiculous,
the one claiming the warping and bending of space-time. You're the crazy one.
I've never invoked that. I'm just talking about the.
You're the one claiming mass attracts mass. You're the crazy one.
Are you responding to any of these points? Is it closer or further than 93 million miles?
You're the one claiming other people making crazy claims. Well, you're the one making the crazy claims.
Am I? I'm just trying to have a conversation with you about the thing you said, and it sounds like you're running from me.
You open your mind and you start, flat earthers this and flat earthers that, and you're making claims about people that are not even in this VC or making those claims.
Well, Demok was talking about the sun being, the moon being projected onto a surface, and I was saying that sounds.
No. Listen, I'm not. Listen, I'm telling you, and the flat earthers that the moon, if a fucking human, whether they're a globe or eggshells or a flat earther or an agnostic atheist on cornbread, I don't give a fuck. If they come to us and tell us it's not physical, I'm telling you that makes no fucking sense. I'm not saying okay, now hold on, listen. I'm not telling you I think this. Listen, brother, stop. I'm not telling you what I think the moon is. I don't give a fuck. I didn't say it was that thing. I'm telling you that if some dumbass flat earther tells you, hey, eggshells, this thing's not physical, there's something wrong with their fucking brain.
Yep.
That's all I'm telling
I agree
you.
with you, man.
That's it, brother. There you go. Yeah, go ahead. I just wanted to point out, I don't think it's non-physical. I don't think it's a fucking hologram. I don't know what it is, so I don't think it's either. I'd rather prove it and touch it first.
Right. Yeah. But would you agree with the point I'm making, Demok, that flat earthers don't agree on whether it's physical or how far it is?
That's a stereotype fallacy.
They shouldn't have to. Do you agree that people should not have to agree on things that they can't actually prove themselves? All they can do is say, hey, Bob, what do you think? And then you either agree with Bob or not. That should not be your fucking logic of science either. You should be Demok. I have no fucking clue what that is, and I don't fucking care until somebody actually can prove it to us 1,000,000%.
But can you guess at things you're not 1,000,000% sure about?
For what? What's that going to help you do?
Just decide whether you're right. Like you make a guess, test the guess.
How are you? No. You don't decide whether you're right. You actually go physically to that place and touch it. No, you don't guess. You touch it. You touch it, see what it is. You come back and say, I don't have to guess now. We went to that thing.
How does touching
we went this far to get there. We came back and we touched it. Here's some of it. Let's all go over it. Send some of this to every classroom. We're all going to be this specialist now on this material. And that's how you would do it. And that material would be able to mimic whatever the fuck the other material is doing because it's that stuff. Why would it do anything but?
Now that I think about it.
But of course, if you want us to go touch things and bring them back, we've done that, right, with the moon.
No, you haven't. Go get me a moon rock right now that turns orange phases and orbits another ball that's 4 times bigger than it. We need the math to follow the fucking attribute of your lie, motherfuckers. Don't stop at a drop of water. Keep going until we got a big puddle or maybe a baby lake or a pond, right? Because I want to swim in the dog shit you guys are pouring out. I don't want you to just fucking see a particle that I can just smell and hope it was really there. Fuck that.
The guy that said that he went to the moon and brought stuff from the moon, he's claiming that the moon is petrified wood.
He believes somebody brought something back from the moon that he couldn't fucking touch if his life depended on it.
Petrified wood. He believes the moon is petrified wood.
Jimsy, it sounds like they couldn't go get some moon rock if their life depended on it. Go get me some moon rock, both of you.
I want your feedback.
I need moon rock. I'll give you the feedback when I get the moon rock and test it and make sure it floats around other stuff and turns orange and phases and can turn black when the sun comes out. I'm just saying.
Good point. It is a good point. I just wanted to ask.
Who's the new guy? Who's the new guy? Shut up. Okay, actually, who's the new guy that said we went to the moon?
I'm not new. Sorry.
So when you say we, what do you mean we went to the moon?
With a royal we.
I didn't go.
So you just believe? That's kind of like a crazy claim. That people can go to Fantasyland. And you think people can go to You think that people go to Hollywood, film something, and that's reality? That's a crazy claim.
He believes in moon tooth fairies that go back and bring back moon teeth, so we can look at the moon teeth for the moon tooth fairies. He believes in.
It's petrified wood because the rocks that they brought from the moon, they gave to a museum. The museum went to insure the rock, and they found out that it was petrified wood. So he believes moon is a petrified wood.
$1.3 million they had to buy a moon rock. Isn't that weird? Don't you think that all the fucking humanity who paid for that moon rock or paid for the trip should get a piece of moon rock to test and study? But no, who's got the moon rocks? Who's got all the dinosaur bones? Huh.
So the actuals claiming that people are making crazy claims. You're the one making the crazy claim that water is attached to the outside of a spinning ball in a vacuum of space. That's a crazy claim.
I did hear him say that as well.
So why are you making crazy claims that are impossible?
Yeah.
He believes the rock is floating down below his feet, but can't prove that.
So when you say people are making crazy claims, are you talking about yourself, Eggshells?
Huh?
Huh?
I don't. Yeah, probably.
I wonder what ChatGPT or Google says if you say, hey, imagine I fly my helicopter horizontally forward 39.59 and then 10 more inches. And then we drop a rock. What happens to that rock? We're away from the globe.
It goes
39.59. You drop a rock.
Less density, I think.
What's that mean?
Reaches its state of equilibrium.
We're not. The Earth's not next to us or down below us. It's about 10 inches that way.
Yep, 10 inches.
So where does it go? What's the rock do? It doesn't just float around the ball.
Inches? I won't reach.
10.
Okay.
10 inches away from the Earth. 10 inches past 39.59. That means past the Earth now. Now your selfie stick is not touching dirt and water below it. If you drop your phone, it's not going to hit Earth, dirt, and water. Unless Earth, dirt, and water pulls it like a dog chain back that way. When can we see past what cliff that the phone or any object is going to be pulled back to the cliff like a dog chain? To the cliff. Like it has to hit the cliff and slide down the cliff, stick to it. Like sandpaper, like the gravity machine. The Gravitron? Yeah, that's what we need to see. Where you guys shoot a bullet past a cliff or past a waterfall and the bullet goes back this way, actually arcs this way a little bit, hits the object and slides down it because it's the most massive thing right there. And there's no fucking thing in hell that it could even drop to except that thing. It wouldn't go down to Earth 5 miles if you're 5 miles up in the air shooting it off a cliff. It would have to hit that dirt and slide down it vertically. But that's
you
never
gotta
happened.
remember, Demok, that he has to show that this spinning ball has to be moving at multiple vectors at multiple speeds all at the same time.
Right, with a cup of water on it. And then no cup. No cup globe. Cup flat earth. Awesome. No bathtub needed on a globe. Bathtub needed on a flat earth.
That's a good point. If you had a hump in the middle of your bathtub, you'd be like swimming uphill to get to the middle of your bathtub.
Well, you'd just sit above your bathtub in that hump if you made it long enough. You wouldn't even need to touch the bottom base of where that you'd be like 5 foot above every other part of water. You'd be just sitting up above everybody in your chair like the lifeguard. Where is that lifeguard hump of water at? That's what I'm looking for. I'm going to get a floaty and sit right down on that motherfucker and look down at everybody.
NASA's been hiding it. Look, Dave Weiss or any of the people who are denying the South Pole in 24 hours in the sun, have any of them come out and gone, I'm corrected? You know, like Jaren did? Jaren did his...
Go ask them. Go talk to them.
Oh, I was just thinking somebody here might know the answer to that question, you know?
Jaron said he's not a flat earther. Jaron says all kinds of weird ass shit. I wouldn't even fucking have a clue what that dude's fucking talking about half the time now either.
Oh, I think
if you truthfully,
really well.
You do what?
I think he speaks really well. He's good with the mic.
Are you slow?
I only just started listening after he.
Are you fucking slow? Please don't tell me that again, eggshells, brother. Brother? Come on, you write. Come on now. You said you're a writer and you're gonna write stuff, and you're not gonna fucking catch on to the goofy ass shit that motherfucker says. I'm not saying as a person he's a bad guy. I'm not saying he's a mean dude. He's probably one of the nicest fucking guys, and he probably is pretty smart. But I'm gonna tell you what he fucks up on is not knowing his ass from a hole in the fucking ground. He doesn't know what the fuck he's doing.
I think he's got a good voice. He uses his mic well.
A good voice. Oh, okay. Well, tell him to go sing on American Idol.
Okay. Next time I talk to him, I'll let him know.
Well, you should tell him to stop being a fucking catfish flip-flopper.
Well, but I mean, do we want people to not change their mind after they say X
not
can't
change
happen?
their mind after they made it up off of fucking nothing?
Yeah.
No, I don't want to talk to those weirdos.
I don't think it
Hey, Democ, look at this picture on the wall at the store. This must be the map of Earth, dude. That's a lady drinking a tequila bottle. Yeah, that's the map of Earth. Yeah, I'm sticking to that. And if the sun doesn't go around this part of the tequila bottle, we're fucked. Are you stupid, dude? Are you fucking
I always
dumb?
try to guess where the end of your sentence is going to be, and I did not pick where's your map of
You
Earth.
will
heading
never
in the direction
guess
of it's
where
a woman with a tequila
listen,
bottle.
Stop trying, brother. I'm original, motherfucker. You don't get another Democ.
You're
Listen
original.
to me.
I don't think many people have said that sentence.
I know. Now, if I just draw if I have my little grandson draw some cartoon pictures and say, that's your map, right? And give them to Jaron, right? And Jaron says, oh, I believe this because Democ and 500 people said this is a good fucking map. And it was drawn by a little 2-year-old with a pen. Now, where does the sun? How does the sun have to move on that? What are we talking about?
How old is the sun? How old is the sun?
Brother, I'm old enough to know that when Jaron says he picks a map that's based on a globe, that he should have never did that. That was dumb, right? I understand that. He should have understood that.
Well,
then he says this thing. Hold on, brother. He says this sun. No. He said this sun can't happen unless it's explained only on a ball. He said the 24-hour sun
I haven't heard him say
in Antarctica. You better go back and watch his fucking videos.
So what I heard him say was it is explained perfectly on a globe, and all he's said since he first saw it.
By who? With what?
Which just let me. It doesn't matter whether he's right or wrong at this stage. Just matters.
Okay, hold on. Go ahead.
And he said all it means, and he said this even before he saw the 24-hour sun, and he's been consistent all the way through, is it will throw out the AE map. It will just disprove the AE map. It won't change any of our observations about water being flat, despite the fact his observations were matched curve. But all I was saying is he's got a good voice, but like he's the only one I know that held a position beforehand and then admitted, hey, we've got to change our mind based upon new evidence. And like
there is no new evidence of anything. What's it evidence of, brother?
It sounds like when Jaren came in Netflix and they did that mockumentary.
Yeah,
and he played on it. All the Globers were coming and say, "Oh, the flat earther proved the Earth is curving," when he didn't, and actually is doing the same thing with this one.
I think it's funny that they continue to do an experiment. They continue to do something when they had a burned out laser. Don't you understand that people with any fucking common sense would have said we have to stop and come back and get a new laser?
He likes Jaren right now because he's disproving flat Earth. So Jaren's his best friend. He wants to support him on Patreon and whatnot.
I did say that. That's true.
Yeah, I know. Because you want... Right now, he's being recommended to, like, when you search Flat Earth on YouTube, he's now being recommended. So what does that mean?
He's paying back his producers.
Yeah.
That's what that means.
He's being recommended for Flat Earth on YouTube.
Sure, yeah.
He said we could be in a big Home Depot on a fucking... Or a Home Depot on a ball that's so big. And you know who said that before him? I did, fucking with a Glober. I said, what are you guys trying to say? You and then another flat earther that was arguing. I said, what are you guys trying to say? We live in a big fucking Home Depot, and the earth's so big. That was a joke from me, and now that motherfucker says it like it's real.
Did anybody get that soundbite? I would like to hear it.
Over 5 years ago, in the 24/7 Discord, we were talking about the celestial rotation of the South, and even I posted images of one of the first photographs of the celestial rotation, and people were, on both sides talking about it might be a thing, it might not be a thing, and this conversation was being had, but there wasn't no general consensus about all the flat earthers believe that there is no 24-hour sun or celestial rotation, because I've been talking about the South celestial rotation for a long time, and I haven't denied it, but Eggshells find that he wants to talk only about his poster child, Jaren, all the time, even though he's never here.
We can talk about the South celestial pole, sure, go for it. You just briefly mentioned, Jaren, let's move on. I agree.
But
good point.
Yeah, the rotation of the sun, it hasn't been denied by everyone. Some people say it might be there, it might be not there. But you just want to bring up the Eggshells and say, no, people have crazy claims when you're the one with the crazy claims. You're the one.
Which claim have I made?
The Earth is spinning, curving, spinning and moving in multiple vectors and multiple speeds all at the same time.
So that's not a claim I've made. It's one that is necessary for the things I believe. But one can believe things without...
That's crazy. That's nonsense. You believe in nonsense.
Okay. Just thinking something's true doesn't mean I'm making a truth claim that requires defense.
So how can the crazy guy at the corner say the other guy is crazy?
Okay. Sure. Yeah, I'm crazy. Good. I agree. I'll stipulate to being crazy. Or if it does, if me thinking
just a paid agent is obviously a bad actor, Bollywood bad actor, good for nothing, bro. Shut up. Freaking always trying to bullshit your way out of any conversation, wasting time all the time.
I'm trying to directly address the point you made. It seems like you're
just always bringing Jaren like you're in love with him or something.
No, I'm happy to address the point that you're making right now.
Just shut up.
Since you don't want me to.
Just mute yourself.
Oh, okay. That's what it was. I thought that's what it was.
Join the VC and start talking about everybody, every flat earthers this, flat earthers that. Guess what? I'm not a flat earther, and I don't believe in the globe.
How would you describe your worldview, your cosmological worldview?
Above the ground, in the medium, under the heavens, Earther. You like that one?
No, it sounds like it's just avoiding the question. Like we know
avoiding the question. So yeah,
it sounded like an answer. It sure sounded like an answer.
Is the ground a contiguous object and does it have a shape?
Are we above the ground?
How do you know?
Are we above the ground or not?
Yes, we are.
Are we in a medium, Eggshells? Are we in a medium?
Yes, we are.
Many different ones, I guess.
Are we under the heavens? When you look up, are we under the heavens? Are we under the heavens, Eggshells?
No, I don't think I'd describe it that way.
Oh, so you're a denier. You're a God denier. That's your issue. You denied creation. You didn't deny God. That's your problem. I get
Damn, you deny God? Damn.
Wow, we got that quick, man. That was interesting.
Well, yeah.
It was efficient.
You're a creation denier.
Yeah, evidently. I don't know how I managed to do that, but here we
that's
are.
That's what you believe in the crazy stuff you believe, like in the water spinning ball, the nonsense, all the nonsense. You believe in that. Complete
Are you
nonsense.
under a pillow? You sound like you're talking, but you don't want your partner to hear you or something. Why do you talk like you're like sharing?
Are you under a pillow? Are you on top of a spinning ball? Are you on top of a spinning ball?
Using my full voice. You sound like you're, or maybe hiding in someone's cupboard. You know, like I really need to have this conversation, but other people shouldn't hear me.
Are you on top of a spinning ball?
That's probably the way I say it. Yeah, like sure.
That's a crazy claim. That's nonsense. That's complete nonsense. Why are you claiming nonsense? That's crazy.
Sure. Okay. Do you have anything to
You're
say
the
about?
crazy. You are the crazy one claiming other
Right,
people
you're
are
kind
crazy.
of fixated on that, aren't you?
You're the one that opened your mic claiming other people are crazy when you're the crazy one.
Sure. So are you claiming somebody else is crazy? Is it acceptable to do that or not?
You're admitting that you are crazy.
Sure. Yeah. Anything to make this
So
stop.
how can you be crazy and declare other people crazy?
I don't know. You seem to manage. You just sort of do it. It just comes out of your mouth. You just go, hey, that sounds crazy to me. And they can go, well, yours sounds crazy to me. And then you can actually also sometimes, this is wild, I know, move on with the conversation.
Well, you open your mic in here and start talking about your favorite non-flat earthers or whatever and making claims about them when they're not even here to talk to you about it.
Yeah. So that's why I was hoping, like, were you doubtful of whether they would see a 24-hour sun, or were you already confident that they would?
I just told you that we had this conversation over 5 years ago, and we spoke about all the possibilities. And I posted images of the 24-hour sun and links about it, and we spoke about it. Nobody denied it, but people were talking about both possibilities, yes or no.
I don't remember that. Tell me, what was your view back then?
No, you don't remember. You weren't in that conversation.
Why would I remember a conversation if I wasn't in it?
Nobody asked you if you remember.
I swear, didn't you just say, don't you remember that?
I told you, we, as a community, we spoke about this over 5 years ago.
As a community?
Yeah, people having the conversation about this topic.
And what was your conclusion personally? Is it the same as the community?
I looked at the images of the photograph I looked at the claims and people saying that there was a 24-hour sun down south.
Yeah.
I read it, and that's it.
And that's it. You didn't reach a conclusion about the truth or otherwise.
That's
you want me to believe that you had an extended discussion with the community about the existence of a 24-hour sun, discussed and watched videos of the 24-hour sun, and didn't reach a conclusion about the accuracy of those videos?
I didn't deny it. I didn't deny it like you claim people are denied it.
I didn't say you denied it. I'm just going to say I do not think you didn't reach a conclusion
You opened your mic earlier saying that people were denying it. Flat earthers.
People have been denying it, and I listed them.
Are those people in here?
Well, I'm trying to ask them. It sounds like you didn't come to a conclusion about it. So what would you say, 50-50 chance that it could be true?
Saw the record phenomena, saw the images and the videos, and that was reported. That's it.
And do you think it was an accurate recording?
And I spoke about the North Terrestrial and the 24-hour sun at the south, and also the sky is a celestial sphere. All those reports that concord with the 24-hour sun. It wasn't denied by everybody. But you're saying everybody
I
denied.
asked a really simple question. Which way did you lean? When you talked about it as a community, we addressed this, you said. I thought you said, don't you remember, but I'm sorry if you didn't say that. And you said, we talked about it as a community. I'm saying I don't think you watched multiple videos and didn't come to a conclusion about it.
You don't think I watched multiple videos?
I've hung out with flat earthers enough to know that's not what happened, right?
That's not what happened. We didn't watch multiple videos and spoke about it. No, that couldn't happen.
Yeah, that's the bit I'm challenging. Whether flat earthers watch conspiracy videos on YouTube. That's the bit I think
conspiracy videos
in this story.
Oh gosh.
Come on, man. There's no way you thought that's the bit that I was actually saying I'm doubtful about. I'm doubtful that you didn't reach a conclusion. I think you reached a conclusion where you were like,
no, I never denied. People see different phenomena, and I heard the people do it, and that's it. People did it. And they didn't deny they did
I didn't reach a conclusion. I wanted to answer a question.
People observed the 24-hour sun.
I looked at evidence, and then I didn't come to a conclusion.
People observed and recorded the 24-hour sun, took pictures of the sun in the sky during the 24-hour. They recorded videos about it, and I watched it, and that's it.
That's it. And did you reach any kind of did you have more confidence?
Why? I saw the phenomena. When I look at the sun every morning and I see the sun in the morning, I don't need to come to any conclusion about observing the sun every morning.
But that was why you were looking at these videos of the 24-hour sun in order to determine whether it was true.
Yes, I didn't deny the actual thing, the actual observed phenomena.
No, did you doubt it? You might not have denied
Why?
it. Did you doubt it?
Why?
What do you mean, why? We doubt
I
things.
posted about it, and I spoke about it. And I've been talking about this. I've been posting and talking about the celestial toroidals, the north and south celestial toroidals, the celestial equator, and all these phenomena of the sky for a long time, and didn't deny it. And you're coming to a conclusion that I'm denying it or something?
No, I asked you the opposite. Fine, you didn't deny it. The question was, did you ever doubt it?
Oh my gosh. I observed the readings, the reports, read it, and just talk about it.
In order to reach a conclusion about whether it was more likely or not, whether there was a 24-hour sun, and then I'm saying,
okay, you want me to come to a conclusion? That's what you want a conclusion. Okay, the celestial observation of the 24-hour sun indicates that the sun is moving across the celestial equator around the celestial sphere, and doesn't determine the shape of the ground.
Right.
As reported, I've been saying this. It goes across the celestial equator, the celestial sphere, as reported, right? That's what it does. And I haven't denied it, and many people in the community has talked about this. And we have the conversation, and it's not a big deal.
Sure. So let's talk about that. So it goes around the equator. Would you agree that the sun has a GP on Earth, and that GP is always between the tropics?
The celestial equator.
Sure. And what I'm saying is the celestial equator, the GP, or the ground line of the celestial equator, is the Earth's equator, correct?
No, the celestial equator is not the Earth's equator.
It's directly below it, is what I'm saying. The GP, if you traced a line around the celestial equator, that line that would be directly above the terrestrial equator. Do you agree with that?
The celestial equator is the celestial equator. The celestial sphere is the celestial sphere, not the ground.
But can you answer the question I asked, which wasn't that?
It's not the ground. The celestial is not the ground.
On the equinox, the story we're told is on the equinox, the sun travels directly over the equator, right? It draws a line around the equator. Do you agree that you can detect if the sun is dead overhead? The question I'm asking is really specific. Do you agree that you can detect if the sun is within a degree of accuracy, let's say, dead overhead?
Yeah, the sun is above the ground. Yeah, up in the sky, in the celestial equator.
Yep.
Sure.
The question I'm asking is, can you detect when it's dead overhead? Give or take a degree.
Like 90 degrees above your head?
Yes.
Sure, 90 degrees above your head. Where is that position?
Sure, doesn't matter. The position is on Earth, and it's defined as that celestial body is 90 degrees dead overhead. And that's the sun, right? All of the stars have the same thing. Everything's got a GP on the Earth, right?
And like clockwork, they reset.
Your body has a GP.
They have GPs. They have GPs, and they reset like clockwork.
Sure.
Daily, weekly, yearly.
And so this celestial sphere we've got
that will determine that the ground is motionless.
Cool. But we're on the GPs, right? And whether it follows the equator, that was what you were saying. And so we can tell that the equator is. Would you agree that the equator is probably a circle?
Yeah, you want to bring this to a map, and you want to bring it to a asymptotic and you're going to say, so now this is the map, and your map doesn't agree with the observation, and
I guarantee you
I'm not going to ascribe to any map. The sun is a phenomena that is doing what it does, and it's not going to determine the shape of the ground or the shape of a map.
Then you should be able to answer my questions. You already said you can detect when the sun is dead overhead. Great. So we've already done a lot of work with that. Would you agree that on the equinox,
you observe the sun, and that's what you're doing, observing the sun?
Sure. It repeats its path. Would you agree with that? Over the like any time of day.
Do you disagree with that? Do you disagree with that?
No, I think it repeats its path. Do you agree with that?
So there you go. The sun moves across the sky. You don't disagree. It's not the ground moving. It's the sun moving. You agree. Welcome.
Do you want to answer the question? Like,
So you agree, you and I agree that the sun is moving across the sky, the sun is in motion, not the ground. You and I agree to that.
Sure. No, I wouldn't agree that.
So you don't disagree, so that debunks the globe right there.
No. Sorry, I misunderstood what you were asking. I agree with. No, I don't think. No, I don't agree with that. Can we get back to what I was asking?
The sun is not moving. Now you disagree that the sun is moving across the sky when we earlier agreed to that. So you're double speaking now.
I think
so you're making a nonsensical claim now. You're making a nonsense claim now that the sun is not moving. Why would you do that?
Well, we can treat the sun as moving, or we can treat it as stationary.
So it is moving. Is it moving or is it not moving? Which one is it?
I'll say yes to either way so that we can continue with the conversation.
Okay, so the sun is in motion. You agree?
Sure. So would you agree it does a circuit where it repeats every day?
Yes, the sun is moving across the sky. Yes.
Would you agree that could fit into a circle?
A circle?
Yep, the path of it in the sky or the
a circle on
the
paper.
ground, both would describe a circle. Would you agree
It's the celestial sphere. You're missing a bunch of variables about the mechanisms of the celestial sphere. So you determining a certain mechanism like it's just a circle, that's going to be incomplete and not correct.
So why would it not be a circle?
You don't know the mechanisms of the heavens above. You deny the heavens above, so how you cannot determine anything about it?
Is that really your answer?
A circle? The sun does a circle? That's your claim?
Sure,
it does a circle?
Would you agree that when it...
You just said it's doing a circle. You want me to agree with it?
Sure. Would you agree? Let's reason to it. Would you agree that every time you can see the sun, it describes a mostly circular path, unless you're on the equator at equinox when it appears to be straight? Do you agree with that?
It's doing a movement across the celestial sphere, and you cannot determine all the mechanisms in place. So you cannot determine if it's a circle or something else.
Didn't ask about the mechanisms. I mean, if you
but you're trying to come to a conclusion without knowing all the variables.
No, I'm just trying to see if you can answer a question about a really simple question, which is, when you can see its path, would you describe that path as accurately being a portion of a circle? Yes or no? Just yes,
the path of the sun and on the sky?
Yep. Portion of a circle, yes or no?
Not necessarily.
Okay. When have you seen it do something other than a portion of a circle?
Portion of a circle. Is that what the sun is doing, a portion of a circle?
I asked if you ever see it doing that, and you said...
Is that your claim, that the sun is doing a portion of a circle? Is that your claim?
Yes, I think it does. Yes, that is my claim.
A portion of a circle. So what is it doing, Pac-Man? Is this appearing at the end of that portion and appearing at the other end or something, Pac-Man?
No, I think it completes the circle. Would you agree with that? That the path of the sun probably completes a circle throughout 24 hours?
It's doing a circuit. If it's a circle, that might be something else. It's doing a circuit.
Right. Do you have any reason to think... let's do it a few different ways. Do you have any way that you could make that circuit
It's doing a motion across the sky, and that completely debunks what your claim about the spinning ball.
Yeah. If that was true, you'd continue and have the actual conversation.
Yeah, you're filming two different suns at once on your globe. You're filming one go from east to west in a straight line, and then somebody in the north or south is filming it do loop-to-loops above them. So on your globe, how do we know what the fuck it's doing?
I just mean I can tell.
It debunks the globe. You see, pretty easy, and he admits it.
And the sun goes dead overhead. A point on the Earth, and that line, either in the sky or on the Earth, needs to be a circle. But a circuit is good enough. Would you agree that if it's a circle or a circuit of some kind, it could have a center?
The sun is going around the center of the sky, and you are trying to put certain distances that are nonsensical, just baseless assertions. But don't does a circuit. The sun does a circuit across the center of the sky.
if you were right, you wouldn't have to do all this dodging and pretending like
the sky is not heliocentric. The sky or the ground are not heliocentric. The sun is centric to a center of the sky.
It looks to me like it's going in a circle. If we trace it on the
but
AE
that's
map,
your baseless assertions.
Baseless assertions that this equator is a circle on the AE map? That it's a circle of the same dimensions on the
we came to the conclusion that the sun is in motion and not the ground, so yeah.
Right. When I misspoke, you're taking that answer. When I misspoke and accidentally agreed
you
with
misspoke. You want to deny reality? Why? Why you want to deny reality, Eggshells?
Well, reality is you say it, sure, because but you're a bit cooked.
Yeah, you deny. You said that the sun is in motion, and you say no.
Sure. Either way, you can see it either way. Like, I misspoke. I'm sorry that I misspoke. I think that if you're rational and in search of truth and wanted to have a meaningful debate, you would accept that and move on. The fact that you want to still like trumpet that like a victory shows that you're not really interested in whether...
Accept that you're denying the actual phenomena that is being observed, that you want to claim nonsense on top of what is being observed.
The next question is beautiful, which is, well, if it's a circle, will that circle have a center? And if it's a circle, does it make sense to make that center on the North Pole? Which is why all of the flat Earth maps had...
No, the North Pole, which North Pole, which one of all of them? Which one are you talking about?
Geographic North Pole.
Okay, so the sun doesn't go around the geographical North Pole. It goes around the celestial equator, celestial north and celestial south.
Interesting. Okay, so there's two centers. Yeah, it's kind of my point. I agree.
About this.
But that means those points where the sun's dead overhead, where it's vertical, are to different people, it's horizontal, right? Because while Whitsett was looking pretty much horizontally at the sun, there was somebody in the north of Australia who was looking dead up. What that says is their verticals cannot be parallel. Right? Unless you invoke a non-physical sun or start getting wacky, which is what Flat Earth will have
but
to
you
do.
cannot make any claims about the sun because you don't know what the sun is and the mechanism. You admitted yourself that you don't know all the mechanisms of the heavens above. You deny the heavens above, and you admit that you don't know the mechanisms, and now you want to make claims about the mechanisms in place, like you're double speaking.
I'm not making claims about any mechanisms. I'm just saying I think the sun is a hot.
You don't know what the sun is. You don't know the distance, but still you want to make claims about it.
I don't need to know all those things to say it's a hot, bright object.
Hot, bright object, huh?
Yeah, hot, bright object.
How do you know it's cold? How don't you know it's cold?
How don't I know that the sun is cold? Is that really a question?
How do you know it's a hot, bright object? How do you know it's hot?
They have fucking launched into the stratosphere with this one. How do you know the sun isn't cold? Flat Earth 2025. Fuck yes.
It's laughing with.
This is epic, man. Did you hear yourself say that before you said it and go, I'm still going with it? Or did it just pop out?
You just said that you don't need to make claims about it, but you did make a claim about it.
Yeah, it's hot. It looks like a hot, bright, hot object on account of it being like other bright, hot objects that I've seen on our ability to photograph it and read its heat. And it looks and behaves and is a hot object, not a cold one.
So you do know the mechanisms of the sun. You do know the mechanisms of the sun. So that's why you want to make claims about it.
I don't need to know all of them. I just need to treat it as a bright, hot object and then go, where can that be dead overhead for somebody but pretty much horizontal for somebody else? And it doesn't take much fuddling to go, well, one of them must be near the equator and one by the pole. And then it's resolved. You guys have to pretend you don't understand that, which is why you're going crazy.
Doesn't mean that you know the mechanisms of it.
You can claim to.
But you want to come to determinations about what it's doing and how it's doing it.
I guess the other assumption I must make is that there's only one of them and that it appears where I see it, right?
Left.
Pretty good, man. How do we know the sun's not cold is the best thing I've heard in months.
I told you about that. You don't know the mechanisms, and you say that you do know the mechanisms.
I don't need to know them all. I just say that the sun is a bright, hot object, and that's enough for this. I don't need to know.
Sure, it is bright and hot. It is bright and hot, or bright and cold, either or. But that doesn't it's not gonna determine all the mechanisms of it and how it works.
Hang on, sorry, I was just laughing because I thought you were saying it as a point in the conversation. I'm really sorry if I've been laughing. Is that a sincerely held belief? Do you think that the sun might be cold?
My point is that it could be either or, and it's not gonna show you the mechanisms of how it works. That's my point. You just want to laugh about it.
It's a wild thing to say, man. Well, cold doesn't radiate. Yeah, all of physics would break if the sun's cold. Cold doesn't radiate.
That doesn't go with the point about the mechanisms of the sun and how it works. And you're saying it is a hot, bright object, therefore you know the mechanisms of it.
No, I'm not. I'm saying all I need to know is that it's a hot, bright object. All I need to do is treat it as a hot, bright object. I don't need to know the mechanism.
And then you know everything about it. And then you know how it works and the source of it. You know the source of the sun and what's beyond it.
What will that tell me?
What's above it?
Describe how that will help me understand geometry. Go for it. So I know the source of it. Now what do I know?
You're making geometries of the ground below it by observing the hot, bright object.
Why do I need to know its origin if I just want to know the shape of the ground? Explain the relevance of the...
Explain how you're going to determine the shape of the ground by looking at the hot, bright object.
Because you want to see where is it dead overhead and where is it horizontal, as I said, right?
So you're going to determine the shape of the whole of the ground all across, all the waters across by looking at the sun.
Well, I'm not going to get there by denying that the sun might be a bright, hot object, right? That is only
it could be bright and hot. It could be what it is. It could be whatever temperature it is. But you're not going to determine the shape of the Earth.
You can determine whether verticals are parallel, right? If you said to me, I see that object and it is virtually at my horizontal, and I said, well, it's dead overhead for me.
Yeah, it's dead overhead, and that's not going to give you the shape of the Earth.
And I would be able to figure out the shape of what I'm standing on. And I would go, right, well, trigonometry should say it would drop in the sky, but it will drop in the sky at a trigonometric rate. Is it dropping in the sky at a trigonometric rate? No, it isn't. What rate is it dropping at? Linear rate. Linear rate, what does that mean? It means you're standing on a surface that is pretty much spherical.
Oh, gosh.
Right? Because you're traveling in a great circle route, and a great circle route means the degrees per distance remains linear. So it's always 60 degrees per nautical, a degree per 60 nautical miles. It's just really steady and consistent. Whereas if it's over a flat surface, it's trig. So yeah, I can work it out, which is why
the sun is doing a circle across the sky. The sun is doing a circle across the sky. Therefore, you're standing in a sphere. That's ridiculous.
How far left to right is the sun going?
All of it, 360, mate.
I don't know what that means in mileage, left to right.
Around the Earth?
No. Listen, hold on, slow down, dude. You got to slow down. You keep trying to guess what I'm saying or what I mean, and that's not working for you ever. In the Antarctica, when they looked up and filmed the sun, supposedly for a 360 loop around wherever it was at doing its circle, from farthest left point to its farthest right point, how far is that in mileage?
Where is the left and right in a circle?
Holy fuck. The far left point, eggshells, and the far point? Where it was.
Oh.
Well, I don't know. You guys are the ones that say stick a stick in the ground, and when we see a shadow, we'll know exactly how many miles away that is. So I'm asking you, in Antarctica, does the left and right amount, if I took a ruler and it didn't go more far left than my ruler or no far right, is that ruler fucking 93 million or 80 kabillion miles of the center of the fucking space where the sun's supposed to be going around itself? Do you understand what I'm saying, Goofy?
Yes, sure.
Yeah, the very center. That's at the top of Antarctica. That's fucking weird. The very center of the solar system that the sun goes around?
Yeah, it doesn't make sense to me either. I think you're onto something.
Yeah, kind of weird. And then in the day,
the globe is debunked again,
right?
With all the observations, all of it.
That is true.
Right, and then in the West, where I'm at, in the Western area, and then I see it just go from east to west across the sky, and that covered just as much distance, if not way more, than what you're looking at. What the fuck is going on?
Yeah. Do you reckon the sun travels in a circular path, Demok?
I reckon it do what it do.
But do you reckon what it do is travel in a circular path?
I didn't make it. I can't reckon what it do. I can just say it does what it does.
Things go in a circular path even though I didn't make them, right? When it was made,
I didn't see it go in a circle.
Something is doing.
I've never seen it go in a circle myself with my own eyes.
Do you think it does, though?
Over Antarctica, it supposedly does. Every day it goes in a straight line that I see, a horizontal line.
Well,
it comes this way.
You do that one day a year, and only if you live between the tropics.
Yeah, I don't know where you live. So where I live, it comes this way and then goes that way. Right, and I don't know where it ends up. I don't know if it ends up to the right or that's just light widening, or I don't know if it goes straight more. I don't know from my point of view as my little bitty fucking nanobot Earth dot person on the big ass Earth, not ball big, just big ass Earth in general. And what I'm trying to say is, if that line is covering a 24,000 or 50,000, the line of the sun's covering fucking 70,000 miles on Earth that way. That would debunk the globe. And then when you go in Antarctica and you see a little bitty circle like the Earth's only 10 feet big, that debunks the globe. And what space is only 10 foot?
This is one of the things I think is most interesting about the debunks for the globe, is sometimes they get so simple. I'm like, how has nobody else spotted that, you know?
Because how has nobody spotted a non-existent thing they couldn't produce in the first place? That's a good fucking question. Ask the guy who convinced some dumb fuck of sticks and shadows. Ask that dumb fuck. Ask the dummy who put it in a fucking book when they had no proof of it. Maybe that's who.
Do you think the sun's physical?
I know it burns the shit out of me when whatever's considered to be its light hits me.
Somebody's hot micing.
Yeah, it has to be physical, buddy.
Yeah, I think it's got to be physical too.
Yeah.
What?
It's physical, in a physical medium, of course. It is in a medium, but you don't know the mechanisms of that medium and the medium between you and the sun and the mediums beyond it.
We've worked out a fair amount of them, though, haven't we?
Yeah. Like, you can do it pretty easily with the sun, right? Where I only thought of this recently. Flat Earth has a 39...
He's just hot micing.
Oh, Gigan's hot micing. Which is Flat Earth. Here's this Gigan. It's Flat Earth actually has the same radius to prove that we do. So they have a hidden claim in theirs, which is...
The sun is not flat Earth. The sun is not the Earth. It's a celestial. Don't you get it yet, bro? Come on. Stop acting like you don't get it.
And we don't have a radius.
The sun is the celestial, the heavens above, not the earth below your feet. Why don't you get this yet?
The dirt doesn't have a radius either.
Sure. I mean, I was talking about the ground. Yep.
The ground doesn't have a radius.
Well, a circle on it will, won't it?
So if you draw a circle on your toe,
a circle on the ground, but that doesn't mean the ground is a circle, dude.
Exactly.
Right.
The ground is always bigger than the circle that you draw it on. Hold on, brother. Stop.
Oh, no.
The ground is bigger. Listen, you can't make a big enough circle, dipshit. You can't make a big enough circle that the ground doesn't exceed or the water. What the fuck are you talking about? The ground is not a circle.
He's trying to build a strawman and burn it. That's what he's trying to do.
Yeah, that's what I was... You can tell...
So the radius that you would draw with your stick... So you draw a little guy's stick radius.
The one that's presenting the other guy's worldview.
Yeah. How would we prove a radius of a mountain or a hill and the cliff all together?
Well, I think you can tell when the sun's dead overhead, and then you could use that information.
Dead overhead.
And then you can
I thought the sun
calculate
dropped
how
down.
quickly it does that, which is 24 hours. Calculate how fast it's moving, which is 1,000 miles an hour.
It's not dropping down 9.8 meters a second squared at your head.
Oh, there's a circumference of the Earth.
No,
so
the sun's not vertically dropping.
An equator that's got a 39-59 curvature, but it's left to right. Theirs has to go around a pole. And they have two bits of information to prove that the equator curves left to right.
There ain't no pole.
And which one's the center, south or north? Because Jarenowitz just gave great evidence for the south center.
What?
It's like he has short-term memory. He admitted there is no ball, and now he's claiming the ball again.
Yeah, I did admit. When did I admit there was no ball?
Remember when you said that the sun is going across the sky, not the ground moving? Remember that part?
When I misspoke and then immediately corrected myself.
When Demok told you about the celestial center, that the sun is going in Antarctica, you said, that's weird, that debunks the globe, and there you go, and now you're negating it.
So the bit where I misspoke and then immediately corrected myself, that's the bit where I debunk the globe. I'm talented.
You've been debunking the globe every time you come in here. And then you come back the next day, and it's like you have memory. It's like globe memory. You forgot the conversation you had the last day, and you want to claim the nonsense again and again every time you come by.
What was it again?
The nonsense of the ground spinning and denying that the sun is moving across the sky.
I was talking about there is a path on the Earth. There is a line on the Earth that the sun travels over, and that must.
There is the line on the Earth. A line on the Earth. Yeah, sure, buddy. A line on the Earth.
I mean, who's addressing the central points of the argument and showing that their case is right, and who's doing what you're doing? Which one of us seems like we're seeking truth right now? Is it you? Doesn't seem like it's you to me.
Can we hear what Eggshells was trying to say about the path of the sun? I wanted to hear more about that.
So simple premises are like, can you tell when the sun is near enough to dead overhead? If you say yes to that, which if you don't, you can do it. It's called a transit, blah, 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 something or other, transit telescope. And it's just like a plumb bob with a telescope lined up on it. So if you can do that and you go, right, the sun has passed dead overhead, you wait for equinox and you're on the equator, you can work out quite a few things if you're happy with that. You can work out the speed of the sun just by doing it at two different places and going those two places. The speed of the GP of the sun, I should say, has now come past me and has gone over there, and it's now 1,000 miles away an hour later. 1,000 miles an hour later. Great, now I've got an idea of the speed. So when does it complete its circuit? 24 hours. So that gives us a radius, right? And the radius is the radius of Earth. So flat Earth, even though it claims that the Earth's not round, still has to have a circular equator. And what the question is can we detect that?
Why do you keep equating the celestial sphere with the ground?
No, I'm saying the point on the ground. The ground is where the GP is, and the only assumption you need to make is, can we detect that? Can we detect the GP of the sun? It's like, yeah, it's written down in almanacs ahead of time. We know where the sun's going to be at its zenith, right?
Yeah, but you keep equating the celestial sphere with the ground.
I'm not equating them. I'm showing you how you can use one to find the other, I think is a probably accurate way to say it, but I'm still saying...
Use the celestial sphere to find the ground.
Let's say you got cables. You could, it would be insanely difficult, but you could get people to link up. Or here's a simpler thing. People do physically put plaques and markers on the equator. Agree? And ships, when they cross the equator, have quite often ceremonies where they're like, ooh, it's our first equatorial crossing. We know where the equator is. And so that line, like a state boundary or something like that, that agreed upon fiction that we can detect, repeats. And then we go, okay, well, now I know that it is a circle. Does it have a center? And if all verticals are parallel, Euclid would say a circle can only have one center. So that must be a circle either centered on the North Pole or the South Pole, right? The sun must go round you like a hula hoop in one of those two locations, and the other one can't exist. You can't have two poles. Or...
Yeah, you can. It's called a celestial sphere. The sky is an apparent rotating ball with the observer on the plane in the dead center of it, apparently. So it's like a hemisphere. So what's the problem for flat Earth? That's a plane right there.
Well, because it's the surfaces, the way the celestial sphere works is the two surfaces need to be parallel.
Well, you could be looking at two circles above your head. You could be standing below one circle and then below the other circle.
Celestial sphere. The way the celestial sphere model works is that it is equidistant from you in all ways, and then when you use it for celestial navigation, you now have a two-sphere model. One is the finite sphere of the Earth, and parallel to that is the celestial sphere, which has an infinite radius. Right?
Yeah, so you conflated the celestial sphere with a terrestrial one.
Fine. What I'm saying doesn't necessitate the celestial sphere at all. It just necessitates that you can detect.
Well, I mean, that's what you keep talking about. Everything about the heavens is a celestial sphere. That's what you keep talking about.
Is the sun dead overhead this spot on Earth? And then I can nail a stake in there and then go, do these stakes curve left or right? And if they don't curve left or right, then you must disagree with Euclid or say there's two centers to this thing and it must have an up and a down in different directions. Right?
Dude, because the sky is an apparent rotating ball with you at its center, apparently, at all times.
Right. And
that's all there is to it.
Sure. Would you agree that stars have a GP on Earth at any given time?
Yes.
Okay. So how could you map stars and say dead up from any point on this flat plane? If I'm in the center of it, that necessitates that there are stars under my feet. Right?
Apparently, not actually.
Something flat. Apparently, but not actually. Okay, say more about that. That's interesting. I haven't heard that before.
Well, I mean, the heavens appear as a rotating ball, so apparently.
So it would appear to somebody in the northern hemisphere that if they were to map it out, the Southern Cross is under their feet, somewhere below their horizontal, right?
Well, no, because you wouldn't be seeing it, so it wouldn't appear that way.
But what you would see is the rest of the map of this sphere implying that the South Pole and the stars near the South Pole are below your horizontal. That's what a celestial sphere would necessitate, right? That some stars are below.
Yeah, it looks like a ball spinning around you. That's what it looks like.
Yo, what's up? How are you guys doing?
Good.
That's
you got
good.
proof of
You're on. Well, actually, I mean, it's an apparent dome, really. So you're on a hemisphere, which is a plane. So this is what Jamesy was saying earlier. You don't actually know the mechanics of the heavenly stuff, or why it's appearing the way that it is, how it works the way that it does.
And as I kept saying, you don't need it. You just need to go.
You kind of do. You're making assumptions about what these things are. You know, they're objects or whatever. You know, you don't know what you're actually looking at or what the mechanisms of it are.
So an appeal to possibility, like it could have some mysterious.
You don't
mechanic that allows it to look like it's a ball.
Well, what do you know about it?
Well, if I treat it as a hot bright object, then I can tell that it is in different places. It doesn't matter. Why does that matter? Describe for me the relevance. Okay, let's find it's made out of marshmallows. How does that affect Earth shape?
Is a hologram an object?
What could it be made out of?
Is a hologram an object?
Earth?
Eggshell, can you take a breath? You do know it's a bright hot object, right? But you don't know the medium that is in, the distance, the medium between you and it, and the mechanisms above it. You don't know all these things and many other variables that you don't know of.
It's another appeal to ignorance. And let's say
you're appealing to impossibilities. You're appealing to impossibilities.
Let's say it's in water. Tell me how that changes something. Any of the variables you guys are saying you don't know those, describe how changing one of those variables.
You don't know. You the one that doesn't know.
Exactly. Changing variables that we don't know of. Yeah, let's see what happens.
Yeah. Otherwise, I can just be like, what temperature is it? If the temperature won't mean that it works on a flat Earth, then the temperature is irrelevant. You guys are literally just going, there could be some variable that I can't quite identify what it is or how it might affect what we're seeing that appears to just...
Yeah, we don't know what actually makes it do what it does. We just know what it appears to do. That's it.
Right.
Yeah, do you?
Wow, man.
Do you know what makes it do what it does?
I don't understand how that's relevant. Describe, let's say I did.
Okay, so you don't. We don't.
We do have a pretty good idea, though.
So all anybody knows is what it appears to be.
You have a pretty good idea. What's the idea that you have?
Yeah, somebody said, yeah, we've got a pretty good idea. Go for it.
Well, Eggshell was in the middle of making a point when someone else interrupted, so go ahead.
Yeah, somebody said they had a pretty good idea.
We do have a pretty good idea of what it does.
Okay, well, explain your stuff.
Big ball of gas doing fusion.
That doesn't explain anything.
Gas.
Pretty words too.
Do you think gas in a vacuum, a ball of it, is a good idea?
a good idea?
Now this guy's going to have to invoke magic. He's going to have to invoke a conceptual medium, bending and warping. So, I mean, why special plead?
Gas in a vacuum has nothing to do with what pressure it has. It has to do with what volume has.
Let's not.
Do you even know what we're talking about?
Yeah, man. That's not.
Well, we're kind of digressing from the point Eggshell was making here, which I thought was reasonable. So.
Yeah, I thought he had a good idea about how does it do what it do, and then he just said,
"Well, we certainly do, right?"
No, you don't. Otherwise, you would have told me what it does, how it's doing it.
I just did.
No, you just said big ball of guys. Doing fusion.
Yep.
In a vacuum.
That's right.
Yeah.
What?
And how is it doing what it's doing?
Fusion of what? Just one second.
Fusion of hydrogen into helium, mostly.
Hydrogen and what's the Earth have around it? What's the most abundant thing that we have?
That'd be nitrogen.
Nitrogen, not hydrogen. Are you sure?
I am.
So what's everything made of? From? What's the first starting element of all elements?
That would be hydrogen.
Oh, okay. So if the Earth is putting off any element, it has to be partial hydrogen in the first place, right?
I have no idea what that means.
Okay, well, you're slow. So any gas that's made from hydrogen is a part of hydrogen. So out in space, if you have a big pile of hydrogen and it's somehow magically getting made to helium and the other stuff, that's the same thing you should be doing if it's coming from Earth in trillions of tons of amounts out to the vacuum. The Earth should be a sun getting fused just like the sun. Why would a little grain of sun or a grain of sand Earth with all this oxygen and hydrogen and nitrogen coming off of it not be getting confused the same way your sun gas is?
Hey, Demok, what's under the flat Earth? Demok, what's under the flat Earth?
Confusion.
Answer the question, what's under the flat Earth?
Dirt.
Stop dodging.
Dirt.
Dirt? No, that's not a real answer. Why don't you give me a real answer? What is under the Earth?
Did you hear what
I'm not saying what's inside it, what's under it.
Dirt. I didn't say inside. Under my feet is dirt.
No, I'm saying the other side. What's on the other side of the planet, bruh? Tell me.
It's dirt.
Let's define it first.
Planet.
So it's just dirt. So on the other side,
as far as I know,
Dickhead has me muted. Tell him he's got to unmute me, or else he's just banned forever.
Yeah, just completely divulging from the actual point of they doing what the heck the thing was doing. So back to Eggshells. All right, let's go back to you because I mean these guys are just going on.
He's got to unmute Heretic, or else
Oh,
he's got to unmute.
Oh, he's muted Heretic. Oh yeah, he should get banned for that.
Yeah, you'll get banned for that. You got to unmute him.
Why is Eggshell muted?
So we don't have to listen to him.
That seems pretty interesting. He was giving valid
the white
points
knight, man?
and arguments.
Dude, do you want to fucking argue? All you do is complain about eggshells, man.
It's his boyfriend. It's okay.
It's because we started talking to a different guy.
It's because I joined the VC to listen to people have conversations.
Fucking listen, dude, and shut the fuck up.
And Eggshell was having... That was rather rude. And Eggshell was having a very thorough and normal conversation.
Yeah.
And you guys muted him for having a normal conversation.
Not white lady,
Shut up a minute. Hey, Heretic, do you mind if before we move on to someone new, just in defense of Gemsy, can I just point something out?
For sure.
Okay, cool. So there is such thing as what they consider to be cold light sources, which isn't a thermal radiation, but its light can be used to like heat other things up, like particles, right? So in defense of Gemsy, I was just throwing that out there. That was a valid question. It wasn't funny.
Yeah, so every time you ask him what the stuff in the sky is, he goes, I find that highly irrelevant, because he is actually begging the question or making assumptions of what the stuff in the sky is in order to follow to the conclusions that he's trying to draw. Doesn't actually know. It doesn't want to deal with that aspect. So it's always going to be honest with him.
They don't even want to add refraction from the ISS and be like, what's the ISS seeing if refraction?
I thought he was making an interesting point, and I would like to hear the end of it, but I did interrupt. With the idea
I don't even
that
know.
we do know what's going on, but it's probably not relevant to the point he's making, whether or not we know what the sun is doing, which we do.
No,
we know what it appears to do. You don't know what it is doing or what it is.
That is an interesting idea, and actually, it's a question we need to ask people, right? Like, if the sun is not doing the things that it appears to be doing, certainly someone has gone through a great deal of effort to make it appear like a large ball of gas that is fusing hydrogen into helium. Does that concern you at all?
No, you went through a large deal of effort believing a fucking fairy tale.
I was asking Heretic.
That concerns me. Go ahead.
A god is going through a great deal of effort to gaslight you into believing you're looking at a ball of gas.
That seems, to be what's going on, right? If its sun is not physical, it's some sort of projection, right?
Well,
everything that you can observe is in concordance with that idea, right? You observe it, you see evidence that shows you that it is fusing hydrogen into helium, right? So if it's not doing that, why has it been made to look like that?
And then you have to invoke conceptual space-time mechanics in order to make that idea wash. So why do that? It doesn't look like that. It's just what you want it to look like.
Yeah, you just made a whole bunch of stuff
like that.
You know, it doesn't
look
like it's spinning, but it's spinning. It doesn't look like it's fucking curving, but it's curved.
What are you talking about? No, what is this guy talking about? It looks like a ball of gas. What do you mean?
What I'm saying is that the scientific observations you can make of the sun, right, are entirely consistent with the idea that it is fusing hydrogen into helium, right? From there, from the mathematics of hydrostatic equilibrium, right, from spectra, all of these things are consistent. So if it's not doing that, it's very interesting that it looks so much like it is.
In what medium?
What do you mean?
Well, you must know the medium that it's in order to draw that conclusion.
Well, the fusion that's happening is happening at the very, very center of the sun.
What if you're picking up spectra from some surrounding medium or something like that, or something in between you and it? How'd you account for that?
But only when we look at the sun.
No, you're going to say the same thing about the rest of the lights in the sky, too.
They're similar, but they are different. They're similar, but they are different, right? And there are things we could detect from the sun that we cannot detect from other stars because they're too far away. For example, the neutrino flux, right, which is also consistent with nuclear fusion.
In what medium?
Well, neutrinos are completely irrespective of medium.
So what medium are you looking at these balls in?
You're asking me if the sun is in a vacuum?
Yeah.
Yes, but of course the fusion is not happening in a vacuum, right? The fusion is happening in the center of the sun, which is, very, very far.
But you're going to have to look through whatever medium, and you're saying that it's basically a non-medium, a vacuum that you're looking through in order to see that that's actually the spectra, that ball of what you think is gas.
And you can't use a vacuum on Earth to make another little sun with a vacuum chamber? That's pretty weird. Where is your fuser outside in space? Where's your nuclear reactor?
We can actually do fusion on Earth.
You can?
Yes.
We'll throw some hydrogen in that motherfucker and let's get the sun.
We do. We're working on it.
Oh, you do? You're working on it. So you have or you don't have?
So people have achieved fusion in laboratories, and they're currently working on making it an energy positive reaction so that it can be used for power.
Okay,
it's just not sustainable right now.
I asked you
can do it.
Where is your vacuum chamber? Can I
this
buy
would be in
one
ITER in
where
France.
I can make my own little sun?
In France?
No. Send me one.
I'll DM you if you want.
Let me ask you this. Is the sun inside of or outside of the container?
Vacuum container.
Yeah, you would want to account for that if it's outside of some sort of unknown medium, right? You'd want to account for that affecting the spectra, wouldn't you? Or just ham wave it?
No, he just acts like it's air.
Well, I mean, you do the best you can, right? You take observations of everywhere around the sun. You find the flat field spectra, and you subtract that from the spectra that you get from the sun.
How are you getting anything from the sun if there's 93 million miles worth of everything in between you and it? What are you fucking talking about?
Just get rid of planet.
We might as well talk to the pineapple one.
I'm not a pineapple.
Yeah, another guy is a pineapple.
Oh, his name's Pineapple One. I'm with you.
Do you know what the sun is? Oh yeah, that's irrelevant. Well, guess that's as far as that one goes.
Oh, were you doubting about the 24-hour sun before they did it? And what are your views now?
No, I wasn't. I kind of expect there to be one. Even if they faked it, I would still expect there to be one.
Yeah, that's the same. I was like, even if I thought the Earth were flat, by the time somebody's buying you a ticket to go to Antarctica, you can just guarantee nobody's going to do that unless, like, I mean, maybe they would, but yeah.
It's consistent with celestial sphere. Well, I mean, you have got the stars basically concentric to the south celestial pole, right? So I don't know. It seems to me the sun would probably just follow the same thing.
Yeah. And on the celestial sphere, that's usually like the celestial equator is equidistant between the two poles. That's what you were saying before, I think.
As far as I know. Unless it's an oblate celestial sphere.
So what does the surface of the sun look like? ITR, do you know?
Sure, we have great pictures of it with the DKIST telescope, for example, which is something some of my friends use. You can get like sub-kilometer resolution.
What does that mean?
Sub-kilometer.
Means you can see structures that are smaller than a kilometer.
So that's not huge, but I guess how do you do it? I don't understand. Once you're concentrating the picture that much, how aren't you cooking lenses? You have
a very strong filter.
Right.
And also, we're not using lenses, right? These are mirrors, and so it doesn't have the same sort of focusing effect as a lens would. A good example of this is if you have like a telescope in your backyard, you're looking at Jupiter or Saturn or something. You can wave your hand in front of the telescope, and no matter where you put it, it'll never obscure the image because every little piece of a mirror sees the whole image. It's not like a lens where one part of the lens is one part of the image, if that makes sense.
That's interesting.
So if you have a very, very large mirror, it just increases, the resolution. It doesn't. Anyway, yeah.
And that's the same principle James Webb's meant to be, right?
Principle. All telescopes are built with these days.
Yeah, it's just a glorified magnifying glass or microscope. Yes, sir.
Well, it's more about collecting more photons for a second.
Yeah, right.
Like the telescopes that I use are not really highly magnifying. But they can see very, very faint objects.
That didn't even make any fucking sense. You guys say the dumbest shit when you double speak.
What? What did he say that was a double speak? It sounded like he just said telescopes.
The faintest of objects. So you can see far away things with a telescope that's not magnifying anything.
I said it's not highly magnifying.
Too. It's not highly magnifying anything, but he can see the smallest faint things far away. What the fuck are you guys talking about?
The key here is the faintness, not the size, right? So the objects that I look at are actually not that small.
What's faint mean?
Dim, not a lot of light.
Dim.
Not a lot of photons per second.
In your room. What's a faint object? What's that made of?
So it would be like a lower wattage light bulb.
What are you looking through? So you're looking at a light bulb in space that's not screwed in nowhere, no power switch.
Right. Looks like it, doesn't it? Like it looks like a
no, it doesn't.
There's no up and no down.
No, it doesn't look like a light bulb to me.
A ball, I said. When you look at you've seen the videos of where they stack a bunch of images and show it rotating?
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. What are you looking through for 1 billion light years? What
I
are you
don't look.
looking
I don't
through?
look at things 1 billion light years away.
So there's no galaxies in the way.
The objects
no
that I observe are
gases,
significantly closer.
no nebulas. No. There's just nothing in the way. So you see a clean view. On Earth, you have fucking visibility of 20 foot some days and 100 foot. But you think you're looking up into fucking light years and through, like, what are you talking about, man?
Well, that's why we build our telescopes on top of extremely tall mountains.
Through extremely thick, never-ending, endless light years of gas, particles, clouds, dust, strawberry universes, raining clouds, burnt hair steak space, fusion happening everywhere. What are you talking about? Bent light,
What are you talking about, Iter?
refraction.
I don't know, man. I think I lost this one.
Telescope seeing the back of its own ass, or what?
Demok absolutely roasted you.
It's over for me. I'm just gonna mute up.
What are you talking about? I'm just saying, man. Einstein, he said, if you can see far enough, you see your own ass. It's just weird that none of these telescopes are seeing their own ass. I think you guys are all stupid.
Imagine
you go by Einstein for everything, but then you say fuck Einstein when none of our telescopes can see 24,000 miles to see our own ass.
Hello.
That would be a cool premise for a sci-fi film, right? So a guy looks in.
Yeah, believe everything Einstein says that you want and nothing you don't.
Super new telescope that can see this Earth, this planet we've been focused on for a while.
No, not a super
new. Somebody's like, you're looking at it, and somebody goes,
no, one that can only see 24,000 miles.
This is just showing a reflection of my own eyeball, and then realize that you're looking at another planet, millions
That's
of
what
light
you're
years
looking
away.
at. That's what you're looking at. And the reflection of your eyeball back into the glass. And they say, look at that black hole. Look at my eyeball pulling the light through the reflection of the glass that I'm recording. It must be a black hole. Your eyeball's got a black hole in it. A little black circle. It must be the black hole they're talking about. We're looking out of our black hole eye and seeing black holes that are black. They're invisible, but they're black. And space is black. And everything in the way is space and everything that's in the way, but it's all visible but invisible. Everything moves out of the way for me to look 90 billion light years away. Yeah, space just goes, what do you guys want to look at now? Okay, move out of the way. Okay, everything move. You guys got a clear shot down there? Yeah, okay. All right, everything go back to normal now.
And then what do we do when we want to see that bit that moved out of the way? Does it still move out of the way?
Brother, you can't, brother. All you're seeing is your imagination.
Oh, is that it? I see.
It's weird, isn't it? Well, what else would you be seeing? You can't demonstrate anything you're talking about.
Like I said, the objects that I observe are much, much, much closer than all these things you're mentioning.
Shut the fuck up. You can't produce none of those objects you say you have the ingredients for in a lab. Shut the fuck up. I just asked you to go get a.
Actually, my friend works with the things I work on. She works with laboratory experiments.
I don't give a fuck where your idiot buddy works, and he doesn't know how to experiment with anything.
Yeah, really.
Yeah, I know.
What do you do in a lab?
So recently I've been studying comets, and my friend does laboratory experiments in a vacuum chamber that reproduces the way that ices sublimate on these comets. My friend has, yeah.
Send it around the room. Make me one and send it to me. Bring your friend in the fucking room, your comet maker, that lying ass son of a bitch. I want to know the ingredients, and I want to make a comet myself.
Mostly water.
So you have water comets.
Mostly water, yeah. A bit of CO2 in there. Some CO.
A watery fireball going down and around another ball. Let's see it in a lab.
I wouldn't describe a comet as a fireball.
So you wouldn't describe any science
like ice
or any demonstration?
Yeah, D-Mark, it's ice, bro.
My friend makes stuff too. It's called solar flares out of their ass. And when the gas gets excited, it's going to shut your computer off. Isn't that crazy? So don't get too close to Susie because your computer won't work no more in your fucking stupid lab to make your dog shit claims up. Solar farts, sun fucking farts. Shutting off your computer. A vacuum making suns like it's a fucking machine. Go get the vacuum chambers and make a little sun, a medium sun, a big sun.
Have you ever done an experiment, DMOC?
So, DMOC, there's an experiment taking place in France called ITER, which is a vacuum chamber. In the inside of that, they conduct fusion, just like the sun.
Yeah, right, stupid. What are they using in there?
Put a link for you in the site.
You said they don't have?
They use hydrogen.
So where are they getting 100% hydrogen from?
I have no idea where they source their hydrogen.
So you don't know what hydrogen is, and now you're talking about a hydrogen-based sun. What
Is that what you said? Is that what you said?
What a fucking idiot. So can we get 100% hydrogen to produce our sun in our vacuum or not in France?
You don't need perfectly pure hydrogen to conduct
now you
fusion.
don't
Just
need
very
hydrogen.
pure.
What do you need? Cornbread?
You're so disingenuous, man.
What do you need? Now not hydrogen. Now not hydrogen,
No, you
guys.
use hydrogen. You use hydrogen.
I do. Give me 100% of it. Where do I go get a bucket of it at? Where do I get the gravity-held hydrogen that's down on the fucking ground? I can go dig it up or something. Where's this hydrogen?
We're not talking about gravity. We're talking about
What
the
hydrogen
ITER
look
experiment.
like? Where can I get it?
You don't believe hydrogen exists? Is that what you're saying?
I'm not going to believe anything that you can't direct me to go grab some of, you dumb son of a bitch.
So you don't believe hydrogen exists?
It's
is that
your
what you're saying?
belief. You believe it exists. I'm trying to ask you where to get it, motherfucker. Will you stop keeping it a secret? Give me your secret hydrogen location.
My secret hydrogen location.
Yeah, where's your secret hydrogen? Nobody knows about it. Except you.
I'm really not sure what you're referring to.
You get it out of a
friend
chemical
get his
process.
hydrogen? How
It's
the
a
fuck are
product
you?
of a chemical process that takes a lot of energy.
You got a lot of friends. One of your friends got to know what hydrogen is in order to be in a lab playing with it.
Well, I didn't say anything about hydrogen for my friend's lab.
Why doesn't your friend know he doesn't have any hydrogen?
Do you want to do a home experiment to make hydrogen?
Maybe you should bring him in here.
Hey,
and we could tell him about it.
DMOC, do you want to do a home experiment to make hydrogen?
Yeah, I want to go
do?
You fucking retard motherfucker.
Go get
I want
two. Go get two paper clips. Go get a battery.
I'm not gonna go do nothing. I wanna go
Okay,
get
so
some
you're not gonna do it. You're gonna ask
I'm
for
gonna
instructions and you're not gonna do it.
I'm gonna go get hydrogen where you tell me where it's at.
Okay.
I'm not gonna go do nothing electrical. I'm not gonna go do nothing with salt, you stupid bitch.
Okay.
I don't want salt and I don't want electricity, motherfucker. I want pure hydrogen gas. Now, if you retards don't know where to go get that, stop fucking laughing at your own stupidity.
So you can. So you see some
Where is
things.
the hydrogen outside in nature? I want to go get it.
So if I'm understanding you correctly, you are doubting that the ITER experiment is conducting fusion in a vacuum because you don't think that it's possible to get hydrogen.
I shouted, you don't have anything to fuse. You have no hydrogen. You're fucking stupid.
I'm just making sure I understand whatever it is that you're saying.
What was you going to do? Go get some salt? Tell me how to grab some salt? Some hexafluoride? Some fucking
Yeah, maybe
retard
they
mix?
use a bunch of water and salt, just put some salt in.
Oh, no, listen, brother. I don't want water and I don't want salt. I want 100%
That's how they do
hydrogen
it for the
gas.
experiment, they just pour a bunch of salt in it.
Yeah, but that's not hydrogen gas out in the fucking vacuum, clearly. There's no salt there. There's no vacuum.
You mean there is
chamber
no
out
salt there?
vacuum.
Have you been there? Maybe there is salt in there.
Do you think it's possible to have elements
so
that
if all
aren't
you need is
stable
salt,
on the current atmosphere
salt.
that we're
I
in?
got some table salt.
And you have to
Now, where's my
manufacture
hydrogen?
them?
Where's the hydrogen? I need 100% hydrogen so we can start practicing sun physics. I need the ingredients to make a sun. What ingredients does a fusion maker make the sun with? The nuclear reactor? Is that a vacuum chamber? The nuclear reactor, isn't it just a vacuum chamber? Your nuclear reactors on Earth.
It's a vacuum chamber, yes.
Okay. So you vacuum boil water, and they call it nuclear reaction?
Nope, that's not what anyone said.
It's exactly what you just said, and you agreed.
Don't think that's true.
But where could I get some fucking hydrogen at, man? You goofy
Someone just put a link in the side chat for you if you're interested in purchasing hydrogen.
Just
You
give
can
me
go
the address.
purchase hydrogen.
The address. You give me the address. No, I'm not purchasing. I want to go get some natural hydrogen. I want to get my own. Listen, in science, it's natural science, what you observe in fucking nature.
Yes.
So in nature, I had to observe 100% hydrogen in order to have that ingredient to ever think I can touch it or mess with it or know what it is. Now, where in nature can I observe 100% hydrogen, you stupid bitch?
You could also go get some uranium and eat it, but that doesn't mean you should. It doesn't mean it's going to be easy. That's why you buy the straight hydrogen.
Rocks. I didn't ask you about shit. I want to know where 100% hydrogen gas is, you stupid retard.
Why you have so fixated?
Why does this take so long? Hold his hand, dick sucker.
Because every time we give you an option to get hydrogen, you say, not that.
I got my bucket ready. What jungle do I go to get pure hydrogen? What sand dune? You stupid fuck. I don't want to go to a lab. I don't want to go where somebody's already got some tricky dick shit that's already fucking fake. I want to get 100% hydrogen like nature has, you stupid fucks, to make a sun.
He's asking for naturally occurring source.
Not sure why. He doesn't think that fusion can occur unless it's artisanal, hand-harvested hydrogen? Is that the vibe? I don't quite understand. Well, I don't understand at all, actually, but this is Demox, so I don't really expect to.
I don't expect you to grab any hydrogen and know what the fuck you're talking about, ever have any chemistry in your life or do any physical attributes of anything and touch with your hands shit. You just look up in the fucking air and just say stuff.
I have actually done some chemistry in my life.
Where did you do it with hydrogen?
Hydrogen was involved, yes. Lots of acids in chemistry.
Hydrogen. No, 100% hydrogen only. That's the only thing we need to start with. That's the first ingredient. We can't start without that. Do you understand, stupid?
I don't quite understand, no.
You don't? Oh, well, stop doing stuff in a lab. If you don't understand stuff, you should stop doing stuff.
Not to worry, I don't work in a lab.
Why are you so antagonistic?
Why are you so slow at getting hydrogen in a bucket and shutting this motherfucker up, and me too?
Bro.
Why are you so
I don't know
slow
when your
at being
birthday is, but I will
antagonistic
send you
in a
a lot of
lab? I don't appreciate your stupidity of telling people you know what the fuck hydrogen is without any. Quit lying to people, man. Have some integrity in your life. Quit believing fucking stories.
The point is that
do it.
The point he was trying to make is that there is like a team and they are going to conduct an experiment soon. Right?
No, they don't know what science is. How are they going to experiment on anything?
Yeah. All right.
They can't even get hydrogen. Go ask them where the 100% hydrogen is in nature. Science starts with nature. Out in nature, we had to observe 100% hydrogen fusing into a sun outside somewhere on Earth. Where is that?
Outside somewhere for?
Yeah, not up in your imagination. That away, Superman.
I don't even think that ITER claims to use pure hydrogen. I'm not even sure you got that from. I think generally fusion occurs with enriched hydrogen.
You don't have any. I'm pointing out that all your chemistry is bunk.
I don't think anyone claimed to have any, Democ. I don't think anyone claimed that.
How do you
I believe
make
they use deuterium and tritium more than pure hydrogen, which of course are isotopes.
Give me the ingredients for gold.
The ingredients for gold?
Yeah, chemistry boy.
Protons and
Gold is made out of
neutrons,
bro.
Oh my
electrons.
fucking god.
Gold is not made out of other atoms.
Send me
Timo.
one proton in an envelope and then one neutron the next day, and then an
That'd be
electron
a
the
pretty
next day,
small
and then an
envelope.
atom.
But this is so
Brother,
disingenuity.
stop. Slow guys. Slow guys with nothing but
Yes.
laughs. We're not joking here. This ain't a fucking comedy show about made
Why
up
not joke a
envelopes.
little, bro? You know, we should take it with humor, you know?
Well, yeah, it's funny that you guys think you have atoms and protons.
And you
Until
are
I ask
trying
when
to
I
be
ask
funny,
for
man.
one. When I
Like, that's
ask
the
for one, if I ask you what a car is,
What
it's
do you
not going
want,
to be a
man?
joke, is it? You could
What
take
do you want, bro?
a
We will
car,
provide
right?
everything you want.
If I
Yeah,
said,
what
what
do
is
you
a
need?
car? Can you mail me one? You could say yes, right? Stupid. Wouldn't be a joke in a funny game, right? If I said you can mail me an envelope in the mail, right? You could do that, right? Wouldn't be a joke. Now, proton, electron, and neutron. I'll take one of those, please. If you don't have one, where do you have one in a lab at, stupid?
Just grab it from the air, man. Just
Yeah, now we're talking
form a
about air.
fist, you know, and you got
No,
some
stop
protons and
dividing
neutrons
stuff.
in your hand.
No, stop saying other stuff. I don't want to. I don't want air. I want proton, neutron, electron,
Yeah,
and
just
an
close your
atom,
fist, man. It's in your hand.
then a nucleus,
Yeah.
then a cell, then a
Yeah.
quark.
Just close your hand. It's in your hand.
Then I want a gluon.
All right.
And then give me a particle.
What is a particle?
Your guess is as good as mine, Superman. Somewhere that way.
What's a particle, smart ass?
It's up that way. Just point up to the space.
That way?
Yeah, everything's that way.
You
Nothing's
think
here.
you are a wise man?
You think you're a dumb man?
I don't
I think you
know.
thought you had a
Welcome.
friend. I think you thought you had a friend, but you don't.
I know that I can always learn, you know, every day I can learn. But you think you've already reached
No, you're not
ultimate
learning.
truth.
You're doing the opposite of learning.
Not
You're
learning from
blocking
you,
out
man.
reality at all cost and saying, look that way, Democ. Hydrogen's up there somewhere. Gold's up there somewhere. Every ingredient you want is up there, but not here, and we can't do nothing. Damn.
So your contention here, your problem with this is you don't think it's possible to get hydrogen. That's the sticking point.
100% hydrogen by itself.
Well, no one claimed 100% hydrogen, just for the
Who
record.
did? Then what is it? What is hydrogen then, if not itself? Are you fucking stupid? Holy shit, dude. I don't even know where to go
the
with
fusion experiments do not use pure
Don't
hydrogen.
do any experiments. Stop. You don't know the cause of hydrogen. The only experiment you do is the cause of stuff. Are you finding the cause of this thing?
I'm not discussing the cause of hydrogen, whatever that might mean.
So how you
Talking about experiments in
So you're not doing
laboratories
no experiments.
that create
That's not what you're
fusion.
doing. Making shit up is not experiments. Doing dumb liar shit and believing
It's
liars.
impossible to talk to you, bro.
Believing liars is not fucking doing experiments, bro. Hey, Bob, did you
Like,
do that?
you must
Yeah,
be
here, read
trolling,
this
bro.
paper. Read this paper. See these numbers? 52912 squared, circle pi, parameter q, LR2 to the 7th power, 13. Yep, buddy, it's all there. Yep. Calculates out 1 + 1 = 2. Yep. The opposite of everything is this thing. Yep, never see that in reality, but yep, those numbers add up.
What the fuck are you saying, bro?
I don't know, Jimmy Bob, doing your number science and your
Are you saying
mathematical
technology
calculated
doesn't work?
formulas.
What are you saying?
The value of the attribute of your communified
You're losing your mind,
theorem.
bro.
Your communified theorem of everything. That's nothing. But you can't have nothing. You can only have everything. They don't have nothing, they have everything, but then they have nothing. And they're finding the nothing that makes everything, like a God particle. What the fuck?
So what's up with this experiment? Is it going to happen or not?
Well, we've already done fusion in the lab. I was talking about a particular experiment called ITER in France. But other groups have achieved fusion in the laboratory. This is the thing that's been done. It was quite some time ago, actually.
How long does the sun last? Did they get a solar filter and look at the fusion and make sure it matches what the sun looks like, or are they just a bunch of liars? Come on, let's do real science, dumb liars.
Maybe they're not going to do it, man. Maybe they will cancel that event because they cannot get pure hydrogen.
Yeah, I think they'll have to. Maybe your buddy will take my suggestion and use the solar filter and put it over his fusion ball and then see if it looks exactly like a sun disk. And if it doesn't, take your fucking shit back home and pack it up. It's wrong. I'll help you, brother. You need help with science? Fake science?
I'm doing okay, thank you.
No, you're not. You don't know what a solar filter is, do you?
I do know what a solar filter is.
Did you use that to make sure what your fucking little sun was?
I myself do not conduct fusion experiments. I never claimed to do.
A solar filter over your little solar ball to
My
make
little
sure
solar
there was
ball.
a
I'm
solar ball
no idea what you're referring to here, man.
Sunball solar disk fusion filter. Come on, brother.
We're just saying words now? Like, what is happening?
No, solar filter.
Be better than that, bro.
Solar
Free
filter.
association, like stream of consciousness? Like, what is going on?
Solar filter. Look that up. Over your
I know what a solar filter is. Got that.
Over
Thank
your
you.
fusion ball that you claim exists. The fusion ball your buddy is making in a
No,
lab.
didn't say that. Didn't
Say,
say
hey,
that.
little buddy, pal, Pete, Tommy, Billy, Bo Baggins, can you put a solar filter, a glass on your experiment so we can just look through the solar filter and watch it?
You want me to shut up, heretic? I can shut up.
Oh, you're good.
He wasn't saying his buddy works on fusion. He was talking about ITER, which is in
AFK. I don't
France,
really know what's going on.
which is
Keep going.
the International
That's fine. I just saw you
Thermonuclear
unmute. Thought you were going to tell me to
Reactor.
shut up.
So there they go. So there you go, Dimok. They're going to use that reactor to conduct that experiment. Then
they need a solar filter.
Yeah, they need a solar filter. Maybe they didn't think about this. Do you think
if they want to manipulate variables and prove anything of any type
maybe,
of sort?
Maybe they thought this through. Maybe not, man. Maybe yeah. Why do you think you're qualified to give them any piece of advice how to conduct the
Why
experiment?
you think you're qualified? Why does he think
Well,
he's
just
qualified?
The run-of-the-mill schmo.
Just a run-of-the-mill goofball like you and him? I don't know why you guys are qualified to
I
talk.
couldn't give them any advice. Just can you imagine me calling them and telling them to buy a fucking solar filter or something?
Well, then take your advice and don't give none.
Yeah, I wouldn't, man, because I'm not a fucking fusion experimental scientist or whatever.
How do you know that? How do you know what it is?
Right?
You don't know what
You're
it
an
is. You could be the
armchair,
best at it. You could be the best at making it up. Better than him.
Hey, Demok, do you mind if I chat with someone else?
I don't care who you chat with, but I know you ain't going to demonstrate shit.
Anyone else here want to have a bit of a talk? Brutal.
That's what it is.
I did have a question for you, but I can't remember what it was now.
Oh, we could just free associate. What was it related to? You got a genre for me or anything? We could talk.
Oh dang, I can't even remember. It was something related to the last half an hour's conversation.
Talking about observing objects, telescopes, mirrors, laboratory experiments, ICEs, comets. I've been studying comets recently. Hopefully you had a question about that. That'd be great.
It wasn't comments.
That's too bad.
Good. If it comes back, I'll.
All right, fair enough, man.
They found some new studies showing that the universe might not be expanding. I don't know if that changes anything for flat earthers or not, but so the universe might not be expanding.
Too bad for the universe because Earth does. Fuck.
So the Big Bang model would be false, you know.
Yeah, we know
What
that.
studies are you referring to?
There is one. It's talking about redshift bias. Hold on 1 second. I put it inside chat. Hold on. There you go. It's that one. An empirically consistent redshift bias. The reason why we currently believe, or used to believe, or whatever, that the universe is expanding, so it's not just getting bigger, but it's expanding in an accelerated motion. You know, it's like exponential. It's just getting faster every second. You know, so in some regions that's happening like faster than the speed of light. And that's according to the red shift, you know, because the further something is away, you know, the faster something moves away, its light turns into a reddish color.
Rainbow.
No.
It's called
Not
the rainbow
it's
effect.
reddish.
Yeah, there's no such
Yeah,
thing.
the
as
gamma
redshift.
rays, right?
Actually, I have seen this paper.
How did we beat the light from the Big Bang here? Get it?
We didn't.
Question I've got that's been going over in my mind for a while.
So why would
we didn't?
Why are we in
Say
our
we-
own
we-
space
we
and
look and
time
see
relevant to the Big Bang?
Say that we look and we see light that occurred right after the Big Bang. I mean, that's already going to have passed us. Like it's gone. So I don't get how we got here before it. That it can arrive to us, like when it had enough time to pass us.
That's a totally fair question. I actually heard this before, like a lot from undergrads. So the idea here, you're talking about the CMB, obviously, right? Yeah, and the idea is that this is the light. It's not exactly of the Big Bang. It's a couple 100,000 years after, but of course it is a direct consequence of the Big Bang. Often called like the afterglow of the Big Bang. This is the epoch of reionization. But anyway, right after the Big Bang, everything's very hot. It was cooling down. There was a single event at which point the universe essentially went under a phase change and it became transparent. So all the free streaming electrons that were previously being absorbed by free electrons were allowed to start traveling. So there's like this, moment where light essentially started propagating. And the reason that we are just seeing this now, right? Like how did it get here? Now, your question is because this happened everywhere all at once. And so, last year we were seeing photons that were emitted, a light year closer to us, right? This happened everywhere. And so now we're seeing photons that were emitted, a light year farther away originally. Does that make sense?
I think I kind of get the gist.
So like imagine, right, like you're standing still, right, and there's like 3 people throwing baseballs at you, right, but they're like 10 feet away, 20 feet away, and 30 feet away, right? If they all throw their baseball at the same time, then the one that's farther away will get to you later, right? But they all threw the baseballs at the same time. And so if you expand this analogy out, very, very, very far, you might be like, well, hold on. If they threw this baseball at the Big Bang, why am I just getting it now? But it's been traveling for a very long time. If you were here on Earth 1 million years ago, you're seeing light that was emitted at the same time, but much closer, 1 million light years closer, essentially. Does that make it more or less confusing?
Kind of, yeah. I kind of get what you're saying.
Yeah.
But tell me, is there light that is being emitted from the Big Bang which we haven't seen yet?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. So the analogy works in both ways, right? So if there is something that was farther away from us when the first light was emitted, that light has not got here yet. right? There's a baseball guy throwing at you farther away, but it will eventually get here, right? This is true backwards and forwards.
This is so the Big Bang happened everywhere.
Yes, exactly. That's right. But again, this is not explicitly the Big Bang. This is about 300,000 years after the Big Bang. So it's sort of like the remnants.
Is it like a inverse explosion? Like it's coming from like outside in, like, or is it coming? Did it emanate from inside out?
Well, I don't think anyone claims to know exactly what happened at the Big Bang, right? And certainly I'm not a cosmologist, so this is not something I've studied in depth. But this CMB that we're talking about, happened well after all the weirdness at the very beginning, right? This is a couple 100,000 years after the Big Bang.
But okay, so we could look in any direction and see light from the Big Bang.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, all right. No worries, have more questions. That's gonna just like fucking what? But
well, I mean, no one else is talking. I'm happy to give him a shot.
I know. I mean, just idea. I'm just gonna it's gonna mull over in my mind for a while, and I'm gonna be like, hang on a second, what?
What about the Big Bad Boom? Do we see any light from the Big Bad Boom?
Thanks for your contribution, Gemsy.
Because I like the Big Bad Boom idea better than the Big Bang. The Big Bad Boom sounds better. Don't you like it better, the Big Bad Boom?
I'm not really attached to either of them. Hey, Gemsy, would you mind throwing eggshells and unmute?
Where is he at? Oh, yeah, I see him.
Thanks, man. If you got more questions teed up, I'm happy to take a swing on them.
Teed up, did you mention earlier something about cold light or something? Teed up? I don't know if you mentioned something like that. Anyways,
I did. Yeah, sorry, I'm just doing something. But yeah, quickly, yeah. So there is like LED lights, right? It's not a thermal energy source. So, but it has the ability to heat up surrounding particles or particles that light comes into contact with. Am I right there, Itea?
Yeah, essentially. So I think the idea here, I'm not super familiar with this phrase, but I have heard it before, right? So if you have something like a traditional light bulb, like a filament, right? This is a more or less a black body, right? So the wavelength distribution follows Planck's law, right? And so if it's glowing and it's kind of warm orange, right, then a fairly significant part of the energy output of this light is infrared, which we can feel as heat. Now we all know this, right? You try to change a light bulb, it's pretty fucking hot. But now that we have more advanced light bulbs like LEDs, they do not emit as a black body, right? They emit in a very sort of narrow wavelength range that we can control by doping the semiconductor. And so this is one of the main reasons that LEDs are a lot better, because they're much more efficient, because you're not emitting in a bunch of wavelengths that you're not using, right? You're just saying, okay, I'd like it to be, this color, and it is in fact just this color. And the consequence of this is that unlike most any way we could make light before, they don't really carry that tail of infrared energy, and so they're quote unquote cold, which is to say they're not emitting heat as well as the light. Of course, those are just different wavelengths. So yes.
Okay.
You sound like you're a believer in all of this. How do you explain the axis of evil?
Well, I'm not a cosmologist, right? So things like that are the province of other people to study. It's not my field.
Yeah, but what do you think about it? I mean, it could completely change, and it should change your thinking of the the universe, right?
Yeah, if real, it would be extremely interesting. Again, it's not something that I sort of concern myself with on the day-to-day, because it's not my field. I study different things. And I know that the CMB is hard to measure, that there's systematics that are very difficult to debias. But if I'm sure people are working on this, right? And so once there's been, if this perhaps the next satellite after the Planck satellite, because I know that the resolution is quite coarse. So I don't know. Yeah, if real, yes, very interesting. But I don't know enough about it to really comment on it, right? So it'd be a bit of a disservice to the people who do study that, in my opinion.
I think it's important though, because obviously you know a lot about this, but you haven't looked at any of that other side.
I'm familiar with what you're talking about. I have looked at it, right? I just
but what that would do was it would debunk everything you've been talking about for the last 20 minutes.
Can somebody fill the rest of us in? What is this?
The axis of evil is this sort of tongue-in-cheek name given for evidence of anisotropy. So not everything is not the same in all directions for the CMB,
right.
which is I would not say it falsifies everything I've talked about, but it would certainly change the Big Bang model and stuff like that. Because one of the big assumptions it is made in the current model of cosmology is something called the cosmological principle, which is to say that on very large scales the universe is the same in all directions. Right? There's no preferred direction. And this perhaps is not true, but my understanding of this data is that it's not agreed on as necessarily a real effect yet, right? This effect, the CMB, is very hard to measure.
That doesn't mean we can't say what would it mean, which I think
Jedi.
Like
I said, if real, it's very interesting and would cause a lot of people to have to rewrite a lot of things. I don't think it would.
Oh well, sorry, but just to add. So-called quantum physicists are continuously trying to throw spanners in cosmology, in astrophysicists' works, right? Because they've just recently come out and said that there's such thing. I don't know if I mentioned this earlier, yesterday or whatever it was. Is negative time now, where a photon will exit a material prior to entering it.
I saw that.
Take that as you will. So what that means for your expanding universe, and like the CMB, and your axis of evil and all that. I don't know. Do with it as you will.
I don't understand much about it, but I kind of side with you on that. Where I think I don't understand how something can both be a wave and a particle, and so it ends up where I'm like, is this something where a base understanding about light and how it propagates? Like, here was one of mine, that we're a simulation, and the evidence of the simulation is that it takes light time to travel. If you ask yourself the question, you're like, how could it take something with no mass? How could it take it any time to travel? Right? So what speed of light is actually the lag of the simulation. And to me, it's based upon so many unknowns that you got to go. For example, the work ITER has done this stuff, taking photos of the sun, right, where these giant things pop and slop open, and they're taking quite detailed photos of these eruptions and stuff at the side of the sun. I think anything that questions how light behaves, it's still going to be quite probable that there's pops and eruptions on the face of the sun, right? I don't see it reaching so deep into cosmology that it's like, well, maybe the sun's not real.
That's what I was saying. Yeah, he's like, it falsifies everything I've been talking about for the last 20 minutes. I don't agree with that. It certainly absolutely challenges modern cosmology and stuff like that. But the sun is still doing fusion, Yeah,
I think it's ridiculous when we're currently like, oh, the Earth's 13.5 billion years old. I'm like, well, you can't just do your maths and come out with the answer. You need to apply Bayesian reasoning that says, what have I guessed in the past and how wrong have I been in the past? And if you look at our guesses in the past, we always have to revise them, and we always end up going like orders of magnitude older, right?
Well, that's not exactly true, right? If you talk about things like this, age of the solar system, age of the universe, things like that, they are convergent.
Sure, they converge.
Right? And that's, I think, an important thing to consider. It's not like we're just wildly oscillating all over the place and there's some sort of standard deviation of 100 billion years or something, right?
Well, except it always is revised upwards, and it seems for the age of the universe, I don't know about the age of the solar system, and I'll happily concede that because that's within what I'm agreeing we probably could have a good guess about. But when it's like, oh, this is as far as we see, and so based off that, here's the probable age of the universe, I'm like, we will definitely have to update that.
The age of the universe has absolutely been revised downwards in the last 20 years.
Well, okay, but let me ask this. What made us update to 13.5?
Go ahead.
Just quickly, for example, how many unseen black holes are there slowing down the light?
Well, actually, we have a fairly good idea on that, right? So these so-called microlensing events are things that people spend a lot of time looking for because they're extremely interesting. And it turns out, not that many, because they have, there's testable predictions to be made here, right? When light is affected by a black hole, it changes it. The path it takes, right?
Doesn't that have problems then? Because if the universe is not anisotropic, then saying I can't see these micro events doesn't give us a good indication of how prevalent they are elsewhere in the universe.
Not really. I mean, right. So this CMB anisotropy that he's talking about is on an extremely large scale, like universal, right? And the effect is, even in this sort of data, which is very, very unclear if it's real or not, is very, very small. And then we're talking about microlensing events. We're talking about things that happen in our galaxy, right? So many, 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 many orders of magnitude smaller than this anisotropy would be. And the anisotropy itself is extremely small. So, the sort of rate of microlensing events is relatively well understood. And this is physically driven, right? Because black holes have progenitor events, and they can only happen so often.
Am I right, though, in thinking that our age of the universe was like 2 or 5 billion years old, something like that, and what got us up to 13.5 was Hubble? Once we launched the Hubble Space Telescope and we started seeing how plentiful other galaxies were, we had to massively update our age of the universe?
I don't know how much Hubble involved. I know that before, like, the year 2000, for example, the age was like 7 to 20, right? And then it was narrowed down. My understanding of this is, again, I am not a cosmologist, right? This is not what I study in depth. It is my field generally, but like I don't do cosmology. But my understanding is that it was more in detailed studies of supernova, right? So this is something, the kind of thing that like Hubble will help with, but the revisions are more about just doing the studies, right? Longer term research, looking at more events. So supernova are rare, right? There's only so many a year. And so if you want to make a detailed study of these sort of signposts and estimate the age of the universe for it, tools like large telescopes on mountains and Hubble and things like this, they help, but it's really just a lot of time and work that has to be done. So I don't think that Hubble itself, it can be said to have changed our estimate.
Oh, okay. I thought it was.
They recently just pushed it out to like into the 20 billion.
No. It's still 13, 14.
I'm pretty sure I read an article challenging that.
Yeah, there was one about the James Webb, but it was like, could this? It was one of those headlines that starts the question.
Yeah, I don't know of anything that has altered the estimates of the age of the universe. I don't think that is the case.
Fair enough. I just always think the general trend over time is upwards, and as the new tools become available, that's what.
I mean, that is true, but only if you take this sort of very high level, historical approach. Like, well, we only thought it was, 10,000 or 20,000, and we said it was 1 million. Then, yeah, but if you look at it now, it's sort of oscillating around a sort of average value of 13, 14 billion years.
Right, but I still think I think this changes in like eons. Like, there's a long amount of time that people think, the sun's 9 million miles away, and then we suddenly go, okay, bang, transit of Venus, we call it 93. I don't know what caused it, right? And then there's a whole shift, and it might waver a bit during that next eon, but it's a kind of paradigm shift, and I think I just maintain a feeling that we've always had this amount of confidence every other time,
That's a fair point.
Confidence, that's all you have, man. That's it. You don't have truth, just confidence.
Well, but I don't understand it. That's my other issue. Yeah, that's the other thing. I don't have the data and don't know how to pass it. So I'm also doing this is my Dunning-Kruger topic, and I don't get it.
That's all right. We know that you have Dunning-Kruger. That's okay.
Everybody does. Dunning-Kruger. The thing that people don't.
No, only you.
Sure. Well, what it's about is expertise. And you can only have expertise in a finite number of things, right? You can only be really expert at like maybe one, maybe.
Yeah, well, you do have an expertise in bullshitting, so there's that, right?
Right. So what?
Chalk one up for bullshit.
Is anything else? Is just you're going to be at the bottom of the curve, the Dunning curve. It's only experts that are good at determining how good they are at something.
You like a lot of meta and not a lot of evidence. I get it. More meta, no evidence. Okay.
Sure. Yeah, I'm doubting.
This
the age of the universe.
Yeah, I know.
Don't you doubt the age
That's
of the
okay.
universe?
No, I don't. I'm not concerned with that. It's not any of concern of mine. At the end of the day, what is it going to do for me? You tell me, Eggshells. What's that going to do for me and you? What is it going to do for you?
I agree.
Are you going to advance in some level of thinking because you figured it out somehow?
Sorry, Alpha. I did entertain them for a little while there.
Yeah,
I know, but you know, it's of no consequence to anybody that's actually living a day to day. Well, except for I-Tier.
I was going to say, it's important to me.
He's making a living off of it, but whether or not he understands the truth behind what he's viewing, because it's educated guesses. That's it. Based upon other educated guesses. It's what they call standing on the shoulders of giants.
There is data. Don't you think there's some data?
They're like, what?
Like, can I show a photo? Like,
about what? Photo of what, dude?
A photo of the surface of the sun.
Okay, the surface of the sun.
Yeah.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
What's that like?
Oh, I'll show you.
Okay. I can show you a photo. I can show you a photo of Narnia. We can compare which one's more real.
Sure, go for it.
There is data, but it's the biases that interpreted the data, because we do observations and then people interpretate the observations. Or you're saying photographs of the sun, and then you're gonna make ideas based on your biases about whatever presuppositions, whatever you want to add to your story, and you're gonna say, yeah, this is how it works, based on whatever story you want to promote.
Yeah.
And the best thing is that all of these theories always debunked by their own side, whether it's axis of evil, whether it's the lack of matter, or whether it's the three-body problem. Whatever it is, you've always got evidence that contradicts your theory. And that's what gets me. Like, you guys ignore those contradictions and just plow forward. That's not truth.
I really don't think that is what people do, right? People are very interested in these problems and very interested in understanding how they relate to the natural world. Also, the three-body problem is a computational problem. It's not a problem for the physical world.
No, it's a physical impossibility because of the fact that there is no such thing that you can actually outline and how you understand it to be true in the physical and natural world. How are the things that you're looking at, including the one thing that you're in contention whether or not it's a sphere, but the other things may be a sphere, right? But you don't really know because you haven't examined the entirety of those things. So they're all more than just a three-body problem from a computational standpoint. It's the actual physical, natural understanding, whether or not the elements of what you're talking about are such as you exclaim them to be.
Well, he brought up the three-body problem, which is not, I don't think, related
I know, but I'm just kind of showing you, like, you can go many ways with this. Like, it's more issues when you start to build upon these assumptions, which I know Eggshells loves to do. But I'm saying it's like, at the end of the day, there's no real way you're going to verify any of this information. How can you? There's no real tangible evidence here. It's not what we're doing.
Talking about when you say verify, right? I mean, the idea of science and these observations that we take is not to, like, prove things with a capital P, right? It's to collect evidence.
I know.
As always, that favors or disfavors hypotheses.
See, there's one thing I've always liked about you, I-Tier, is that you're honest about what you say, and the rest of these clowns aren't doing what you do, which they should take note. I'm serious. They should take note. They're going to be like, oh, man, he's not a real Glober. I think if anybody could be regarded as a Glober, you'd be the one.
High praise.
Actually,
High praise,
you're the one. I'm just telling you, man. You're the one they should appeal to, and you've seen it before in the past when I said, "Here's a guy that you would appeal to." They throw you under the bus. Why? Because I said so. Because I said you can appeal to you because you're taking courses for this particular field. Yet, if they would seem because I said it that you are now in league with me somehow. When you are your own person, you can you have your own mind. I'm just saying. Like, anyway, I know because I've spoken to people in academia, and I know that they're not lying about the things that they say. They're speaking from their mouth. They, like the words that they understand based upon their education. Now, these other guys are saying, no, we know, like, definite, we know things. It's like, no, these guys aren't saying that. They're telling you straight from what they understand based on their education that these things are all built upon, probability scales and, things that they can understand from a already assumed position, building upon what others have spoke about. But it's not anything that's definitive, like you said, with the capital P, proof. So, anyway, it's my rant, but at the same time, I feel like Eggshells wants to stand on business when it comes to providing some sort of evidence with an assumption. It's like you can't do that. At the end of the day, all you got is what you think, and you can't come against somebody else with your assumption and say you're wrong because you've just assumed something prior. So all you can do is say, here, that's what you think, here's what I think. At the end of the day, we both might think something differently, but it's different with Flat Earth. We can actually say we know things in the physical natural world, whereas he can't say that. So that's what really irks him. That's why he's in here. Anyway, that's what happens. It's a lot to do with psychology. He dipped out of here. I know that because you don't like when I'm in here. I undo the thing that he does. He tries to do in here. Anyway, but people don't understand that those in academia, they speak the way they do because they don't have a dog in the fight. They're just like, dude, I'm in a particular field. I don't really care what you guys talk about. I'm going to tell you what I know. Like, it's just the way it is. Unless they have
a fair assessment.
Yeah, but, unless you feel froggy one day and be like, you know what, screw you guys. But other than that, like, you're like, I'm just going to tell you what I collect from my data. You can take it from there. Like, you guys can argue about it if you want.
Yeah, no, that's fairly accurate. I mean, I study the things that I find interesting, collect data on them. It's the only thing I could really speak about, right?
Yeah. Well, specifically to what you do, but outside of that, it's not like you have a broad range of knowledge of other topics. You would appeal to those who are specialized in different fields.
Yes, that's true.
I mean,
I'm
in
not
academia,
a doctor, for example, nor do I claim to be.
Yeah.
Someone told me how to treat my broken arm or something. I'm not going to argue with them.
Well, I don't know, but I've seen it far too often that some of these guys would say because you're in that field, you have all knowledge of that field. It's like, well, it's kind of parsed out in many different sectors, like you are.
Exactly. I don't know if you were listening earlier, right? But they were talking about cosmology, and as I always say, I'm like, I'm not a cosmologist, right? This is not my field. It's not what I study. So I can chat about it, but I can't really, get into the weeds, really.
Yeah, I know that, but a lot of people think that because you said you're basically like super knowledgeable about all things cosmology. It's like, I don't think that's the way it works, but I mean, you can't argue with somebody that's really staunch about what they feel about that, This is a very, this room and like how we speak to others, it's very different. Like you have to, it's a lot to do with psychology and people identifying with the fact that they live in an ever-expanding universe, cosmological like ideas of like, globes and such. So to them, it's very near and dear to them growing up being told this information. They don't know how to disseminate it, like the information. They just take it at face value. And so what happens is when somebody gives them a question, they're like, religiously, right? No, you're wrong, flat earther. It's like, dude, how do you know what you're talking about, man? Like, honestly, there's people that are in education. It's like they speak on only the things they know. They don't speak on like a broad range of topics like you come in here doing. That's weird. Anyway,
it's actually one of the more interesting things that I see. Like when I hang out here, when I listen, right? It's like I am interested to see how someone who, you know, like okay, even, you know, whether or not the Earth is flat or whatever, right? Even if you assume that it was, right? Somebody who you know doesn't work in, I don't know, whatever field would be related to that. Someone is a doctor, right? Like this person may be intelligent and educated, but you wouldn't really expect them to be able to, like, you know, go down to the bedrock and justify that. Right. And so it's interesting to see how people react when they're confronted with that idea. It does interest me.
Yeah, it's almost like it's a social project, or I don't know what you want to call it. It's intriguing to the mind. It's like, well, how would he handle this question?
Yeah, exactly. You know? But I think that, you know, generally the only sort of reasonable thing for someone to say, maybe I'll get myself into trouble here, but like if you think like the average person, right, who thinks the Earth is a globe and listens, whatever, right? They come in here and someone says, well, you know, why do you believe that? Blah blah blah. They go through the 3 points of them, whatever, right? Whatever it is. I think that the only like rational thing for a person to say is like, you know, I don't really know, but you know, I have to admit that I'm sort of appealing to you know, authority here, right? I trust the people I'm listening to, and then they, if they say that, then they have to sit down and listen to your points and say, well, you know, I have to look into that or something, right? But so many people sort of immediately jump into trying to defend it, right? Like rigorously, right? It's like, well, what about this? What about that? Even when they're clearly wildly unqualified to do so, right? Yeah, I have no idea what they're talking about, and that is interesting to me, right? Because if someone says, "Well, listen, I use science a lot in my life. I use my phone, I use my car, whatever. The scientists say it's round. I'm just going to trust them." I don't think that's an unreasonable thing for a person to say, right? Yeah. And if they left it at that, I think it's fair enough, right? They say, "Well, you know, it is somewhat of a belief, I suppose. Fair enough, but I do believe them." Yeah, okay, well, that's the end of the conversation, right? But people are just not like that. They're like, "No, I can defend the globe. I got this." Yeah. And they do not, in fact, have this.
Yeah, honey, hold my beer. You know, like
exactly. It's very that's very interesting. Like that mindset, I do find that quite interesting.
Yeah, it gets well, the conversations, the way they go in here, like it always spirals, man. Like, and then it gets into like this, you know, whoever calls who bitch first, and you know, like it's interesting. Been doing it for a while, man. So I could, it's got a lot of ups and downs.
Yeah, definitely.
Very interesting, though.
Definitely.
But I mean,
we're some sort of sociologist or something. I suspect I'd have a field day with this, right? I'm sure there's something. I'm sure there's something people could study about that.
You were, well. Check this out, man. At some point, there was people coming in here that believe the Earth's a globe, calling you chill for flat.
Me?
You're like, this guy ain't a glober, dude. He's a flat earther. There's no way. And I was like, you weren't here at the time, but Matt Nuclear, he was a younger guy, right?
That guy hates me. That guy hates me. He used to just DM me hate mail just randomly. Like halfway through the day, I just get a message from him. By the way, it's like, you're an idiot. By the way, I'm like, okay. Like just random message. I'm like, okay, thanks for the. It was weird, man. It was genuinely, it was quite weird.
Because to them, it's. I don't know how to put it, man. Maybe I'll say it incorrectly. It's kind of cultish for them. If you're not in their, like, you know, flat Earth hating content, then you are now a shill. You know, so it's like.
And it's funny because he knows that I think the Earth is a globe, right? I've made this very clear to him. Like, you know, I think the Earth is a globe. And the way this started, I remember now you bring it up. I hadn't thought about this. But remember, it was the moon thing, right? Remember? Talk about the moon and the, you know, upside down to the southern hemisphere. And I was just like, listen, man, you're wrong. And he's like, what are you, some kind of flat earther? I'm like, nope, Earth is a globe, but you're just not right here. Like, what you're saying is not true. and he didn't like that. Yeah, he lost his fucking mind, actually.
And that stuck with him for as many days as you've been here. I think it's still returned. He will still have that same.
Completely forgot that name until you brought him up. That's funny.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying, man. Not only him, but he was going back to his troll cave and telling everybody else about you and like saying, yeah, this guy, he's all up on your jock and whatnot. I'm like, dude, you're salty, bro, because he's not agreeing. He's a Glober. You think that every Glober has to come in here and you guys have to be in league with each other's words. Like, that's not how it works here. Anyway, I got to get back to work, but yeah, that was interesting.
Yeah, see you, man.
And back I go. I'm going to be on listening mode.
Roots, are you still here?
Yeah, I'm still here, but I have a meeting in 3 minutes.
Okay. In those 3 minutes, I'm curious if you could lay out to me what relevance you think the three-body problem had to this.
I didn't bring up exclusively the three-body problem.
No, I know. That was just.
I also said negative parallax, and I also said lack of matter.
Yeah, you said a couple.
I was just listing reasons
specifically about the three-body problem because I don't really understand what is the problem you perceive there, right? Like, how is that relevant? Because those other things you bring up, negative parallax and dark matter stuff, these are sort of physical observations, but the three-body problem is not a physical observation, right? It's something else. So what is the vibe there?
Oh, I was just generally trying to point out that this is something that happens on the globe side, where even though there is natural issues, like for example with the three-body problem, it would be that you can't model the universe because there isn't enough matter. So instead of accepting that, there's a hypothetical dark matter, and
the three-body problem and dark matter are different. They're not.
Yes,
really
I know.
Related.
I know. I was just pointing out that the globe does this a lot with different issues, different subjects.
Interesting. Okay.
This is just a general thing that globers do. They have a problem like lack of curvature or lack of motion, and then they make up elaborate explanations like how technical and elaborate Coriolis is at the moment is a joke, because we don't experience that Coriolis, so now they're saying, okay, well, the atmosphere moves at certain points, so you have to be in motion and this, that, the other, and there's just always more complex ways to justify what we're not experiencing in reality.
But dark matter is not a justification, right? It's an observation.
No, it's a conclusion they came to keep the heliocentric model intact because they can't model the gravity of the universe.
You can certainly model it, but I think dark matter is perhaps a bad name. Really, what would be better is like dark matter candidates, right? But really, dark matter refers to just a set of observations, and they are what they are. They are just observations, right?
Yeah, I gotta go. I've got a meeting now.
All right. See you, man. Wish we could have talked more about this. Perhaps another time.
All right, so what do we got now?
Bedtime, I suppose.
Shoot, that's no fun at all.
Well, it is almost midnight.
That's it?
I'm in Hawaii.
Ah, sick.
Yeah, it's all right.
Have you always been there or just vacation?
Not always, but this is where I just study.
Nice.
I came here for the telescopes. Because, best telescopes in the world, so.
Stayed for the women and the beer.
I'll be honest, man, the city fucking sucks. It is ugly and it is crowded. But there are very nice telescopes, so.
Well, if there's one thing Hawaii does right, it's telescopes.
That's what I'm saying.
I mean, after all, how do we know the Earth's a globe? Just use a telescope.
Yeah, well, that's the discussion. But of course, not why I'm interested in the telescopes, right?
I know, it's just a nonsensical thing that people say to us all the time.
Why are you interested in telescopes?
I study space.
Oh
Because he's
shit!
an astronomer.
Astrobader.
You're an astrologer?
No, I'm not trying to.
I'm an astrologer.
Yeah. Just clowning.
Are you studying astronomy in like college?
Yeah, I'm a PhD student in astrophysics.
Oh shit! What's your topic of study? PhD in?
I study a couple things. Yeah. It's funny
Study
because
what?
like I come in here sometimes and half the time I come here, people are like, "Where you been? You've been gone for so long." I'm like, and the other time they're like, "You're always in here." I'm like, "Okay, it can't be both." Anyway, to answer
I'm
your
on the
question,
always in here side, but usually in the chat.
usually I'm in the chat. Yeah. Well, the thing is, I can lurk in the chat while I'm working, right? Like I've got my
I'm
code
here
up.
way longer than
I'm working, but like I see people talking. Anyway, to answer your question briefly, Fry, I study like solar system formation. So I look at like the two big topics that I look at are protoplanetary disks, so star or planet forming star systems, and then I also study small objects like asteroids and comets, because in our solar system, these are the sort of remnants of the formation process.
Right. Huh. Pretty interesting stuff.
I think so. I like it.
What's the big question you're looking to answer with your PhD?
Can we see God with a telescope?
I think if I laid out that, you could probably just Google my name, unfortunately.
Oh, I see.
It's a bit niche, you know?
Okay.
Not that my name's really a secret, but you may as well just...
No, you're right. I could be a kidnapper.
My mom always said, don't talk to strangers on the internet.
Yeah.
Wait, done messed up now.
Yeah, my girlfriend's in
here
academia.
I am, right? Here I am.
My girlfriend's in academia, and before meeting her, I had never really thought too much about, the academic life. But holy shit, you guys live a miserable life. It doesn't sound fun to me at all. I mean, I don't know. Maybe if you're like in a really, really good school, it's.
Well, what if it's
I think
somebody
it's
that
fun.
likes, writing papers and geeking out on whatever topic they're researching?
Bro, they get paid peanuts and it's like just grueling work. You're just working all the time, and your life is in the hands of just this one person. And if you don't like them, you're kind of screwed.
Yeah, all of
Pretty
that
crazy.
is true, but I still like what I do.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, you really have to like what you do. Otherwise, it's
very interesting to me, and I enjoy doing it. But everything you said is true.
Yeah. it's estimated that between 10% and 70% of stars have planetary systems. That's a wide range.
Probably closer to 100%.
Really? Huh. So it's like an inevitable part of stars that they'll form planets.
Population 2 and younger stars, yeah. So a lot of stars formed before there were, heavy elements to make planets, but anything that formed after population 1 pretty much would have a planet, yeah. And there's pretty good just like geometric evidence for that.
Okay. Do you have any ideas on where life came on Earth?
Nope. No idea.
If you had to guess, do you think life started on Earth, or did it come from some asteroid or something?
I mean, I don't know. Speculation. If I had to guess, I would say it started on Earth. But there's a reasonable argument that it could have started on Mars. But there's no evidence.
Oh, okay.
Because Mars was habitable before Earth was.
I see.
It cooled down earlier. It had liquid water earlier. And then Mars has a much lower escape velocity than Earth. And so we know that there are impacts of asteroids onto Mars that have sent pieces of Mars to Earth, and we have found them. So, and because Earth has a lower escape velocity, or Mars has a lower escape velocity than Earth, it's easier for pieces of Mars to come to Earth than vice versa.
Insane.
And so the combination of the fact that Mars was habitable, had liquid water before Earth did, and it's easier for pieces of Mars to get here, that is a reasonable argument that it could have started on Mars. But there's no evidence that life started on Mars or anything like that. It's just an idea.
Yeah, sometimes I look around and it's pretty surprising how, robust and versatile life is on Earth. You'll see a plant growing out of concrete and the strangest places possible. It's like
life is pretty crazy.
Yeah.
That's definitely true. Alright guys, I'm gonna go to bed. See ya.
It's incredibly arrogant to claim that anything we've found, like a rock found on Earth, came from another planet.
Well, the claim was not made lightly.
I think it was.
Yeah, honestly, I prefer people like you. Yeah, sure.
No, sorry, you can finish your thought. Go ahead.
I'm just saying, I prefer people like you in here rather than just regular people who think they know better about the globe. Sometimes they don't. It gets kind of boring.
All right. See you guys.
See ya.
Hi, I'm a retard.
Welcome. Oh, he left. That's fast.
Hey. Is anybody in there? Hello? Is there anybody here? Hello?
It's good.
Hello? Hey, what's up, dude?
Man, are we trying to? You guys trying? Are we cooking? Are we cooking tonight, guys?
Cook it up.
Okay.
Where's the cook, man?
Jesse, let's cook.
Hell yeah, dude, let's cook it up, dog. What y'all want to cook?
Joy Cloud. Is Joy Cloud with us or is he
against us? I am against you.
Okay.
Come on, give your case against us.
We know what I
Your
am.
case gets the flower.
Can you guys mute Cody? He's a troll. He's a troll. He doesn't have this voice normally. He's
All right,
trolling.
Bottle, just relax. We got this. Just we'll take care of it.
We know how to take care of trolls. Don't worry.
I just,
Thanks for your help.
Really, I hate the fact that Bottle just keeps intruding and fucking slandering my name.
So you guys are like a troll. You guys are like a troll team. Basically, you're just going around to different channels together.
No, I have no relationship with this man whatsoever.
That's cat, bro.
Dude, we have friends. Someone add me. We're mutual friends. Me and Cody, we go way back.
All right, bro.
We need you clowns to get on topic, though.
Bro, like Bottle, what the fuck are you doing, bro? Why?
Yo, guys,
You're so fucking annoying. It's 5 o'clock in the morning, bro.
We're just gonna go. All right, we're just gonna go one at a time here. One at a time.
Oh, thank you.
We'll get to Bottle in just a second. So
thank you,
Joy. How long you been in this call, man? Couple minutes, couple hours. How long you been here?
You know what, man? My combined duration in this call. You don't want to know.
I mean, it's kind of why I asked, but
yeah, I've been in this server. You know, if I had to give you a rough estimate, it'd probably be in the. I've probably been here for about 45, 46 combined hours.
God damn. All right. So, what about when it comes to the globe Earth? You understand the globe Earth a lot, a little? Or are you still learning about the globe?
To the fullest extent, my friend. To the fullest of the fullest extent.
Oh, okay. So, like, if I were to ask, like, what is the radius of the globe Earth? You got that?
It's a little too advanced for me, but
we said to the full extent, though. So maybe it's still not.
It's just a little too advanced for me. Maybe I'm not on that.
We'll start with why don't we start with the basics? Just tell us some stuff you know about the globe.
So basically, a globe takes the shape of a globe, right? And what makes a globe is, in fact, the characteristic of being a globe.
Okay.
You with me?
Right. Following question here. How would you rate your acting skills on a scale of 1 to 10?
You know, my mom.
Here we go.
I go off what my mom says. I'm a fucking solid 10.1 out of 10.
That's cat, bro.
Who are you to say otherwise, bro? Who are you, creation bear?
I'm probably better at acting than you.
Oh, yeah?
I would recommend you take some lessons, bro. I'll take some lessons, gang.
So so hold on. What role am I trying to act here, though? Precisely, what am I trying
to act? Vibes. The bad actor vibes are going strong right now.
Yeah, but like, what role am I trying to play here? Like,
I mean, you said you know the globe to the full extent. We asked you a couple questions.
Yeah,
I
mean,
it's a globe because the globe.
All right, you know what? Maybe I was being too arrogant with you.
Yeah, facts.
Too arrogant. You know, maybe I don't understand the globe to the fullest extent, but
yeah, facts.
I have, some, I have a firm understanding, to say the least. Firm understanding, to say the least. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Tell us more. What do you know? If you have a firm understanding, what do you understand? Go ahead.
Well, you know what? Let's just talk specificity here. What exactly about the globe is it that you want to know?
Well, we asked for the size. We don't know that. So, what else do you know, dude? You said you have a firm understanding. So go ahead, bro.
Yeah, I do have a firm understanding of the globe. Yeah.
All right, we're waiting.
You know what? So the globe has a radius of 25,752 kilometers, and the diameter is approximately double the value that I just provided. And,
okay, all right, that's awesome.
Yeah, that's one piece of information that
All right, guys, clip that. But all right. Cool.
All
So
right.
we got like
Please clip me. Yeah.
50,000 mile diameter. Love that. Love that. Okay.
25,000 kilometer radius.
Damn, bro.
So roughly a 50,000 kilometer diameter. Yeah.
All right. All right. We'll just double check those numbers in a little bit. But all right,
Get your mathematicians on that, please. Okay, and get back to me and let me know what y'all come up with. Yeah.
Fair enough. Have you seen curvature before?
Have I seen curvature before?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, of course I've seen curvature before.
Oh, okay. Where?
And practically just about everything. Anything that has that has dimension to it.
Oh. So we're talking like the beach, in an airplane. Where did you see the curvature?
Well, everything has a geometry to it, and there's every geometry has some form of curvature, to say the least.
Okay. The question is still on the table. Where were you when you saw curvature? Like what are we looking at?
Where was I when I saw the curvature?
Yeah, were you in an airplane? Like
I was standing on the ground, the solid ground.
Okay, where?
In the grass, on the sand, on the concrete pavement. I mean, I don't know. I can't give you a precise coordinate here, but that's just about the best way I can narrow it down for you.
And what exactly are we looking at?
Looking at just about everything. Everything.
Okay. Bro, come on now. You said you saw curvature. So where can I go to see this?
Sure. A palm tree, for instance. I was at the beach one fateful afternoon, and I saw the beautiful, leaves of the palm tree, and it kind of has a downwards curvature.
Bro. We're talking about curvature of the earth, dude. I mean,
well, you were asking if I saw curvature in anything, and I did,
That's not what was asked, bro. You said you have a firm understanding of the globe. It's globe.
Oh, maybe there was just a misunderstanding then, I guess.
Yeah. We're talking about curvature of the earth there.
Right, so you're asking if I've seen the curvature of the earth?
Yeah.
Okay, that's a good question. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to be 100%.
Keep it a bean, bro. Keep it a stack.
Yeah. 100% transparency. I haven't, seen the curvature of the globe myself.
Facts.
I can't speak from anecdotal experience, but what I can say that I can speak from is what I have seen through other people's observations of the curvature of the earth. That's documented in videography.
Oh,
yeah. And
you got a link or something that someone can take?
Well, we have satellites that currently orbit the Earth's atmosphere. Yeah, that are currently within the Earth's orbit, and there's cameras installed in those satellites, and they have a pretty nitty way of imaging the world. So I suppose you could that's one. Yeah.
Okay. Where are the satellites again?
They're currently in the Earth's orbit.
Are they in outer space or?
Yeah, in outer space.
Oh.
Yeah. Sure.
Oh.
Yeah.
Interesting. Hey, chat. Does anyone want to talk to them about gas pressure or? What do you guys think?
Yeah. I'd love to be enlightened on gas pressure and what correlation that has with satellites being, in the Earth's orbit. So please someone enlighten me.
All right, well, just give it a second. Chat, Quetz, you want to T-Dub?
Yeah, I'll give it a moment. I don't have all the patience in the world or no, but
I can tell. Let's go. I can keep cooking, but I just wanted to see if.
Okay, go ahead, keep cooking. Yeah.
Elbow, you want to jump in on this? The gas pressure thing, or anybody?
Does anyone here want to chime in with the Creation Bear
cook, bro. Yes.
Tag team it out against me? Hello.
Ooh, pause.
Well, I suppose not. Okay.
All right, I'll just
Creation Bear, just go ahead and keep cooking. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Cooking, bro. Yeah, fine.
All right, yeah, go ahead.
All right. Okay. Gas pressure, bro. So, let's think about a car tire, bicycle tire, a can of sparkling water. What do these all have in common? Well, they all are situations where there's a container and there's a gas pressure on the inside of the container. And if you were to puncture the container or remove or open the container, you will lose the pressure. So the question would be, can you think of an example, a practical example or demonstration where we can have gas pressure without a container? Take all the time you need.
Okay. Well, I'd say the Earth is actually a very, very good example of that.
Okay, well, hold on. Let me stop you right there.
Seeing as though no, let me ask you a question. This is a healthy conversation. You asked me a question. Ask you a question.
Hold on. That's not what we're asking for, though, because the thing in question would be the Earth itself. So we can't use the thing in question to try to validate that thing.
Sure. You want me to talk about another planet? Let's talk about Neptune.
No, because that would also be. We're not going to pause.
Jupiter. Why not?
Because what you don't understand is those are claims, right? So we need to see
planes is in
claim. That is a claim that we're looking to prove, whether it's true or not. And so we're asking for examples in real life where you can have gas pressure without a container, pointing up to the sky and saying, well, see? Well, that doesn't work because those things in the sky are what you're claiming, which is that you can have gas pressure without a container. We need to see this is even possible before we just start saying, yeah, it's possible. Yeah, look up there. Right? So the examples I gave you are practical demonstrations, practical examples. Where you,
well, if you don't want to use Earth as an example, perhaps maybe we can use. Well, can I not use maybe outer space as an example?
No.
See, I can't talk about planets. I can't talk about outer space. I can't talk about the Earth. I mean, look at you, like, setting up these very, very strict parameters.
It's not strict. It's not strict.
Yeah, of course it's strict. I'm giving you like several answers, and you're just deflecting.
It's not an answer. It's not an answer because
yeah, they are. I think they are answers, but you're just refusing to believe they're answers.
Chill for a second. Just chill for a second. That is what is in question. Whether the sky or the Earth is an example of gas pressure without a container, that's the whole point of the question itself. Why we're asking for examples, because, well, it doesn't seem to be possible where you can't recreate a gas pressure without a container. It can't be done. So why would that be true for the Earth? Why would that be true for Jupiter and all these other things? That's why the question is being asked, because it doesn't seem possible. So we're just saying, well, the Earth is the answer. Like, well, that's what we're challenging, whether that's true or not. So if you were able to show us, well, here's an example in real life where you can have gas pressure without a container, well, maybe you could extrapolate that to the Earth and Jupiter and all these other things. But since that's the claim on the table that Jupiter is an example of gas pressure without a container and the Earth is an example, well, we'd like to see.
Now, how would you define how would you define a container? What exactly do you mean by container? Do you mean like a surrounding, barrier for the air?
I mean, sure.
So I can't use like a volcano, like a volcanic eruption as an example. Or I can't use like a geyser as an example for
what
for gas pressure without a container. Like, is that? I don't know, dude. It's just a stupid question. It really is like such a terribly.
You're starting to realize that it's a good question because you can't answer it.
Really think. Okay, you know what? I've entertained your questions for just about as long as I possibly can here. Now let me go ahead and let me exchange the energy back to you. Okay. Now,
so we're just gonna move on from the gas, just so everyone's clear. We're moving on.
I need to add. No. We're still staying on the gas pressure conversation.
All right, but
I don't want to deviate away from that just yet. Now, how would you explain?
Here we go.
Winds. How do you explain the wind? How do you explain wind?
And this is relevant. How?
Because wind scientifically has everything to do with atmospheric pressure, which has everything. Yeah. So go ahead if you want to go ahead and refute the existence of a gas pressure without a container, then explain wind. How are winds possible?
Wind would be contained gas blowing around, my friend.
Contained by what?
Container. What else?
Container? What container would that be, though?
What do you mean, what container?
What container? What is keeping this container intact?
I mean, containers kind of, got to be intact.
What is keeping the air that we breathe right now from just fucking dissipating away and fucking floating into nothingness? What is
the question we asked you, my friend? That is exactly the question.
I'll tell you what it is. It's gravity. Gravity.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah.
Can you give us an example? Give us an example of gravity containing gases. We'll wait.
I mean, the Earth's atmosphere.
No, dude, you can't use the thing you're trying to prove as the proof. That's the thing you're trying to prove to be true.
But this is empirically proven.
Not empirical.
But this is empirical, though. It is.
Give us the proof, then. Give us the empirical proof.
The proof of what? The existence of gravity, or
the thing that you're claiming right now, which is that gravity contains gases.
That gravity.
So we said it's empirical. You just said that. Yeah.
What is gravity? Define gravity.
Oh Lord, this is your bag, bro.
Define gravity. I don't think you have any understanding of gravity, bro.
Oh really? Which gravity are you talking about? Which version of gravity are we discussing here?
Let's talk about Newtonian gravity.
Oh, well, that's been superseded and replaced by Einsteinian's bending and warping of space-time. What do you have to say about that?
Just answer the fucking question, bro.
I just
You're deviating again. You're deviating. Just give me a definition for gravity.
Attracting mass, right? Which has been superseded and replaced over 100 years ago by a guy named Einstein. It changed it, bro. You need to update it.
So you think that anything containing mass has an effect on the curvature of space-time itself, right?
No.
That is what Einstein's contention is on gravity. Basically, anything that contains mass impacts the curvature of the space-time fabric itself. That's basically what he's saying.
Okay.
Creation Bear. That is the whole that is his ideology. That's actually what it is. So anything containing mass impacting the curvature or creating like a curvature within space-time itself, okay, is inherently gravity in of itself. So you're asking me to substantiate the claim that gravity exists? Is that what you're doing?
No. For the sake of the argument, I will give you gravity, but we still need to see the proof of what you're claiming. You're claiming that we can have gas pressure and not have it fuck off because of gravity.
Precisely. Yeah.
Okay. The claim is that the Earth is the gas on the Earth is being contained by gravity. So when we ask you for proof, you can't use the claim as the proof. That's the problem here. That's why we asked you for an example. You keep pointing back at the claim itself.
So why can't I use it as an example, though? Why not?
How do you understand this? You cannot use.
If we can empirically prove that gravity is what's fueling the atmospheric pressure within the Earth.
You haven't done that.
But I have. Do that. Okay, how about this? Let me ask you a question. Do we agree on the fact that gravity exists? Does it objectively? Okay, so see, there's a difference. See,
but even
we're just all over the place, man. I'm arguing. Demonstrate gravity?
That its gravity is containing gases or air. You can't use the thing you're trying to prove as proof.
I don't know, man. I don't really think I can argue with somebody that doesn't believe in the existence of gravity. I don't know.
I don't think so. You brought up Newton like that was the current rhetoric, which it's not. So I don't think you even know what it is, dude. But even if you did know what it was, it still doesn't contain air. We need a container for that.
I understand what gravity is. Okay, I mean, I can distinguish between Newtonian gravity and Einsteinian gravity, but I gave you the distinction between the two, and I don't know.
Yeah, but you can't seem to differentiate the difference between having a container and not. You can't have gas pressure without a container, period. Unless you have an example.
Yes, gas pressure needs to be contained by something. Correct. I agree with you. In this case, because the whole focal point of the conversation we're having right now is about the atmosphere, the Earth's atmosphere, right?
Yeah.
Which is made up of.
We're challenging that it needs a container.
Correct. And that container would be.
You're saying it's
You're not gonna like what I'm about to say, but it's gravity. Dude, gravity.
We still need an example of that, dude. Right? You're
you're one example. So let me ask you, you're one example away.
I gave you three, by the way.
But let me ask you a question. You're one example away from completely transforming your belief on just about everything, right? Is that what it is?
It's not really it's not really belief. But yeah, sure, absolutely. If you can show us an example of gas pressure without a container, that'd be a great start for unlocking your outer space. But right now, there is no outer space. It's been taken away because you have to have a container for gas pressure. The Earth is most certainly contained, and the air we breathe is not contained by gravity. Unless you can show. I don't even know why I'm asking you. You can't show.
All right. How about this? Because I'm not prepared to provide you with an example at this time. I really don't. I can't. I don't know. The best example that I can provide you is just gravity containing the atmospheric pressure within the Earth itself. So let me ask
claiming
you
the claim over again. I
know. I understand. Okay. I know. They're fucking. You call it a logical fallacy. Call it whatever. I don't give a shit. But let me ask you a question. Okay. If you don't believe in the existence of gravity, let me just ask you this question. I'm begging you, okay, before I go, because it's 5:00 in the morning. I need to drive my brother to school soon. Okay, listen. If it's not gravity that's containing the Earth's atmosphere, what is? You don't believe in the existence of gravity, but what container though? What is that container?
The fact that you have to believe in something is already an L.
But creation.
Let me answer your question.
What is that container?
Let me answer it for you.
Okay.
And you're probably not going to like the answer.
Okay.
But I don't need to know necessarily. All I have to know is what an antecedent relationship is and how you can't have something without the other. For example, let's say I own a restaurant and I sell steaks. It's a steakhouse. And you come to my restaurant, you enjoy a nice filet mignon, and you like call out the chef. You're like, chef, I'm not paying for this unless you tell me. I need to know how many spots did the cow have? What was its name? Where was it? Like you start asking questions about the cow, right?
Sure.
I'm not paying for this steak. Da, 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 da. I need to know more facts about the cow. I need to know that cow exists before this might not be a real, whatever. The point is you can't even have the steak on your plate unless there's some sort of cow existing somewhere. And you don't necessarily need to know. I bet you've had some steak in your life, but you probably didn't know a lot about the cow itself. How many spots it had? What color was it? All these things, right? Sure. And so that's kind of what you're asking me. You're like, well, what does it look like? And like, what is shape of it? What is it? I don't know. I just know that it has to. You can't have the gas pressure unless it has to come from a container. So I don't need to know exactly the details of the container. You just can't have one without the other. This is called an antecedent relationship. I'll give you another example. One more, and I'll pass it over to you. A banana, for example. Like if someone rolls up to you, like a picnic or something, and they whip out some banana slices, and you're like, yeah, but you start questioning where it came from. Like, how did it grow with the other bananas and stuff? The point is that
I'm seeing the analogy.
You got to have the peel. Yeah, the peel gives you. They go together. So I would say the container and the air also go together. They can't be taken apart.
I agree with you in that sense. I do agree with you. I don't think one can exist without the other. I agree with you. That is the relationship that exists between these two entities. Okay, but you're right. You're also right about another thing. You're right about the fact that I wouldn't like your answer because what you're doing is you're just hiding behind this veil of ignorance, right? And I don't know, like
what do you want to tell you? It's shaped like a perfect crystal, mega ultra tridimensional shit. Like how would I know anything about this container? I just know that
The same way
You
that
just
you
know that
think
this
for
container
sure.
exists, but you don't know that it's gravity.
Listen, the same. It's the same way you think about it. Like you think it's gravity that's containing it, but what's gravity? You can't grab it, taste it, touch it, smell it, describe it. None of that stuff.
Gravity is
It's just
more. I
magical
mean,
thing.
gravity is
It's-
just energy. That's what it is. It's just.
Is it?
I mean, so.
You're not even. Can I just say something quickly about how I think Creation Bear has articulated this point really, really well, and I think that he's been intellectually honest by not giving you a story of or his best theory. He's telling you we don't know, but we know it can't be gravity because we've been told, we've been taught that gravity acts and behaves in a different way to what you're describing. What you're describing is gravity is containing and reducing the entropy of the gases, but gravity is supposed to be pulling things together in your paradigm, or creating orbits around other bodies. So you're giving gravity this multifunctionality that we can pretty much move past because that is not what that is not how gravity is described. It's almost like you're just using the word as a container, but gravity is not a container.
You're saying that there's like a discrepancy in like the description of gravity, like.
Yeah, you're trying to use gravity as entropy reducing container, but you're also trying to the paradigm of the globe is trying to present it as mass attracting mass, so the reason why things are being pulled to the earth. But then you're also using gravity, the heliocentrists do, with orbits and how gravity is holding these things in orbit. So which behavior of gravity do you guys want to stick with? Because we can see you using it to shoehorn in all these effects of gravity that's not described. An entropy reducing barrier is not the description of gravity.
But in some sense it is though. I'm not saying that gravity is violating the second law of thermodynamics. I'm just saying that gravity is what keeps our atmosphere intact. It's what's keeping.
Yeah, but bro, you're just repeating that over and over without showing it to be true. That's the problem. We understand the claim very well, but just saying it over and over and over isn't very helpful. Gravity does it. Okay, show us. Well, gravity does it. Okay, but can you show us? Well, gravity. It's like you're not really saying anything now.
It's like a buzzword. Gravity should either cause people to float in suspended orbits around the Earth, or it should cause the Earth to be pulled and crash into the sun. Like all of the different ideas you've got of gravity can't be true all at the same time.
Wait, what? Why? What you're saying that there's a contradiction? Where is the?
Yeah, because they're two very different effects, but you're giving the same cause to very different effects. For all of these excuses, when you say gravity is the cause of this, gravity is the cause of that, they're very different effects.
So these causes yield different effects. Where's the contradiction? Be more specific.
What sort of magic is gravity that it can glue people's feet to a ball while causing the Earth itself to revolve around ellipses and also reduce the entropy of gases, acting as the only non-physical container in existence?
Great.
It's just ridiculous.
Where's the contradiction in all of that?
Well, I can show you. Where's gas produced?
Matter, energy can either be created or destroyed. What do you mean by that?
It's produced at the ground level.
By produced, you mean like what? Created out of thin air, or is it like some sort of chemical reaction happening? That's like be more specific.
Kind of like a cyclical thing, right? Don't they talk about how trees and plants and things like that are absorbing and producing gases and things like this, and then I'm pretty sure you brought up geysers and the volcanoes earlier, right? So you are getting forms of gas pressure from the ground, and then also the densest layer of the gas is here down on the ground as well. It's produced here and then it rises up. So the question also, the follow-up would be, where is gravity the strongest?
Closest to the core.
So closest to the ground then. So let's talk about that. There's your contradiction. The gas is produced here at ground level, and the gravity is the strongest at ground level, but the gas seems to go all the way up, forming a gradient, and then it's stopped where it's the farthest away from the strongest point for gravity to interact with this gas. Then it kicks in all the way up there. Like, there's your contradiction right there.
Well, because there's other laws that come into play, like convection. Convection.
Gravity is supposed to be a fundamental force that keeps the planetary bodies in place. Yeah. What other forces counteract gravity at the large scale? I'm sorry, but gravity is the fundamental
what other forces counteract gravity at a? I mean,
no, nothing that could change. I mean, we've got the sun being orbited by the planets. The sun is now orbiting the center of mass. We are talking about a huge intergalactic
the sun isn't orbiting
force.
around. We're orbiting around the sun. We're in the sun.
I know, and the sun is orbiting around the center of the universe. So this is all about gravity. Is all about large scale. Yeah.
No, not large scale, whatever is densest.
You can get away with these comments at small scale, but when it comes to your universe, gravity is the dominant force. Gravity is the dominant force at large scale. In your paradigm,
no, it's density. That's why when you put the sun and a black hole in a comparison scale, that a black hole would arguably have a stronger gravitational pull because it's denser. The singularity.
Bro, this is just stories, though. We're talking about stuff,
we actually imaged a black hole. Sagittarius A star. We actually imaged it through infrared. I don't know. Yeah, infrared imaging. And this is an image that we actually produced through observational tools, satellites. Yeah, I mean, obviously we can't observe it with the naked eye. We're gonna have to use like some type of technology to help.
Looking at colors to determine what's happening in the sky, even though we have something called the axis of evil, when the colors don't make sense to the Big Bang Theory, and it's not if the colors are anything to go by, then it doesn't look like the universe is growing uniformly. So the Big Bang Theory would go out of the window if we're just going to follow our color theory.
I mean, the Big Bang Theory. I mean, that's why it's a theory. It's not a law. It's a theory. There's.
Well, if it's not true,
there's a lot of sufficient evidence that foundations that theory, but it's not enough to actually consider it to be fact. And this is just the realm of science. Okay, this is how science works. Okay, things start off as theories, and then the more we consolidate on those theories, the more evidence we gather. Like, do you see like
the more the evidence contradicts those theories?
Obviously, there have to be no contradictions in the observations we make. Like I just
What's the observation for gravity?
Whatever. Fucking.
Let's try to run it through the scientific method. So, what's our observation?
Right. Yep.
See, I got an AirPod in my fucking hand right now, right?
Okay.
If I let go of this AirPod, it falls.
Yeah.
So weight then. You're talking about weight.
Well, where was the
weight is?
first?
I mean, weight is like something to take into consideration. But
where was the AirPod originally? It didn't spawn in your hand.
Yeah.
I picked it up with my hand.
You picked it up. Oh, so it was down first.
Yeah.
It was at rest.
And so you picked it up, bro. What else was going to happen?
That counteracts the force of gravity, I suppose. Yeah.
Well, no, you just have two underlying unnecessary ideas. One is that you think that the AirPod should just like float up, or it would float up, and then the second idea is that something's preventing this floating from happening. Neither of those ideas are necessary. The AirPod is at rest on the table or on the ground. You've removed it from equilibrium, and it will return back to equilibrium once you drop it. You dropped it.
Correct. I dropped it.
So you're thinking though, like, well, it would go up, but something's stopping that. That's the issue here. You don't need to think like that. There's no reason to think that it would go up, right? Why would it go up? You're not Superman. You can't take something and throw it continually up, and things don't just rise rise up. I don't know, like where do you get this idea that floating is necessary as a base axiom?
Well, I mean, in the
You've only seen this on
in the absence of gravity, things do float. That is correct.
But you've only seen this on TV. You've never seen this in reality.
All right. Okay. I mean, guys,
Where have you
listen,
seen
it was fun while it lasted. It was a fun conversation.
All right, well, you're bowing out.
Nice.
You've not seen this in
You saw it on
reality.
TV. I mean, come on.
No, but where? Honest question. Where have you seen things floating in reality, though? Besides on the screen.
This is the same honesty
He doesn't
that I
want to answer
approached
that
you with in
question.
the beginning of. Let me speak, bro. Calm down. This is the same honesty that I approached you with in the beginning of the conversation. I cannot speak from anecdotal experience because I have not been to outer space. Okay, I have not, but I am instilling my trust and my faith in the people and the organizations and the technology that allows people to make those observations and document it through videography. Okay. So
You're a
like,
true believer.
That's where you
Yeah.
parked your car, videography. That's where you're
That is
stopping.
real. We can take that away with the gas pressure argument. Outer space isn't even real. I wouldn't believe it to begin with. But again, you're basing your whole reality on this floating idea, and you've never seen it.
See,
in
the only thing that I have extracted from this whole gas pressure conversation that I had with you is that you like to hide behind this veil of ignorance. Okay.
Oh wow.
No, I don't. No, I don't.
You do. You know that there's a container.
I
there. You
make
can't-
the
you
claim
can't.
there is a
But
container,
you don't.
yeah,
But you don't. You don't know what this container is. You know that it exists because one cannot exist without the other. We've already established.
What do you want me to tell you? It's made of glass? What do you want me to tell you?
Like, I'm not asking. No, I'm not. I mean, like, I'm just.
Well, what are you asking?
You know
Like,
why? I'm
I just-
asking you, what is this container? It's a
Dude, he
simple
doesn't have to give you an
It is a
explanation as to
container.
what the
Well,
container
no,
is.
obviously he
can
does. The proof-
simply
the burden of proof is
no,
on
he
him,
can,
bro.
brother. You realize you do know the number that we measure for the pressure, right?
Yeah.
What is it?
PSI.
No, what's the number, not the unit?
Hold on.
Mhm.
What do you
Stick
mean? What are you talking about?
That's just it, right? So you ever filled up pressure in your car tire?
Yeah, sure.
What's it take average?
I don't know. I mean, I just fucking
Between
pressed
30 and 35 pounds per square inch, right? Unless you got an SUV.
I pressed against the fucking tire and I see if there's any resistance. That's
Don't be disingenuous. All right?
I'm being honest.
Well, yeah, but you're also being
honest.
disingenuous because we have an actual number that we observe, right? So again, the number that you need in your car tire is about 30 to 35 psi, depending on the size of the car, right?
And
now
depending
at
on the
sea
size of the
level,
wheel.
at sea level, we observe 14.7 pounds per square inch, which is about 45% of that. And we know for a fact that if we bust a hole in anything that contains a pressure, it goes down. It equalizes to its surrounding pressure, right? So we have 14.7 pounds per square inch measured at sea level. That means, as CV is saying, he's been walking through it with you patiently, that necessitates containment, brother. You need to be honest with that.
Yeah,
Great, man.
I was gonna say as
You just
well.
made one hell of a fucking observation. Congratulations.
I don't
Well,
think you even
that's
have a
what
lot
this
of things
requires,
on container.
observations.
Yeah, call
Sorry,
me disingenuous, bro, but like, whatever.
Well, one thing someone taught me is you can't even have liquids uncontained either. You know, I've heard Alan Watts say, try to mail someone water or something like that. But you know, it's think of could you mail me a package of water without a package? Even
mail
that
you a
has to be
package?
contained.
Can I mail you a package of water without the package? No, I can't.
Yeah, but even there, a container is needed.
Well, I mean,
just like
I
with
mean,
liquids,
if
too.
you want to argue, I mean, like,
That's all I'm saying. Like you just
I
have to
can
have a
mail you.
container.
I can mail you.
Yeah, but what container? Well, it could be any container, bro. It has to be in a container.
Yeah, I understand. We already established that, but I think
That's why I don't have to get specific about the container.
Exactly. The argument here just boils down to what is like the material that makes up this container. What force of nature is it? What force of nature is this container? we both speak of. I'm arguing that it's gravity. You're arguing that
I would say it's something physical.
Okay, so it's something physical, something material, right? Something that contains mass, right? Is that what you're saying? Or is this like an educated guess, or is this something? Is this like an educated guess, like a?
Well, just like the mail package, it would have to be a physical container. Yeah, so I'll stand on that.
Okay, all right, man. That's just your truth. It's not mine though.
My truth. I think there's only one truth, but I don't think we've touched on gravity as much as the point about the container has been made. Every example involves a container: the mail, the soda can, the car tire. You haven't given us one example in reality where you can have one without it. So I think we have a stronger point here. Just saying. I can't contain anything with gravity. Something where people have joked about going to the mechanic and being like, well, I don't want to pay for a tire. Just like keep the air or whatever. I don't want to pay for it. Gravity can't help you there. It can't help you anywhere except for when you point to the sky. That's where your claims are. Not the proof. Anyway, Bro's been honest. Shout out to him. So understands it's faith and it involves trust. And shout out to him.
What time is it? Holy shit.
Yeah, bro. You're about to take your bro to school?
In a little bit, yeah. I have a little time to spare till then.
I believe in the globe my whole life. I was actually pretty into it. I watched all the documentaries and stuff.
Oh, you're cutting out. What'd you say?
Oh, really? Sorry, I'm just talking quiet.
No, you're fine.
No, I used to be super into the globe, bro. Like all the documentaries and stuff. Have you seen The Cosmos with either Carl Sagan or Neil deGrasse Tyson?
No, I don't really like listening to either of them.
I thought those were cool. I was into stuff like that, or Planet. Planets.
No, you know what I really like to listen to? Fucking tell you what. I'll take a couple of tabs of ass and I'll fucking play National Geographic. Yeah. That's where it's at.
That's hilarious. All right. That's cool. Did they show you any curvature in those videos, bro?
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, I mean,
nah, that's cap.
Shit ton, for sure.
Do you think you could see it?
On an acid trip? Probably not.
No, that's fine. People say they see it in airplanes and buildings or mountains.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really know.
Well, based on the math from what I've learned.
I mean, listen, I'm sticking to my belief, but if you are at a certain altitude, I feel like you would be able to see, some slight curvature. Yeah.
What do you think? Like building, mountain, airplane?
No, I'm talking like you're way up in the atmosphere. Like way up in the atmosphere. I feel like you'd be able to see like, some level of curvature.
Yeah. I hear it's actually pretty far, like maybe 700 to 1,400 miles or something like that. You'd have to be pretty far away from what I've learned.
Yeah, I don't really know the exact figure.
It's way higher than people think. Most people think it's like...
Yeah, anyone who tells you they can see the curvature from a fucking skyscraper,
they're lying.
Yeah. They're wrong. No, they're wrong. I don't agree with that.
Yeah.
The Earth is way bigger than that.
Facts.
Way bigger.
You can't even see it from a plane.
Well, we just said that.
Oh, well, I mean, it just depends on the altitude at which that plane's flying at.
Normal plane altitude.
Oh, it's fucking bottle. Bro.
Okay, that's a good. Welcome back.
Let's go, Bottle.
I got timed out for sending you a hate crime, so.
I mean, to be fair, bro, I was very threatened by that, so.
I have to apologize.
Fuck you. Fuck you.
The mods are listening right now. Please, just say you forgive me.
Dude, I've been in here so many fucking times, and I've gone fucking server muted so many fucking times. Every one of those times, server mute, insta. I'm not gonna lie, bro. The mods here, the voice chat mods here in this channel, y'all got some sort of sixth sense when it comes to trolls.
These guys are actually quite wise compared to other mods. Like, they know, these mods know what they're doing. Maybe it's because they're older and more mature. I don't know. But
I'll say one fucking sentence, and they're gonna call me out for being a troll, and I'll get server muted, bro. It's fucking cruel.
One of the mods in here, I started licking my lips, and they knew that I was licking my lips.
Especially that fucking Alpha Veratus guy, that guy that's server muted. This guy is a literal flat earther connoisseur, bro.
Thanks. Yeah, bro. You just get. I mean, there's only so many ways people can act, you know, and most people aren't even good at it. That's what I think I called you out on that earlier.
Yeah, I do it to entertain myself because I'm fucking bored as shit. So.
But you're not like a high tier troll like I am. Like
Bottle actually dedicates his life in service to trolling people.
Yeah, in IRL as well. Like, I got the exaggerated swagger of a black teen. And
Black teen. Got the swagger of a black teen. You see what I mean, dude?
Bro.
Holy shit. Holy fuck. See if my deposit came in today.
Well, that was a W stream. I mean, it's pretty late here too, bro. I don't even know how much longer I'm gonna stay on.
Yeah, you should probably get some sleep, bro.
It's way earlier here than where you're at.
Oh, what time is it for you?
2:43.
2:43. Oh,
I'm on that Pacific time, boy.
No, you're West Coast, right?
Yeah.
Oh, let me guess. Are you from Cali?
I'm not from here, but yeah, I'm looking at Mexico right now.
Oh, I see. I see. Very interesting. I was out of LA fucking about half a year ago. Very cool.
Nice. I was there on Christmas Eve.
Yeah, it was awful. Say the
It was awful.
Oh yeah, it was awful, bro. Fucking hate that.
Yeah.
That city.
It wasn't for me.
Yeah, I'm conflicted, bro. See, it's 5:43 in the morning, right? I want to order takeout, but like,
Bad move.
I don't know what the fuck. Yeah, right. I'm thinking it's a bad move.
Unless you get some like breakfast spot.
Shit, bro.
Like Denny's or
I'm
some
not even a breakfast type of guy. I could eat a 16-ounce ribeye steak with some fucking fries at
That's not
5 in the
happening, bro.
morning, bro. You don't think that's healthy?
No, I said that. I think it's healthy. It's just not happening.
Hell yeah, dude.
Not on a takeout.
Fucking 7-Eleven's open. You got me fucked up, bro.
Alright, let's get back on.
So what is this stream? Do y'all have like a YouTube channel that you're streaming all these conversations to? Like, what is this?
We are live.
Very cool. So I'm on YouTube. Is that what it is?
What's up, chat? Yes, we are live.
Yeah, so let's
Hell
get back
yeah.
on topic. So
Hell yeah,
well, start banning people. Back on topic. Flat Earth.
All right, cook, bro. I think I've fairly cooked enough tonight, bro. About to go to sleep.
Looking for that drop over distance. Anyone have anything about the crust versus looking up at the sky to find the actual drop of the curve?
You'll be
Or
the
the
funniest
drop over
fucking
distance?
thing, bro. If somehow NASA could just find the most, or SpaceX could find the most devout fucking flat earther. I mean, just someone who would literally die on their faith, right? And just strap him into a fucking spaceship and just launch that fucking spaceship out of the Earth's atmosphere, and then just watch them have an epiphany, you know, just fucking looking at the very thing that they thought never existed, but it fucking really did. Like,
So hey, Cody, that's a
Yeah,
great
what's
appeal.
up?
That's a great appeal, brother.
Thank you,
Laced with your cuss words and your appeals to an authority that already claims space and everything else. But let me ask you, brother, the aspect of actually observing structures built, actually touching the realm that we're talking about. Do you think that they're all built with level floors, level roofs, level ceilings? What do you think about that?
No, of course not. No.
No? So you don't want to appeal to the understanding of level or the principle of level within your unpacking of this realm?
Obviously, the surfacing is just not leveled out. No, it's not perfectly linear. There's obviously gonna
Interesting.
be like deviations.
Well, when you say linear, I say level, right? What's your understanding of linear as compared to level, and then the perpendicular observation of that being plumb? What are your thoughts?
When I say linear, I mean just like zero fucking difference, or difference in leveling.
Right. So you're saying that, okay. So with the construction industry as an example, you appealed to science earlier, appealing to the construction industry as an example. All these, again, structures that are built, do you agree that they're built observing level? Like with the construction level, observing up and down, literally
Yeah,
when...
of course, they have technology to sort of survey the land, and then they have to fucking excavate out whatever they need to excavate, or fill in whatever they need to fill out to sort of even
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So have you ever actually looked at like what a sample set dimension of what the spheroid would actually be and how that would actually show up in real life?
My 5 a.m. mind didn't fucking comprehend a single thing you said.
Fucking
Oh, but your 5 a.m. mind was good enough to kick around the idea of gravity and steel man, or sorry, I apologize, white knight for gravity,
because
left, right, and center.
I spent a considerable amount of time sort of, entertaining all that. So
Yeah, I'm asking you to entertain this, and I'm asking you if you've effectively sussed out, investigated the globe claim, right? Or are you here just to throw shit like monkey in a cage?
Oh.
Ooh, dude. Let's calm
You heard
down
me.
here with the language.
I'm perfectly calm. I'm asking, bro, you were dropping F-bombs like crazy, right? All I said was shit,
But I wasn't
monkey,
directing it at
cage.
anybody, though. What are you talking
Right.
about?
Well, I'm asking you though, right? Have you effectively investigated your spheroid claim?
By investigation, I would probably
Answer the question.
the appeal to authority.
Dude.
You have to appeal to authority to understand a number?
What?
Yes.
Okay, so if I said to you, you understand that like your claim, right, is that we're standing on a basketball. That's your claim, right?
We're standing on something that takes the shape of a basketball, correct?
Right, but you'd be okay with me saying we're standing on top of a basketball in order for me to really walk out my observation with you. Would that be okay, or is that not okay?
By basketball, you mean like the Earth taking on the exact dimension of a basketball? Probably no.
Well, is it not a spheroid that you appeal to?
It is a spheroid, but obviously,
Right, so a basketball is pretty much... A basketball, although a perfect sphere, right, we can still say a spheroid and be okay with that. Like whether it has some bumps here and there, or some undulations, topography, things of that nature. But to say that it's in fact an overall like a spheroid claim, that would be okay, correct?
Sure, yeah.
Bet. So are you familiar with the radius claim, what that actual radius claim is of that spheroid?
It's for the spheroid of Earth? No, enlighten me.
Like maybe 6,900? I don't know.
Right. So if there's an actual, like we're again standing on the top of a basketball or a structure with a curved surface, do you think that there would be a drop over distance that should reveal itself? over that dimension, let's say 100 miles, we walk it out, check that dimension, see if it's actually there, to see if that drop over distance is actually there as they claim it to be?
100 miles. I don't know. Maybe something incredibly minute. I don't know. I'm not really.
Maybe something incredibly minute.
Yeah.
100 miles, isn't that like if the claim is some crazy 1,000-mile or multiples of thousands of miles as a spheroid?
100 miles in the scope of the size of the Earth it pales in comparison. It's not really much. So I don't know. You'd probably observe a very, very, very microscopic, minute difference, but nothing too significant of that nature. No.
Okay, so you haven't effectively investigated the actual claim then with the dimension of the sphere. Because here's the thing.
No, I haven't actually traveled 100 fucking miles and compared the height of both starting points and the end point. No, I don't.
Why not?
Cool, and I appreciate the honesty, and that's where the issue pops up. I'll withdraw after this because I can see Brother Bottles trying to get in. So from a standpoint of us looking for that, even a 1 mile drop over 100 miles, that doesn't show up. We continuously observe level everywhere we go. There's no change in elevation that's substantial enough to back up a globe claim. That's all. Thank you.
Yo, Bottle, you need to chime in on this one, brother. Come on.
I just think you're engaging in many fallacies. I just don't think you can reasonably justify your globist views. I'm sorry. I just don't. You can't even visualize what 100 miles compared to you didn't even know the radius of the globus Earth. Like you don't even know. Your knowledge on this belief that you hold so adamantly in your heart.
I'm about to literally deconstruct everything that you just said in 5 seconds. Are you ready, bro? I don't think you're ready for what I'm about to say.
I wasn't finished, but sure.
Oh, go ahead and finish. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
Today.
Finish your fucking sentence.
I did.
You finish your
I was saying you didn't fully grasp like what you even said, and then you interrupted me, and then I was gonna say today. Like grasp you said today, so I just finished that today.
So you've completed your thought? Okay.
Yeah.
Alright. Bottle, get your fucking phone on and start this timer. You ready?
Yeah.
5 seconds is all it takes, bro. 5 seconds.
Yeah.
Exactly
no, you're just gonna say some goofy shit like you're just gonna say kill yourself or no you or some shit like that.
No. What was that one fucking? Hold on.
What?
Yeah, dude, you have what 1,000 hours on Gay World, bro.
Dude, okay, God, not in here, please. Don't bring that up in here, please.
Everybody, this guy's got 1,000 fucking hours on this game on Steam called Gay World.
No, I don't, bro. No one wants to hear about this. They want to hear about your claims.
Yeah. They're just
seriously.
They're just gonna say that I'm appealing to authority, even though I don't see anything inherently wrong with appealing to authority because
it's ridiculous. Because here's the thing: you're appealing to authorities that aren't here in the room.
I don't have.
You're here.
I don't have the resources and the time and the money and the effort that it would take. Is not something that I have or nor can afford at my disposal. It's just not something that I can afford. But these people, these resources, that these companies, these organizations, whatever you have, whatever you call them, they have all of that accessible to them, and
but they're lying.
And you still can't take on what they're saying effectively enough in your own mindset to be able to take it and stand upon it with a solid foundation.
I'm gonna take.
You're here in this room continuously appealing to those individuals versus us being able to say something as simple as we observe level everywhere we go. The limits of the human eyeball.
Who's we? Okay, Kellen, you want? Let me entertain this a little longer, but then I'm gonna have to go after this. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
Who is we? Let's talk specificity.
Anybody. You can look outside your your window right now at your windowsill and compare your windowsill to your horizon line and see that it's level. You go up higher in altitude or elevation, the same thing happens. Right? That's a problem for your globe because your convexity or concavity doesn't show up the higher up we go. That's all. It kills the globe every single time, brother.
Bro.
Holy shit! I think I might as well just convert to being a flat earther, bro. Holy fucking shit!
Can you debunk what he was saying just then?
That's exactly it. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
The windowsill and the horizon. No, I don't really understand that. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Oh wow. Okay. So
Jesus Christ.
Do you live in a built form? You live in like a house or something, brother?
Yeah, I live in a one-story house.
All right, bet. So you have because you're in a one-story house, you only have the advantage of maybe being probably 8 feet above grade. But from a standpoint of you looking outside your window, right? Now the bottom of your window is called a windowsill. That's the flat piece, right? Where all the rain collects on the outside on a rainy day. So you can drop down, right down to that. You take your eye line, drop down to that windowsill, and match up that windowsill with your horizon. Now, obviously, you're very limited because you're only on the the bottom floor of your house. But if you go up in elevation, you find maybe a 5-story building, a 10-story building, a 30-story building, right? Maybe the CN Tower. Living in Toronto, Ontario, Canada, like me. Right, you go higher up in elevation,
sure. and what?
Right, and hold on a second. Hold on, let me flex on you for a quick second. You go up higher in elevation or altitude, and you get to see out further. There's no geometric edge that actually would need to be there in order for your globe claim to be true. Do you understand all that?
And you're instilling your reliance on what? Your eyesight?
My perspective.
Your perspective.
I don't have to appeal to anybody outside of my own self in order to tell you what I'm seeing. Don't have to appeal to NASA. Don't have to go to space to look back at it.
Cut your monologue short here, bro. I got you. So you here's what I've extracted from everything you've just said. You instill your reliance on your eyesight, your perspective, what have you. Okay, when you travel up in altitude and you use your eyesight, what is it precisely that you observe? That there's no drop, there's no difference in height. It's all leveled. It's like, is that what you're? Because if so, I'm going to be very, very transparent with you on this. There is just no credibility to that whatsoever. The fact that you're just going to go ahead and instill your complete reliance on merely just your eyesight. That to me, like.
Do you not trust that an apple is an apple?
There's just no credibility in that. That doesn't make sense at all.
He knows your radius. He knows your radius. So there should be an Earth curve in the way. There isn't any. So he's got the knowledge to calculate how much Earth curve there should be away with his own eyes.
You can't make any credible calculations off of eyesight. You need some sort of model to work off of. You need tools. You need there's a scientific method that you need to strictly follow in order to, make some sort of, concrete observation,
And what is the scientific method?
Hey, Bottle, you can go fuck yourself, you troll, bro. I have no interest in speaking to you anymore. Holy shit, dude.
Yeah, go on, I'll ask it. What's the scientific method?
Yeah, you talk to the other guy. The other guy that asked the same question I did. Talk to him now.
Scientific method? I don't know. It's just something that scientists systematically follow for making observations on the world.
You'll be surprised. Not many scientists actually use it.
The scientific method is just observations.
Let me search up the steps to the scientific method because this is something I learned in 5th grade.
So you're going to appeal to authority. You're going to appeal to Google.
Appeal to fucking Google Scholar, bro. Appeal to authority. Yeah, I'm gonna appeal to authority on this one, bro. And I'm gonna fucking and nobody can dissuade me from thinking.
Are you sure you want to do that without asking me how I feel about that?
Oh my god, Bottle, your fucking feelings are irrelevant to me, bro. Holy shit.
And are people going to use this scientific method to figure out the geometry of the Earth in a very special way, like you said?
Yeah, I mean we've used this scientific method to
figure out geometry.
No. I mean, no. We've used the scientific method to solidify our knowledge in electronics, and we applied that knowledge in electronics to construct tools, observational tools that we can launch into the Earth's upper atmosphere and the Earth's orbit in outer space to make observations for us that we can't make for ourselves. So this is how the scientific method's been used and applied in that sense. So let's go ahead and look at the image here. 1,000 miles to the Rocky Mountains or clouds. Correct direction towards Rockies. Haze horizon. Okay. And then we have a second image showing the distance between the two locations. Okay. So Eric Amish, are you with me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, hey, I've got
You're
about
good,
2 minutes
Eric.
left there.
So Eric, what I'm seeing in this image is just I mean, there's just like what? It's like a straight line, a linear line, just a linear line to the horizon, and this what is this like? What is this proof? Because here's the fallacy. When you factor in from that perspective, yeah, you wouldn't be able to see any curvature. But if you were to actually, launch a fucking satellite into the Earth's upper atmosphere, you'd see that curvature, yeah. See, you guys are instilling your confidence. You guys are arguing that your eyesight takes precedent over these tools that can make observations for us that we can't make for ourselves. Eric, you're arguing that based off of this image, there's no curvature, despite, the fact that you would, like bearing in mind that the Earth is a globe, you would be able to actually see this curvature in that image, but you don't. But satellites exist, and they've already captured those images for us, and it's already shown that curvature. You just can't observe that from that perspective. Which satellite? There's a name to every satellite. Calypso. So the sole intention behind the creation of this satellite was to collect images of Earth that help scientists understand the role of clouds and aerosols in the climate, weather, and air quality, right? So that's what its intended use is. But say we take the Voyager satellite. So this is the technology that it uses, a 2-wavelength LiDAR that sends pulses of light to the Earth's surface and measures the amount of light reflected back. This creates vertical profiles of aerosols and clouds. So already, like, the use of this technology yields a vertical profile of the atmosphere. And then there's a high-resolution camera that provides a large-scale view of the atmosphere. Cool. Look, the Geostationary Operational Environmental Satellite. This satellite collects imagery of cloud patterns and weather events, right? And in those images, you can definitely see the curvature of the Earth. Because that satellite is at a significantly higher altitude than the Calypso satellite. Yeah, I'm arguing that you can't see the curvature from a low altitude. Yeah, I agree. That's what I'm saying. All right, it's 6 o'clock in the morning. I'm gonna have to skedaddle. Good talking to all y'all. Peace out.
Why is it so silent in here? Silent. 20 people. 21 people. 2. $23. Anybody?
What's happening, dude? Welcome to
What?
the channel. Welcome.
Who said that?
Me, Daz.
Daz. Okay. So you believe we don't live on a globe?
No, not a belief. I know Earth's flat.
No, it's flat. Okay.
Ah. So it's measured flat. It's observably
99% of the people say it's measured flat. Could you just like explain the measured? Who's measuring it? That's like the biggest thing I always hear is measured flat.
Oh yeah. Yeah. So if you're a pilot,
who's measuring it? Who's measuring the measured flatness?
So if you're a pilot, you're plotting out a distance which is flat, on a flat plane.
No, but what do you mean you? Who's doing this?
Pilot. No, the pilot. So when he plots the course. So that's a flat Earth measurement, I'd say. Another one is GPS. You ever use GPS? Get in your car, you punch in a destination, gives you a distance and a time. That's a flat Earth measurement because the GPS uses a horizontal grid.
You know, the GPS is based on Einstein's general theory of relativity. The satellites in the sky, they actually their time is actually running faster than ours, and without that correction, it would be off by like kilometers.
Okay.
The thing is, like the whole measured flat thing. The Earth could be considered flat, okay, as you're measuring it, as you're going along. But thing is, when it comes to gravity, okay, it makes it seem. I mean, like gravity, makes it seem, okay, that it is flat, okay, but it's not, okay. Because even though it would completely seem flat, okay, as you're going along, with all the measurements and everything, but because gravity warps space-time, okay, and it doesn't. Gravity is a very weird thing, okay. Like for example, people in Australia are literally upside down from us. We're standing up and they're upside down. It's a weird concept. Very weird concept. Okay. But
It is. I must say, it's not normal. It's not. It sort of goes against the sort of laws of just common sense.
Totally.
And logic. And
it makes it seem like if everything seems flat, that is completely fine. But at the same time, all that stuff curves very slightly around, because Earth is so gigantic, across this globe. See? So it seems for sure that it's flat. You can measure it that it's flat. But at the same time, it curves ever so slightly to the point where, like, imagine if the Earth was like 1 billion times bigger than it is now. Okay, the curvature. Okay? And imagine the curvature is so tiny. We're talking about like a minuscule, like a billionth of a millimeter. You wouldn't even know. You would not even know because it's so tiny. Everybody would think the Earth is flat. But over giant times, like space scales, then it is. It's because the Earth is so gigantic, it seems flat. That's the whole trick of it. right?
But it is. I mean, in the globe model, it is a set size, diameter, radius, circumference. It's all set. So 24,901 miles in circumference. So it breaks down to roughly 88 inches. Yeah, so it breaks down to 8 inches per mile squared, which can translate into the horizon can be further than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height.
But I mean, like, do you understand? Hold on, okay.
So we can break down the claim of geometry of the
measurement. Imagine if the flatness measurement is like a billionth of a millimeter, okay, off the flatness. Would you even notice? If it was a billionth of a millimeter off the measured flatness, where it's completely flat, but this tiny billionth of a millimeter, okay, you don't even notice. Would you agree that that's
no? I wouldn't notice a billionth of a millimeter. No, I wouldn't notice a billionth of a millimeter.
Right.
I wouldn't notice a billionth of a millimeter change in the surface of the ocean.
Flat, because this billionth of a millimeter is not known, because it's so easily overlooked, that you would think that the Earth is flat, completely, right? But over a big giant, this billionth of a millimeter accumulate over time, or over distances over and over again, to the point where you'd get a curved thing. That's what it's like, okay? Because Earth is so gigantic, it seems flat in every single situation, every single place you are. Anybody measuring it, especially people in the olden days, would make it like it's completely flat. But these tiny differences would accumulate over if you kept on going over and over, then it would actually be a globe. If the globe was a tiny thing, like the Earth was like very small, then these they would measure it not flat, like, they would see the curvature very easily. But since it's so gigantic, then they would easily see the flatness and say, oh, it's completely flat. See, anybody doing a measurement, unless like you had a measurement so precise that you could actually find the tiny differences, which you can, because it's even nowadays you can't. Okay, but never mind the olden days. Okay, but,
hang on a second. When we first started, you said, "Imagine if Earth were a billion times bigger than it is." Are we still imagining this as you're speaking?
No, I mean, it seems that way, because when you say it's measured flat, whoever's measuring it, of course, will measure it flat. But these tiny differences, you would completely overlook, because it's so tiny. When I look on the horizon everywhere around me, wherever I'm in the Earth, it's completely flat.
But it knows not what it means. Knows not what it means.
It seems flat. Whoever's measuring it will, of course, seem like it's flat, right?
Your globe has a set radius, so it's already got a claim of a drop over distance.
What?
That's what you was going on to before you went into the really big Earth thing.
Again?
Your globe has a set radius.
Yeah, it's like 6,000 meters.
Yeah, so it says that it's going to have an edge, a geometric edge.
What?
So it sounds like your argument is Earth is too big to tell that it's curving.
Yeah, it's way too big to tell that it's curving. Yeah.
So why would you ever think it's curving?
Because of the fact that as you go, that's the thing, you'll never know. You have to. It's almost like, unless you go in a spaceship.
We don't sound too crazy. So we're not as crazy as it sounds.
No, you got to think. What's more likely? It's all about probabilities. If you haven't gotten out in a spaceship, you only have reliant probabilities. Okay, it's like, what are the chances that it's flat versus a spherical thing, which is like the moon is spherical. You could see the moon is spherical. Okay, and all bodies are spherical. The sun does not look spherical. The fact that
dude, Earth isn't a planet in a solar system. Earth is the floor of the entire universe that you see above it.
No, okay, but hold on a second, okay? When it comes to a natural shape, the natural shape is not flat, because if it was flat, then somebody would have to mold it into a flat shape, and who is this person molding it? Then you have to believe in some sort of a god or something that's doing it. Some being.
The flat is not a shape. He's not claiming
somebody has
shape.
to, but it's not a natural shape. Flatness.
I know, but it's not a shape at all.
Mold it.
Flat is an aspect.
Somebody has to mold it, right?
No one has to mold it. Flat is not
Nobody
a shape.
has to mold it?
No.
So what's underneath a flat disc? Just like fucking ice cube? I mean, ice.
Not a disc.
Like, what is it?
Not a disc, just flat. As in the
The
aspect.
thing is, how is it a natural? A globe is a natural symmetrical shape with gravity. Okay, a flatness is not natural, especially when you look at the moon, for example. It's a sphere.
You're hearing us.
The sun is a
Earth
sphere.
isn't in outer space. Earth is not being suspended within a vacuum of outer space. There's no space for which Earth to conform to a ball into. Earth is the universe.
What do you mean there's no space? You have to understand about gravity. Remember, gravity.
Space. There's no outer space is fake, kid. It's a story that you have belief in that you can't go verify.
What do you mean it's a story? You guys are just...
Yeah, it's a violation of thermodynamics laws. The idea that we have a pressurized system of an atmosphere that's adjacent to an ever-expanding vacuum without the atmosphere
You don't know what thermodynamics
dispersing. Yeah, I do.
But the thing is, forget about all the science shit. Forget about that, okay? When it comes to the flatness, it's somebody has to have made this because it's not a natural thing.
Well, welcome to your creator. Hello.
No, but who's doing it? Who's creating this flat thing where on the perimeter there's like an ice wall, which is supposed to be Antarctica or whatever? It implies a creator or some being that's making this happen. So you have to either, and I'm not surprised that 90% of flat earthers are Christian or whatever, because they believe in an outside God or something. But I don't believe in God or whatever. I'm an atheist. Or
who created your globe?
It is the part. There's no creator. It's gravity. Gravity makes that occur. And if you start saying, okay, who created gravity? That's another question that goes back to the laws of physics. And who created the laws of physics? That's another thing, of course. But
who created anything? Where did it all come from, dude?
Easier. What?
Where did it all come from? Like, who created anything? Any of it?
Right, but that's the same question. It's
what do you mean, right? Who? Do you have an answer?
No, I'm saying no, I don't. But
what? Everything just popped into reality? It was just poof. It was there one day.
It's easier to believe that the laws of physics occurred versus then somebody create a flat Earth. See, that's
what
the
do you mean they occurred? Like what? They just popped out of thin air?
Well, did the flat Earth pop out of thin air?
No, we believe that somebody created it, dude.
Yeah, exactly. So I mean, what's easier to believe? Somebody created the laws of physics, which made gravity and all that stuff, or somebody created a flat Earth? It's a lot easier to believe if there's a creator.
A creator makes more sense than physics coming out of nothing.
Yes, the laws of physics coming out of nothing is easier to believe than the flat Earth coming out of nothing.
No, it's not. How does that make sense at all?
Because there's no impetus for the flat Earth. Why would someone just make a flat disc? It doesn't make any sense.
Why would someone just make a ball? Or why would a ball disappear from nothing?
No, nobody made the ball. The gravity. We're talking
Where's your evidence of the globe?
The laws of gravity.
You don't have any evidence of the globe. You're asking us for evidence of flat Earth. We can produce measurements. How come you can't produce globe measurements?
No, the measurements are
you have
flawed.
faith.
The measurements makes it seem like it's flat because it's so gigantic.
So your argument is that reality is different from what we experience, and you think the burden of proof is on us. Huh.
No,
why don't you provide positive evidence of your globe?
What you experience is not flatness. It seems flat because the measurements, how precise are your measurements of flatness? You know how precise would have to be to actually think that that there's a globe happening?
Yeah, we know what the dimensions are.
Like, these measurements. Who made these measurements? Who made these measurements?
Plenty of people with lasers. We got teams of field engineers with like $30,000 lasers doing laser transit methodologies over
Right.
terrain spanning dozens of miles.
When was the most recent measurement? Tell me.
Probably yesterday.
Okay, so then, even no matter what type of measurements you make, you'll never account for how tiny the curvature is.
So you're telling me you can't prove Earth is a globe? You're telling me you can't prove Earth is a globe? Great argument, dude.
Yeah, your Earth, your globe Earth has a claim.
Flatness is it seems flat, and I don't know what you're talking about. These laser people or whatever that have these instruments.
We're going in circles here.
It's not. I mean,
your globe has a claim of a drop over distance. When measured, it's not there.
No, the thing is, forget about the measurements for a second. You got to think about the big picture here. There's no way there's a flat Earth happening. Okay, if somebody's going to make a simulation, might as well just make an entire simulation of like the Matrix or something instead of like a flat Earth. It doesn't make sense. It's too much trouble, way too much trouble. If you're going to make who's making? You know how much trouble it would take to make a flat Earth? You know how much trouble that would be? It would be like insane.
Tell us, bro. How much trouble would it be?
What's underneath a flat Earth? What's underneath it? Tell me.
Oh boy.
What's underneath it?
You're just going in circles again, man. What makes more sense? People standing on a plane or people upside down and spinning.
What's underneath the disc? Tell me.
No one knows what's under, and no one's claiming no disc.
It's a disc. You're assuming it's a disc, but it's a lot easier to think that gravity, the laws of gravity, were made at the beginning of the universe, and then whoever made that, that's fine.
What
who knows?
fucking beginning are you talking about, dude?
The Earth. I mean, gravity making a spherical.
You don't have a fucking beginning, dude. It just fucking poofed. Remember?
No, but the poofing of the globe is a lot easier than the poofing of a disc. That's what you guys don't understand. Okay,
Get back under your bridge. You're a fucking troll, dude.
I'm not a troll. I'm saying a globe is easier than a disc.
No, yeah, but you're going around in circles. There ain't no disc.
No. A globe is way easier than a disc. And I'll leave you guys with that thought. I'll leave you guys with that thought. A globe is easier than a disc. Okay.
Okay, fine.
So I have a question. How come the moon appears upside down in the southern hemisphere? Hello.
Which way is upside down on a globe?
I asked why the moon appeared upside down, not why.
Upside down to what? Like which way is upside down on a globe?
To our perspective. Like if you were in Australia, why is the moon upside down?
I don't understand what you mean upside down, man.
Like if you were to look at the moon from, let's say, the US, and then compare it to the moon from Australia.
Probably just viewing it from a different perspective. So say like on your ceiling, if you drew the letter A, capital A, you stood at one side of your room, it will be the right way up. And then when you walk to the other side and turn around, it's upside down. Probably something like that. Does that make sense what I just said? Did you get that?
No.
Are you in the side chat, dude?
Me? No, I'm not in.
You really don't get that, dude.
I put a picture in there.
Let me check it.
I'm subdued.
Yeah, when you see that picture in the side chat, pretend you're standing one side, and then you walk round it and you look at it from the other side.
Like, do you see the 6 and the 9 there in the moon?
I don't think you guys understand how the angles work at that perspective.
I can't hear you, dude.
No, I'm just asking. I'm just trying to understand how you guys think. It's kind of like backwards. It's like, I don't know.
Draw a number 6 on the floor and go to one side of it, it's a 6, right? And then you go to the other side and it's a 9, right? Look at that picture. You see the 6 and the 9 there?
Not all perspectives work that way.
I didn't say they did. There, somebody put the picture, the other picture. That picture I posted is the moon from the northern hemisphere and the moon in the southern hemisphere, by the way.
Yeah, I know. But I don't know how to explain it any better. I've also heard a discussion you guys had about meteorites. Someone said that they were like volcanic rock coming back down. I thought that was kind of funny.
I missed that. What did you say? Something about meteorites.
Yeah, meteorites. An explanation for meteorites from your guys' perspective.
Yeah,
I don't think anyone here said that, dude.
Okay, it must, because I've been sitting in here for a lot just listening. Someone said that.
What did they say?
They said meteorites were like volcanic rocks coming back down.
Oh.
Yeah.
I think you're mistaking someone else for flat earther. Maybe Brenda might have said that.
No, I've been in here. Someone said it. Is one of you, not one of you guys, but someone said it, and they were preaching about flat earth.
Oh, they're probably LARPing, I would say, or something.
Okay.
You ever see a meteorite go? You ever see a meteorite go up from the horizon and up into the sky? Like, you know how you see them come down all the time, right? You ever see one go up?
I believe that that one's going almost.
Like, you know what I mean, man? From the horizon up.
Yeah, it's going almost horizontal. And from another, what is it? From another angle, like if it was going.
Oh, from your point of view, dude, not from anybody else's. Have you ever seen it?
I've only seen one meteorite. I might.
You've only ever seen one?
Like with my bare eyes, yeah. But if I could probably find video of it. That would only explain, like, if you were in, let's say, New York, and it started its descent in like Hawaii or something. It would appear to go upwards. But it's more going horizontally.
I've never seen one go up from the horizon, but maybe you have. I don't know.
No way. We've got the entire Flat Earth Committee in one channel. All right. I'm going to ask the ultimate Flat Earth question now. Because like I feel this committee is worthy of the ultimate Flat Earth question.
Let's get this going. Yeah, let's get this going. Start debating.
Are you ready? Are you ready? Because like the entire committee, I can see the committee is like worthy. So
let's get this
you
going,
are worthy of this question. It's the ultimate question. Are you guys ready for this? Right?
Let's get this going. Let's get ready. Yeah. Let's go. Let's go.
Okay. I like that.
Let's go, brother. Yeah. Let's go, brother. Yeah. Let's make it happen.
I'm ready.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Come on, baby.
Finally.
Come on, baby. Let's go. Let's
Finally.
go. Round one. 12 rounds. 12 rounds.
All right. We're going to start off strong. We're going abstract. Let's go. We're going with the abstract. We're going strong.
Let's go back where we can make shit up.
No. Look, I posted the abstract. It's in chat. Let's go.
What'd you post?
It's in the... I'll read it out. It's the ultimate.
Read it out, man. Go ahead.
Yeah. This report covers the design, construction, testing, and analysis of the data obtained from a torsion balance, measuring the parameters necessary to calculate a value for the universal gravitational constant, referred to in physics as quote G, close quote, full stop. The torsion balance measures the torque or twist of a torsion wire element in response to the force of attraction resulting from two large external lead weights being moved into proximity to a pair of small lead weights affixed to each end of a beam suspended from the torsion wire. The torsion balance described herein is a 2:3 scale version of the torsion balance first used by Henry Cavendish in his original experiment conducted in the late 1700s. Full stop. A total of 46 tests were performed in 3 separate test series utilizing 3 different types of torsion wire size and material and 2 different masses as reported here. The results obtained are slightly better than those obtained by Cavendish in his original experiment. The average value of quote G, close quote, for these tests is shown to be 6.632 times 10 to the power of negative 11 nanometer. It's Newton meters squared per kilogram squared, or about 0.63% lower than the current accepted value for quote G, close quote, full stop. The data has a standard deviation of 0.274 times 10 to the minus 11 newtons meters squared per kilogram squared. Whoa, we've got the big abstract.
Do you know what that means?
Universal gravitational constant real.
Yeah, do you know what that means though? What you just read?
Yes.
Okay, what does it mean? See if you can translate in your own words.
Okay. So they put this, then they put one of these in the middle of it, and then they got one of these, and then they got a couple of these weights, big bearings, and then, oi. You want to see the final picture? Because it's going to mind blow you. It's going to blow your mind.
Yeah?
Trust me, you see the final picture, it's going to blow your mind.
Okay.
You want to see the final picture? Because I'm warning you now. If your mind gets blown, is that do I receive like, am I sued or something if your mind gets blown?
Yeah. No, you'll get a cookie.
We'll all leave.
I'll get a cookie. I'll get a cookie if your mind is blown. All right. I like that.
A cookie of your choice.
That's good. A cookie of my choice. That's pretty good. That's pretty.
The room be yours. You can have the
I'll
room.
accept that. Let me pull out the final picture because it's a big one. Even my computer can't handle it. Do you understand how big it is? That's how big it is. Hoi, hoi, hoi. Wait, that's the wrong one. That's Sandia National Laboratories. Hang on a second. That's the wrong laboratory. That's the wrong laboratory. That's the wrong laboratory. We got to go to the right laboratory.
Man. We've seen the balls. Let's get to see how big it is. Come on.
Exactly. And you go to the right laboratory. Hang on a second.
Oh, everybody's waiting with bated breath, man. We're at the edge of our seats right now. I can't even contain myself.
Right. I'm trying to actually find the final picture. It's in the notes. It's a very big.
You're making us. You're making us crazy with anticipation. I don't know what we'll do. What shall we do? I don't know.
Oh, come on, guys! You just have to have some patience.
All right. Well, maybe.
Wait. Do we get globe evidence finally?
Well,
yeah, he's gonna drop globe evidence on us right now. So get ready.
Oh,
fasten your seatbelt.
Popcorn in hand. Let's get it.
Fasten the seatbelts.
I can't wait. This is fascinating. This is going to be breathtaking.
Oh, that's the wrong document again.
That's a good way to start 2025. Let me tell you. Sorry, go ahead.
I have too many laboratories on here.
No, yeah, that's fine, man. But you started this hype, so we're on a hype train right now, and everybody's all aboard on it. So it's better be better than sliced bread.
Yeah.
What are we going to see? Are we going to see a gravity? One of them gravities?
No, I think we're going to see converging rail lines. Oh, sorry.
I'd rather be surprised because I like surprises. So please surprise me. Go on.
Exactly. Oh, that's too advanced. Never mind, that's the wrong one.
We're looking for that DOD in order to confirm that the globe ain't DOA.
Wait, it's...
No, we're waiting. We're waiting. We're not going anywhere.
The latest version... Where did I upload it? What's that? Oh, right. I think I've... This should be it.
Did you let your friend borrow it or something? What's going on?
Exactly.
You figure this should be at the top of the list. I mean, it's evidence. We've been looking for this for a long time.
He should have had this like in a briefcase tied to your hand with the handcuffs, dude. Like, that's how important this is.
Yeah, you had all the others lined up one after the other straight away. What happened to the last one? Come on.
That's what I'm asking. I'm on the same bandwagon.
Well, I want to see this.
Yeah.
I want to see if this picture is like circumstantial evidence or if it's actually direct evidence. That would be really awesome. Let's classify it.
We're only speculating, but I'm just guessing that this evidence is going to be superseding all the others that we've seen over the years.
And Miggy, let's hope that it's not. Let's hope it's not inconclusive evidence. That would just stink, like the experiment that just went on.
No, this one here, this is conclusive, according to the gentleman. This is going to be the one that ends all. This is it.
This is it. Yeah, correct. But
this is like a rocket ride into the atmosphere. When you look down, you see the globe. That's exactly what this is right here. This is a rocket ride into the atmosphere. Yep.
So if this evidence doesn't work out, can we get a moment of silence for the sphere? Because it may be dead on arrival.
No, I'm not even thinking like that, dude. I'm all positive over here.
Exactly.
I'm thinking this guy's got the right stuff.
Oh, we're doing a good cop, bad cop. Bet. Come on, man. We're actually getting tired of the
I'm looking for it.
Appetizer chat.
Whoa. I'm looking for it.
It's taking so long. We're excited, brother.
You just post. You can read a bit about reactors while I'm looking for this.
I can contain them for too much longer, so you need to pony up, man.
Bruh.
There's an old saying. It's called the natives are restless. So you better start doing something.
While we're waiting, so we're trying to.
Why so restless?
Yeah. Well, because we've been waiting for this. You know how long we've been waiting? I I don't think you know the scope of how long we've been waiting.
Yeah, I don't know. I actually don't know.
Yeah, over 10 years.
How long have you been waiting?
I've been waiting 8 years.
8 years. That's actually a long time.
Yeah.
That's actually a long time.
I mean, you got something that I don't think anybody else has. No academic person, no regular lay person.
I downloaded it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Come on.
All right.
Come on.
Hey.
Yes.
Let's get.
Yes, the
Hey,
right,
I've been waiting.
the right laboratory.
I've been waiting 12 years. I've been waiting 12 years.
Let's go.
Let's freaking go.
Let's go. Let's go. Wait, I can't post PDFs here. Wait, can I? Does it work?
Seriously? Right. What level are you right now? Are you a politics journeyman number 2? Because if you are, you can't post.
Yeah, it worked. It sent it.
Oh, it's where is it? Where is it?
All right, and I'll do the final picture. This is a big one.
Where are you putting it?
On it's in the chat. The whole PDF where I'm getting the pictures from.
Okay.
But I'll send you because I have the manuscript as well.
Oh shit, man! I can't click on that shit. Is that a virus for my phone?
Exactly. That's why I'm saying let me post the picture separately. Because
post the picture, man.
Exactly.
I don't click on internet links from strangers.
Exactly.
Stranger danger.
I agree. Right. Let me zoom in. Let's get a full. I need this in 4K because.
I want it in 4K.
So I've got a lot writing, a lot of numbers, claimed experiment.
There it is.
The picture.
4K picture. Oh my god.
What we got?
Oh
load that thing. Let's go.
Oh my days. Wait, how do I get that? How do I zoom? I'm going to zoom in. Let me get that 8K. There we go. Woo!
Okay, dude. Hell yeah.
Woo! Now that looks good.
Now we're cooking.
That looks good. That actually, wow.
Right.
It's a tiny bit blurry, but wow.
Well,
wow. There it is.
What is this?
Wow. I'm not gonna lie. It blew my mind.
Oh, this
it blew my mind.
And it's an advanced version of Cavendish. Is that what this is?
Carpentry.
This is Cavendish 2.0. You know, Cavendish was
2.0.
This is new one. This is
Cavendish reimagined, right?
This is whoa. This is
it's like whoa, huh? Okay.
Yeah, exactly. This is wow. This is universal gravitational constant calculation.
Let me know what can we do with this thing? What can we do with this?
We can calculate the universal gravitational constant G, big G.
Really?
You know the big G? The big G in the textbook?
Yeah, big G. Big G is
small G is bad. Small G like noobs calculate small G. That's noobs.
Yeah. Big G is it's a gravitational constant, yeah? According to you?
The universal gravitational constant, correct. Universal.
Oh, it sounds like you're dressing up a pig for the prom or something, man. You're trying to put a lot of lipstick
I'm saying in China they have the big G. In USA they have the big G. It's always the same big G, you know.
Right.
In the UK, we have big G as the capital for the little G.
Did you do this? What you're showing? Were you the one that did this?
Let me tell you something, guys.
You want to see the blueprint too?
I fly the F-35 for the U.S. Marine Corps.
Do you really?
I graduated Pensacola Flight School in Navy Pensacola, Florida. I have over 2,000 hours in the F-35 Lightning. I can guarantee you right fucking now the Earth is not flat.
Do you count for curvature when you fly then?
Yeah. How? Oh, wait a minute. Jedi's in here. Go ahead. You get all the pilots, Jedi. That's your thing.
So
So when you've navigated with your 2,000 hours worth of flight, have you pitched the nose downwards when you're navigating the curvature?
Pitch the nose down like in descent.
Yeah, so downwards to meet the new horizon because the curve of the Earth is descending downwards and away from you. I presume if you're in a fighter jet, you're probably going to be doing 700 miles an hour, maybe Mach 1 or 2, I don't know. But you're going to have to negotiate that downwards curvature.
It depends on our fuel load, what our loadout is, and how close we are to every fuel station.
Cool, awesome. So do you negotiate curvature, as in curving down and away from you with distance?
I can just tell you that looking at, we usually fly around like 40, 50 is our max, 1,000 feet. I could see a slight curve in the Earth. Now, I'm not a nerd on this topic. I can't tell you the curvature is this, no, it's like that. I just know that at the height I'm flying, I can see a slight curve. It's not like totally flat.
Okay, so do you negotiate curvature then?
Earth isn't flat, bro.
So I know what you're saying, Earth isn't flat, but I'm asking you, do you negotiate the curvature? Third time, maybe fourth time I've asked you.
Do I negotiate it?
Yeah, as in if you're flying horizontal and the Earth is curving away from that horizontal with distance, do you fly downwards around the curve?
No, I just keep my stick. I just keep my stick steady and fly.
Yeah,
on the
you
path.
just fly. You just fly horizontal and level, don't you? At altitude. That's all you do. You just fly horizontally, isn't it?
Well, yeah. Well,
yeah.
Well,
so you don't negotiate curvature.
Yeah, welcome to Flat Earth. Snacks are in the back, bud. DJ's been a request. You can ask for any song you want, but just don't put on "Who Let the Dogs Out" because then you'll get in trouble for that.
All right. So the ultimate question is: the universal gravitational constant real? Let's see.
Is it real or is it a convention?
No. Who can figure it out if it's real? Because I just figured it out.
I'm trying to tell you, bro. I'm trying to tell you it's a convention. It's real as a convention. It can be utilized in equations to have things being predicted for industries that use this equation, right? So it just depends. You just pick a specific industry that will utilize the gravitational constant. It's an equation form. It can be helpful, right? People need this to, they try to calculate for it and such. But what I'm saying is, it's a convention and it's real. That's okay. Now, what I'm trying for you to realize, and what you're demonstrating, is this contraption, right? This thing is something to prove that gravity is a cause for an effect. Yes, because there's a cause and there's an effect.
It's not proving if gravity is real or not. That's not what this is doing. No.
Oh, what is it doing? What's it doing?
Here, look. I'll show you what it's doing. Yeah,
go ahead.
And if you don't like maths, I'm not going to give you a lecture on maths.
Okay. You'll need after that anyway.
Yeah,
Alpha. Sorry, Alpha. Before you continue, just want to point out
there you go. It's using pi.
Hey,
we all know what pi is.
Dude, yo, hold on, dude. Hey, my friend's trying to tell me something. Hold on. Go ahead, sir.
You know that pilot I was just talking to?
Yeah.
He's gone. That's 3.
I know.
He flew away.
Dude, that's pilot number 3. That's another notch on your belt. I want you to get as many pilots as you can underneath your belt. So that's 3 pilots. But this one actually left the chat as fast as the plane that he flies. He probably went Mach 1 or 2 leaving this chat.
Okay. Now here it is.
Anyway,
G equals.
Yeah. What do you got, man?
Pi squared times the radius squared times diameter times the change in angle over the mass multiplied by tension, which tension equals 2 pi multiplied by the square root of 2 of the small masses, diameter squared times radius squared times change in angle divided by 4 big G mass, smaller mass D. You see? And so
Awesome.
you can see that's the previous one, and then you combine them, and then you get the second one to get out G.
From?
What?
Where did you get the radius from?
Here, I'll give you it right now.
What, that contraction gave you the radius?
Look,
of the
I'll show
Earth.
you.
You're trying to figure out the density or the mass of the Earth. So how did you get the radius of
I'm
the
not
Earth?
doing the Earth. Excuse me, sir.
Oh, sorry, excuse me.
I'm doing the lead masses
Right,
attached
excuse
to
me.
my strings.
Excuse me.
Right?
Yeah, I get that. Right, but you're trying to
Okay.
find out. This is what Cavendish did. Trying to find out the mass of the Earth. So you're
I
going
don't know
to
how
need.
was Cavendish working that out. I was trying to work out the universal gravitational constant.
Paper. You posted the paper.
I don't know how Cavendish did that. He's probably smarter than me, but I'm just trying to work out big G. That's it. The universal gravitational constant. That's it. That's all I care about.
Do you know what?
That's
Yeah, do you know what big G is, sir? What's little G? Let's see if you know.
Gravitational
Use
constant.
your, that's little G. What's big G?
No, that's what big G is. Universal gravitational
No,
constant.
it's not.
Big G
No,
is
no, it's
universal
not. It's not. It's little
It is.
G.
It is. No.
Constant,
Little
the yes, it
little
is.
G is the gravity of
No, it's
some
not. Big G is
object.
a gravitational. Big G is a gravitational theory. So it's the cause for the effect. I know what I'm talking about, dude. We have this conversation like 10,000 times a day. All right,
What?
you got it
Little
wrong.
G is made up. Little G is made up. If you didn't have big G, you cannot work
It's
out
not
little G.
made up, dude. Listen.
It is.
Like
it is.
what you're trying to describe.
Leonard Jones momentum. Okay,
Bro,
okay. I'm gonna do
maybe
Leonard
let me
Jones
tell you.
now. No.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
doing
great.
Leonard Jones momentum.
I don't know what that means. Listen.
Okay,
When
that's
you're
what I'm going to
describing
write in
right,
the chat.
I know, but what you're describing right now with the gravitational
by-
constant is little G.
multiplied
Is little
by
G.
acceleration, right? This is what force
Yes,
equals.
dude. That's the, that.
So simple.
Hey, bro.
So little
You
G
need to,
equals.
I don't know what if you've taken some things that you're just really hyper. I don't know. Just take it easy. Relax. All right. So little G is the gravitational constant. Now that has been understood because you can test for this, right? You can drop things and find out the average rate that anything can fall, and then of course you can apply some type of mathematics to that. That's what everybody notices happening. That's why it's a constant, so to speak. It's not really a constant; it's an average. But let's say for the example that you're going to use it as an equation, it could be useful, right? Using it that way. But that's little g. That's the universal gravitational constant. That's what people can utilize, right? Now, we're going to talk about big G, which you misspoke and said it was little g, and it's not. The universal gravitational constant is little g. Big G is a gravitational theory that explains that. Dude, are you going to sit there and wait till I'm done, or do I have to mute you?
No.
You're going for the mute, right? Yeah. Yeah, just sit on mute for a second. So, little g and big G are very different. When you say big G, you don't realize that you just invoked the gravitational theory. Now, according to the current gravitational theory, you're speaking even the incorrect one. So you're actually describing with Cavendish Newtonian gravitational theory. Now, what you don't realize is that has been outdated by 110 years, according to the current rhetoric, which is it's Einsteinian's gravitational theory, right? That's the bending and warping of space-time. Now, that is what you should be talking about, not lead balls attracting each other. And of course, we can get into how you don't understand that any natural observation has been made to see if this could be seen in nature anywhere. So you're so far behind right now that it's not even funny. So you're trying to tell me what's going on. You might know some math. I won't take that away from you. You might know some math. But still, knowing math and understanding the difference between little g and big G are two very different things. So now that you understand, I don't want you going back to telling me that big G is actually little g. All right, it's not. It's the theory of gravity. Little g is the constant, which of course it's an average, but that's the role that those are based on. Does that clear things up for you? I don't want you to be confused and keep saying that big G is the constant. It's not. All right. Now that we cleared that up, you probably can continue, but we're going to ask a lot of questions.
I literally just posted little g equals force over mass.
Yes, I know. It's the gravitational constant that can be worked out as an equation. Yes, I get it.
It's not constant.
Yeah.
Because force can
I
change.
know it's not a constant. I'm telling you what it is. Even though you said it was a constant, I corrected you. Now you're correcting yourself. See what you're doing?
When did I say little g was constant? When did I say this?
You were saying big G is the constant.
Yeah,
you got it incorrect. It's little g. Yeah, big G is a gravitational theory.
No, what? What? Excuse me, you're just putting words into my mouth right now. Little g was never constant. I never said little g was constant. I said big G was constant, always.
Yeah, I know. You're getting it wrong.
Yeah,
Again.
he's telling you that little g is constant, not big G.
Don't you get about what I just said, dude? I don't get it.
Is always the same. It's just g r squared.
No, it's not.
Divided by m. That's it. It's always
not
like
the
that.
same because, dude, you are so incorrect right now. Big G is a gravitational theory.
It's big G is the universal gravitational constant.
Dude, you stop saying that. It's the cause for the effect. The effect is little g, the universal gravitational constant. Well, it's not a constant once again, but that's little g. It's the effect. The cause, however, is big G. What causes the effect? Well, that's the gravitational theory explanation. According to you, it would be Newtonian gravitational explanation, but it's not that either. Like I said, it's outdated. You need to update your gravitational.
Look at the picture.
I don't need to look at the picture, sir.
It says gravitational.
I don't need to look at the picture.
And then it says a big capital letter G, and then it says 6.67 times 10 to the minus 11.
Yeah, that's because that's what it's being utilized as Newton's gravitational theory, where Newton is speaking of the very thing where it talks about this constant in the math form, right? The math, however, is explaining the effect, the rate at which something falls. What are you not getting about that?
No,
the effect is the rate at which something.
No. The math is predicting.
No. It's not a prediction.
I can predict.
No.
At the rate it will fall, I can predict.
It's not. Listen, dude. What you're doing with the equation is just throwing math at it. It's not a prediction because it's something that's.
We can bet that it's a prediction. We can
mathematics.
Bet that it's a prediction.
Mathematics, and the way that you already described them, is something that you just put down as like, okay, this equals this other thing, and then it equates to this thing. So you're mixing in these static variables, right? These static.
It's written.
Yes, you
how
are.
they wrote it. The same notation.
Yeah. So, like I said,
I did not mix anything.
Gravitational. Yes, you are. Because number one, you're outdated. Are you speaking of the correct gravity right now? The current rhetoric?
The current rhetoric is wrong.
No, well, see, then you're incorrect, dude. You can't say something's wrong if everybody's saying it that it is the current bending warping space time.
I can. Yeah, I can because I have proof to back my point up. Therefore, I can.
Yeah, but like I said, you're outdated. No one's using that anymore, except for those who actually think that mass attracts mass is the current scientific rhetoric, which you are. You're using that right now, but you can't explain. You can't. Yeah. So go ahead and explain planetary motion with Newton's law. How are you going to do that?
Okay, I'm going to use a Hamiltonian reference, and then I'm going to denote it as
no. I want you to apply Newtonian's gravitational theory to the motion of planets. How do you do that?
I'll do it right now. Do you want me to write it in the chat? Because if I say it, you can't understand it. So I'm going to write out the equation in the chat.
No, I don't think you can understand it. The problem is...
I'm going to write out the equation in the chat. Look,
I don't know what you're saying.
I'm writing it. I'm writing it. How many
problem,
planetary systems? Tell me how many, and then I'll write the equation. No. Tell me how many.
Yeah, the
Do
problem.
you have 7 planets?
Problem,
You have 8?
dude. I'm gonna have to hold you. You don't know how to shut up, dude. I think that's your problem. The problem with the equation that you're saying mass attracts mass with, it's not a constant because you have a lot of variables like within the context of space time. So if there is a planet distance to another one, you can't say that the mass is attracting each other. It has to be something else that's getting that thing closer to the other thing, and it just can't be the size of the something that it is. What you're exclaiming here is that something's happening between the two that's causing a distortion. That would be space-time being warped and distorted by the mass of an object, not because it's pulling it to the center of the object. It's because it's causing a distortion in space and time. That's what you don't understand. It's a whole other ball game when you start talking about that. That's why Newton couldn't explain with his, and he didn't even want this ascribed to him. By the way, if you look at the historical context, he said, "Do not ascribe this thing to me." So you're incorrect so many ways, dude. But on top of all of that, you're just incorrect of the way you're utilizing it. Because it can't be utilized and to talk about planetary motion. Anybody that's a glober would be able to correct you on that. But because nobody wants to speak up, because they think you might have some kind of point to bring to us, they'll stay quiet. But if they were worth their salt as a glober, they would correct you. This is the problem with globers. You'll let somebody say incorrect things like this. Flat Earth, we correct people. You guys are a problem. Whenever this guy's speaking, and none of you stand up and say, "Hold on a minute, that's incorrect. We can't use that. Newton has been outdated by Einstein." This is your guys' mess right here. And we as flat earthers clean it up for you. And it just shows how incompetent you guys are to actually have this conversation.
Okay, there is no curvature of space-time. There is activity and energy changes.
See? There's no curvature in space-time. He just denounced Einstein in one single fell swoop. Now let's see if there's a glober in here that's got the scruples to actually correct him. Do we got any of them? If not, the flat earthers will do it, of course. We've been doing it. Any glober want to jump in? Go ahead, dude.
There is no curvature of space-time. There is activity and energy changes in the potentials.
So you just debunked Einstein, yeah?
Yes.
How did you do that? What degree do you have? Are you just some internet bobblehead? Are you some academic, sir?
No.
No to what? Are you an academic?
Yes.
Okay. What position do you hold, sir?
There is no curvature of space-time. There is activity.
What position do you hold, sir? Please answer the question.
Astronomy.
Really? Okay, so you hold a degree in astronomy. Are you going to school as a first-year student, or are you a professor that already holds a position? I don't really care about the specific school you go to. I just want to know if I'm speaking to somebody who's in academia or is just a student. Whether it doesn't matter. I want to know.
PhD.
Seriously?
Yes.
Excellent. So if you have a PhD and you're in astronomy, that would make you an astrophysicist. Am I incorrect?
Some are astrophysicists. Some like to stay with astronomy.
Are you one? Are you one?
I would say I'm a mathematician, to be fair.
But you're not an astrophysicist?
It's the kind of same thing, astrophysicist and mathematician.
Well, I want you to own it. Dude, like when you say it, I want you to own it. Own that shit. Are you an astrophysicist?
Yes.
Okay. Now you may proceed. Now that I know what you are and who you are, especially in academia, I think that you are able to speak on matters, whereas you can correct other people. Because I thought maybe you were just somebody who doesn't know what they're talking about, but apparently you sound like you are now the one who will correct others, right? Which means that, according to you and your ball Earth, you don't need Einstein any longer. You are someone to say, I denounce Einstein. And you've done so, haven't you?
Yes.
Okay. Bye-bye Einstein. He's gone. We got rid of him, according to your word. So we don't need him any longer. No more space-time, right?
No.
Okay.
No need.
Is everybody agreeing with that now in current academia? Everybody's agreeing with you?
Wait. No more E equals MC squared?
No.
That's technically incorrect. This is the real notation.
Okay.
E equals M plus momentum squared. That's the real notation. Einstein was wrong.
That doesn't work out as far as dimensions. So
actually, it does. Energy equals
momentum plus
mass plus momentum.
No.
Let me hold.
No plus. No plus. Energy doesn't
what's going on here?
Kilograms. No. Energy is kilogram meters squared per second.
Here's what's gonna happen. Don't jump into my chat unless you're going to have a place to speak on what you're talking about. Now I need to know from you, sir, who are you? Go ahead.
My name's Feynman. I majored in physics, and I understand basic dimensional analysis, and what he's talking about doesn't make any sense. He's defining energy.
I agree.
That aren't energy, so I was just pointing that out.
Okay, I agree with you. I agree with you. But I want him to actually see if he's got a point to rebut. Maybe perhaps you, because I think you're in a field that could be explaining why he's telling us what he is. Because to me, it sounds like two contrary positions. Am I incorrect in saying that? Feynman?
Oh, can I talk now?
Yeah, I've unmuted you because I wanted you to tell me. It sounds like two contrary positions, what he's saying and what you're saying. Am I wrong?
Yeah. I just I don't like being muted and love me making.
No, and the only reason I did that it's for quality control. I want to know what's going on in my chat. I don't want this to be a hot mess. All right, so I want you to at least him to explain what he wants to tell us, and then see if there's anything in there that you disagree with, and if not, you agree with everything. That's fine. But I wanted him to, because he said the current rhetoric is not Einstein, it's Newton. Do you at least agree with him on that, or disagree?
I don't know what that means, but also, yeah, I disagree fundamentally.
Okay.
Well,
all right. Well,
he's claimed that he's replaced Einstein now.
Yes, and he gave the equation for it. But let's let him actually unpack this a little bit, because this chat just now got interesting. At least what he claims he said he is. So he's a PhD, and he's I guess I haven't asked him what he did his thesis on, but that's still neither here nor there.
Not PhD, bachelor's. I have a PhD.
No, he said he was, not you.
Oh, sorry.
Anyway, I'm gonna unmute him so we can let him speak, because I do want. It's getting kind of interesting. I want to know where he's going with it. Let's hear him out before anybody jumps in and dogpiles on him. All right, go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
Hello? Oh, okay.
Yeah, go on. Continue where you last left off.
The change in activity and energy of the potentials. That's gravity. Yeah.
And what is the metric by which you're measuring this, sir?
Are you meaning you want the numerical value?
No, I want to know the method by which you have obtained this information to be validated.
The method I obtained the information so you can validate it yourself.
Yes.
Very good question. Very good.
Well, sure.
Yeah. That actually does make sense. So, when I was working on the theory of everything, that's my PhD. I worked out energy equals, in brackets, mass plus momentum squared. I know.
No.
I know it sounds strange, but that's what energy equals.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead,
That's
Feynman.
what equals. So
yeah, we got somebody with a rebuttal. If you just hold on a second, go ahead.
So now I need to obviously, because I've told you what energy is, I need to tell you what mass is, of course, and what momentum is, of course. I have to tell you what things are. Very good.
One second. We had somebody that disagreed with you. I think it was Feynman. Go ahead.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. You said energy equals what?
Energy equals bracket mass plus momentum bracket to the power of 2.
Okay, so that means that if you expand that bracket, that means in the end that energy equals multiple dimensions. So energy equals kilograms squared plus kilograms squared times a bunch of other stuff plus a bunch of other stuff plus something else. So you basically combined dimensions. That doesn't make any like mathematical or physical sense.
Excuse me. It does.
How?
Because I put a bracket over the addition.
Oh no, I understand you put a bracket.
Squared that bracket. Therefore, I can square.
Yeah, and that bracket square. Okay, so that bracket means that you took that entire equation and multiplied it by itself, right? Because you squared it, right?
Yes.
Okay, so that means you multiplied mass times itself, at least, right?
Yes.
So energy equals kilograms squared, is what you're saying. Plus some other random stuff.
That would be...
No, that is what you just said.
That would be taken out of context. Mine works for all contexts.
Okay, explain the context. No, explain
mine works
the context.
For all contexts. In the context of mine, it works for light. So light has zero mass. This is proven.
Sure.
Light has 0 kilograms. It's proven. But it does have momentum. It does.
Sure.
It does because of velocity. If it has velocity, it has momentum. So, what's momentum?
No. It's been established it has momentum just by equations. There's other things that have proven it has momentum, but what you're saying doesn't prove. You're not saying things that prove anything else. You're just trying to like say things like they prove what you're saying. No. You're incorrect. You're establishing one thing mathematically. I would like you to prove it. Like you were saying one thing mathematically, and that thing is incorrect. Yeah. No, you were saying that one thing equals energy, right?
Yes.
You made it. Yes. So that is not empirically possible.
Okay.
Physically, based on physics as we know
it. I'm going to prove that
being.
It's right.
No, you're not gonna be able to prove it.
Yes,
because it's not provable. No, you won't.
It is.
You are basically saying that a meter squared equals. You're basically saying that a sphere equals a kilogram. That a sphere equals a pound. That doesn't make any sense.
It's
as far as like everybody listening. He's saying a sphere is
a sphere.
No, that I just made an analogy, and you're trying
You
to make
can.
the analogy make sense.
I've just
You're
proved
a
it right.
retard.
You can
Shut the
square
fuck
root
up.
the sphere. No.
Stop trying to act like you know anything about math.
I'm right. I can
What
square
is the
root a
integral?
sphere.
What is the integral? Shut the fuck up. What's the integral of sine?
The integral of sine is negative cosine.
Very good. Okay.
But the thing is, I can prove how to square root a sphere. This is all provable. I have the geometric calculations.
What does that
and
mean?
I know how to
square
do
root
all
of
of this.
sphere? What is square root of sphere? What does that mean?
The square root of a sphere is that you cut the sphere into infinitesimal degrees so that they're all circles, and then you can square root all of these circles, the sum of the square root of all of
Why are
these
you
circles.
using the word square root like it's a fucking verb? That's not how it's used. What do you mean by square root a sphere? What do you mean?
Square root?
Not something we do in mathematics. We don't square root things. What do you mean?
Power, you you take it to the power of -2. That's what happens. You get a number
to the
and
power
you
of
do
one
the power
half.
of negative.
No. To the power. No, if you knew about mathematics, square rooting is to take something to the power of one half. So what are you talking about?
Very good. I'm using the negative reciprocal.
Yeah, negative reciprocal. So you're what?
Yeah.
So you're raising
When you
something
draw the
to its own
perpendicular
power?
bisector, you can use a negative reciprocal.
Okay, what's the perpendicular bisector?
Okay.
What does that mean?
You have two tangents, right? Two tangents, and they meet up because it's two circles.
Of what?
Tangents.
Of what? Of what? A circle?
No.
Two tangents of what?
Two tangents of lines.
Two tangents of lines to what? Two tangents of lines to anything? Any two tangents of anything?
Correct.
So parallel
That
lines?
meet up. Any two tangents
Does that count?
that meet up.
So parallel lines, that counts.
No, they don't meet up.
Well, no. Well, that would count as two tangents to a sphere if they were perfectly on equal.
No, but they have to meet up.
Equilateral,
If they don't meet up,
equilateral
it's not a
sides
perpendicular bisector.
of the sphere, it would be tangents. So, what do you mean by tangents? Exactly.
Tangents are correct.
No, it's not. It's not an exact definition. What do you mean by tangents? Tangents to what?
Tangents to circles.
I just made that up. So now you're just taking what I said. Fuck you, dude. You're just making shit up. Just make shit up. Make shit up and I'll disprove it. Go ahead. Just make shit up.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Two tangents, two circles, and then they have to meet up at a point. That's a perpendicular bisector.
Oh, well, yeah, sure. Okay, yeah.
Oh, wow.
That's not what you said.
Okay, nice. Sure.
Well, that's
wow.
not what you
Okay.
said. You didn't. If you're constructing a perpendicular bisector, then that's not what you said. You fucking cunt. Well, okay, continue. I know what you're saying. Keep going.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, no,
Language.
actually, I'll let you prove the theory. I'll let you prove now.
You didn't prove a
energy
theory.
mass theory. Go on.
You just said you were doing a perpendicular bisector, which is easy.
Yes.
Like the fucking Greeks could have done that. So I know what you're doing now, and you were being obtuse when you were describing it earlier. But yeah, continue.
Okay. But the thing is, if you understand everything I've
I
said,
love how you think you're smart.
should I
You
have
don't
to
know the
make you
first thing
understand
about
the
math.
energy mass theory?
Shut the fuck up and make your point, dude. What's your point?
Okay. So energy equals
That's what I've been waiting for.
energy equals mass plus momentum squared. All of that squared.
No.
I just proved it. So, okay.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't.
Simon,
said
can you
no,
give
bro. So clearly you're
Can you
wrong.
give the analogy again, please, of what he's saying? Did you say a meter equals kilograms, or what's he saying? If he gives you the calculation,
he's trying to say that, okay, so there is a multitude of scientific like there's kilograms, meters, seconds that all form the basics of all the measurements that are all of our like measurements of everything. So if you measure like I don't know, somebody help me out. Like electricity, electrical fields, energy, anything
like
that you measure
kilojoules or anything like that.
Well, any energy form, it's all going to be based down into three fundamental things: kilograms, meters, and seconds. It's the SI, Scientific International Form. And those are the three things that it can be formed down to. That's one thing you learn as a basic physicist. And he's trying to say that energy, energy is 1/2 meters per second squared. That's meters per second squared. So kilograms per second squared. That's it.
All right, let's try to put some. I want to put some context behind what it said.
That same unit can be expressed in multiple different ways. He's saying that also equals a bunch of different things, which is totally fundamentally. It's retarded, man. It's. I don't know how else to say.
Is he trying to project? Is he trying to say that? Okay. Is he trying to say that math that he's talking about is physical reality?
Are you saying that he has to consider differing media?
No, he's a liar. No, he's just full of shit.
Well, I want to call him out for being full of shit. Just it needs to be constructed in a way. I want it what he says. Is that what he's saying though? Because I'm trying to get to the root of like why he's involved. So he basically just said, Einstein and what he's bending and warping the space time is he's avoiding that. He's not talking about that anymore. It's an elevated version of like Newton's gravitational theory.
Let me explain it. Let me explain it more simply. We have a bunch of ways of expressing energy, right? Energy is one set of these scientific instruments. So energy is a set of things, right? It could be kinetic energy, which is 1/2 mv squared. So kilograms times meter squared over second squared.
You're not allowed to use the metric system.
Unit. Well, you have to. I'm sorry.
Yeah, because it's the best system. Yeah, it's the best system. You're right. Cheers, boys.
It is the best. So if you also ask, what about potential energy, like gravitational energy? Oh, it also that's also the same fucking thing. It's mgh, mass times gravity, which is kg times m, which is meters squared per second squared. Oh, it's the same fucking thing as kinetic energy. Hey, it's the same fucking thing. If you look at it, it's the same fucking thing as thermodynamic energy. Every fucking form of energy that we know comes in this form. kmg squared over second squared. Every fucking form. But he's trying to tell us that there are multiple forms of energy somehow. he's found all three new forms of energy that don't fit in with anything that we've ever discovered. So yeah, I'm calling bullshit because that's retarded. Because we know what energy
and now
is.
Now you're asking him to pony up with the evidence for that, right?
Even nuclear energy ends up fitting into that same fucking goddamn formula. Even nuclear energy. Every form of energy we can ever understand and study ends up fitting into that same shit. And he's trying to say, no, it's not km meter squared per second squared. It's km squared, and it's also km plus km squared per second squared, and it's km plus km, or it's something else. He's trying to say it's some other form of bullshit that is not energy. It's not energy. It's just not.
So how did he come about this discovery? Is it only mathematical, like a mathematical construct, or did he say that he stumbled about this?
It's not worthy to call it a discovery. He's a retard. He just made that shit up.
Oh shit!
It's totally nonsensical. It doesn't make any sense.
Well, he said he's a PhD and also, he's a professor. I guess.
If he has a PhD, he should be able to combat me and what I'm talking about right now. I have a bachelor's.
You still there, Spore? No, I think he went silent. He went dark. My guess was that he wasn't expecting somebody that was a physicist to be in here.
So what are we fighting? What are we fighting, boys? My theory of everything.
No, this isn't a fight. This isn't. Listen, if you're what you are claiming is true, then as the gentleman described, you'd be able to provide evidence of such a thing existing in the physical and natural world. Because he said even
evidence of nuclear such a thing existing in the physical and natural world.
Yes.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Okay.
What is such a thing?
What is a thing? My theory of everything?
No, I said what is... Yeah.